I was about to retire, 10 million richer, when I woke up on Aqua Blue Star, a planet of flying steel behemoths and neon rainbows. Then, the Jutian Cubs chat group bound to me, giving me insane power over otherworldly recruits. Suddenly, I could recruit legendary martial artists and cultivators from other dimensions. This time, I'll not only save my family's dojo, but I'll conquer this galaxy. I wore a loose warrior robe, strolling down the bustling street. Steel behemoths hung suspended mid-air, hurtling along at impossible speeds, their passage creating waves of biting phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme. Above them, a figure flew, a blur of motion even faster than the airborne vehicles. Distant buildings blazed with colorful neon, a rainbow whale, projected onto some virtual display, swam between them, its body shimmering with countless light spots. These reflected the neon glow, lending the cityscape an almost surreal quality. Looking around, I sighed softly. Well, I muttered, what rotten luck. After 10 years as a corporate drone, I finally saved enough to retire. And just as I was about to enjoy it, I trailed off, the unspoken truth hanging heavy in the air. I'd time traveled. Yes, Suchinjo, time traveler. Before this, I was a hard-working employee. After a decade of relentless effort, the company I'd toiled for finally went public. My original shares, held for 10 long years, were finally ready to be cashed in. The proceeds, combined with my years of savings, amounted to nearly 10 million. Enough to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live life slash phoneme comfortably for the rest of my life. In one stroke, I'd reached the coveted life of leisure. And then, the day before I was supposed to head home and start enjoying it all, I inexplicably found myself here. The thought brought a wave of despair. Who wants to start fighting again in another world when they're finally about to kick their feet up? But there's no use dwelling on it. The 10 million wasn't earned for nothing, at least my parents will be taken care of. Now, I have to face this new life. I'm on Aqua Blue Star, under the Star Alliance, a galaxy-spanning power controlling millions of inhabited planets. Aquamarine's just a small, unremarkable one. This world has 10 paths to extraordinary power. The 10 extraordinary paths, 4 are found on Aqua Blue Star: extraordinary warriors, monks, mechanics, and psychics. Of those 4, only the extraordinary warrior path is accessible to me. It has the lowest barrier to entry. All humans possess the potential. It's essentially the most common profession here. Every school teaches extraordinary martial arts. Having grown up here, I at least have some basic knowledge. The other 3 paths? Out of reach. Psychics rely on spontaneous awakenings, monks on innate talent. Both require exceptional gifts or powerful backing, making them inaccessible to ordinary people. Mechanics are the exclusive domain of the Aqua Blue Star military, each one is a killing machine. My family circumstances aren't terrible, though. My parents are gone, but my sister owns a house, a martial arts gym and a prime city center location, even. It's the legacy of 7 generations of the Su family. A valuable asset, yes, but also a massive headache. The extraordinary warrior path is the only one open to ordinary citizens, and the government takes it very seriously. To own a martial arts gym, you need a Star Martial Artist certificate from the Martial Arts Association. Without a certified master, the association revokes the license. They've made allowances for my situation, allowing the gym to operate until the next heir comes of age, which is next month, my 18th birthday. Without the license, the gym loses the protection of the Martial Arts Alliance. A city center dojo is a goldmine, a tempting prize for anyone who wants it. With the Alliance's protection, nobody dared touch it. Without it, with my current abilities, I can't hope to save the White Crane Martial Arts School. Passing the Star Warrior exam myself is even more unrealistic. To pass, I'd need the strength of at least a 1-star warrior. The previous owner died trying to push himself to that level, training until he collapsed, vomiting blood. Even then, he'd only reached 80% of the required physical strength. It's impossible to achieve in a month. Then, a beep echoed in my ears. The Zutian Cubs chat group has been bound. Since you are the first person to bind, you automatically become the group leader. If it is detected that the host's body is severely strained, a free body repair will be provided. A wave of icy water washed over me, followed by a long absent feeling of lightness. The injuries sustained from the previous owner's reckless training healed. Then, a torrent of information flooded my mind. In my previous life, my biggest hobby was reading novels. Chat groups? I know them well. My despair evaporated instantly. With a chat group, if the members are even slightly competent, passing that exam is a piece of cake. I saw a chat group interface floating before me, with an instruction manual to the right. I quickly learned how to use it. The All Heavens Cubs chat group, as the name implies, is for newbies just starting their journey. Its purpose is to aid their growth. I also received a task: ensure the smooth growth of the group members. The better they do, the better my rewards. My enthusiasm plummeted. I thought I'd get some big shot mentors, or at least some famous martial arts masters like Yubuchuan or Gusanton. Nope, just a bunch of rookies. Looks like I'm the nanny now. First things first, recruit members. I have 3 searches. As group leader, I choose who joins. Excitedly, I hit the search button. The search interface flickered wildly, showing glimpses of countless worlds. Finally, it settled on a slender boy carrying water buckets on a mountain path. Underneath, the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, Zhang Sanfeng, 17 years old. I smiled. Zhang Zhenren himself. From the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber world. It's a low-level martial arts world. Even at their peak, they're nothing special on Aqua Blue Star. Even Zhang Sanfeng, at his strongest, would be at most a 3-star warrior here. Still, I wouldn't underestimate him. The Etienne world is low-level, but he's an exception. Others became masters because of their gifts. He became a master because that world only allowed for that level of mastery. Like Wang Chao in Legend of the Condor Heroes, he had nowhere else to go, so he reached the peak of his world. When the spaceship fell, he became the Yuancher Tian Wang. Adding Zhang Sanfeng to the chat group is as pivotal to him as Wang Chao's encounter with the alien spacecraft at Turning Point, leading to limitless potential. He's clearly a fast grower. I'd worried that 3 duds would make the group task incredibly difficult, but I lucked out. I got an SSR on my first try. With Zhang Sanfeng, what group tasks could possibly faze me? This unparalleled genius will reach astonishing heights even without outside help. And though he's still young, he already possesses something incredible. As Master Jue Yuan's disciple, he's inherited the 9 Yang Manual, the ultimate internal energy cultivation technique. Aqua Blue Star's martial arts focus on physical training, developing various combat bodies capable of incredible feats. The 9 Yang Manual is completely different, a treasure unlike anything found here. It's the perfect complement to the local techniques. My first draw couldn't have been better. I pressed the draw button again. The interface spun, revealing another boy. He had an unremarkable face, dark skin, and delicate features, the image of a quiet, determined country lad. The caption: phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red / phoneme mortal cultivation, Han Li, 13 years old. Han Li. I was stunned. First a martial artist, then an immortal cultivator. I'm on a hot streak. Han Li hails from the world of mortal cultivation, a cultivator skilled in alchemy and refinement. He possesses a remarkable treasure, the Heaven Mending Bottle, capable of accelerating the growth of spiritual herbs. For me, he's invaluable. And Han Li is exceptionally loyal to his friends. Even after reaching the pinnacle of power, he never forgot his childhood friend Li Feiyu, going so far as to reverse time and space to save his soul, ensuring his ascension to immortality. If I recall correctly, 13-year-old Han Li is still learning the Changchun Gong under Mo Lao, yet to discover the Heaven Mending Bottle's true potential. I'm thrilled to have him, but he's too young. An older, established cultivator would have dozens of times more treasures, easily providing me with talismans to ace the Star Warrior assessment. This chat group is truly for cubs, the members are all so inexperienced. I rubbed my nose and clicked the draw button again. Let's try this again, I muttered. The interface swirled, thousands of worlds flashing before my eyes. Then, a young man in a green shirt, with clear, bright eyes, appeared. Slightly thin, he held a book, clearly a dedicated student. The caption phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme Yangshan world, Hong E 15 years old. A shiver ran down my spine. Hong E is ruthless. By modern standards, he's not a good person. Before becoming a ghost immortal, he was merciless to his enemies. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme killing them or forcing their complete subjugation. He even sold captured martial artists into slavery, making a fortune. After his ascension, he grew even bolder, defying imperial authority itself. He'd kill imperial envoys without hesitation, a man of terrifying power. Yet, I didn't hesitate to invite him. He's not a good man, but not outright evil. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. He's actually a moral compass in the Yangshan world. He keeps his word, never breaking a promise. He's ruthless to enemies, but rarely kills them. Those willing to surrender usually. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme. In the Yangshan world, betrayal and murder are common. Hong Yi leaves no room for such weakness. He values friendship and open source principles. Few protagonists in all the worlds are as generous with their knowledge as he is. When he first obtained the supreme scripture, the past Amitabha Sutra, his first thought was to share it with his friend Bai Ziyue, one of the 8 demon immortals. He considered sharing it with his subordinates Shen Taizhu and Xiao Mu, too, although he ultimately decided against it. But aside from the sutra, he readily shares other techniques with his people. His friends always benefit from his discoveries. I'm incredibly lucky. If this were a card game, Han Li and Hong Yi are both SSR. Zhejiang Sanfeng, though from a less powerful world, is an SSR in his own right. And with the chat group platform, his development might even surpass the others. Getting a generous friend like Hong Yi so early is a stroke of luck. Others might be less willing to share. The only downside is their age. Shaking my head, I regained my composure. Their youth has advantages. Innocent minds make friendships easier, fostering a positive group atmosphere and leaving plenty of room for growth. I clicked the invite button. 3 beeps signaled the arrival of 3 new members. Zhang Junbao, Shaolin disciple. What is this? How did it suddenly appear in my mind? Could it be those iron arhats Miskwa gave me? Hong Yi Dakian scholar, I am in the middle of practicing Taoist mysteries. How did I arrive at this strange place? Who are you, and how do you possess such power? I waited, observing the chat, gathering information. After initial confusion, they calmed down. Neither was an ordinary person. Zhang Junbao, far from his future self as Zhang Sanfeng, was still somewhat naive. Young Hong Yi, however, possessed remarkable composure and didn't hide his origins. They were cautious, but gradually revealed their situations. As they talked, they were surprised to discover they came from entirely different worlds. Dakian and Dasan, Shaolin and Hong Mansion, parallel lines that shouldn't intersect. But despite different geographies, their cultures were remarkably similar: Confucianism, Taoism, Buddhism, benevolence, righteousness, loyalty, and filial piety. Their conversation grew increasingly enthusiastic. Han Li, though online, remained silent. I smiled. Han Li is Han Li, cautious and low-key until he understands the situation. But his caution is unnecessary. The others require information to pinpoint their current stage. Han Li is simpler. At 13, he's still under Mo Lao, unaware of the heaven-mending bottle's potential. From their chat, I gathered everything I needed. Zhang Sanfeng had just parted ways with Guo Xiang, receiving 2 iron arhats containing Shaolin Arhat fist techniques. 10 days later, he Zudao, one of Kunlun's 3 saints, will attack Shaolin. Hong Yi had just left Bai Ziyue, returning to Hong Mansion with a martial arts scripture containing the past Amitabha Sutra. They were still arguing about the chat group. Hong Yi believed it was a Taoist creation, Zhang Junbao a Buddhist artifact, imbued with the Buddha's telepathic power. Not surprising, despite their future greatness, they're just 14 or 15. Their understanding is limited by their experiences. Hong Yi's still mostly confined to his Hong Mansion, just beginning to explore Taoism. Zhang Junbao is a Shaolin novice, surrounded by chanting all day. Their reactions aren't surprising. I typed, "You're both wrong. This is the All Heavens Cubs chat group. It transcends the heavens, breaks the barriers of time and space, connecting countless worlds. I don't know its exact origins, but it's far beyond anything your Taoist masters or Buddhas could create. My name in the chat, with its golden group leader tag, looked quite different from theirs. As group leader, I could change my name to something flashy like Almighty and Omniscient God or Heavenly Secrets Taoist. A mysterious persona would make it easier to manipulate the other members, but I decided against it. I prefer honesty. I'll use any means necessary against enemies, but I don't like deceiving friends. I'm not phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to these three yet, but we're all part of this group, already connected. And I know they value friendship. I'll become friends with them, and I won't use deception. Plus, there's no need for a disguise. This chat group is unique, made up of complete novices. Unlike some groups teeming with powerful figures where a disguise is vital, my authority is strong enough. I can invite and remove members, and my knowledge gives me a significant advantage. Hanli, a disciple of the Seven Mysterious Sect, finally spoke, having been lurking since he saw my name. This is the All Heavens Cubs chat group, and the note indicates you are the group owner. Group owner, the owner of this chat group? Are you the master of this place? He'd been hesitant, unsure if chatting here would be forbidden. My friendly demeanor eased his concerns. I replied, master of this place? Certainly not. Think of group owner as administrator. I have more control within the group, but that's all. I was pulled into this group just like you. Hongyi, ever perceptive, said, I see. But you seem far more knowledgeable about this group. Perhaps you could tell us more? Years of study had honed his understanding of people. He sensed my familiarity with the group. I replied, of course. It's my duty as group leader to explain things. We're in the All Heavens Cubs chat group. It has no physical form, existing in each of our minds, accessible at any time. All Heavens is different from what you know. Your world, Hongyi, is what this group calls the Yangshan world, containing many smaller worlds. Besides your great thousand world, there are countless middle thousand and small thousand worlds created by powerful Yangshan cultivators. These worlds share a common heritage, practicing Taoism and martial arts, and are relatively phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to each other. To those within the Yangshan world, they are separate heavens, but to this group, they are just parts of the Yangshan world. The worlds connected by this group are impossibly distant. Even the most powerful beings can't easily bridge the gap. Each world has a unique civilization. Even seemingly similar ones have different roots. Zhang Juanbao's world shares many cultural similarities with yours, but their martial arts are different. His world practices internal energy, cultivating true energy that travels through meridians, capable of leaving the body to harm others. Yours cultivates qi and blood, strengthening the body to reach incredible states, capable of rebirth from a drop of blood or even shattering the vacuum. And Han Li's world is even more advanced. They have immortal cultivators who use spiritual roots to cultivate spiritual energy. The most powerful can ascend to immortality, living as long as the heavens themselves. Moving mountains and seas is trivial. Logically, these worlds are infinitely distant, yet here we are, brought together by this group. That's the power of this chat group. Silence followed. Everyone was absorbing the information. After a while, Hongyi spoke, Brother Su, that's incredible. But it's not impossible. I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme, a record of medieval scholars whose thoughts seem to leave their bodies, traveling through various heavens and realms. Each world was bizarre and utterly different from Dakian. In some, humans flew on iron birds to the underworld, others had savage beasts. Perhaps they traveled through the realms you described. Zhang Junbao added, that's right. Master Yuan phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme says the worlds are as numerous as the Ganges River's pebbles. If such realms exist, it's hardly surprising. Han Li was confused. Brother Su, you said there are immortal cultivators in my world. Is that true? There are powerful masters in the Qishuan sect, but they're all martial artists. Though I've heard legends of immortals, I've never seen one. I smiled. The young Hanli is very naive. He's already an immortal cultivator but doesn't realize it. He practices the Changchun-ju, an immortal cultivation technique, thinking it's just a martial arts manual. I said, you don't know Mount Lu, because you're in this mountain. Hanli, you've not only encountered immortal cultivators, you've lived with them, day and night. Hanli? He was completely bewildered. I'd mentioned immortal cultivators, and he believed me, having heard legends. But now, I claim he's lived with them his whole life? He was utterly confused. Who could it be? Zhang Tai? No, Zhang Tai seems too innocent. And his elephant armor skill focuses on strengthening the body, not immortal cultivation. He left a year ago. That leaves only Dr. Mo, aloof and mysterious. If anyone were a hidden immortal cultivator, it'd be him. Hanli felt a surge of excitement. Dr. Mo has only 2 disciples, himself and Zhang Tai. He'll inherit his mantle. In other words, Hanli has a real shot at becoming an immortal cultivator. He exclaimed, Master, is the immortal cultivator you mentioned my master, Dr. Mo? Excellent. That means I'm not just a disciple of an immortal cultivator, but a future immortal in waiting. Hong Yi and Zhang Junbao quickly sent congratulations. They now understood this chat group offered incredible opportunities, stronger members meant more benefits. Han Li's revelation thrilled them. I chuckled, Han Li's still missing some pieces of the puzzle. I typed, calling Dr. Mo a cultivator isn't entirely wrong. He possesses the Changchun Gong immortal cultivation method, and even the 7 ghost soul devouring technique. But he lacks the most crucial element for cultivation, spiritual roots. Without them, he can't cultivate immortality. Han Li, the cultivator I meant is you. You practice the Changchun Gong, the immortal cultivation technique Dr. Mo possesses. You're the only cultivator in the 7 profound sect. A storm of thoughts must have raced through Han Li's mind. He must have felt like he'd been struck by lightning. He's always been calm, but even this bizarre revelation didn't faze him for long. He quickly focused on one key detail: he can practice the Changchun Gong, meaning he has spiritual roots. Dr. Mo can't because he lacks them. And the name 7 Ghost Soul Devouring set off alarm bells. His face remained calm, but his measured typing betrayed his inner turmoil. He typed, 7 Ghost Soul Devouring. Does that mean Dr. Mo took me on as a disciple for my spiritual roots? I nodded. Exactly, Han Li. Dr. Mo took you on solely for your spiritual roots. The 7 Ghost Soul Devouring technique is a body-snatching method. Once your Changchun Gong reaches a certain level, Dr. Mo would use it to take over your body. Zhang Tai, his fellow disciple, has already been turned into a puppet. His elephant armor skill made him ideal material. He was defeated and captured. Your Changchun Gong progress surpassed his expectations, preventing him from succeeding. Han Li's face paled, his body trembled, fear washed over him. Even with his maturity, he's still just a 13-year-old. Hearing about Zhang Tai, his friend turned into a puppet, stirred a mix of fear and rage. He's quiet, but he cares deeply about his friends. Zhang Tai was his only friend at Kixwenman. The thought of his friend's fate ignited fury, overshadowing his fear. But his Changchun Gong is still weak. He's no match for Dr. Mo. His only hope is this chat group. I knew what he was thinking. I typed, I understand your urgency, but don't panic. Without this chat group, Dr. Mo would be a serious threat. Now, we won't stand idly by. What can Dr. Mo possibly do? Han Li felt a little calmer. Hong Yi, who'd been silent, finally spoke. Group leader, your knowledge of our worlds is remarkable. You even know Han Li's future. How is that possible? Do you somehow glean our information through the chat group? This was Han Li's question, too. He was still reeling from the immortal cultivator revelation, but now he noticed the group leader's uncanny insight. I decided honesty was the best approach. No, this is the All Heavens Cubs chat group. You've probably noticed everyone's young. I'm no exception, I possess no such magical powers. The reason I know so much is I'm a time traveler, reincarnated with my memories. I know you because you're all characters from novels I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme in my past life. Hongyi is from Yangshan, Hanli from A Record of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, and Junbao from the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. I revealed everything. Openness would make it easier to help them grow. The revelation struck them like a tidal wave. Novels are fictional, constructed from the author's imagination. Were they fictional beings? Hanli fared better, he'd been too busy training to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red slash phoneme much. But Hongyi and Zhang Junbao, avid readers and students of scripture respectively, had already developed their views on reality. Now, their worldviews shattered. I anticipated their reaction. Don't worry. Though your worlds are recorded in novels, it doesn't matter. Don't fret about reality or fiction. The distance between worlds is immense. But human thought is faster than light, it can reach anywhere instantly. Also, my old world had a theory called quantum mechanics. One phenomenon, quantum entanglement, allows particles to influence each other across vast distances. It's entirely possible that events in your world were perceived by someone in another, then written into novels. Look at yourselves, then at the sky. How can such vastness and your tangible existence be unreal? If so, am I not real, communicating with you now? Besides, joining this chat group changed your fate. Can those future events still be considered your destiny? Hongyi's frown eased. A weight lifted from his shoulders. Reality or fiction, it mattered little. Mastering his present and future, that's what mattered. Clarity flooded him. He said, "Brother Su, you're right. I was fixated on it. But I wonder what my future holds in that novel called Yangshan. Even though the future's changeable, knowing it helps us navigate the present." Zhang Junbao and Hanli also wanted to know their futures. The allure of knowing what's to come is irresistible. I paused. My memory of those three stories was hazy. A Record of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality and Yangshan were both 10 years old. I remembered the broad strokes, but not the details. That's temporary, though. Her love was his sole comfort. He remembered her coughing up blood, her haggard appearance, her trembling hands grasping the sheets. I hadn't thought much of it then, but now the pain she suffered, the despair of her death. He muttered, "Hong Xuanji, Jiao Dufu, good, good. You're very good." The words hung in the air, chilling. He still doubted the chat group's authenticity, an extraterrestrial demon or a Taoist master's illusion. But his mother's death was real. I said, "I know you want revenge." Hong Xuanji is at the peak of martial saint cultivation. With sufficient spiritual refinement, he could instantly reach immortality. He's also blessed with incredible luck, accelerating his progress in danger. To defeat him, you'll need to reach the level of shattering the vacuum or Yangshan. Only you can defeat him. You're the son of this era, you can surpass him. No one else has a chance. You have the past Amitabha Sutra, one of the 3 legendary scriptures. Possessing it means you inherit the Holy Emperor Yuan's mantle, giving you a chance against Hong Xuanji. Without hesitation, Hongyi tossed the scriptures into the furnace. Flames erupted, reflecting in his red eyes. From the ashes, a golden page emerged. He picked it up. It was made of gold wire, depicting a colossal Buddha, radiating an ancient stillness. He believed now. He knew the legend of the 3 scriptures, past, present, future. This was priceless. A single page could make someone a minister. No one would use such a treasure to plot against him. I continued, I also know the whereabouts of the Tathagata Sutra and the future No Life Sutra. And the Tathagata cassock, the Holy Emperor Yuan's greatest treasure. I shared what I remembered. Half the Tathagata Sutra is on a statue on Giant Whale Island, the other half is in a Qiankuan bag. The future No Life Sutra is with Qiandi Yangpan. The cassock is hidden underground in Dakan, discoverable only by those who've mastered the scriptures. I also shared information about his future, allies, enemies, who to trust, treasures. My memories of minor characters and lesser treasures were vague. Then I turned to Han Li. His storyline was longer, my memory less clear. But recent viewings of the animation helped me recall the early stages. The early plot was enough. Han Li frequently changed locations: Tiannan, Chaos Star Sea, Spirit Realm. These places were far apart, largely independent. I told him about the heaven-mending bottle, his early enemies, opportunities for cultivation, the demonic invasion, how to acquire the Dian Ju and the Qingyuan Sword Ju. All crucial information for his early development. I didn't hide the existence of the spirit and immortal realms. I shared everything I could remember. As I typed, I glared at the chat interface. This is a lousy chat group. Others provide edited novels and movies to help their members, streamlining the process. They can even project an image of power. This group offers little beyond its interworld connectivity. Pathetic. Still, I continued sharing information with Han Li. My story this time was completely open. With those old foxes, I'd have hidden my hand, squeezing every advantage. But these friends are trustworthy, honesty felt right. Besides, as group leader, their growth rewards me a win-win. After Hong Yi and Han Li's tales, Zhang Junbao shuddered. Hong Yi's mother had been murdered by his father, who then targeted him. Han Li's master had exploited him. Their experiences were brutal. Could his be similar? He asked. After hearing brothers Hong and Han's stories, I'm worried. Is my master a villain, too? But Master Jue Yuan's always been good to me. That's impossible. I smiled. Young man, you're naive. Master Jue Yuan's good, but some Shaolin monks not so much. I said, don't worry. Master Jue Yuan is undoubtedly good. But your next experiences won't be simple. He first relaxed, then tensed again. What did I mean? I continued, you received the Iron Arhats from Misqua. Aren't they interesting? They practice martial arts, too. He nodded, posting a video of the Iron Arhat sparring basic Shaolin Arhat fist. I didn't hide anything. Junbao, you should have heard the news. 10 days from now, He Zudao, one of Kunlun's 3 saints, will attack Shaolin. It's your first major challenge. He's a master of swordsmanship, calligraphy, and strategy. No one at Shaolin can match him. He'll attack when Shaolin's vulnerable. Master Jue Yuan, with his powerful 9 Yang Qi, will shock He Zudao, who'll mistake him for a martial arts master and attack. Zhang Junbao exclaimed, He Zudao attacked my master? He doesn't know he's a simple monk, only possessing the 9 Yang Qi, but no martial arts skills. I shook my head. How would he know? Who'd believe someone with such powerful Qi lacks martial arts skills? He was anxious, imagining Master Jue Yuan's predicament. His master used the 9 Yang manual for health, taking blows but unable to fight back. He asked, Master, what happened next? Is he all right? I replied, Master Jue Yuan's fine. He Zudao's skilled, but Master Jue Yuan's Qi is formidable. Despite the dangers, you helped him escape. But He Zudao set his sights on you, challenging you to a 10-move duel, defeat within 10 moves, and he'd leave the Central Plains. You won, using the Shaolin Luohan fist learned from Tai Luohan. He sighed in relief. Excellent. It all worked out. Group leader, why the scare tactic? You said my experiences weren't simple, making me think I'd face something like brothers Hong and Han. By the way, for helping Shaolin, I should get a reward, right? I used the Shaolin Luohan fist, so the abbot will likely give me superior martial arts. I smirked. He's too young, seeing Shaolin is too simple. I said, that's the problem. Defeating He Zudao with the Shaolin Luohan fist caused problems for you and Master Jue Yuan. Hong Yi responded, Group leader, what's wrong? Jun Bao, a Shaolin disciple, defeated a powerful enemy with Shaolin techniques, that's commendable. Han Li was also confused. The group leader mentioned the Shaolin Luohan fist was basic, yet defeating a powerful enemy with it should be worthy of praise. He said, if Jun Bao did that in my Qishuan sect, using basic techniques to repel the wild wolf gang, the sect master would reward him and give him more responsibilities. Did some villains see his talent and try to kill him? I replied, that's true for most sections. But Jun Bao's sect is Shaolin. The Shaolin Luohan fist is basic, anyone can learn it. It's widely known. But this very technique led to Jun Bao's downfall. There's a strict rule against disciples secretly learning martial arts. Years ago, Wagong Tutua, oppressed by the other disciples, secretly learned Shaolin martial arts, then went on a rampage, killing Master Kuji and injuring other masters before escaping. This split Shaolin into the Western region lineage, causing a martial arts decline for decades. A new rule was established: any disciple secretly learning martial arts would face severe punishment, ranging from broken meridians and severed tendons to execution. I continued, Jun Bo learned the Luohan fist without a master, violating that rule. After defeating He Zhu Dao, he was arrested. He went from hero to traitor. Master Jueyuan, knowing what would happen, escaped with Guo Xiang and Jun Bao. He died of exhaustion after the battles and his escape. The rest Jun Bao said goodbye to Guo Xiang, left Shaolin, founded Wudong alone, becoming Zhang Sanfeng, the world's greatest martial arts master, rivaling Shaolin for millennia. Silence fell over the group chat again. None of us could claim to have had it easy. Hong Yi's enemy was his father, Han Li's, his master, and Zhang Juanbao's situation was even worse. Hong Yi said, group leader, Master Jueyuan's internal strength was at its peak. He could easily phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme to be 100. Master Jueyuan died at 53, the prime of life for someone with his internal strength. What a bunch of fake monks at Shaolin, they killed a true practitioner. Repaying kindness with cruelty disgraceful. Han Li added, Shaolin's rules are absurd. Master Jueyuan's punishment alone is outrageous. For losing a Lankavatara Sutra, he was forced into silence, carrying 200 Jin water buckets, chained, carrying water up and down the mountain. Xiaoxiangzi and Ishi, top Mongolian masters, stole it. How many Shaolin monks could stop them? Yet, Master Jueyuan, a monk who doesn't know martial arts, was blamed. The punishment was designed to break him. No one at Shaolin knows the depth of Master Jueyuan's internal strength. If he hadn't mastered the Nine Yang manual, any monk without martial arts training would have been exhausted to death. His exhaustion was directly related to the burden he carried. I nodded, I knew all this. The most outrageous part is how they punished Zhang Junbao. Where did he learn the Luohan fist? From the iron arhats given by Misqua, who received them from Master Wu Sei of Shaolin. But Wu Sei faced no punishment. Guo Xiang learned the Luohan fist, and no one investigated. In other words, Shaolin's senior monks can freely teach outsiders, but Zhang Junbao, a Shaolin hero, was punished for learning a basic technique. Shaolin was generous to He Zhu Dao, almost surrendering when they saw his skills, yet brutal to those who defeated him. They're masters of internal conflict but amateurs in external ones. Most monks had forgotten the rule, too. If not for an old monk, a disciple of Master Kuji, no one would have remembered. Punishment without guidance is cruelty. Zhang Junbao didn't know the Iron Arhats were demonstrating Shaolin martial arts or about the rules. Yet, they acted without compassion, hundreds of monks attacking him at the old monk's order. Why didn't they act that way against He Zhu Dao? Hong Yi and Han Li agreed. Hong Yi said, those Shaolin monks dishonor the Buddha's teachings, lacking compassion and behaving worse than demons. Han Li added, that old monk is damned, punishing Junbao for his past suffering. Then Zhang Junbao spoke. What a Shaolin! What a Luohan hall! Group leader, did Master Jueyuan die because of me? How do I change that fate? His title had changed from Shaolin disciple to Yufeng Sanren. The chat group seems to reflect the member's current state and identity. He'd identified as a Shaolin disciple, but now, after seeing Shaolin's cruelty and having been raised by Master Jueyuan, he rejected that identity. I said, changing your fate isn't hard. I have 3 options, low, medium, high. The simplest? When He Zhu Dao attacks, find a reason to get Master Jueyuan off the mountain, avoiding He Zhu Dao. He shook his head. That's not right. I offered a second option. Go to Master Wu Sei and become his disciple. He's heroic and appreciates talent. With his training, you'll defeat He Zhu Dao within 10 days, becoming a Shaolin hero. He shook his head again. Shaolin treated me cruelly, killing Master Zhuo Yuan. I can't stay. I smiled. He'd choose neither the easiest nor the middle path. Before leaving, Hua Xiang gave him a gold bracelet, telling him to find Guo Jing and Huang Rong in Xiangyang, warning him that Guo Fu had a bad temper. Most would go to Xiangyang. Zhang Junbo had affection for Guo Xiang, and Gui Jing and Huang Rong's reputation was widespread. Learning from them and being near Guo Xiang is incredibly tempting. But he chose his own path. He said, "I'm a good man, why should I grovel? This is exactly what I wanted." I said, "The best solution is simplest." He Zhu Dao boldly challenged Shaolin and retreated. No one dared stop him, not because of strength, but because might makes right. Junbao saved Shaolin but was branded a traitor. Who could bear that? Become strong enough to conquer Shaolin, then you won't be a traitor, they'll respectfully see you off. He murmured, "Might makes right, a real man lives his life on his own terms, I won't be oppressed. But I must leave with glory, shaming Shaolin, avenging Master Zhuo Yuan." He asked, "Group leader, there's less than 10 days until He Zhu Dao arrives. How can I be strong enough to conquer Shaolin?" Hong Yi replied, "Jun Bao, don't underestimate yourself. He Zhu Dao forced Shaolin to almost surrender, and you used the basic Luohan fist to last 10 moves against him. Few in Shaolin could do that." I said, "Hong Yi's right. You've practiced the 9 Yang manual since childhood, your internal strength surpasses all but 10 monks at Shaolin. Your martial arts aptitude surpasses the average person. You mastered the basics of our hotboxing within 10 days and could fight He Zhu Dao. You lack only combat experience. Improve that, and few in Shaolin could defeat you. Strengthen your internal strength, and conquering Shaolin will be easy." He looked sad. He knew his weakness, but advanced martial arts weren't easy to learn. Master Zhuo Yuan managed the scriptures, not martial arts. During the Tianlong period, many secretly learned martial arts from Shaolin's scripture pavilion. Since then, Shaolin's martial arts manuals have been kept separately. Master Zhuo Yuan couldn't access them, let alone Zhang Junbao. And they falsely accused him of secretly learning martial arts. Using Shaolin techniques to strike back would only confirm their accusations. He said, "Group leader, your suggestion's good, but where do I find these techniques? And improving my internal strength within 10 days is nearly impossible." I smiled. He was following my phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme perfectly. I planned to share 2 techniques from my previous life with the group. To gain trust and benefits, you need to give benefits first. It's an upward spiral. Trust grows through communication and resolving doubts. This only works with principled people, not with the unscrupulous. But I trust my friends, so I'll share confidently. Before I could, Hong Yi sent a message, then 2 red envelopes, Ox Demon Powerful Fist 33 and Past Amitabha Sutra 33. He usually doesn't pay much attention to martial arts, he learned about his future from me. Knowing the vastness of the world, he didn't take these techniques seriously. Plus, we're mutually supportive, separated by countless worlds, so there's no competition. He wasn't stingy. He shared before me, stunning me. What a vision! I quickly sent my own red envelopes, Star Domain Alliance Basic Bodybuilding Techniques, Tenset 33 and Burning Flame Demon Fist 33. I said, "My techniques are different from yours. Junbao, study these, too. The Burning Flame Demon Fist is powerful, it will help you. It's the Su family's ancestral technique, most potent with the Burning Flame battle body, capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas when mastered. Even without the battle body, it's excellent, a unique technique in the Etienne world." Hanli hesitated, but seeing our generosity, he sent a red envelope, Eternal Spring Skill 33. He said, "The Eternal Spring Skill has no combat power, but it's a cultivation technique, useful for reference. And I have a drop of Sangtian creation liquid in my heaven mending bottle, capable of producing century-old herbs. I don't need it now, so I'll share it. Wait for the herbs, the creation liquid produces a drop every 7 days, enough for our cultivation." Zhang Junbao was moved to tears. He's still a teenager, and their kindness touched him deeply. He sent a red envelope, 9 Yang manual incomplete, 70% 33. He said, "Thank you. I'll repay you. I'll learn the complete 9 Yang manual from Master Jueyuan and share it with you in 2 days." He knew his contribution was the least valuable, but he couldn't refuse their kindness, he'd repay them later. I smiled, seeing everyone share. I said, "Now that everyone has techniques, study them. Use the chat group to discuss anything you don't understand." Hong Yi agreed, Hanli and Zhang Junbao echoed. Our conversations are quite literary, unlike modern chats with their endless streams of memes and silliness. But with more modern members, that will change, even these refined individuals would be influenced. As I was about to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme the chat, a prompt appeared. Congratulations on completing the hidden achievement sharing spirit. Each member has shared at least one technique. Reward: one technique will be randomly selected for origin level deduction, then shared with all members. I was thrilled. The chat group has an achievement system, with hidden and regular achievements. Hidden achievements are unpredictable, relying entirely on luck. The sharing spirit achievement is a hidden one. I never expected sending red envelopes would trigger it. And the reward in origin level technique is incredible. A roulette will appear in the chat, displaying various techniques in gilded lettering: 9 Yang Manual, Eternal Spring Skill, Past Amitba Sutra, Star Domain Alliance Basic Bodybuilding Techniques, Burning Flame Demon Fist, and Ox Demon Powerful Fist. The pointer spun wildly, then slowed. It passed the Past Amitba Sutra and landed on the Star Domain Alliance Basic Bodybuilding Techniques. I groaned inwardly. Seriously? It's a basic technique for Star Domain Alliance Extraordinary Warriors, accelerating digestion. 6 levels, doubling digestion speed at each level. Few reach the 6th level, reaching the 3rd is excellent. Faster digestion means faster recovery and endurance. The higher the level, the faster early progress. It's a crucial technique for body cultivation warriors. That's why I shared it. But ultimately, it's all about digestion. For a system relying on food for energy, it might be useful. But for others, it seems pointless. The Star Domain Alliance Basic Body Strengthening Technique is the worst option, hands down. Oh well, it's chosen, no use dwelling on it. Let's see the results. I clicked Start Deduction. The chat interface transformed into a starry sky, swirling vortexes and dancing starlight. Mysterious energies emanated, painting the interface with magnificent colors. After a long while, the spectacle faded, leaving a single manual at the center. I clicked to receive it, the description filled my mind. After the chat group's deduction, the technique retained its core function, enhancing digestion. Beyond increased speed, it now enhances efficiency, achieving 100% energy utilization. It's incredible. Essentially, the enhanced technique allows perfect absorption. Everything consumed is fully digested, leaving no residue, entirely converted into energy. This includes not only food, but elixirs, spirit stones, anything non-toxic. Even poisons, if you can survive the initial effect, become fuel. The origin level technique renders toxins harmless. Furthermore, the converted energy is universal, applicable to internal energy, physical training, immortal cultivation, any system. I laughed. A true origin level deduction. It transformed a basic physical training technique into a god-tier support method applicable to all systems. Suchinjo wore a loose warrior robe and walked on the bustling street. The steel monsters in the middle of the road were suspended in mid-air, traveling at extremely fast speeds, causing waves of piercing phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme. And above these suspended vehicles, there is a strong man flying in the air, and his speed is faster than that of suspended vehicles. Colorful neon lights flashed on the buildings in the distance. A rainbow whale projected on a virtual projector swims between the buildings, sprinkling countless colorful light spots on its body. These light spots reflected streaks of neon light in mid-air, making the city scenery somewhat bizarre. Looking up at the surrounding scenery, Suchinjo couldn't help but sigh in a low voice. Well, what a bad luck. After working as a social animal for 10 years, I finally made enough money to put it aside. Unexpectedly, I haven't started enjoying it yet. He actually traveled through time. Yes, Tsuchinjo is a time traveler. Before time travel, he was a hard-working worker. After 10 years of struggle, the company Tsuchinjo worked for finally went public successfully. And the original shares he got 10 years ago can also start to be realized. The income from selling the shares plus the salary saved over the years is almost 10 million. This money is enough for Tsuchinjo to spend the rest of his life leisurely. It can be said that in one fell swoop, he stepped into the class that salted fish covets. Unexpectedly, just one day before he was to go back to his hometown to enjoy life, he would travel through time inexplicably. Thinking of this, Tsuchinjo felt extremely sad. After all, he will be able to lie down soon, so who wants to fight again in another world? But after wearing it, there is no point in feeling uncomfortable. And this 10 million is not earned in vain. At least after he leaves, his parents can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme a good life with these 10 million. And now what Tsuchinjo has to do is to face the life after time travel. Tsuchinjo is currently located on the Aqua Blue Star under the Star Alliance. The Star Alliance is a cross-galaxy level force with tens of millions of living planets under its command. Aquamarine is a very inconspicuous one among these planets with life. There are a total of 10 paths for humans in this world to practice extraordinary things, which are called the 10 extraordinary paths. There are 4 of these inheritances on Aqua Blue Star. Extraordinary warriors, monks, mechanics, and psychics. Among these 4 inheritances, the only extraordinary inheritance that Tsuchinjo has access to is that of extraordinary warriors. The threshold for becoming an extraordinary warrior is the lowest. All humans have the talent to become an extraordinary warrior. It can be said to be the most civilian profession on Aquamarine. Every school has a course called Extraordinary Martial Arts. So he is almost a person from Aqua Blue Planet and knows a little bit about martial arts. The other 3 extraordinary paths are existences that Tsuchinjo cannot touch. Psychers rely on awakening, while monks rely on talent. These 2 professions require phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme excellent talent or a strong background, otherwise it will be difficult for ordinary people to access them. And mechanics are the exclusive extraordinary profession of the Aqua Blue Star military. Every mechanic is a killing machine. However, the conditions of Tsuchinjo's family after time travel are actually not bad. Both parents are dead, and my sister has a house. It even comes with a martial arts gym in a bustling area of the city center. This martial arts gym was left to Tsuchinjo by his parents. It carries the hard work of 7 generations of the Su family. Although the martial arts gym is good, it also has a lot of troubles. The Extraordinary Warrior Path is the only extraordinary path that ordinary people on Aqua Blue Planet have access to, and it is highly valued by the government. If you want to be the owner of a martial arts gym, you must have the certificate of a star martial artist certified by the Martial Arts Association. If there are no stars of martial arts in charge, the Martial Arts Association will withdraw the operating license of this martial arts gym. Of course, the Martial Arts Association has also considered Tsuchinjo's situation. Therefore, the Martial Arts Association also stipulates that if the previous martial arts master unfortunately dies, the martial arts gym can continue to operate until the next heir reaches adulthood. But the problem is, the time of adulthood is almost here. To be precise, next month, Tsuchinjo will celebrate his 18th birthday. Without the business license of the martial arts gym, it means losing the protection of the Martial Arts Alliance. Baiha Martial Arts School is located in the bustling area of the city center. A martial arts gym opened in the city center is nothing more than a giant cash cow and a piece of fat that everyone will envy. Previously, with the protection of the Martial Arts Alliance, no one dared to act rashly. But without the protection of the Martial Arts Alliance, with Tsuchinjo's strength, there is absolutely no hope of saving the White Crane Martial Arts School. As for relying on one's own strength to pass the examination for the Star Warrior certificate, that is even more difficult and is nothing short of a fantasy. If you want to pass the assessment of many Star Warriors, you need at least the strength of a 1-star warrior. The original owner died because he was eager to break through to the one-star warrior and practiced until he was exhausted and vomited blood. Even so, the original master's physical strength has only been tempered to 80%, and there is still a long way to go before he can break through to become a one-star warrior. It is definitely not something that can be achieved in just 1 month. Just when Tsuchinjo was worried, a beeping sound suddenly sounded in his ears. The Zhution Cubs chat group has been bound. Since you are the first person to bind, you automatically become the group leader. If it is detected that the host's body is severely strained, a free body repair will be provided. Tsuchinjo felt as if his whole body had been soaked by a burst of cold water, and then there was a long-lost sense of transparency in his body. Many hidden injuries on the body caused by the original owner's crazy practice were repaired one by one. Then a lot of information flooded into Tsuchinjo's mind. In his previous life, Tsuchinjo's biggest hobby after work was reading novels. He was so familiar with the chat group. His originally troubled mood calmed down instantly. Just kidding, with the chat group, as long as the group members are a little bit strong, then passing a small star warrior assessment is not a piece of cake. Tsuchinjo saw a chat group panel floating in front of him, and there was an instruction manual on the far right. With the instruction manual provided by the chat group, Tsuchinjo soon became familiar with how to operate the chat group. The chat group of All Heaven's Cubs, as the name suggests, the members of the group are rookies who have just embarked on the road of practice. The purpose of the chat group is to protect the smooth growth of these cubs. At the same time, Tsuchinjo also received a task from the chat group. Protect the smooth growth of group members. As long as Tsuchinjo can protect the smooth growth of group members, the chat group will reward him. The stronger the group members grow, the better the rewards Tsuchinjo will receive. This made Tsuchinjo's passionate heart feel like being poured with a bucket of cold water. I thought that if I joined the chat group, I would have a group of big guys to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme me, or at least a few famous martial arts masters like Yubuchu and Ingu Santong. As a result, after a long time, all the group members are a bunch of rookies. The nanny turned out to be me. The first thing to do is to recruit group members. At present, Tsuchinjo has the right to search for group members 3 times. As the group owner, Tsuchinjo has the right to decide whether to invite the searched members to join the group or refuse to join the person. With excitement, Tsuchinjo pressed the search button with great expectation. The search interface of the chat group began to flash wildly, and the 3,000 worlds could be vaguely seen flashing in it. Finally, the search interface slowly stabilized, and a thin boy appeared on it. The boy was wearing a thin shirt, carrying a shoulder pole and 2 buckets of water, walking on the mountain road. There was a line of small words under the boy. The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, Zhang Sanfeng 17 years old. Seeing this result, Tsuchinjo smiled slightly. The famous Zhang Jinren. From the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber world. The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber world is a low-level martial arts world. Even if you practice to the limit, it is nothing on the Blue Water Star. Even if Zhang Sanfeng was at his peak, he would be a 3-star warrior at most if he were on the Blue Water Planet, not a big shot. But Tsuchinjo would not look down on Zhang Sanfeng for this reason. Although the Yitian world is a low-level martial arts world, there is an exception in it. That is Zhang Sanfeng. Others can become top masters because they are gifted. And Zhang Sanfeng became a top master only because the level of the Yitian world is only this high, not higher. Just like Wang Chao and the Dragon and Snake romance, there is no way ahead, because the world ends here. Once the alien spacecraft fell, Wang Chao immediately trapped the dragon and ascended to heaven to become the Yuancher Tianwang. Joining the chat group is no less important to Zhang Sanfeng than Wang Chao encountering an alien spacecraft, and his achievements are limitless from then on. It can be said that the young Zhang Sanfeng is definitely in existence with an extremely high growth rate. Originally, Tsuchinjo was a little worried that if he drew 3 idiots, the difficulty of completing the group task would rise sharply. Unexpectedly, he drew an SSR in 1 draw. With Zhang Sanfeng in hand, what group tasks are there to worry about? This peerless genius can grow to an astonishing level even if he is left alone. Besides, although Zhang Sanfeng is young at this time, he also has good things in his hands. However, as a disciple of Master Jue Yuan, Zhang Sanfeng has inherited the Nine Yang magic art. This magic art is the supreme martial arts for cultivating internal strength. The martial arts of shoulangsing are mainly based on physical training. When you practice to perfection, you can cultivate various combat bodies, fight against heaven and earth, and destroy the sky. The Nine Yang magic art is completely different from the martial arts inheritance of shoulangsing. Other people's stones can polish jade, not to mention the peerless treasure book like the Nine Yang. Su Chenzhou was satisfied with the result of the first draw. He then pressed the draw key. The interface rotated, and another boy appeared. This boy had an ordinary face, dark skin, and a slightly delicate appearance. From the outside, he looked like a silent and resolute rural boy. There was a line of small words floating below the boy. Mortal cultivation, Han Li 13 years old. He actually drew Han Pao Pao. Su Chenzhou was even more surprised. He drew a martial artist in the first draw, and went straight to the immortal in the second draw. He is really a little red hand. Han Lao Mo comes from the world of mortal cultivation. He is an immortal cultivator who is proficient in alchemy and refining. And Han Pao Pao has a treasure in his hand, the Palm of Heaven bottle, which can promote the growth of spiritual medicine. For Su Chenzhou now, Han Li is definitely a treasure boy. And Han Lao Mo is also quite good to his friends. After Han Li became the supreme being, he still did not forget his childhood friend Li Feiyu. In the end, Han Li even reversed time and space to protect Li Feiyu's soul, protect him from reincarnation, and finally ascend to immortality. But if Su Chenzhou remembered correctly, the 13-year-old Han Li should still be practicing Changchun Gong in the hands of Mo Lao, and he has not even discovered the wonderful use of the Palm of Heaven bottle. I was happy to draw Han Lao Mo, but this Han Lao Mo was too young. If Han Lao Mo was older and officially entered the world of immortal cultivation, he would have at least dozens of times more treasures in his hands. At that time, it would be easy to get a few talismans from Han Lao Mo and pass the Star Warrior assessment in a month. It can only be said that the Cub Chat group is indeed a Cub Chat group, and the group members are all very immature. Su Chenzhou touched his nose and clicked the draw button again. Come again. There is another chance. The interface rotated, and thousands of worlds flashed again. After a moment, a young man in a green shirt with clear eyebrows and eyes appeared on the interface. This young man was a little thin, holding a book in his hand, and was studying hard all night. There was also a line of words under the boy. Yangshan World, Hong Yi 15 years old. The moment he saw Hong Yi, Su Chenzhou felt a little scared. After all, Hong Yi is a ruthless person. According to modern moral standards, Hong Yi is definitely not a good person. Before he became a ghost fairy, he was ruthless in dealing with his enemies. Enemies of Hong Yi were phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme beaten to death or surrendered to him, devoting their bodies and minds to him. There was even one time when Hong Yi sold a boatload of martial arts masters as slaves after defeating his enemies and made a fortune. After he became a ghost fairy, Hong Yi acted even more recklessly. He even ignored the imperial power. The imperial envoy wanted to bully him, so he called on his treasure ship and his men to be the vanguard. He killed the imperial envoy directly, which was very powerful. However, Su Chenzhou did not hesitate at all and decided to invite Hong Yi to the group chat. In his eyes, Hong Yi could not be considered a good person, but he was definitely not a treacherous and evil person. In fact, Hong Yi could be considered a moral benchmark in the Yangshan world. He kept his word and never regretted anything he promised. And although he was ruthless towards his enemies, Hong Yi usually would not kill them. Those who were willing to surrender and bow their heads could basically save their lives. To put it bluntly, in a world like Yangshan, people would cheat each other and kill people at the slightest disagreement. Hong Yi did not have such a decisive character, and there would be no dregs left. Moreover, Hong Yi valued friendship and had a strong open source spirit. In terms of sharing skills, there were few protagonists in the heavens and the worlds who could compare with Hong Yi. When Hong Yi just got the supreme classic of the past Amitabha Sutra, his first thought was to share it with his good friend Bai Ziyue, one of the 8 demon immortals. Later, he also thought about sharing it with his subordinates Shin Taizhu and Xiao Mu. Although Hong Yi suppressed this idea in the end for various reasons. But except for the past Amitabha Sutra, Hong Yi has never been stingy with other magical secret books for his own people. It can be said that it is quite comfortable to be friends with people like Hong Yi. Whatever he has, his friends have. Su Chinzhou is quite satisfied with his luck. If this is a card drawing game, then Han Li and Hong Yi are both SSRs. Although Zhang Sanfeng was born in a worse world, Zhang Sanfeng himself is also an SSR. And with the chat group platform, Zhang Sanfeng's future development will not necessarily be worse than the two SSRs. And it is really lucky to be able to attract group friends like Hong Yi who are willing to share in the early stage of opening the chat group. If it were someone else with a deep mind, it would be much more difficult to get benefits from them. However, the only drawback is that these group members are too young. Shaking his head, Su Chinzhou calmed down. Being young has its advantages. A pure mind makes it easier to make friends. The atmosphere of the group chat will also be better. And there is more room for growth. Without further ado, Su Chinzhou immediately clicked the invite button after the draw was completed. Beep, beep, with 3 prompt sounds, 3 new members were added to the group chat. Zhang Junbao Shaolin Disciple, what is this? How did it suddenly appear in my mind? Could it be because of the iron arhats that Miss Gua gave me? Hong Yi Dakian Scholar, I am practicing the mystery of Taoism. How did I come to this strange place? Who are you, and how can you have such magical powers? Faced with the two people's questions, Su Chinzhou did not rush to speak. He was quietly observing the movements in the group chat to get more information. After a while of talking at cross purposes, Zhang Junbao and Hong Yi gradually calmed down. After all, the two of them were not ordinary people, and they started to talk after calming down. At this time, Zhang Junbao was far from the future master Zhang Sanfeng, and his words were still a bit naive. And the young Hong Yi had an extraordinary demeanor and did not hide his origins. Although the two were a little wary, they slowly revealed their situation during the communication. As the communication deepened, the two were surprised to find that they came from two completely different worlds. Dakian and Dasong, Shaolin and Hong Mansion, everything about the two of them seemed like two parallel lines that could never intersect. But the two of them discovered that although the national geography was completely different, the cultural heritage of the two worlds was indeed the same. Confucianism and Taoism, Buddhism, benevolence, righteousness, loyalty, and filial piety. Almost carved out of the same mold. The two of them communicated more and more enthusiastically. And Han Li was clearly online, but he didn't say a word. Su Chinzhou smiled slightly. Han Pao Pao was worthy of being Han Pao Pao. He was still so cautious. He kept a low profile and didn't say a word before he figured out the situation. But this caution didn't work at all. Han Li was different from the others. For the other two, he still needed some information to locate which stage they were in. Han Li was much simpler. The 13-year-old Han Pao Pao must still be practicing under Mo Lao, and he didn't even really discover the magical use of the artifact, the palm of the sky bottle. Watching them chat for so long, Su Chinzhou also collected all the information he wanted to collect. At this time, Zhang Sanfeng had just said goodbye to Guo Xiang and got 2 iron arhats containing Shaolin arhat fists from him. 10 days later, He Zudao, one of the 3 saints of Kunlun, will attack Shaolin. Hong Yi had just said goodbye to Bai Ziyue, one of the 8 great demons in the world, and returned to Hong Mansion with the martial arts scripture containing the past Amitabha Sutra. Hong Yi and Zhang Junbao were still arguing about what the chat group was. Hong Yi thought it was a creation of a Taoist master, while Zhang Junbao thought it was a Buddhist treasure, containing the Buddha's telepathic power. This is not surprising. No matter how high the achievements of these two people will be in the future, they are only 14 or 15 years old now. Their horizons are limited by their experiences. One stays at home in Hong Mansion and has just come into contact with the world of Taoism. One is a lay disciple in Shaolin, listening to the distant chanting all day long. It is not surprising to have such thoughts. Su Chinzhou group leader, you are wrong. This thing is the chat group of the heavens. It can connect the heavens, break the barriers of time and space, and connect countless worlds. Although I don't know the specific origin, it is definitely not something that the Taoist masters or Buddhas in your mouth can refine. Su Chinjo's name in the group chat has a golden group leader hanging in front of it. It looks very different. In fact, as a group leader, Su Chinjo has the right to change his name. As long as he wants, he can change his name to something like the Almighty and Omniscient God, the Taoist of Heavenly Secrets, or the Taoist God. Using a mysterious identity to disguise as a powerful person has many benefits, and it is easy to cheat many benefits from group friends. But Su Chinjo gave up this approach after careful consideration. Su Chinjo likes to be upright and upright. It is not his style to pretend to be a god or something like that. If he is facing an enemy, Su Chinjo can use any means. But facing friends, Su Chinjo does not like to deceive. Although Su Chinjo is not familiar with the three people now. But everyone is a member of the chat group, and there is a natural bond of connection. In addition, he also knows these group members, who are all people who value friendship. With Su Chinjo's personality, he will definitely become friends with them in the future. This makes Su Chinjo not want to use deception. In addition, there is another reason, that is, there is no need to disguise his identity. The nature of the chat group of the young cubs of all heavens is quite special, and the members who join the group are all blank rookies. Unlike some chat groups where there are all kinds of monsters and ghosts, you can't get by without disguising your identity. Moreover, Su Chinjo also has the right to invite and kick people. Coupled with the advantage of being a prophet, it is enough for Su Chinjo to have enough voice in the group chat. Hanli, disciple of the Seven Mysterious Sect, this is the chat group of the young cubs of all heavens. The note behind your name shows that you are the group owner. Group owner, the owner of the chat group. Could it be that you are the owner of this place? When the group owner Su Chinjo appeared, Hanli, who had been lurking, finally spoke. He had been lurking because he saw Su Chinjo's presence in the chat group's member list. The group leader never spoke, and Hanli had all kinds of concerns in his heart. He was not sure whether chatting in this chat group would violate taboos. Out of caution, he had not spoken rashly. Now seeing Su Chinjo finally speak, and he looked very friendly. Hanli finally couldn't help his curiosity and asked. Su Chinjo, group owner, the master of this place? Of course not. You can understand the title of group owner as an administrator. I do have more permissions than you in the chat group, but that's all. In addition to these permissions, I was suddenly pulled into this group chat, which is no different from you. Hong-e Dakian scholar, I see. But I still think that you know a lot more about this chat group than we do. I wonder if you can introduce us to the information of the chat group. Hong-e has been studying for many years and has a good grasp of people's hearts. From Su Chinjo's words and deeds, Hong-e can feel that Su Chinjo is familiar with the chat group of the youngsters of the heavens. Su Chinjo, group leader, of course, it is my job as the group leader to explain the information of the chat group to the group members. The place we are in now is called the Zhutian Cubs chat group. The chat group has no entity and exists in everyone's mind. It can be called out at any time. The word Zhutian in the chat group is very different from the Zhutian you have come into contact with in the original world. For example, your world, Hong-e, is called the Yangshan world by the chat group. There are many different worlds in the Yangshan world. In addition to the Great Thousand World you are in, there are many Middle Thousand Worlds and Small Thousand Worlds formed by the thoughts of Yangshan masters. The civilizations in these worlds are of the same lineage, and they all practice Taoism and martial arts. And the distance between these worlds is also very. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme. For people in the Yangshan world, these worlds are considered different Zhutian. But for the chat group, these Middle Thousand Worlds and Small Thousand Worlds are just accessories of the Yangshan world. Every world connected by the chat group has an immeasurable distance from each other. No matter how high the supernatural power is and how powerful the power is, it is still difficult to overcome. And among these different heavenly worlds, completely different civilizations are inherited. Even if some civilizations look very similar on the surface, their roots are completely different. For example, Zhang Juanbao's world seems to be very similar to the cultural heritage of Hong-e, your world. But in fact, the power of martial arts practice inherited in Juanbao's world is called internal force. A breath of true energy is contained in it, and it travels through the meridians of the heaven and earth. When it is fully practiced, it can leave the body and hurt people. But the warriors in Hong Yi's world cultivate qi and blood. By working hard on the body to strengthen qi and blood, you can finally reach an incredible state. Ever-changing, reborn with drops of blood, even shattering the vacuum. And Han Li's world is even more powerful. In his world, there is a kind of being named Immortal Cultivator. Immortal cultivators rely on their spiritual roots to cultivate spiritual energy, and after cultivating to a high level, they can even ascend to immortality in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme as long as the heavens. Moving mountains and reclaiming seas is even easier. Logically speaking, these heavens and worlds are infinitely far apart and will never be connected. But under the power of chat groups, we are gathered here. This is the power of chat groups. After Suchinjo finished speaking, the entire group chat fell into silence. There was no sound and no one spoke anymore. Obviously, everyone was shocked by Suchinjo's words and were silently chewing and digesting everything Suchinjo said. After a long time, Hong Yi spoke again. What Brother Su said is really unbelievable to the extreme. But if you think about it carefully, it's not impossible. I have phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red/phoneme a record in a book before. After studying, medieval scholars suddenly realized that their thoughts flew out of their bodies and traveled to all the heavens and realms in a trance. Every world is bizarre and completely different from Dakian. In some worlds, humans control iron birds and fly to the underworld, while in other worlds, there are wild and ferocious beasts. Perhaps the medieval scholars had truly traveled through the heavens and realms mentioned by Brother Su through some special means. Zhang Junbao, that's true. I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme listen to Master Yuan's lectures. The Buddha said that the worlds are as numerous as the gravels of the Ganges River. From this point of view, even if there are really heavens and realms in this world, it is normal. Only Han Li was slightly confused. Han Li Kixwinman disciple, Brother Su, you said there are immortal cultivators in my world. Is this real? Although there are many masters in Qishuan sect, they are all martial arts practitioners. Although I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme hear rumors from others that there are immortals in the world. But I have never seen it. Suchinjo smiled slightly when he saw Han Li's words. The young old devil Han was really green. He is obviously already a cultivator of immortality, but he doesn't know it at all. He is practicing the Changchun Ju, a magic technique for cultivating immortals, but regards it as a martial arts secret book. Suchinjo group leader, I don't know the true face of Mount Lu just because I am in this mountain. Han Li, you have not only met immortal cultivators. Moreover, he lived with the immortal cultivators day and night, eating and sleeping together. Han Li? What are you talking about? Han Li was completely confused. The group leader had previously said that there were immortal cultivators in his world, and Han Li believed him. Because although he has never seen it, he can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme hear the legends of immortal cultivators. But now the group leader says that he has been living with the cultivators day and night all year round, eating and sleeping together. This left Han Li completely confused. Who is the cultivator that the group leader mentioned? Could it be Zhang Tai? But Zhang Tai looked innocent, and he didn't look like a cultivator. Besides, it's not like he hasn't seen Zhang Tai's elephant armor skill before. Most of them are techniques to strengthen the body. How could it be the secret method of cultivating immortals? Moreover, Zhang Tai left a letter and left Kixwinman after he had mastered the elephant armor kung fu to the 3rd level a year ago. There may be only one left, and that is Dr. Mo. Dr. Mo usually looks aloof and mysterious. If Dr. Mo is a hidden immortal cultivator, Han Li completely believes it. Thinking of this, Han Li couldn't help but feel a little excited. There are only 2 disciples under Dr. Mo, one is him and the other is Zhang Tai. According to this, Dr. Mo's mantle will definitely be passed on to both of them in the future. In other words, I, Han Li, have great hope of becoming an immortal cultivator. Han Li Kixwinman disciple, Master, is the immortal cultivator you are talking about my master, Dr. Mo? That's great. If you put it this way, then I am not a disciple of the immortal cultivator, a reserve immortal in the future. Han Yi Diqian Scholar, congratulations to Brother Han, congratulations to Brother Han. Zhang Junbao Shaolin Disciple, congratulations to Brother Han, congratulations to Brother Han. After hearing Han Li's words, Han Yi and Zhang Junbao quickly sent their blessings. The two of them now understand in their hearts that joining the chat group is definitely a great opportunity for them. The more awesome the group members are, the more benefits they can get from it. Now that Han Li had announced that he was a disciple of an immortal cultivator, the two of them were overjoyed and couldn't help but send blessings. Only Su Qinzhou laughed dumbly, while Han Li's imagination was still a bit lacking. Su Qinzhou group leader, if you say that Dr. Mo is a cultivator, it is not completely wrong. Dr. Mo does have the immortal cultivation method Changchun Gong, and even a secret method 7 Ghost Soul Devouring. It's just that Dr. Mo does not have the most important thing for a cultivator, that is, spiritual roots. People without spiritual roots do not have the qualifications to cultivate immortals. So even though he has the secret book in his hand, Dr. Mo cannot practice. Han Li, the cultivator I am talking about is actually you. The method you practice is the immortal cultivation secret book Changchun Gong in Dr. Mo's hand. And you are the only cultivator in the 7 Profound sect. Seeing this, all kinds of thoughts kept surging in Han Li's mind, as if he was struck by thunder in the sky and fell into paralysis. There were a lot of things going on. But Han Li has always been calm. Even if he knew such bizarre news, he quickly regained his calm. And among the thousands of things, he quickly cleared up a thread. He was able to practice Changchun Gong, which obviously means he has spiritual roots. Dr. Mo cannot practice without spiritual roots. Plus the name of the secret technique 7 Ghosts Devouring Souls. This made Han Li have a bad association in his heart. His face was calm, and it seemed that his mentality was not affected at all. But the intention of typing in the chat group was word by word, showing that his heart was definitely not so calm. Han Li, disciple of Qishuan sect, 7 Ghosts Devouring Souls, could it be that the real purpose of Dr. Mo accepting me as a disciple is actually for my spiritual roots? Su Qinzhou nodded. Su Qinzhou group leader, as expected of Han Li, he guessed the truth from my few words. That's right, Dr. Mo accepted you as a disciple just for your spiritual roots. The 7 Ghost Soul Eating technique is actually a technique of seizing the body. Once your Changchun Kung practice reaches a certain level, Dr. Mo will use the 7 Ghost Soul Eating technique to take away your body. By the way, Zhang Tai, who became a disciple of Dr. Mo with you, has been trained into a puppet by Dr. Mo. There is something wrong with the elephant armor skill he practices, which is the best material for making puppets. In the final battle with Dr. Mo, he was defeated by Zhang Tai and was captured by Dr. Mo. It's just that your level of Changchun Gong cultivation was much higher than Dr. Mo expected, which led to his failure to seize the body. Hearing these words, Han Li's face turned pale, his whole body trembled, and a feeling of fear surged into his heart. Although he is very calm and mentally mature than his peers, in the end he is still just a 13-year-old child. Hearing that his friend Zhang Tai was turned into a puppet by Dr. Mo, Han Li felt fear mixed with anger in his heart. Although Han Li seems to be a taciturn person, this is only because he is relatively precocious. In fact, Han Li pays more attention to feelings. During these few years in Kixwenman, he and Zhang Tai depended on each other. It could be said that Zhang Tai was his only friend. As a result, a living person was turned into a puppet by Dr. Mo, neither alive nor dead. This caused the murderous intention in Han Li's heart to surge, and even the fear was offset a lot. It's just that although the Changchun Kung Fu he practices is a technique for cultivating immortals, it doesn't show anything special now. Facing Dr. Mo, who is highly skilled in martial arts, he now has no ability to resist at all. The only thing he can rely on now is the chat group that suddenly appeared in front of him. Su Qinzhou naturally knew what Han Li was thinking at this time. Su Qinzhou group leader, although I know you are in a hurry, please don't be anxious yet. If you have not joined the chat group, Dr. Mo is indeed a great threat to you. But now that you are a member of the chat group, we certainly won't stand idly by. What can Dr. Mo mean? After seeing these words, Han Li felt a little relieved. At this moment, Hong Yi, who had been diving for a long time, suddenly spoke up. Hong Yi de Qianxiuzai, I can see from the group leader's words that he has a good understanding of the world between me, Jun Bao, and Han Li. We can even know Han Li's future. I don't know what the reason is. Could it be that the group owner can figure out our information through the contact in the chat group? This is actually Han Li's doubt, and he also wants to know why. The group leader had a very thorough understanding of his situation. However, Han Li was shocked by the news about the immortal cultivators and did not have time to think carefully. Now that Hong Yi raised this question, Han Li quickly opened his eyes and stared at the group chat interface carefully. Su Qinzhou had already made up his mind not to play tricks in the group chat. Of course that's not the case, this is the chat group of cubs in the heavens. You should have noticed a long time ago that the members in the group chat are all teenagers. Of course I am no exception, so how could I have such magical powers? As for why I understand your information so well, this starts with another secret of mine. The place where I am now is the Aqua Blue Star under the jurisdiction of the Star Alliance. But in fact, I am not a native of Aqua Blue Planet. In fact, he is a time traveler who has been reincarnated with memories. The reason why I know you so well is actually because you are all characters in novels that I have phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red /phoneme in my previous life. Hong Yi comes from the novel Yang Shen, Han Li comes from the novel The Story of a Mortal Cultivating Immortality, and Jun Bao comes from the novel The Story of Heaven and the Dragon Slayer. Su Qinzhou didn't hide anything at all and told the truth directly. Since we all decided to be honest with each other, there was no need to hide it. After telling the truth, it would actually be more conducive for Su Qinzhou to help them grow. Am I a character in a novel? As soon as these words came out, the three people seemed to be knocked down by huge waves, and they could not calm down for a long time. This news is more shocking than any other cub chat group. The novel is virtual, constructed from the author's imagination. They are characters in the novel. Doesn't that mean that the existence of the three of them is virtual? Han Li was better off. After all, he was born in a rural area. After joining Dr. Mo, he was busy practicing martial arts and did not phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read /phoneme many books. At this time, Hong Yi and Zhang Juanbao's hearts were already turned upside down. One of these two people phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often /phoneme reads books, and the other listens to scriptures all year round. Regarding this kind of true and false, virtual reality, I have already had a set of opinions about myself. But now I suddenly heard that I was a character in the novel, my worldview was completely shattered and my worldview was completely reshaped. Of course Su Qinzhou knew how much his words would shock the three of them. He was also prepared. You actually don't need to worry about this. Although your world is recorded in novels, it doesn't matter. There is no need to worry about virtuality or reality. Although the distance between the heavens and the world is infinite. But human thinking is faster than light, and wherever the thought goes, it can be reached in a moment, no matter how far away it is. Besides, the world in my previous life also had a theory called quantum mechanics. One of these phenomena is called quantum entanglement. Two quanta sense each other and can influence each other regardless of distance, no matter how far away they are. It is normal that what happened in your world is sensed by people in another world and then written into novels as stories. Everyone, look down at yourself, then look up at the sky. How can such a vast sky and such a real self be false? If it is false, then am I who am communicating with you at this moment also virtual? Besides, after you joined the chat group and met me, your fate has been completely different. Then can those written into the novel still be called the future? As soon as these words came out, Hong Yi's frown gradually relaxed. It seemed as if a huge stone was put down in his heart. It is indeed true, virtual reality, fantasy of heaven and earth, so what? As long as you can grasp the present and the future, the false can also be transformed into the real. In an instant, Hong Yi seemed to have cleared the dust from his mind, and the spirit in his heart could not help but grow a lot. Hong Yi Dakian scholar, Brother Su is right, I am obsessed. But I don't know what my future will be like in the novel called Yangshan. Although the future can be changed, if we can know the future, we can better grasp the present. Zhang Junbao and Han Li also came back to their senses and began to ask about their future.
Knowing the future is an irresistible temptation for anyone. Su Qinzhou pondered for a while. Su Qinzhou only had a rough impression of the contents of these 3 books.
After all, the Immortal Cultivation biography of Immortal and Yangshan were both novels 10 years ago.
Although they are good, there are really not many parts he can remember. But this is only temporary. Let's not talk about anything else, just say the Amitabha Sutra in Han Yi's hand.
As long as you practice to a certain level, your thoughts will be clear and flawless, and everything in the past will be like reading lines on your palm. When the time comes, all the plots of these novels in your memory will naturally be remembered. Han Yi and Han Li's futures are easy to talk about. Su Qinzhou remembers them more or less.
The most troublesome one is Zhang Junbao.
The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber is broadcasted on TV every year. Su Qinzhou does remember it more clearly. But these are all things that happened after Zhang Sanfeng turned 100 years old. They have nothing to do with Zhang Junbao, who is now in his teens. The only thing related to Zhang Junbao now is the first 2 chapters of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. And those TV series deleted this section at the beginning of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber for the sake of plot continuity. If Su Qinzhou hadn't been curious about the emotional entanglement between Zhang Sanfeng and Guo Xiang, he would have bought the original book of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber.
Maybe he hadn't even seen this plot. Su Qinzhou explained these situations one by one in the group chat. Everyone also expressed their understanding very much.
Han Yi de Qianshoucai, indeed, even if I have phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red /phoneme and memorized blog posts since I was a child, I have phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red /phoneme a lot of books. But I was asked to recall what I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red /phoneme in miscellaneous books 10 years ago.
That's pretty difficult too. There are not many geniuses in the world who have a photographic memory.
Su Qinzhou group leader, but even so, I still have a lot to tell you. First of all, Hong Yi, your mother's name is Meng Bingyun, and she is the sister of Meng Shenji, the master of Taishangdao. She is also a saint of the Supreme Way. Back then, your father, Hong Xuanji, was an inconspicuous disciple of the Diluo sect. It was because I fell in love with your mother that I learned all kinds of martial arts and Taoist techniques from Taishangdao. From then on, he was able to soar into the sky, become a martial saint, and build such a huge family fortune. And your mother's death was not simple. Not a natural death. It was Hong Xuanji who ordered his wife, Mrs. Zhao, to poison him. This is also the reason why your mother died peacefully without any resistance due to her martial arts and Taoist skills. As soon as these words came out, the chat group of all the cubs in the sky was silent for an instant. It was as if frost had solidified. Both Zhang Junbao and Han Li were well versed in the ways of the world, so naturally they remained silent at this time. Han Yi, on the other hand, was speechless. A surge of anger surged into his heart from the soles of his feet, directly impacting Tianling. His hands tightly grasped the tea table in front of him, his nails digging deeply into the wood, and he was unaware of the blood flowing. He had lived in the Hong mansion since he was a child. Although Hong Xuanji was his father, they were strangers to each other and had almost no communication. The only warmth around him is his mother. His mother's teaching and love for him were the only warmth that Hong Yi had when he was a child. It can be said that mother is Hong Yi's only negative influence. He recalled that before his mother died a few years ago, she kept coughing up blood. Lying on the bed, he looked haggard and was sweating profusely, but his hands kept grasping the sheets involuntarily. I didn't think it was anything at the time, but now that I think about it, I realize how painful it was for my mother. In what kind of despair did he die? Hong Xuanji, Zhao Dufu, good, good. You are very good. The cold words flowed from Hong Yi's lips, making people feel a chilling breath. It feels like being in a cold cellar in a world of ice and snow. At this time, Hong Yi still had some doubts about the Zhutian Cub chat group. After all, if the illusion appeared in his mind, it might be an extraterrestrial demon recorded in the classics, or someone proficient in Taoism who cast illusions on him. But regardless of whether the chat group is real or fake, I recall the state of my mother before her death. Hong Yi has no doubt that his mother was killed. Su Qinzhou group leader, I know you want revenge. However, Hong Xuanji's cultivation had already reached the peak of the martial saint.
As long as you can make up for your spiritual flaws, you can enter the realm of immortality in an instant. Moreover, he is also the son of Dakian, blessed with immeasurable luck, and can make rapid progress when encountering danger. If you want to deal with him, you must at least reach the level of Shattering Vacuum or Yangshin. And the only person who can deal with Hong Xuanji is you. He is the son of Dakian, and you are no ordinary person. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. You are the son of the era of the Yangshin world and you can overwhelm him.
Except for you, there is no hope for anyone to deal with Hong Xuanji. I know that you have a set of martial arts scriptures brought back from Bai Ziyue. You will burn them later. Among them is the past Amitabha Sutra, one of the 3 legendary books on the past, present and future in Daizenji Temple. Obtaining this book means that you have inherited the mantle of Holy Emperor Yuan and have the hope of fighting against Hong Xuanji. When Hong Yi heard this, he stood up without hesitation and threw all the martial arts scriptures he got from Bai Ziyue into the furnace. A raging fire burned, and Hong Yi's red eyes were reflected in the flames. Among the pile of ashes, a ray of gold emerged. Hong Yi stretched out his hand to push aside the ashes and saw a page of scripture. The sutra is made of gold wire and has a large Buddha statue painted on it. This giant Buddha sits cross-legged, exuding an aura that has not moved for a long time in the past. The moment he saw this page of scripture, Hong Yi completely believed that the chat group of cubs in the heavens was indeed real. He had long heard the legend of the 3 sutras of the past, present and future of Daizen Temple in books. Know that any one of these 3 precious scriptures is priceless. If someone takes this page of scripture and presents it to the emperor, he can instantly become a minister. No one would use such a precious scripture to plot against a powerless scholar like him. Suchinjo group leader, in addition, I also know the whereabouts of the Tathagata Sutra now and the Inanimate Sutra in the future. I even remember where the Tathagata cassock, the most precious treasure of the great Zen temple, is hidden. Immediately afterwards, Suchinjo told Hong Yi all the opportunities he still remembered. Now half of the Tathagata Sutra is hidden on a Buddha statue on the giant whale island, and the other half of the general outline is hidden in the Qiankuan cloth bag. The future No-Life Sutra is now in the hands of Qiandi Yangpan. The Tathagata cassock, the most precious treasure of the Holy Emperor Yuan, is hidden in an underground palace a few hundred meters underground in Dakan. Only those who have practiced the scriptures can discover it. In addition, there is a lot of other information. The future direction, various treasures and opportunities, the friends I met after Hong Yi, the enemies I faced, and those who were trustworthy and those who were not. Unfortunately, it was too long ago. Suchinjo only had some impressions of those supporting characters with names, and he had long forgotten some other minor characters and ordinary treasures. As for Hong Yi, Suchinjo taught him everything he knew about the Yangshin world. Then it was Hanli's storyline was longer, and Suchinjo remembered less content. However, because of the animation of mortal cultivation, Suchinjo reviewed the early content not long ago. Suchinjo knew this part very well. And at this stage, the early content was enough. Hanli phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme changed maps, Tianan, Chaos Star C, Spirit Realm, etc. These places were very far away from each other and had almost no impact. Remembering the early plot was enough for Hanli to develop slowly. Suchinjo told Hanli the mystery of the Palm of Heaven bottle, the enemies Hanli encountered in the early stage, how to get the opportunity to cultivate immortals, the truth of the invasion of the magic way, how to get the Dian Ju and the Qingyuan sword Ju, etc. These are the information that Hanli urgently needs to obtain in the early stage. Of course, Suchinjo did not hide the existence of the spirit world and the fairy world. He just said whatever he remembered. As Suchinjo was talking, he glanced at the chat group. Damn, it's a rubbish chat group. Other chat groups directly provide edited novels and movies to cooperate with the group owner to play tricks. There is no need to spend a lot of effort to recall the plot, just operate it in a foolproof way. You can also pretend to be awesome and make a strong presence. Look at you again, you don't have any powerful functions except connecting the heavens and the worlds. It's really bad. However, despite complaining,
Su Chinzhou continued to type and provide Hanli with various information. Su Chinzhou's story this time was completely unreserved.
Facing those old foxes, Su Chinzhou must hide and cover up, so that he can squeeze more benefits from them. But the character of the friends in the group is trustworthy, and treating people with sincerity is the best choice. In addition, as the group owner, as long as the friends in the group grow, he can also get rewards from it. Not only can you gain trust, but you can also reap rewards, killing two birds with one stone. After listening to the stories of Hong Yi and Han Li, Zhang Junbao shivered a little. Hong Yi's life experience was so tortuous. His mother was killed by his father, and his father had been trying to kill Hong Yi since then. Let alone Han Li, his master took him in just to take over his body. The experiences of the two group members were so miserable. Could it be that he was similar? Zhang Junbao Shaolin disciple, after listening to the stories of Brother Hong and Brother Han.
I am a little scared now. Could it be that my master is also a big devil? But Master Jue Yuan is so good to me, it is absolutely impossible. Su Chinzhou smiled. Young man, you are still too naive. Master Jue Yuan is of course a good person.
But the monks in Shaolin Temple are hard to say.
Su Chinzhou group leader, don't worry about this, Master Jue Yuan is of course a good person. There is no doubt about this. But, your next experience is not simple.
Hearing this, Zhang Junbao first breathed a sigh of relief, and then a chill rose.
What do you mean his experience is not simple? This sentence made him feel uneasy.
Su Chinzhou group leader, you should have got the iron arhat that Miss Gua gave you now.
Isn't this iron arhat very interesting?
He can also practice martial arts.
Zhang Junbao nodded.
Then he posted a video of the iron arhat in the group chat. The people in the group chat are all smart. In a short period of time, they have almost figured out the functions of the group chat. The pair of iron arhats that Gua Xiang gave to Zhang Junbao were kept by him. When he returned to the yard tonight, Zhang Junbao was already attracted by the wonder of the iron arhat. It's just that the chat group that appeared in his mind was more mysterious, so he put the iron arhat aside. At this time in the video, the two iron arhats kept fighting each other, and each move was fair and peaceful. It was the basic boxing of Shaolin, the Shaolin Arhat Fist. Seeing this video, Su Chinzhou didn't keep it a secret. Junbao, you should have received the news. 10 days later, He Zudao, one of the three saints of Kunlun, will attack Shaolin. This will be the first major change you will face in your life. He Zudao, one of the three saints of Kunlun, is a martial arts master with great skills in sword, chess, and calligraphy.
No one in the entire Shaolin can be his opponent.
10 days later, when Shaolin is in danger, you and your disciples will take action.
Master Jue Yuan shocked He Zudao with his profound Nine Yang Qi. He Zudao mistakenly thought that Master Jue Yuan was a martial arts master, so he attacked him. Zhang Junbao Shaolin disciple, what, He Zudao actually attacked my master? Doesn't he know that my master is a simple monk?
Apart from the Nine Yang Qi, he doesn't know any martial arts. Su Chinzhou shook his head. How could He Zudao know this? Who can believe that there is a person like Master Jue Yuan in the world, who has the world's top Qi but doesn't know martial arts at all?
Zhang Junbao was anxious.
Although this incident did not happen, he could already imagine how embarrassed Master Jue Yuan would be in such a situation.
Although his master's Qi was deep, Master Jue Yuan regarded the Nine Yang magic skill as a way to keep healthy.
To put it simply, that is, he can only take a beating and not fight back.
Zhang Junbao Shaolin disciple, Master, what happened later? Is my master okay? Su Chinzhou, Master Jue Yuan is fine. Although He Zudao is a master of martial arts, Master Jue Yuan's skills are not to be underestimated.
Although there were dangers everywhere, Master Jue Yuan finally escaped safely from He Zudao's sword with your help.
But He Zudao also set his sights on you. He made a 10-move agreement with you.
If he can't defeat you within 10 moves, he will never set foot in the Central Plains again. You defeated He Zudao with the Shaolin Luohan fist you learned from Tai Luohan.
Hearing this, Zhang Junbao breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Junbao Shaolin disciple, that's good. This way the matter is resolved perfectly.
Group leader, you are really something. why do you scare me for no reason? You said my experience was not simple. I thought I would experience some twists and turns like Brother Hong and the others. By the way, I helped Shaolin solve such a big problem. I don't know what kind of reward the abbot will give me.
I used Shaolin Luohan Fist to repel He Zudao.
If you think about it this way, the abbot will definitely reward me with some superior Shaolin martial arts. Su Qinzhou smiled coldly. Zhang Junbao was still too young, and thought Shaolin Temple was too simple.
Su Qinzhou group leader, this is the problem.
You used Shaolin Luohan Fist to defeat He Zudao, which caused a lot of trouble for you and Master Jue Yuan.
Hong Yi Dakian scholar, group leader, is there anything wrong with this?
Jun Bao, as a disciple of Shaolin, defeated the powerful enemy with Shaolin martial arts, which is upright.
No matter from any angle, it is something that should be rewarded. Han Li also felt very confused.
The group leader just said that Shaolin Luohan Fist is the basic boxing of Shaolin. It is undoubtedly a very face-saving thing for a disciple to defeat a powerful enemy with the basic boxing of the sect. No matter which sect it is placed in, it should be greatly rewarded.
How can this cause problems? Han Li, disciple of Qishuan sect, indeed, if Jun Bao did such a thing in my Qishuan sect.
Using the basic martial arts of Qishuan sect to repel the powerful enemy of the Wild Wolf Gang. Then the sect owner will definitely appreciate it, reward it, and entrust it with important responsibilities.
Could it be that some villain saw Jun Bao's martial arts talent as too outstanding and secretly murdered him? Su Qinzhou group leader, this kind of behavior would indeed be rewarded in any sect in the world.
But the sect that Jun Bao belongs to happens to be the Shaolin Temple. Shaolin Luohan boxing is just a basic martial arts, and it is considered a bad boxing technique in the world. Any Shaolin lay disciple can learn Shaolin Luohan Quan. Over the years, Shaolin Luohan Quan has been widely spread, and basically everyone who practices martial arts knows a few tricks. But because of this boxing technique, the Shaolin Temple killed Jun Bao. It turns out that in Shaolin Temple, it is a big taboo for disciples to learn martial arts without a master. A big event happened in Shaolin Temple that year. There is a Huagong Tutuo in the Shaolin Temple, who has been oppressed by the disciples in the Shaolin Temple all year round. So he secretly learned Shaolin martial arts, and after completing his studies, he exploded. This Huagong Tutuo killed Master Kuji, the first master of Bodhidharma Hall at that time, killed and injured several Shaolin masters and escaped from the Shaolin Temple. This incident directly caused the Shaolin Temple to split into the Western region Shaolin lineage, and martial arts declined for decades. So later, the Shaolin Temple established a temple rule that all disciples who did not have a master would secretly learn the martial arts of the Shaolin Temple. It ranges from having all the meridians of the body destroyed, having the tendons of the hands and hamstrings cut off and beating him to death, to severe cases being executed directly. That temple rule has been implemented for decades, and no monk dares to learn martial arts secretly anymore. Su Qinzhou paused and continued. Jun Bo learned Shaolin Luohan Quan but did not have a master.
This incident violated this temple rule.
So after Jun Bao helped the Shaolin Temple to repel the enemy He Zudao. When he turned around, he was immediately arrested by the Shaolin Temple. In the blink of an eye, he went from a Shaolin hero to a Shaolin traitor. Master Jue Yuan knew what would happen to his disciples if they fell into the hands of the Shaolin monks. Despite his exhausted body after the battle with He Zudao, he repelled the Shaolin monks and fled to the foot of the mountain with Guo Xiang and Jun Bao. Unfortunately, Master Jue Yuan exhausted his true energy after running all the way after a series of battles. His tired body could no longer support him, and then he passed away.
The next 100 years I don't know.
The situation is probably that Jun Bao bid farewell to Guo Xiang, left Shaolin, founded Wudong alone, and finally became the world's #1 martial arts master Zhang Sanfeng. And the Wudong sect founded by Jun Bao is also the only sect in the world that can rival Shaolin Temple. It has been passed down for thousands of years, and its reputation has been passed down. After hearing Su Qinzhou's story about Zhang Junbao's experience, there was silence in the group chat again. It's true that none of the three brothers can laugh at each other, and each one is more miserable than the other. Hong Yi's enemy is his father Hong Xuanji, Han Li's enemy is his master Dr. Mo, and Zhang Junbao is even more outrageous, because he was born in Shaolin Temple. Everyone was indignant.
Han Yi Dakian scholar, according to the group leader's description, Master Jue Yuan's internal strength has reached the highest level. It is easy for him to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme to be 100 years old. When Master Jue Yuan died, he was only 53 years old, which is the prime of life for a master of internal strength. What a Shaolin temple, a group of fake monks killed a real Taoist monk. Repaying kindness with enmity, this can also be called a monk, it is really shameless. Han Li disciple of Kixwinman, and the rules of this Shaolin temple are too ridiculous. Let alone Juanbao's matter, the punishment of Master Jue Yuan alone is already outrageous. It's just a loss of a copy of the Lankavatara Sutra. Master Jue Yuan was asked to keep silent from now on, carrying a pair of 200 gene heavy water buckets, wrapped with thick iron chains, carrying water up and down the mountain. The Lankavatara Sutra was stolen by the top Mongolian masters Xiaoxiangzi and Ishi. With the martial arts of these two people, how many people in Shaolin Temple could stop them? As a result, this matter can be blamed on Master Jue Yuan, a monk who does not know martial arts. Moreover, this punishment is not to force people to a dead end. Everyone in Shaolin Temple does not know how deep Master Jue Yuan's martial arts are and how strong his internal strength is. If Master Jue Yuan is not proficient in the Nine Yang magic art, other monks who have not learned martial arts will be exhausted to death. And in the end, Master Jue Yuan's exhaustion is also closely related to the burdens on his back. Su Qinzhou nodded. He knew all these. In fact, the most outrageous part of this story is the sect rules used by the people in Shaolin Temple to punish Zhang Junbao. Where did Zhang Junbao learn the Luohan fist? The iron Luohan in Miskwa's hand. And where did this pair of iron Luohan come from? Wu Sei Zen master of Shaolin Temple. But afterwards, Wu Sei Zen master did not receive any punishment. And Guoxiang learned Shaolin Luohan fist, and no Shaolin monk came out to investigate the responsibility. In other words, the elder monks of Shaolin Temple are qualified to teach martial arts to people outside Shaolin Temple at will. And it doesn't matter if someone with a tyrannical family background like Guoxiang learns Shaolin martial arts, anyway, Shaolin Temple will not investigate. But Zhang Junbao, a Shaolin hero who just saved the reputation of Shaolin Temple. Just because he learned a set of Shaolin basic Luohan fist, his meridians were broken and he became a cripple, or even directly beaten to death. Facing the outsider He Zudao, Shaolin was very generous. Seeing that He Zudao had profound skills and could draw a chessboard on the ground with his index finger, they planned to admit defeat. But facing Master Jue Yuan and Zhang Junbao who repelled He Zudao, Shaolin Temple hit hard. It's really amazing that they are experts in internal wars but amateurs in external wars. Besides, most monks of Shaolin Temple have long forgotten this temple rule. If there was not an old monk present, who happened to be the disciple of Master Kuji who was beaten to death that year, no one would even remember this temple rule. Punishing without teaching is called cruelty. When Zhang Junbao learned Shaolin Luohan fist, he didn't know that the Iron Man was demonstrating Shaolin martial arts, and he didn't know the rules of Shaolin Temple. As a result, these monks of Shaolin Temple didn't understand the principle of compassion at all. At the old monk's order, hundreds of monks took action directly to take Zhang Junbao down. Beat him to death and cripple him directly. So majestic. Why didn't he take it out when facing He Zudao at that time? Hong Yi and Han Li also agreed with Su Qinzhou's point of view. Hong Yi Dakian scholar, these monks of Shaolin Temple are in vain for the Buddha's teachings. They don't understand the principle of compassion and are more evil than demons. Han Li disciple of Kixwinman, this old monk is really damned. He indulges in the pain of the past and actually takes out his anger on Junbao. Just then, Zhang Junbao, who had been silent for a long time, appeared again. Zhang Junbao Yufang Sanrun, what a Shaolin! What a Luohan Hall! Group leader, did the master really die because of me? What should I do to change such a fate? At this time, the note behind Zhang Junbao's name has changed from Shaolin disciple to Yufang Sanrun. Seeing this, Su Qinzhou has a better understanding of the rules of the Zhutian Cubs chat group. It seems that the note behind the name is determined by the mood and identity of the group members at that time. No one except him can change it at will. Zhang Junbao originally identified himself as a Shaolin disciple,
so the note behind his name is Shaolin Disciple. Now that he knows about the cruel behavior of Shaolin sect, and Zhang Junbao was raised by Master Zhuge Yuan, he doesn't have much affection for Shaolin Temple. So after his change of mind, Zhang Junbao no longer agrees with his identity as a Shaolin disciple, and the note behind his name directly becomes a wandering wanderer.
Su Qinzhou group leader, it's really not difficult for you to change your fate. I have 3 methods, upper, middle, and lower.
The lower method is the simplest.
When He Zudao attacks, you find a reason to pull Master Zhuge Yuan down the mountain and avoid He Zudao.
Zhang Junbao shook his head when he heard it. Although this method is good, I don't want to do it.
I always feel that the idea is not reasonable. Su Qinzhou group leader, then I have a middle method.
You can go to Master Wu Sei and worship him as your master.
Master Wu Sei is heroic by nature and likes young talents.
He is a rare hero in Shaolin Temple. With your martial arts talent, it is not difficult to worship him. With the teachings of Master Wu Sei, you will be able to defeat He Zudao in 10 days. Become a young hero of Shaolin Temple and become famous all over the world.
Zhang Junbao still shook his head. Shaolin treats me like this, it's inhumane.
Killed my mentor Master Zhu Yuan. I can't stay in this place for a day. Seeing this, Su Qinzhou smiled. Sure enough, Zhang Sanfeng would never choose the worst or the middle strategy. Before Guoxiang left Zhang Junbao, she gave him a gold bracelet.
Let Zhang Junbao go to Xiangyan to find Gui Jing and his wife.
She also told Zhang Junbao that her sister had a bad temper and just had to obey Guofu. Logically speaking, in this situation, at least 9 out of 10 people will go to Xiangyang.
Zhang Junbao himself has a vague affection for Guoxiang.
Moreover, the reputation of Gui Jing and Huang Rong spread throughout the world. Being able to learn their martial arts from Gui Jing and Huang Rong, and getting along with the world-famous heroine Guoxiang day and night. I'm afraid not all young heroes all over the world are flocking to him.
If we can queue up, I'm afraid we can queue directly from Xiangyan to Beijing.
But Zhang Junbao chose to start his own business.
He said, I am a good man, why should I be humble to others and compromise? Zhang Junbao, who can say such things, will naturally not reconcile with the Shaolin Temple under any circumstances.
And this is exactly what Su Qinzhou wants.
Su Qinzhou group leader, the best solution is even simpler.
He Zudao, with a single sword, can boldly challenge Shaolin and retreat. In such a big Shaolin, no one dared to take action to keep He Zudao.
To put it bluntly, it's not because of strength.
The bigger the fist, the louder the voice. Junbao helped Shaolin resolve disasters, but was dismissed as a traitor by Shaolin.
Who can bear this?
As long as you are strong enough, you can conquer the entire Shaolin. Then you won't betray the Shaolin Temple and be hunted by them. Instead, the monks of the Shaolin Temple respectfully saw you off from the Shaolin Temple. Seeing this passage, Zhang Junbao murmured to himself. The bigger the fist, the louder the sound.
Yes, a real man lives between heaven and earth. How can you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme under others in depression for a long time? I don't want to stay in this Shaolin anymore. But even if you leave Shaolin, you must leave in glory. At the same time, the Shaolin Temple must be disgraced.
Only in this way can we repay their fault for causing my master's death.
Zhang Junbao Yufang Sanrun, what you said, group leader, makes sense.
But there were less than 10 days left before He Zudao entered Shaolin. My current strength is low, how can I have the strength to overwhelm the entire Shaolin within 10 days? Han Yi de Qianxiuzai, Junbao, please don't belittle yourself, your strength is not simple. You must know that He Zudao was the person who made the entire Shaolin Temple want to admit defeat. And you can use the most common Shaolin Luohan fist in Shaolin Temple to catch the 10 moves of He Zudao. In the huge Shaolin Temple, there are only a few people who can do it.
Su Qinzhou group leader, Hong Yi is right.
You have been practicing the 9 yang magic skills with Master Zhu Yuan since you were a child. With such profound internal strength, there are only 10 monks in the entire Shaolin Temple who can be stronger than you.
In addition, you are extremely talented and your understanding of martial arts is different from ordinary people.
After just 10 days of learning Arhat boxing, he was able to fight against He Zudao.
So the only thing you lack now is martial arts moves.
As long as you can make up for this shortcoming, there will be few people in the entire Shaolin Temple who can be your opponent.
If you can cultivate your inner strength further, then conquering the entire Shaolin Temple will be an easy task for you. Zhang Junbo had a sad face.
He also knew that his shortcoming was his moves, but it was not that easy to learn advanced martial arts.
Although Master Jue Yuan is the administrator of the Sutra Pavilion, but Master Jue Yuan manages Buddhist scriptures.
During the Tianlong period, many people secretly learned the martial arts from the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion. Since then, the Shaolin Temple's martial arts secret books have been stored separately. Master Ju Yuan has no right to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme. Zhang Junbao naturally has no way to obtain these martial arts.
What's more, the Shaolin Temple monks had falsely accused him of secretly learning martial arts.
If these Shaolin monks were slapped in the face with Shaolin martial arts, wouldn't it just confirm the fact that they secretly learned martial arts?
Zhang Junbao Yufeng Sanrun, the group leader's suggestion is a good one.
But where this martial arts move comes from is a big question. Moreover, it is a fantasy and basically impossible to achieve my inner strength within 10 days.
Seeing this, Su Chenzhou was very satisfied and smiled slightly. Zhang Junbao's ability to say this is his guidance.
Next, he planned to upload the 2 martial arts he inherited from his predecessor to the group chat.
If you want to get benefits from others, the best way is to give them benefits first.
Trust and bond are inherently an upward spiral process. Only through constant communication and elimination of doubts can we gradually become stronger. Of course, this also has a premise, that is, these people are principled people. This certainly does not apply to free prostitutes and shameless people.
However, Su Chenzhou knew the character of his friends well, so he naturally gave out benefits boldly and confidently.
But before Su Chenzhou could express anything, Hong Yi directly sent a message.
Hong Yi de Qianxiuzai, Jun Bao, why do you have to worry about this? Go on.
I saw Hong Yi directly sending 2 red envelopes in the group chat.
Ox Demon Powerful Fist 33. Past Amitabha Sutra 33.
Hong Yi originally paid little attention to such things as the secrets of martial arts, and he learned about the future development from Su Chenzhou's mouth. Hong Yi, who knew how big the world was, didn't even take the 2 secret books in his hand seriously. In addition, everyone in the group is in a relationship of mutual assistance, and they are separated by the 10,000 worlds, so they do not affect each other.
Hong Yi is naturally not stingy. He actually sent out the secret book faster than Su Chenzhou. This operation stunned Su Chenzhou. I can only say that he is worthy of being Hong Yi. What is the vision of everyone being like a dragon? What is the pattern? Su Chenzhou directly retreated tactically.
However, Su Chenzhou's hands were not slow, and he directly sent out the prepared red envelope. The 10th set of basic bodybuilding skills of the Star Domain Alliance 33 Burning Flame Demon Fist 33 Su Chenzhou Group Leader. My martial arts heritage is different from that of your 2 worlds.
Junbao, you can also refer to it.
And this set of Burning Flame Demon Fist is also powerful.
I believe it will be of great help to you.
The Burning Flame Demon Fist is the ancestral skill of the Su family. Only when you cultivate the Burning Flame battle body can you truly exert its power. It is said that it can burn mountains and boil seas and burn everything when you practice it to the extreme. But even without the Burning Flame battle body, the moves are just as exquisite. In the Yutian world, it is definitely a unique boxing skill. Hanli was still a little hesitant, but seeing that the group leader and Hong Yi were so generous, he made a decision in an instant. He also sent a red envelope in the group chat Eternal Spring Skill 33 Hanli Disciple of Qishuan Sect. Although the Eternal Spring skill has no combat power at present, it is a cultivation skill after all, so it is still very good as a reference. And there is a drop of Sangtian creation liquid in my Palm Heaven bottle, which can also give birth to 100-year-old medicinal material. This medicinal material is not very helpful to me for the time being, so I can give it to you first. Group Leader, Brother Hong, you will have to wait for the spiritual medicine. But don't worry, Sangtian creation liquid can condense a drop in 7 days, and the spiritual medicine produced is definitely enough to satisfy our cultivation. Zhang Junbao was moved to tears when he saw the scene in the group. Although he is the future Sanfeng Jinren, he is only a teenager now.
How could he not be touched when several friends of the same age treated him so well? He waved his hand and sent a red envelope to the group. 9 Yang magic skill incomplete, 70% 33 Zhang Junbao Yufang Sanran, thank you for your help. Zhang Junbao will definitely repay you in the future.
I will go to Master Jue Yuan to learn the complete 9 Yang magic skill and pass it on to you in the next 2 days. Zhang Junbao also knew that the 9 Yang magic skill he gave was the lowest value in the group. However, Zhang Junbao would not refuse the kindness of his friends. He secretly made up his mind that he would definitely give back to several friends in the group when he had the chance. After Su Qinzhou sent out the secret book, he saw that other friends also sent out their own secret books, and he couldn't help but smile. He received these secret books at a very fast speed. Su Qinzhou group leader, since everyone has got the secret book, why not comprehend it on your own first? If there is anything you don't understand, use the group chat to communicate with each other. Hong Yi Dakian scholar, the group leader is right. Han Li and Zhang Junbao also echoed. Now almost all the people in this group chat are ancient people, so their conversations in the group chat are quite literary.
Unlike the chat habits of modern people, all kinds of sand sculptures emerge in an endless stream.
However, Su Qinzhou also knows that as the number of group chat members gradually increases,
as long as there are more modern people in the group chat, the chat environment will be completely different at that time.
Even these literary ancient people will definitely be infected by modern chat habits. After all, sand sculpture group members also have the pollution power of sand sculpture emoticons, and few beings in the heavens and the worlds are immune. Just when Su Qinzhou was about to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the chat group suddenly issued a prompt. Congratulations to all group members for completing the hidden achievement Sharing Spirit. Each group member in the current group chat has sent out at least one technique. Reward: a technique will be randomly selected from the group for origin level deduction, and it will be deduced into an origin level technique, and shared with every group member in the chat group as a group member benefit. Su Qinzhou was a little excited that the achievement was actually triggered. The chat group has an achievement system, which is divided into hidden achievements and ordinary achievements. The conditions for completing hidden achievements cannot be seen, and whether they can be completed depends entirely on luck.
Sharing Spirit is a hidden achievement.
I didn't expect that sending red envelopes could complete a hidden achievement, which is a surprise. And this reward is very cool as soon as you hear it. The origin level technique is not ordinary stuff. I saw a roulette wheel appear in the center of the chat group. There are many blocks of different colors on the roulette wheel, and the names of different techniques are written in large gilded characters in the middle of the blocks. 9 Yang Magic Skill, Changchun Skill, Past Amitabha Sutra, the 10th set of basic bodybuilding skills of the Star Domain Alliance, Burning Flame Demon Fist, and Bull Demon Power Fist. The pointer kept spinning at a very fast speed, causing a phantom to appear in front of Su Qinzhou.
Su Qinzhou looked at the roulette in front of him with some entanglement.
In the long run, Changchun Gon and the past Amitabha Sutra have higher potential. But the system he is practicing now is the Extraordinary Warrior. There is no doubt that the martial arts method will improve him more in a short period of time. For a moment, he didn't know which method he should expect to be selected. The speed of the roulette pointer slowly slowed down. The golden pointer passed the past Amitabha Sutra and slowly stopped at the 10th set of the basic bodybuilding exercises of the Star Domain Alliance.
Seeing this result, Su Qinzhou's eyes went dark. Damn, how could this happen? The basic bodybuilding exercises of the Star Domain Alliance were actually selected.
This method is a basic method that must be practiced by the extraordinary warriors of the Star Domain Alliance. The most core effect is that it can speed up the digestion speed of the practitioners through practice. There are 6 levels of basic bodybuilding exercises. The digestion speed will double with each level. After practicing to the 6th level, the digestion speed will increase 24 times. Of course, there are very few people who can practice this skill to the 6th level. It is very good for ordinary warriors to practice this skill to the 3rd level. With a digestion speed that exceeds that of ordinary people, the recovery ability of the practitioner will be greatly improved, and they can withstand higher loads of practice. The higher the level of practice of the Star Alliance basic body strengthening skill, the faster the warrior will practice in the early stage. To a certain extent, the Star Alliance basic body strengthening skill is no less than the peerless magic skill for the body training warriors. That's why Suchinjo uploaded the Star Alliance basic body strengthening skill to the group chat. But in 1,000 words, the core of the Star Alliance basic body strengthening skill is to improve digestion ability. For a practice system that mainly relies on digesting food to obtain energy, it may be of some value. But for other practice systems, it seems very useless. No matter from which angle, the Star Alliance basic body strengthening skill is the worst choice among the 6 skills. Forget it, it's already been selected, and there's no point in being uncomfortable. Let's take a look at the results first. Suchinjo clicked on the start deduction in the center of the screen. The chat group interface instantly changed into a starry sky, with countless whirlpools sweeping and starlight swaying. Mysterious laws scattered from the chat group interface, dyeing a series of magnificent colors. After a long time, all the strange phenomena disappeared, leaving only a lonely secret book standing in the middle of the screen. Suchinjo clicked to receive, and the introduction of this secret book instantly appeared in his mind. After the chat group deduction, the basic bodybuilding skills of the Star Alliance retained its strongest feature, which is to improve digestion ability. In addition to retaining the original ability to improve digestion speed, the basic bodybuilding skills of the Star Alliance have also gained the ability to improve digestion efficiency. Simply put, it is not only fast digestion, but also high digestion efficiency. It can achieve 100% energy utilization. This is quite terrible. Simply put, the evolved basic bodybuilding function of the Star Alliance allows practitioners to eat only in and not out. Because all the food eaten into the stomach can be quickly digested by the practitioners, without even leaving any residue, and completely converted into energy. Of course, what practitioners can eat is not only food, but also elixirs, spirit stones, etc. As long as they can eat anything that is not toxic, they can digest it. Even if it is poisonous, as long as the practitioner's body can hold on and not be poisoned to death, they can still eat it. Anyway, as long as it is eaten into the stomach and digested, no matter what kind of toxin it is a joke in front of the origin level skills. Moreover, the converted energy is universal. It can be fully applied to internal strength, physical training, cultivation of immortality, or other cultivation systems. Seeing this, Suchinjo couldn't help laughing. It really deserves to be the origin level deduction. He actually deduced the basic bodybuilding skills of the Star Domain Alliance from a training auxiliary method dedicated to physical training martial arts into a god-level auxiliary training method applicable to the entire system. As we all know, no matter what system it is, there will be losses when using external objects for cultivation. Not only that, there will be various side effects. The most common one is elixir poison. After taking elixir, toxins will accumulate in the body, which will affect the progress of cultivation in the long run. But after practicing the basic bodybuilding exercises of the Star Domain Alliance, it is different. It doesn't matter whether it is a high-quality elixir or a low-quality elixir. Anyway, when it is eaten into the stomach, whether it is elixir or elixir poison, it can all be melted into energy. And this is just one of the benefits. The core of cultivation is energy. The speed of cultivation will be faster when the energy is sufficient. The ability to quickly obtain energy from food means an increase in the speed of cultivation. This kind of practice that can increase the speed of cultivation is the most suitable as a welfare practice for the chat group. This wave is not a loss. Without paying attention to the reaction in the group, Suchinjo directly closed the group chat. Anyway, when the chat group distributes the practice, it will naturally bring the introduction of the practice. With the wisdom of the group members, there is no need for him to explain in detail. After closing the chat group screen, Suchinjo rubbed his hands excitedly. This time, he opened the group chat, and he gained a lot. He got 4 secret books. There is also an origin level technique. The technique received in the red envelope exists in the virtual space of the chat group. Suchinjo can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read /phoneme it in his mind at any time. In addition to the basic bodybuilding technique of the Star Alliance, among these 4 techniques, the Amitabha Sutra was the most precious in the past, followed by the Changchun technique. But now for Suchinjo, his focus is not on these 2 techniques. In order to cope with the Star Warrior assessment in a month, the most important thing Suchinjo should do now is to enhance his martial arts strength. Obviously, for enhancing martial arts strength, the 9 Yang Divine Art and the Great Bull Demon Fist are definitely more helpful. The previous practice method of a 1-star warrior was also very simple, that is, to temper the body through various means. When the body is tempered to perfection, it can penetrate the sky and sense the world, and become a 1-star warrior. Due to their strong absorption ability, all practitioners who practice the basic bodybuilding skills of the Star Alliance have extremely fast recovery ability. Even if they are exhausted from training, they can quickly recover and return to training. Some very hard-working warriors even train for 20 hours a day and rest for only 10 minutes every hour. Of course, even with the basic bodybuilding skills of the Star Alliance, not everyone can bear such training intensity. For example, the original owner of this body died like this. The methods for entry-level warriors in this world to strengthen their bodies are a bit rough. Basically, they are all modern fitness methods and some ancient boxing methods. But this is also normal, because the training methods of 1-star warriors are completely different from those before they became warriors. After becoming a 1-star warrior, you have to start building a combat body. At that time, the training method is to guide various energies to flush the body and transform it into a combat body. The warriors in this world are all focused on developing combat body martial arts. How many people are so idle to help entry-level warriors develop physical training methods? Those with talent will naturally succeed if they are given enough resources, while those without talent cannot even pass the first level, and it is more practical for them to go home and farm. But Suchinjo is different. He has the body refining secret method from the Yangshan world, the Bull Demon Power Fist. The Bull Demon Power Fist is a body refining secret method from the Great Zen Temple. There are 3 styles in total, which are from the shallow to the deep to train the flesh, tendons, and membranes. It is the entry book for the strongest warriors in the Yangshan world. Bai Ziyue, one of the 8 demon fairies, once said that there are thousands of martial arts in the world, and there is no basic method that is stronger than the Bull Demon Power Fist. Compared with the rough bodybuilding methods of the Star Domain Alliance, the existence of the Bull Demon Power Fist is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. The comparison between the two is like the difference between a bicycle and a nuclear submarine. However, this does not mean that the practice method of the Star Domain Alliance is completely without merit. The extremely strong digestion ability coupled with the extremely fast recovery ability gives the Star Domain warriors extraordinary advantages in practicing any body refining method. Moreover, warriors in the Star Domain world can use the rough bodybuilding method to forge a perfect body, penetrate the sky and become a 1-star warrior. This can already show how powerful the digestive ability brought by the Star Domain Alliance's basic bodybuilding skills is. Now the Star Domain Alliance's basic bodybuilding skills have evolved super-evolved, and there is also the help of the Bull Demon's Great Fist. Suchinjo dared not imagine how smooth his next practice would be. Suchinjo waved his hand, and countless light points condensed in front of him. This is the materialization function attached to the chat group of the Young Cubs of the Heavens. Every method circulated through the chat group of the Young Cubs of the Heavens can be materialized into a physical body using this function. And after materialization, the method can also be engraved in the mind through the function of the chat group. Ding, the method of the other world is detected, and it is checking whether there is a conflict of laws. Hearing this prompt, Suchinjo was stunned for a moment, and then he understood it. The basic laws in different worlds are very different. For example, the immortal cultivation method in the mortal world requires spiritual roots, while the Taoist method in the Yangshan world requires continuous thunder tribulation. Not to mention the subtleties, the differences between them are even greater. There are even some worlds where even the basic physical rules are not universal. If the difference is too big, then under the conflict of laws, the peerless magic will become a pile of waste paper. If the laws conflict, then this method can't be used? Suchinjo hurriedly asked the chat group assistant. The chat group assistant is the chat group's own auxiliary AI, without any wisdom, and can only passively answer some questions raised by Suchinjo.
He wanted to know if the chat group would provide corresponding functions to solve this problem if the laws conflict. The cold and hard mechanical voice of the chat group assistant came. If the laws conflict, you can use the chat group points for local adaptation. The so-called local adaptation is to adapt to the laws of the world while trying to ensure the original flavor of the method. After completing the local adaptation, the power of the method will change according to the different worlds. The chat group is only responsible for adaptation to ensure that the method can be practiced smoothly. As for other changes, it has nothing to do with the chat group. In addition, as a member of the chat group, the right to cross-border travel will be opened in the future. At that time, group members can also choose to cross-border travel and go to a world suitable for practice to practice. After listening to the assistant's answer, Suchinjo nodded. As long as the technique can be practiced, other problems are not a big deal. As for the increase or decrease of the power of the technique, these are all normal. Take Changchun Gong, for example, as a technique for cultivating immortals in the mortal world. To practice this technique, you need not only spiritual roots but also spiritual energy. How can a low-level martial arts world have these things? If practicing Changchun Gong in the Etian world can have the same power as Han Li's original version, then it would be strange. Thinking of this, Suchinjo quickly extracted the other 3 secret books together. Fortunately, these 3 secret books did not cause any conflicts in the laws. What's going on? The laws of these 3 worlds are very different. Why don't they conflict with the laws of the Starfield world? The cold mechanical voice came again. After testing, the laws of the Starfield world where the host is located are very complicated and tolerant of everything. It can accommodate almost all the exercises in the heavens and the world. This answer made Suchinjo stunned for a moment. Indeed, the cultivation system of the Starfield world is very chaotic. The Starfield Alliance has 10 extraordinary paths. Each extraordinary path is very different. The inheritance on the Blue Water Star alone represents 4 different paths. The extraordinary warrior corresponds to the martial arts. The monk corresponds to the immortal way. The psychic corresponds to various superpowers. The mechanic corresponds to the technology path. Not to mention that he has heard privately that there are some secret sects that also have their own different cultivation paths. In addition, the alien races outside the Star Domain Alliance, each of which has a very different cultivation system from the Star Domain Alliance. Being able to accommodate so many laws is terrifying. It seems that the Star Domain world is very deep, not as simple as it seems on the surface. However, these things are too far away from Suchinjo now. What he can do now is to improve his strength. Suchinjo took out a box of ointment from the thermostat at home. This box of ointment was packed in a wooden box, which had a total of 6 grids. The ointment in the box was emerald green, crystal clear, and a medicinal fragrance came from a distance. This box of ointment is a high-energy food 10 Perfect Body Training Ointment launched by Tianqing Company. The 10 Perfect Body Training Ointment not only contains many high-energy foods, but also dozens of precious medicinal materials. Warriors who have not entered the star level only need to eat 110 Perfect Body Training Ointment, which is enough to support them for a day of high-intensity training. And there are 6 10 Perfect Body Training Ointments in a box of ointment. In other words, a box of 10 Perfect Body Practicing Paste can allow a warrior to practice for 6 days without any worries. Ordinary warriors need to eat constantly if they want to practice at high intensity. The energy consumed by warriors during practice is extremely terrifying. At least 2 kilograms of rice and 2 kilograms of meat are consumed for one practice. Eating not only wastes time, but also the bloating in the stomach before digestion is completed also affects the practice. Add to that the time for preparing food. It is quite troublesome and greatly affects the practice. Using the 10 Perfect Body Practicing Paste to practice can not only save time for eating, and the ingredients of the medicinal materials can also nourish the body, allowing warriors to recover the state of practice faster. Warriors with strong willpower can even practice for more than 10 hours without rest. Just the small box of 10 Perfect Body Practicing Paste in Suchinjo's hand is worth 1,000 alliance coins. The monthly salary of ordinary people in the Star Domain world is only about 3,000 yuan.
Therefore, those who can use the 10 perfect body practicing paste are basically rich or noble.
Su Chinjo will naturally not be short of money.
The Su family has run the White Crane Martial Arts School for so many years, and the training resources accumulated are enough to support him to practice to a 2-star warrior. A mere box of 10 perfect body training paste is just an ordinary martial arts consumable for Su Chinjo. Su Chinjo picked up a box of 10 perfect body training paste and put it in his mouth. As he chewed it, a cool feeling exploded in his mouth. Tasting it carefully, there is also a fragrance of medicinal materials. Tianqing Company is indeed a large company that specializes in providing various materials to extraordinary people, and the product quality is excellent. Not only is the effect powerful, but even the taste is so good. Su Chinjo felt a warm current rising in his abdomen and flowing all over his body. It seems that there is endless power in his body. This is the basic bodybuilding exercise of the Star Domain Alliance. As a group member benefit, the evolved basic bodybuilding exercise of the Star Domain Alliance is completely imprinted in Su Chinjo's mind. It also comes with the cultivation experience of the great success level. For Su Chinjo, running the new basic bodybuilding exercise of the Star Domain Alliance is as simple as instinct. Su Chinjo began to practice according to the boxing manual of the Bull Demon's Great Strength Fist. The Bull Demon's horns, the Bull Demon's hooves, the Bull Demon's skin refining, each move has more than 100 variations, complex and varied. Su Chinjo had memorized the Bull Demon's Great Strength Fist in his mind a long time ago, and knew the changes of each move like the back of his hand. The Bull Demon's Great Strength Fist is a boxing method that focuses on laying the foundation, tempering the muscles and membranes of the practitioner. The difficulty of practice is not high. With the physical fitness of the original owner who has been tempered for more than 10 years, practicing the Bull Demon's Great Strength Fist is simply a natural result without any bottleneck. In addition to the help of the basic bodybuilding exercises of the Star Domain Alliance, a portion of the 10 perfect bodybuilding paste was completely refined into energy to supply Su Chinjo's practice, which made his practice speed soar. An hour later, Su Chinjo was already able to use this set of Bull Demon's Great Strength Fist quite skillfully. With the continuous improvement of the progress of practice, coupled with the effect of the warm current in the body, Su Chinjo began to feel unimaginable soreness in various subtle parts of his body. Scalp, ankles, fingertips. These parts that ordinary people would never exercise, or even think about, gradually became stronger and stronger under the training of the Bull Demon's powerful fist. Although the predecessor had trained for more than 10 years, the parts that were trained were basically large muscle groups, and many subtle parts could not be trained at all. The Bull Demon Power Fist was different. This was a basic martial art that had been tempered in the Yangshan world for thousands of years, and almost every subtle part of the body could be trained. Su Chinjo could feel that as his shortcomings were gradually made up, his strength was rapidly increasing. This feeling of constantly increasing strength with practice was really fascinating. Before he knew it, half a day had passed. The box of the 10 perfect body training cream in front of him was also empty. There was a huge mirror in Su Chinjo's martial arts studio. At this time, in the mirror, a strong man was naked from the waist up, with full muscles. Sweat flowed down his muscle gaps like a waterfall, like spring water flowing through hard rocks. He sat cross-legged on the ground, motionless. But he exuded a fierce and fearless aura. Like an ancient demon bull, with red eyes, he fearlessly charged at a powerful enemy. In just half a day, Su Chinjo had mastered a little bit of the Bull Demon Fist. After a long rest, Su Chinjo stood up again. It was time to test the results of his practice. Su Chinjo walked to the fist force tester. He held his breath and concentrated, and punched forward without any fancy moves. There was a loud bang, as if even the floor began to tremble. The numbers on the fist force tester jumped rapidly, and a terrifying number appeared in the blink of an eye. The power of my punch actually reached 5,000 kilograms. After half a day of practice, my boxing strength improved by a full 2,000 kilograms. The Bull Demon Powerful Fist certainly deserves its reputation. Legend has it that the Bull Demon has practiced his powerful boxing to a perfect level, and can punch with the strength of an ox. The strength of an ox is about 8,000 kilograms. 5,000 kilograms may seem like a lot, but it only exerts half the power of the bull demon powerful fist. Moreover, my punch was a straight punch, and I did not use the method of exerting force recorded in Nyoemo Dali Fist, so it was so powerful. If you used the move, wouldn't it just take off? Suchinjo was secretly frightened by the power of the bull demon powerful fist. Just when Suchinjo wanted to continue practicing, there was a knock on the door of the martial arts room. "Brother, it's almost time to rest, you've been practicing all day. I cooked some delicious food for you. You can eat some with me." The sound was as sweet as a silver bell. As the sound came, the door to the martial arts room was pushed open. A tiny head poked out from behind the door. The face of the little head is soft, slightly baby fat, and a pair of big and lively eyes flicker. As cute as a little bun. Seeing the sweat on Suchinjo's body and the sweat stains all over the floor, the visitor's eyes showed deep distress. I know, I'll take a shower and come out." When Suchinjo saw the person coming, he couldn't help but smile. The cute girl in front of him is named Su Moran, and she is his only relative in this world. Inheriting the memory of the original owner, Su Moran gave Suchinjo a very warm feeling. In addition, during the month he traveled to this world, Su Moran was really good to Suchinjo. As long as Su Moran is at home, she will take care of all the laundry, cooking, and other household chores. Sometimes Suchinjo couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to help, but he would only be glared back fiercely by the little bun. "Brother, just practice your martial arts well. Everything else is my business. You are not allowed to steal it." Su Moran said he would know better, waving his little hands and pushing Suchinjo aside. So Suchinjo could only walk away helplessly and watch the little bun working around. As the two got along, Suchinjo completely accepted the existence of Su Moran, this cheap sister. After all, who can resist a soft, cute little bun sister? Logically speaking, as a warrior, Suchinjo only needs to consume Shirkwan body training cream. Eating is completely unnecessary. But every time it was time to eat, Su Moran always looked at Suchinjo pitifully. Practice is practice, and eating is eating. I am exhausted after a day of exercise. At this time, you should have a delicious meal to regain your strength. Suchinjo is also a foodie himself, and Su Moran's statement won his heart. And although Su Moran's talent in martial arts is very poor, but her cooking talent is definitely at its best. Not only is he proficient in the top 10 cuisines of Aqua Blue Star, but each cuisine is not inferior to that of 5-star chefs. How could Suchinjo resist such a temptation? Over time, Suchinjo became accustomed to eating with his sister at mealtimes every day. After eating, Suchinjo rubbed his belly with satisfaction and lay lazily on the sofa. Suchinjo was not a crazy ascetic like the original owner. Being able to do it 24 hours a day, apart from sleeping, is practicing. After all, the original owner's lessons are right in front of him. If the original owner hadn't practiced madly to commit suicide, this body would never have been his turn to inherit. Besides, everything has its limits. Blind depression will only bring bad results. Relaxation and moderation are the way to practice. After being free, Suchinjo once again opened the Jutian Cubs chat group. I saw that the chat history in the group chat was like a waterfall, refreshing like crazy. In just half a day, these 3 people actually created thousands of chat records. I have to say that typing with your brain is convenient. Suchinjo scrolled the chat history to the front. Zheng Junbao Yufeng Sanrun, Group Leader. The chat group reminded that there are several exercises that conflict with the laws of the world. Chat group points are required to localize adaptation. How to get chat group points? Hani de Chen, the group leader, should be practicing right now, so I probably won't have time to answer your questions. I just did some research. You can get chat group points randomly by signing in every day. You can also earn chat group points by completing chat group tasks and achievements. There is only one achievement that can be collected now: join a group chat for the first time. The reward for this achievement is a full 3,000 chat group points. As for whether there are other ways to obtain it, you have to ask the group leader. Zheng Junbao Yufeng Sanrun, let me see, you will randomly get 10 to 100 chat group points by signing in every day. I came to try my luck.
Master Zhu Yuan kept saying that I was very lucky. 50 points. It's okay, not too much and not too little. Hanli Kixwinman disciple, I'll take a swipe too.
Seeing this, Hanli couldn't help itching his hands, so he opened the group chat and started signing in. After he finished smoking, the smile disappeared from Hanli's face at a speed visible to the naked eye.
No. Why am I so dark? I only have 10 points. Han Yi Dakian scholar, then it seems that my luck is not bad. I drew 80 points. I wonder how lucky the group leader is.
I tried it, and the secret book given by the group leader in Junbao can be practiced directly.
Only Changshun Gong can't be practiced.
And Changshun Gong needs 1500 chat group points to be localized. Fortunately, there are 3000 points of achievement rewards.
Otherwise, it would take a long time to save them. Hong Yi thought thoughtfully.
It seems that this achievement of the chat group is the starting capital for group members. If there is no 3000 points, I am afraid that some group members will find it difficult to rely on the chat group to improve their strength in a short period of time even if they join. Hanli 7 Mysterious Sex Scholar, I have also tried to extract these skills. Only the Amitabha Sutra given by Brother Hong needs to be localized.
It requires 20,000 reward points. But I can't bear to do localization now.
I don't know what other functions the chat group points have now. If I encounter something that urgently needs chat group points, it will be troublesome at that time.
Zhang Junbao Wandering Wanderer, really?
You can all practice directly, why do I need to exchange 2 books? Seeing the messages from the 2 group members, Zhang Junbao was a little tearful.
Sure enough, he was the worst.
The other group members each had only 1 set of secret books that needed localization.
And he actually had 2 sets. Eternal Spring Skill 1500 points, Burning Flame Demon Fist 800 points.
These secret books together require a total of 2300 points to be localized.
But there is no way. The upper limit of the Etienne world is really too low.
It is quite difficult for the Etienne world to be compatible with other advanced world skills. So it is normal that more secrets need to be adapted locally.
After reading this paragraph, Su Chinzhou continued to flip down.
The next news was that several people were exchanging their cultivation experiences in the group.
Seeing them chatting enthusiastically in the group chat, Su Chinzhou couldn't help but join in. Su Chinzhou group leader, how is everyone's practice? It seems that everyone has gained a lot. Han Yi Dakian scholar, the harvest is quite big, especially the basic bodybuilding exercise of the Star Domain Alliance.
I have only practiced for half a day, and I can feel that my appetite has increased greatly.
I can eat a cow in 1 meal.
After eating food, my whole body is full of strength. With this exercise, the speed of my practice of the Bull Demon Fist can be increased by more than 10 times. Hanli disciple of Kixwinman, I also followed Brother Hong's advice and chose to practice the combination of the basic bodybuilding exercise of the Star Domain Alliance and the Bull Demon Fist. In just half a day of practice, I feel that my physical strength has increased by 30%, which is really amazing. Ever since he knew that Dr. Mo regarded him as prey, Hanli had a sense of urgency in his heart. Although according to the trajectory of fate, it will take a long time for Dr. Mo to attack. But Hanli has never been a character who puts his fate in the hands of others. He now has only one idea in his mind, to get enough power to defeat Dr. Mo as soon as possible. Only in this way can he feel at ease. According to the original fate, Hanli started to learn martial arts in order to deal with Dr. Mo, but he chose the blinking sword technique. This sword technique is a unique sword technique that uses factors such as terrain and light to confuse the opponent and defeat the enemy with one blow. However, there are 3 taboos in practicing this sword technique. Those who have only achieved a little true chi cannot practice it, those who have no great perseverance cannot practice it, and those who have no talent cannot practice it. The Bull Demon Power Fist is a martial art that strengthens the body and does not produce true chi, which is exactly in line with the blinking sword technique. The stronger the body strength, the higher the power of the blinking sword technique. So Hanli is very concerned about practicing the Bull Demon Power Fist. Zhang Junbao Yufang Sanrun, group leader, this book of the Star Alliance's basic bodybuilding skills is really amazing. It is also of great help in practicing the 9 yang magic skill. After eating enough food, my speed of practicing the 9 yang magic skill has increased by more than 10 times.
This is really amazing.
Han Li, a disciple of the Qishuan sect, but I also have a question. When practicing Changchun Gong, I found that the Star Alliance's basic bodybuilding skills are not that helpful. I have tried my best to eat to replenish energy, but the energy I get is a drop in the bucket compared to the consumption of practicing Changchun Gong. Eating a portion of food can only support the practice of Changchun Gong for a few minutes.
It is too troublesome to keep tossing and turning while eating and practicing. Although the overall speed of Changchun Gong is still twice as fast as usual.
But compared with the increase of more than 10 times of Niao Mo Dali Quan, it is not good enough.
And getting food is also a big problem for me.
When practicing Changchun Gong, the demand for food of the basic bodybuilding exercise of the Star Domain Alliance is too great.
One day's practice is enough to feed dozens of strong men.
After all, I am under the surveillance of Dr. Mo now.
Buying so much food every day may arouse his suspicion. Su Chenzhou nodded. Han Li's situation was within his expectations.
After all, Changchun Gong is a method of cultivating immortals, which absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The energy contained in mortal food is too different from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. But it is also very simple to solve Han Li's problem.
It is to eat more high-energy food. For example, spiritual medicine is a good choice.
The energy contained in spiritual medicine is tens of thousands of times more than that of mortal food. The energy generated by digesting this high-energy food is naturally much greater than that of mortal food.
And it just so happens that Han Li also has a bug artifact like the Palm of Heaven bottle. It is too easy for Han Li to obtain spiritual medicine.
Zhang Junbao uploaded the red envelope 9 Yang Magic Art X3. The chat group suddenly issued a prompt, and Zhang Junbao uploaded the complete 9 Yang Magic Art to the chat group.
Master Jueyuan has always had the complete 9 Yang Magic Art in his hands.
It's just that he regarded the 9 Yang Magic Art as an accessory to the Lankavatara Sutra. Every time he taught Zhang Junbao, he mixed the scriptures and the magic art together. Now that Zhang Junbao knows the truth about the 9 Yang Magic Art, it is naturally not difficult to obtain the complete 9 Yang Magic Art from Master Jueyuan. Everyone naturally accepted the red envelope sent by Zhang Junbao without hesitation.
Zhang Junbao Yufang Sanren, Han Li's situation is the same as mine. I am also short of food.
These bald monks in Shaolin Temple are stingy. Ordinary little monks like us not only have no oil in our meals, but also have a pitiful appetite. Only the martial monks in the temple can eat without any scruples. According to the current situation, I can only exert 30% of the effect of the bodybuilding skills at most. Fortunately, I can leave Shaolin Temple as long as I endure for another 10 days. By then, the sky will be high and the birds will fly freely.
You can eat as much as you want. Hong Yi couldn't help nodding when he saw what Zhang Junbao said.
This point was exactly what he was thinking.
Hong Yi now lives in the Hong mansion. Mrs. Zhao has been eyeing him covetously, wanting to put Hong Yi to death.
Just imagine, an ordinary scholar suddenly has a huge appetite. How can he not make people suspicious? It is undoubtedly very frustrating to have magical powers in your hands but not be able to fully use them.
Seeing the discussion among the group members, Su Chenzhou smiled.
He walked into the practice room, opened the storage box, and took out 180 boxes of Shirquan bodybuilding cream. These were all his reserves. These 180 boxes of Shirquan bodybuilding cream are stacked neatly together, like a small mountain. Then he waved his hand and handed out all these Shirquan bodybuilding creams as red envelopes to the group. Everyone's hands were quick and they grabbed all the red envelopes without any ceremony. When Su Chenzhou sent out the red envelope, he included an introduction to the bodybuilding cream. Therefore, everyone who received the Shirquan bodybuilding cream immediately understood the function of the cream.
Zhang Junbao Yufang Sanren, the group leader, is so awesome. He is simply my idol. Hong Yi Dagon Scholar, the group leader, is so awesome. He is simply my idol. Han Li Kixwinman disciple, the leader of the group, is so awesome. He is simply my idol.
Su Chinjo smiled while looking at the replies from the group of friends. The word idol was one he had accidentally used while telling the story. Unexpectedly, Zhang Junbao learned from it. I can only say that as expected of a child, he accepts new things very quickly.
Zhang Junbao Yufang Sanrun, group leader, the packaging of this ointment is so high-end and looks very expensive.
I only have 10 days left in Shaolin. According to my training speed, 10 boxes are enough. You should take the remaining 50 boxes back, group leader. Zhang Junbao silently sent another designated red envelope in the group, which contained 50 boxes of Shirquan bodybuilding cream.
Su Chinjo directly returned the red envelope. Su Chinjo group leader, what are you talking about? It's just a few boxes of ointment. You can use these first, and come to me when you run out. In fact, these 180 boxes of Shirquan bodybuilding cream are not cheap. The price is not cheap, and you can buy a small car. But for Su Chinjo, these ointments are nothing. The White Crane Martial Arts School is located in a prosperous area and makes a fortune every day. These ointments, which are very precious to ordinary people, are just resources for his daily practice. Of course, Su Chinjo did not pay for these ointments in vain. These are just initial investments.
There is no gain without effort.
Su Chinjo understood this very well.
Group members also have many resources in their hands. Whether it is the spiritual medicine in Han Li's hand or the martial arts secret medicine in the Yangshan world, they are all rare good things. In addition, he will also get rewards as the group members grow, which can be said to be killing two birds with one stone.
After a while, Han Li spoke in the group chat again. Han Li, disciple of Kixwenman, the 10 perfect body training paste is much more useful than ordinary food.
After eating it, I practice Changchun Gong. The energy generated by one cell of ointment can support me to practice quickly for half an hour. With these ointments, my Changchun Gong practice speed can be increased by at least 4 times.
Han Li silently calculated in his heart. This box of ointment looks inconspicuous, but the energy contained in this box is more than a cow. This made him a little amazed. The gap between the worlds is really too big. The upper limit of ordinary sex like Kixwenman is really too low, which makes Han Li more and more yearning for how wonderful the world of cultivation is in the mouth of the group leader. Su Chinjo group leader, Han Li, you should have tested the power of the heavenly bottle. Han Li nodded, I have already tested it.
I dropped the heavenly creation dew on a ginseng seed. In just a few seconds, it broke through the soil and grew into a 100-year-old ginseng. After that, Han Li sent out a red envelope. 100-year-old Ginseng X1 Su Chinjo group leader, since you have already promised Jun Bao, give him this spiritual medicine first.
But you keep the next spiritual medicine first. I remember that you learned many recipes of precious elixirs from Dr. Mo before. Huanglong pill, Jin Sui pill, etc. You can try to make these spiritual medicines into pills first. Then take the pills, practice the bodybuilding exercise, and see how it works. If I am not mistaken, the energy in these pills should be more suitable for Changchun Gong than the 10 perfect bodybuilding paste. In fact, Han Li has a better high-energy food than spiritual medicine, that is the heavenly creation liquid. But this thing is so fucking powerful that Su Chinjo is afraid that Han Li can't control it. The energy contained in that Sungtian creation liquid is so abundant. It can shorten the growth process of a plant by 100 years in just a moment. Unless the dosage can be accurately controlled, drinking a little more will cause the body to explode and die. After answering the questions of the group members, Su Chinjo chatted in the group again and returned to the practice room. Su Chinjo did not choose to continue practicing the bull demon fist after entering the practice room again. He felt that his body was already very tired. Even with the recovery speed of the basic bodybuilding skills of the Star Domain Alliance, his body has reached a limit. It is not impossible to continue practicing, but it is very easy to be injured. The original owner still chose to practice under such circumstances, which ruined his body into that state, and finally the hidden injury broke out and he died suddenly. Since the original owner is a lesson for the past, Su Chinjo will naturally not repeat the same mistakes. What's more, the current Su Chinjo is not like the original owner, who only has the choice of body training.
Su Chinzhou took out the last box of the 10 perfect bodybuilding cream from the storage room, raised his hand and swallowed all 6 squares of the cream into his stomach.
Not only that, Su Chinzhou also took out a 100-year-old ginseng from the secret compartment next to it.
This 100-year-old ginseng is one of the treasures of the Su family. Su Chinzhou's parents left this ginseng, originally wanting him to use it when he was a 1-star warrior and broke through to the level of a 2-star warrior.
But now Su Chinzhou would naturally not be reluctant to use it.
A mere 100-year-old ginseng is nothing. It is right to increase strength quickly. He divided the ginseng into 7 parts, took 1/7 and put it into his mouth. The 100-year-old ginseng is too effective.
Su Chinzhou's strength is not strong enough now, so it is right to digest it bit by bit. After eating the ginseng, Su Chinzhou closed his eyes.
After hesitating for a moment, Su Chinzhou gave up Changchun Gong and the past Amitabha Sutra and chose to practice the 9-yang divine art. He has limited time now, so it is not advisable to be distracted too much. Although Changchun Gong and the Amitabha Sutra in the past are extremely powerful, it is difficult to form combat power in a short period of time. The increase in strength in the early stage of practice is not as good as the 9-yang divine art. Wait until you get the qualification certificate of a star-level warrior, then it will not be too late to practice these secrets. With the help of the energy in his body, Su Chinzhou only practiced for a while before he felt a stream of true energy generated in his meridians. As the food in the stomach is continuously digested, the energy provided by the basic bodybuilding exercises is increasing. These energies flow into the true qi, making the true qi of the 9-yang magic art run faster and faster. The 9-yang true qi shuttles between Su Chinzhou's meridians like a series of small rockets.
There are countless acupuncture points between human meridians, and there are layers of obstacles between these acupuncture points.
It takes a strong skill to open them and let the skill flow unimpeded.
Every time an acupuncture point is opened, the skill will be enhanced by 1 point. This process is called acupuncture point flushing by martial artists.
In theory, acupuncture point flushing is a very difficult thing, which requires great efforts to complete. But for Su Chinzhou, it is not the case at all. With the help of the essence of the 100-year-old ginseng, all the acupuncture point obstacles are like nothing in front of Su Chinzhou, and the 9-yang true qi is unstoppable as soon as it arrives. Puff puff puff, with the sound of acupuncture point flushing, the 9-yang true qi in Su Chinzhou's body is getting stronger and stronger. In just half a day, Su Chinzhou can feel that the true qi in his body has begun to take shape. After a long time, it was already night, and the training room was pitch black. After sitting for a long time, Su Chinzhou finally slowly finished his training. He opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed, which was extremely conspicuous in the dark training room. This meant that Su Chinzhou's internal strength could be regarded as a third-rate master in the world of Etienne.
In the next few days, Su Chinzhou's daily actions were very regular.
He did not go to the martial arts hall again, but stayed at home to concentrate on training. In his spare time, he chatted with the group and exchanged training experiences with group members. It seemed that there was no difference from before. But in fact, only Su Chinzhou himself knew that his strength had undergone earth-shaking changes in the past few days. In 9 days, he practiced the bull demon fist to the state of great success. And with the help of the 100-year-old ginseng, his 9-yang qi also reached the level of a second-rate master. At this time, he had a fist force of 8,000 kilograms with a wave of his arms, and with the assistance of the 9-yang qi, his combat power was extraordinary. According to Su Chinzhou's own estimation, except for the genius-level existence, ordinary 1-star warriors are no match for Su Chinzhou at all.
Su Chinzhou has been practicing at home these days. Baiha Martial Arts School has its own operating system, and Su Chinzhou does not need to stay in the martial arts school every day. However, Su Chinzhou has a habit of going to Baiha Martial Arts School for inspection every 10 days. After all, Baiha Martial Arts School is his property. Although Baiha Martial Arts School can operate without Su Chinzhou, it cannot be completely free range. He still has to show up from time to time to show his presence. Today, Su Chinzhou set out from home early in the morning and went to Baiha Martial Arts School. The Baiha Martial Arts School is located in the commercial center of Tianjin City. It covers a large area, with a total of 3 floors and about 2,000 square meters. Su Chinjo himself does not hold any position in Baiha Martial Arts School.
He is still a martial artist who has not entered the star and is not qualified to accept disciples and teach. There are a total of 6 one-star martial artists as coaches in Baiha Martial Arts School. The operation of the martial arts school is usually handled by these 6 one-star martial artists. As soon as he entered the Baiha Martial Arts School, Su Chinjo felt that the atmosphere in the martial arts school today was a little wrong. The air was filled with a tense atmosphere. A receptionist at the front desk saw Su Chinjo and immediately came up to him. Boss, it's bad, something big happened in the martial arts hall." From the receptionist, Su Chinjo gradually understood what happened. The operation of Baiha Martial Arts Hall depends entirely on 6 one-star warriors. 3 of these 6 people were former apprentices of Su's father, and the remaining 3 were other warriors recruited by Su Chinjo later. This morning, for some unknown reason, 4 of the 6 warriors suddenly proposed to leave Baiha Martial Arts Hall. And these warriors left and took a large number of customers with them. Many customers, influenced by them, called the martial arts hall to request cancellation of classes and refunds. This made everyone in Baiha Martial Arts Hall confused. Without these 4 warriors, the entire Baiha Martial Arts Hall could not operate immediately. Whether it was classes or recruiting apprentices, it would be greatly affected. So the atmosphere in Baiha Martial Arts Hall was so tense this morning. Hearing this news, Su Chinjo knew that someone must be behind it. Most likely, they are the competitors who have set their sights on the White Crane Martial Arts School. Without these 4 warriors, the income of the White Crane Martial Arts School will immediately be reduced by more than half. Moreover, a large number of customers dropping out of classes will also bring huge financial pressure to the martial arts school. Knowing the seriousness of the matter, Su Chinjo immediately walked to the reception room of the martial arts school. At this time, 6 warriors were deadlocked in the reception room with a large number of customers. Su Chinjo pushed the door and walked in. The atmosphere on the field was tense. The 6 warriors were divided into 2 camps and were arguing fiercely. Many customers waved contracts in their hands and kept asking for a refund. "I chose your martial arts school because of Coach Li Shenzhou. Now the coach said he would not work in your martial arts school anymore. Why do I keep so many classes? Hurry up and refund me." "Yes, I chose your martial arts school because of Coach Xiao Zicheng. If there was no Coach Xiao, what other advantages would the White Crane Martial Arts School have besides a better location? Refund. These customers were extremely emotional, with red faces and thick necks. The 2 warriors who chose to stay. One warrior in a blue martial arts uniform was named Li Taizhu. He was tall and had extremely full muscles. He looked like a towering boulder. The other warrior was named Zhao Shintong. He was thin and skinny. From under his skin, countless blue veins could be seen faintly. These blue veins were extremely thick, like a dragon hidden under his skin. Just one look, you can know that this warrior's explosive power is extremely strong. These 2 warriors are disciples of Su's father and the most loyal fans of the martial arts school. It can be said that without the 2 of them, Baiha Martial Arts School would have closed down long ago after Su's father passed away. Relying on the young Su brothers and sisters to guard such a large family business, they would have been eaten alive and wiped out. The 2 of them are now busy appeasing customers, hoping to change some of their ideas. But this is easier said than done. If the coach wants to leave, what can the martial arts school do to retain the students? Each coach has a different teaching style and is suitable for different students. For example, if you are halfway through learning Wing Chun and suddenly change to a Bajikwan coach, how can you continue learning? The training effect is very different. So most customers follow the coach. The 2 became more and more anxious, and beads of sweat kept dripping down their faces. If you can't pay for the withdrawal, the consequences will be serious. In the martial arts world of shoulangsing, it is very common for customers to withdraw from the class. Because the level of each martial arts school is uneven, many students find that this martial arts school is not suitable for them after studying for a period of time. But the price of martial arts classes is very expensive. If you can't withdraw from the class, then for the students, the pressure is too great. So in order to promote martial arts, the Martial Arts Association has issued regulations. Martial arts schools are not allowed to refuse customers to withdraw from the class, otherwise they will be punished, and in serious cases, the business license of the martial arts school will be revoked.
However, there are restrictions on students withdrawing from the class.
If you withdraw from the class, only 7 layers of tuition will be refunded, and the remaining 3 layers will be used as compensation for the martial arts school. This rule was reasonable. The martial arts school had not provided any service yet, so it was natural for the customer to cancel the class. Moreover, there were 3 floors as compensation for the martial arts school. But the situation of Baiha Martial Arts School was different. If all these classes are cancelled, Baiha Martial Arts School will have to take out at least 20 million in working capital. However, in order to help Suchinjo break through to the level of a 1-star warrior, most of the working capital of Baiha Martial Arts School was exchanged for various natural treasures.
Almost all of them were eaten up by the original owner. Now Baiha Martial Arts School has only about 8 million in working capital on its books.
In fact, 8 million as working capital is already quite sufficient. Under normal circumstances, even if there is no income, this 8 million is enough for Baiha Martial Arts School to operate for 3 years. But now is not an ordinary situation. Most of the customers in the entire martial arts school are asking to cancel classes. In order to get this money, they can only sell the natural treasures left by Su's father for Suchinjo to break through to a high-star warrior. But these natural treasures are extremely precious, and there is no place to buy them even if you have money. It is a huge loss to exchange them for money. Not to mention that the opponent is well prepared, and his tricks will definitely be one after another. After dealing with this wave, there will be another wave. It is completely unacceptable to drink poison to quench thirst. In other words, Baiha Martial Arts School is now out of money. If they cannot come up with the money and do not fulfill their obligation to withdraw from the class, the martial arts school will immediately have its business license revoked in less than a month.
Coach Chen, Coach Zhao, don't get excited, it's okay. Suchinjo walked in slowly from the door, looking calm and composed.
Instantly, all eyes on the field were focused on him. Just a glance at Suchinjo, the 6 warriors on the field were moved. The temperament of the owner of the school has changed a lot.
During these 9 days, Suchinjo practiced the Bull Demon Fist and the 9-Yang magic skill diligently every day.
In his spare time, he would practice the Amitabha Sutra to nourish his soul. These 3 martial arts books, one for body training, one for chi training, and one for soul training. The internal and external training, plus the soul training, made Suchinjo reborn at this time. From a rookie in martial arts, he transformed into a martial artist with restrained essence. However, the 6 people present were all 1-star martial artists who had seen many storms.
The mere change in temperament could not shake their hearts.
The 4 martial artists on the opposite side saw Suchinjo coming, and they were not surprised but happy.
They walked quickly to Suchinjo.
"Master, I have something going on at home, and I am afraid I can't work in Baiha Martial Arts Hall in the future. This is my resignation letter, and the liquidated damages have been deposited into the account of the Martial Arts Hall.
Take a look, if there is no problem, I will leave."
After the coach signed a contract with the Martial Arts Hall, it is not easy to leave the Martial Arts Hall. Martial arts halls are an important part of the Martial Arts Association, and many people rely on martial arts halls to learn martial arts. In order to maintain the stability of martial arts halls, the Martial Arts Association has strict regulations for coaches in martial arts halls. After all, coaches control the source of customers, and the source of customers is the lifeblood of martial arts halls. So once the contract is signed, the Martial Arts Association does not allow coaches to change their clubs midway unless the contract expires. Before the contract expires, the Martial Arts Hall can prepare in advance to transfer customers to other coaches to avoid the situation where a large number of customers are taken away by coaches.
However, there is one exception.
That is, the coach's strength exceeds that of the hall owner.
How can you lie down in the water?
If a hall owner can't even suppress his coaches, then he is not qualified to let this coach work under him. So if you want to leave the martial arts hall during the contract period, there is only one way, that is, to defeat the hall owner at the departure ceremony. In this way, you can leave the martial arts hall on the premise of paying the penalty for breach of contract. Of course, it is also possible to forcibly resign without holding a departure ceremony. However, such a martial artist who violates the basic ethics of martial artists will be directly expelled by the Martial Arts Association. No more services related to martial arts will be provided, and it is forbidden to engage in any industry related to the Martial Arts Association. In the martial arts field of shoelancing, the Martial Arts Association can be said to be all-powerful. Without the Martial Arts Association, martial artists can hardly move forward. There are only two ways left: becoming a mercenary or entering a large family as a guest official. And they will also face the pursuit of the martial arts hall. This kind of coach who forcibly resigns is equivalent to a traitor. Even if he is beaten to death, it will be considered a dispute within the martial arts hall and he will not bear any responsibility. If there is no other way out, basically no one will choose to take this path. Of course, the Martial Arts Association also has strict regulations on the employment contract of martial arts halls, and the longest contract can only be signed for 3 years. And there are regulations on the share ratio and welfare benefits, etc. The longer the signing time, the better the welfare benefits. It avoids the situation where some martial arts halls use overlord contracts to restrain coaches. The 4 coaches in front of them have signed a 3-year-long contract with Baiha Martial Arts Hall, and there is still a long time before the contract expires. Now that they have proposed to resign, Su Chinjo knows that these 4 people have made up their minds to leave. Unless they are offered a huge benefit, they will definitely not stay. Su Chinjo has no intention of retaining them. The relationship between Baiha Martial Arts School and these warriors is a normal employment relationship. If these coaches had discussed it with him, Su Chinjo would actually let them go. If they want to leave, then leave. He now has a chat group system, and a few 1-star warriors are not worthy of being taken seriously by him. However, these people left and even encouraged a large number of customers to withdraw from the class. This behavior completely violates professional ethics. Su Chinjo took the resignation letter with cold eyes. You guys, do you really think that my Baiha Martial Arts School is a place where you can come and go as you please? Su Chinjo's tone was cold and chilly. Hearing this, the 3 warriors on the opposite side laughed. A coach standing in the middle, with a sturdy figure and a scar on his face, spoke with a hint of disdain. Master Su, I'll call you master for the last time. Why did we come to Baiha Martial Arts School to be coaches? Don't you understand it in your heart? Another coach immediately took over. A martial arts school like yours that doesn't have a star-level warrior as a witness. The biggest advantage is that you can come and go as you please. After working for a period of time, you can bring a large number of customers to other martial arts schools and collect a huge amount of agency fees. I'm leaving today, what can you, a useless person who doesn't even get into the stars, do to me? The tone of these 3 coaches was very frivolous, and their eyes and eyebrows showed disdain for Baiha Martial Arts School. They came to Baiha Martial Arts School to be coaches, and they had this idea in mind. The Baiha Martial Arts School has a good location and high salary. The most important thing is that the owner is still an ordinary warrior, not even a 1-star warrior, so he can come and go as he pleases. Work here for a few years first, and when you have a group of customer resources, you can run away directly. You know, if they bring a group of customers to the new martial arts school, the agency fee alone is enough to make them well fed. Moreover, this time a noble person offered them a high price, so they really made a lot of money this time. Thinking of this, several coaches showed proud smiles on their faces. Su Chinjo ignored these clowns. Those who think they have a chance to win are actually just meat on the chopping board. His eyes passed over the 3 warriors, and finally his eyes were fixed on the last warrior. This warrior was wearing a white martial arts uniform with a colorful ribbon tied around his waist. He doesn't look old, only 27 or 28 years old. Coach Zhao, are you planning to leave too? This coach's name is Zhao Zicheng, who is also a disciple of Su's father. Zhao Zicheng's eyes were a little dodgeful, and he did not dare to look into Su Chinjo's eyes. Li Taizhu couldn't stand it anymore. He had a very good relationship with Zhao Zicheng, and he usually took good care of this junior brother and always regarded him as one of his own. Unexpectedly, one day this junior brother he had watched grow up would take the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme and betraying Baiha Martial Arts School. He took a step forward, stepped hard on the ground with his soles, and made a thunderous roar. Well, you Zhao Zicheng, you are such a ruthless person.
How did the master treat you back then? What did you swear before your master died? Have you forgotten all about it?
Zhao Zicheng was an orphan who lived on the streets and fought with wild dogs for food every day, trying to get enough to eat. Later, he met Su's father. Seeing his talent in martial arts, Su's father was moved by his love for talents and took him under his tutelage. It can be said that Su's father was kind to Zhao Zicheng, and he was half a father.
Zhao Zicheng lowered his head, not daring to face everyone's gaze.
After a moment, the look in his eyes slowly became firm, and he suddenly raised his head. Senior brotherly, you are so stupid and loyal that you are willing to accompany Baiha Martial Arts School to poverty, but don't drag me along.
There are only a few people in Tiancheng City who can pass the assessment of many star warriors before the age of 18 in a year.
With my junior brother's talent, trying to achieve this kind of achievement is nothing more than wishful thinking. We have watched our little junior brother grow up, so how could we not understand the situation?
Water flows to lower place, man goes to higher position.
Who doesn't know the current situation of Baiha Martial Arts School?
Time waits for no one. Baiha Martial Arts School will change owners in a month. What's wrong with me finding another way out in advance?
As Zhao Zicheng spoke, his tone became more and more confident. At the end of the sentence, he straightened his waist and stared at Su Chenzhou and Li Taizhu with bright eyes. Li Taizhu was so angry that he had never seen such a shameless person. Master has been so kind to you, but you don't want to repay me, but instead add insult to injury at the most critical moment. Junior brother, now is the last chance to make a breakthrough. Anyone who understands what you have in mind when you suddenly leave the martial arts gym at this time will know. And even if you leave, you secretly connect 3 warriors to leave with you, taking away a large number of customers.
Isn't this the very foundation of Juwukan?
Let the martial arts school phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme down so that the people behind you can take over. Zhao Zicheng seemed to have crossed the bottom line and was completely shameless, and there was no longer any hesitation in his tone.
No matter what you say today, I'm determined to make my move.
Mr. Li from Tianhua Martial Arts School is much more generous than our junior brother. Not only did they triple my salary, they also provided me with a lot of resources. And I also promised that as long as I win the White Crane Martial Arts Hall, the position of deputy head will be mine in the future. With these resources, in just a few years, I can break through to a 2-star warrior. Besides, this is also the master's fault. He clearly has several treasures in his hands, but he doesn't leave any of them to us. Everything was left to the junior brother. If these resources were given to me, I would have already broken through to a 2-star warrior. With a 2-star martial artist in charge, who else would dare to take advantage of the White Crane Martial Arts School?
What happened today is entirely the master's fault. The more Zhao Zicheng talked, the more magnanimous his eyes became, as if everything happening today was really caused by Su's father's partiality.
Zhao Shinton, who was beside him, remained silent and laughed a little angrily when he heard these words. The treasures of heaven and earth left behind by Su's father are his life savings. Zhao Zicheng was an orphan. If it had not been for Su's father's help, he might have starved to death on the street. He didn't want to repay this great kindness, but he still had the nerve to think about the breakthrough resources that Su's father left to Su Chenzhou.
It's really shameless to the extreme.
At this moment, the door of the conference room was pushed open and a man walked in. He was in his early 20s, with long hair hanging down his shoulders. He was wearing a bright yellow martial arts robe with mountains, rivers, sun and moon embroidered with gold thread, which made him feel expensive. There were several followers behind him. Master Su, the matter has come to this, just accept your fate. If you let go now, you can still get some money for retirement.
If he continues to be stubborn, he will wait until the martial arts school goes bankrupt and liquidates. You won't get a penny by then.
When Zhao Zicheng saw the visitor, he was like a pug seeing its owner, and a flattering smile immediately appeared on his face.
Master Li, why are you here in person? Just leave things here to us. Make sure you do it clearly. Su Chinzhou narrowed his eyes, and he recognized the identity of the person coming, Li Guanjia, the young master of Tianhua Martial Arts School. Tianhua Martial Arts School is one of the 3 largest martial arts schools in Tianjin City. However, due to historical reasons, the location of Tianhua Martial Arts Gym is very poor. It is located on the outskirts of Tianjin City and the transportation is very inconvenient. For martial arts schools, location is very important. If you want to continue to expand the martial arts school, it is imperative to change the location of the venue. However, martial arts venues are different from other stores and require a large amount of space. In a location like the city center, this kind of venue is a carrot in a pit. If you want to get such a venue, you must pull out the carrot in the original pit. Obviously, Baiha Martial Arts School is the carrot they chose. Zhao Jicheng, who was standing aside, became more arrogant at this time. Mr. Li is here in person, why don't you return the money quickly? If the money is not enough, Mr. Li can help you pay first. You just need to write an IOU. Su Chinzhou heard Zhao Jicheng still chattering, and his anger surged. If this kind of traitor is allowed to leave the White Crane Martial Arts School today, then the White Crane Martial Arts School will not be opened in the future. I remember that Coach Zhao was a disciple of my father, but he never graduated. Now that you want to leave the martial arts school, I will perform this graduation ceremony on behalf of my father. By the way, let's solve your departure ceremony as well. Zhao Jicheng is a disciple accepted by Su's father. His status is completely different from that of the students in the martial arts school. He is a disciple who truly inherited the mantle of the White Crane Martial Arts School. The White Crane Martial Arts School has a total of 4 veins of inheritance: the Burning Flame Demon Fist, the Rock Immovable Power, the Demon Dragon Turning Fist, and the Immortal Crane Crossing the Void Power. These 4 skills can only be practiced after officially becoming a 1-star warrior. Zhao Jicheng is practicing the Immortal Crane Crossing the Void Force. This inheritance can train the Immortal Crane fighting body, cross the air in the air, and be extremely agile. According to the rules of the White Crane Martial Arts School, after the closed disciple becomes a 1-star warrior, he can prepare for the master's ceremony. As long as he can catch 3 punches from the master at the master's ceremony, he can be considered a formal master. When Su's father died, Zhao Jicheng was very young, just in his early 20s, and had not become a 1-star warrior for a short time, so he had not had time to graduate from Su's father. Originally, after Su's father died, Zhao Jicheng was considered a master. Now Su Chinzhou mentioned this master's ceremony, the subtext is to teach you, the unfilial disciple, a lesson for his father. Hearing this request, everyone on the scene showed a surprised expression on their faces. Junior brother, you are not confused. I am now a peak 1-star warrior. As long as there is a chance, I can break through to 2 stars at any time. You are a non-star warrior, and you come to me to challenge me. Have you forgotten that I can fight back during the departure ceremony? And according to the rules of warriors, casualties during the departure ceremony are considered conflicts within the martial arts hall, and the higher-ups will not pursue responsibility. Since you want to die, then I will help you. Zhao Jicheng was not surprised but happy when he heard what Su Chinzhou said. He never thought that Su Chinzhou would agree to hold the departure ceremony. In his imagination, the 4 of them asked to resign, and the only thing Su Chinzhou could do was to swallow his anger and let them leave. After all, casualties were allowed during the departure ceremony. With Su Chinzhou's strength as a non-star warrior, he could never be their opponent. If he could beat Su Chinzhou to death here, he could help Master Li take over the White Crane Martial Arts Hall. Young Master Li will definitely look at him with new eyes, and he will definitely get more benefits by then. There were also waves of discussions among the audience. I think this young gym owner is a bit overconfident. After entering the star, the warrior guides the energy to flush the body to form a combat body. Once the combat body is formed, it is considered to be truly extraordinary. I am afraid that Coach Zhao can tear this young gym owner to pieces with one hand. It is overconfident to try to stop a chariot with a mantis arm. Fortunately, I came to withdraw from the class today. Otherwise, if I were still learning martial arts in the White Crane Martial Arts Hall, I am afraid that my brain would become stupid. Li Taizhu also walked in front of Su Chinzhou and said in a low voice, Master, if they want to leave, let them go.
There is no need to be angry with Zhao Zicheng, this villain. I still have some savings, which can be used to subsidize the martial arts school. Adding the connections left by the master, although 20 million is a lot, it can still be raised. As long as you can break through to the realm of a one-star martial artist. The White Crane Martial Arts School will have a day of comeback sooner or later. Su Qinzhou did not answer. It was too troublesome to explain. Su Qinzhou was too lazy to explain, and just spoke with facts. Sometimes the power of language is far less than seeing is believing. Su Qinzhou took a step forward, and the aura on his body soared into the sky. Since you agree, then under the witness of so many people, the apprenticeship ceremony officially begins. As long as you can take my 3 punches, then from today, you, Zhao Zicheng, will be officially graduated from my White Crane Martial Arts School. Su Qinzhou has always been straightforward in doing things. He said he would take action and he took action immediately. After saying this, Su Qinzhou's figure flashed and he took a step forward. The bull demon stepped on his hoof. In the eyes of the crowd, a demon bull with long horns piercing the sky appeared in a trance. With this step, Su Qinzhou rushed towards Zhao Zicheng like a demon bull. The bull demon stepped on his horns. A punch hit Zhao Zicheng's chest fiercely. Zhao Zicheng never took Su Qinzhou seriously, and did not take Su Qinzhou's attack seriously. And Su Qinzhou used the power-generating technique of the bull demon's great strength fist in this punch, fully exerting his brute force. The 8,000 gene strength was doubled by the bull demon's great strength fist, and one punch had a power of 16,000 gene. In addition to the blessing of the 9 Yang True Qi of the second-rate master level, this punch had at least 20,000 gene of strength. The White Crane combat body is a relatively flexible combat body. It can cultivate a line of energy wings behind it. With a slight flap, it can move dozens of meters, and can even soar in the air for a short period of time. In contrast, the White Crane battle body's power increase is not very good. It is completely unable to resist the brute force of the bull demon's great power fist. Zhao Zicheng had no time to react. He flew backwards and slammed into the wall of the martial arts hall. The walls of the White Crane Martial Arts Hall are made of special materials. Even so, Zhao Zicheng still left a human-shaped mark on the wall. It can be seen that the power of this punch is very amazing. Zhao Zicheng's head, which was trapped in the wall, slowly drooped, as if he was dead. Su Qinzhou certainly would not show mercy. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Zhao Zicheng. Not only that, a layer of flames was burning on his fist, raised the fire to burn the sky. A layer of flames spread as Su Qinzhou's fist swung, bringing up a brilliant flame. This move was Su Qinzhou's Burning Flame Demon Fist, which simulated the operation of the Burning Flame battle body with the 9 Yang True Qi. The 9 Yang Qi is extremely yang and strong, and coupled with the extremely explosive Burning Flame Demon Fist, it is just like oil meeting fire, igniting at a touch, with infinite power. The punch was like a volcanic eruption, and the speed was incredible. But at this time, Zhao Zicheng, who seemed to be unconscious, suddenly emitted a white light. 2 white wings suddenly appeared behind him, crossed in front of his chest. Not only that, countless feathers burst out from these 2 white wings. It turned out that Zhao Zicheng's coma was just a disguise. The wings of the White Crane battle body are his killer move. Go to hell, little beast. My White Crane battle body can train an energy wing, and the energy feathers shot out are as powerful as firearms. You are dead if you are hit by me at such a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme distance. Zhao Zicheng roared with resentment on his face. He could feel the burning pain in his chest, and he didn't know how many ribs were broken. He was a peak 1-star warrior, but he was beaten like this. Zhao Zicheng couldn't swallow this anger. Originally, he only planned to cripple Su Qinzhou and prevent him from practicing martial arts from now on. But now, Zhao Zicheng changed his mind. He wanted to kill this junior brother who made him lose face. But what he didn't expect was that Su Qinzhou's punch, which seemed to be full of strength, stopped in an instant. In fact, Su Qinzhou had already discovered Zhao Zicheng's disguise. How powerful is the fighting body of a 1-star warrior? How could he be knocked unconscious with just one punch? His punch only looks fierce, but in fact it only uses 10% of the force and can be turned at any time. Suchinjo's body twisted violently, and he actually dodged all the countless feather attacks from the white crane battle body. Immediately afterwards, the flames on Suchinjo's hand flashed again, and it was still the powerful move that burned the sky like a volcanic eruption. In front of this punch, Zhao Zicheng's energy wings were useless and were easily torn apart like a piece of paper. After being washed away by energy, his battle body, which had been tempered for many times, was as thin as paper.
Suchinjo's fist easily penetrated Zhao Zicheng's body, leaving a translucent hole in his chest.
It could also be seen from the hole that half of Zhao Zicheng's heart was missing, and the remaining half was extremely burnt by Suchinjo's punch. Before he died, Zhao Zicheng still had a trace of disbelief on his face. He never imagined that his life would end here like this. Everyone on the field was silent, no one dared to speak.
Everyone was shocked by Suchinjo.
No one expected this result. After a while, small discussions began to appear on the field. Suchinjo actually killed a 1-star peak warrior with 2 punches. What level of strength is this?
It's simply unimaginable. Li Taizhu rushed to Suchinjo very excitedly.
Junior brother, you broke through to a 1-star warrior and you didn't even tell me.
It's really not fun.
I'm so worried about the harm done to my senior brother.
But you are truly worthy of being the master's son.
This move, Juhua Fenshin, was obviously passed down from the master. Zhao Shinton, who was standing on the other side, also had tears in his eyes.
Okay.
The master's best move back then was to raise fire to burn the sky. Using this move to kill the traitor can be regarded as a natural cycle, a cycle of cause and effect. Suchinjo comforted the 2 agitated senior brothers.
Didn't I rush to the martial arts gym to tell you the good news just after my breakthrough?
But I didn't expect to meet this traitor causing trouble. In fact, Suchinjo has not yet broken through to a 1-star warrior. Just now he was able to use this move to raise fire and burn the sky. In fact, he used 9 Yang Qi to simulate the burning sky combat body. But Suchinjo did not explain that this was his purpose. If a non-star warrior kills a 1-star warrior, that is a big deal. I don't know how many people will be attracted to explore its mysteries. But if a 1-star warrior killed another 1-star warrior, then this would be very common. What's more, it's still a matter of dealing with traitors within the sect.
It is estimated that after reporting it, even the Warriors Association didn't bother to ask.
After beating Zhao Zicheng to death, Suchinjo raised his eyes and glanced around. When the people around him saw his gaze, they couldn't help but lower their heads, not daring to look at Suchinjo. Especially the other 3 warriors were like ostriches at this time, lowering their heads deeply for fear of being noticed by Suchinjo.
The combat effectiveness of the 3 of them is far inferior to Zhao Zicheng.
Now even Zhao Zicheng was beaten to death by Suchinjo's 2 punches.
If it were them, they might not be able to catch even 1 punch. How can I dare to speak out now? You 3, don't pretend to be dead over there.
Since I said I'm leaving, I won't leave you here. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme.
But you have to deal with the mess you caused yourself. Your customers are clamoring for a refund. A refund is a refund.
It's just that you have to pay for these refunds. After handling these matters and paying double the liquidated damages, you can get out.
Baiha Martial Arts School will no longer welcome you.
When the 3 warriors heard this, their expressions turned as ugly as pig liver. He wanted to refuse, but these 3 people didn't have the courage. A 17-year-old 1-star warrior is still so powerful, and his future is simply limitless. What's more, in this battle, Suchinjo didn't even use his true fighting body, and it was obvious that he didn't use his full strength. With Suchinjo's combat power, it would be easy to kill 3 of them during the leaving ceremony. Moreover, they had handed in their resignation letters and had no intention of turning back. Now it is too late to regret. With the resignation letter, Suchinjo can apply to start the departure ceremony at any time. If he had known that Suchinjo was so talented, he would not have betrayed Baiha Martial Arts School even if he killed them. Now Suchinjo gave them the opportunity to turn their hostility into friendship. Even though their hearts were bleeding, these 3 people still chose to grit their teeth and pay the money obediently. The compensation of 20 million yuan will be divided among 3 people, and one person will get more than 6
million yuan.
Plus double the liquidated damages, it will be 3 million yuan for each person. Added together, one person would have to come up with 10 million. The 3 of them were extremely reluctant to leave, but there was nothing they could do. Even though they had to spend so much money, they would have to use up all their savings, including all the benefits Mr. Li gave them. They even had to use their status as warriors to get a bank loan to pay it off. But compared with all this and the small life is definitely more important. After dealing with all this, Su Qinzhou planned to leave Baihao Martial Arts School. At this moment, a voice came from the crowd.
Well, can I not refund the money?
Master Su's martial arts are so strong, I want to transfer my classes to Master Su.
As this sentence rang out, noisy voices immediately appeared among the refund customers.
Yes, if Gym Leader Su is willing to be the coach. Not only did I not give a refund, I immediately purchased another 30 classes. I can buy 50 knots immediately and introduce my best friends to come to class together. Seeing Su Qinzhou's performance, these customers wanted to refund their money and wished they could directly join Su Qinzhou's class. A 17-year-old one-star martial artist with such terrifying combat power is as rare as a rarity in the entire Tiancheng city.
This kind of young genius has his own insights into cultivation. Once you can learn something from their hands, it will be a huge benefit. Li Taizhu and Zhao Xinton looked at Su Qinzhou with hesitant expressions on their faces. Junior brother, look at what to do.
Without these customers, our turnover would be cut in half at least. Su Qinzhou shook his head. These people chose to add insult to injury and stabbed someone in the back when the martial arts school was in a difficult time. Now if you say you don't want a refund, then you won't get a refund.
How can there be such a good thing?
How can our Baihao Martial Arts School be a place where these people can come and leave whenever they want? Hearing Su Qinzhou's words, many people in the customer group who came for refunds showed dissatisfaction. There were even a few stupid young people who wanted to argue with Su Qinzhou in front of him. Su Qinzhou noticed the movements of these people and raised his eyes. His eyes were extremely cold, with an icy aura. During the past few days, Su Qinzhou would practice the Amitabha Sutra every day. This sutra is extremely magical. Although it was only a few days of visualization, Su Qinzhou's spiritual power is now several times that of ordinary people. With the blessing of this spiritual power, none of these customers dared to look directly into Su Qinzhou's eyes. They all lowered their heads and dared not speak. Good tricks, I didn't expect you to be able to practice to the level of a one-star warrior. You have achieved a one-star warrior before you reach adulthood.
Now you are ranked among the top in the entire Tiancheng city.
A smiling voice came. Although this voice was smiling, it made people feel very uncomfortable, and there was a feeling of a hidden knife in the smile. The person who spoke was naturally Li Guanjia from Tianhua Martial Arts Hall. Seeing Su Qinzhou so easily grasp the situation, Li Guanjia's face was not rippled at all, and he still kept smiling. However, Su Qinzhou could see a trace of deep resentment from the depths of Li Guanjia's eyes.
But Master Su, don't be too happy too soon.
You should know that not every one-star warrior is qualified to get a junior warrior certificate. The difficulty of the Warrior Association's assessment is not low, and there are many one-star warriors who fail. And I will take good care of you. I hope you can still laugh when the time comes. After saying that, Li Guanjia turned around and left.
Li Taizhu approached Su Qinzhou worriedly.
Junior brother, I heard that the owner of Tianhua Martial Arts Hall has a good relationship with the top leaders of the Warrior Association.
They will definitely trip you up when the time comes.
No matter how strong your combat power is, it is not easy to break through their targeting. The Warrior Association issues certificates to warriors at many different levels, including the Star Level Warrior, the Bright Moon Level Warrior, and the Lion Level Warrior. It is said that there are also levels above this. But those levels are not accessible to ordinary people. To get a star-level warrior certificate, at least a one-star warrior's cultivation is required, but not every one-star warrior can pass the star-level warrior assessment. According to statistics, the passing rate of the star-level warrior assessment is only 30%. Although according to Su Qinzhou's performance of killing Zhao Ziqing with 2 punches, it is easy to pass the star-level warrior assessment.
But there is also a premise, that is, no one is secretly playing dirty tricks.
If the Li family arranges in the Warrior Association in advance, the examiners of the assessment will increase the difficulty. Then even 2-star warriors may turn over, not to mention Su Qinzhou, who is only a 1-star warrior now. Su Qinzhou's face did not change at all, as if he disdained all the means of the Li family.
Brother Zhao, Brother Li, don't worry. What is the Li family? What means do you have? Just use them.
After saying that, Su Qinzhou slowly left the martial arts hall, leaving only a back figure.
Etienne World, Shaolin Temple, Monk's Dormitory.
As a 1,000-year-old temple, the environment inside the Shaolin Temple is very deep, with temples connected, incense and candles all over the ground, and hundreds of years of ancient trees can be seen everywhere. The monks' dormitory of Shaolin Temple is located next to a 1,000-year-old tree. A young man was sitting under the shade of the tree. He held his chin with one hand and closed his eyes, as if he was in deep thought. Above his body, a shadow that could not be seen by the naked eye was slowly floating in the air. This shadow looked exactly like the young man. At this time, the shadow's face was full of curiosity. He moved his hands and kicked his legs in the air, feeling extremely new about everything.
This person was Zhang Junbao.
In the past few days, when he was free from practicing martial arts, Zhang Junbao would also look through the past Amitabha Sutra.
This secret book can be practiced directly without local adaptation.
Although he did not practice, Zhang Junbao also memorized the contents of the past Amitabha Sutra in his mind in the past few days. As time went by, Zhang Junbao felt that the out-of-body technique recorded in the past Amitabha Sutra seemed quite simple.
With nothing to do, he lay under the tree and tried it. Unexpectedly, it succeeded at once.
Not only that, Zhang Junbao also felt that his soul was extremely solid in the void. After leaving the body, there was no feeling of weakness. It was as if he could travel 100 miles in one breath.
This is different from what Brother Hong said in the group.
The realm of Taoist practice is divided into settling the spirit, coming out of the shell, night travel, day travel, driving away things in spirit, showing up, possessing, and taking over ghost fairy. Above the ghost fairy, it is necessary to go through the thunder tribulation. Only when you reach the night travel realm can the soul leave the body and travel in the night. This is just my first time out of the body. Why do I feel that I have reached the realm of night travel?
Zhang Junbao was a little confused.
What Zhang Junbao didn't know was that although Taoist practice is divided into many realms, it does not have to be gradual. Many masters have never tried to leave the body in their lives, but just phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red/phoneme books and cultivate their spirits silently. One day, they feel something in their hearts, and they can go straight into the sky and go through several thunder tribulations in a row once they leave the body.
Some people can even become the creator in one out of the body.
Zhang Junbao's talent is very high, so high that it is incredible. The world's upper limit is a peak that is difficult to climb for others, but for Zhang Junbao, it is just a cage.
He has been listening to Master Zhuai Yuan's lectures since he was a child.
He is good at thinking and has already had his own understanding of the Buddhist scriptures. The Amitabha Sutra is a Buddhist classic, and there are many similarities with the Buddhist principles that Zhang Junbao realized. It was a natural thing for Zhang Junbao to practice the Amitabha Sutra.
In addition, what the ancient philosophers could do, Zhang Sanfeng could naturally do, and even do better.
After all, there were hundreds of ancient philosophers in the Yangshan world, and there has only been one Zhang Sanfeng in the world since 1,000 years ago. If Zhang Sanfeng practiced the Amitabha Sutra 100 years later, he would probably be able to survive the six-fold thunder tribulation in one out-of-body experience, and even have the opportunity to directly survive the seventh, eighth, and ninth-fold thunder tribulation and touch the edge of the Yangshan. However, Zhang Sanfeng is still a child, a teenager, after all. Even if he has a high talent, his accumulation is not enough, and his understanding of the world is not deep. So his soul after leaving the body will only be in the night-wandering realm, although Zhang Junbao did not understand the reason. But the feeling will not lie, feeling the feeling of the soul in the night sky. He knew that his realm had indeed reached the night-wandering level. Zhang Junbao began to drive his soul out of his body.
The soul was invisible and immaterial, and after leaving the body, it moved very fast. In an instant, he went from one end of Shaolin Temple to the other end of Shaolin Temple. Under the night phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme, Zhang Juanbao's soul traveled throughout the Shaolin Temple, and no matter what secret place it was, it could not stop him. Under the night, he saw Master Jue Yuan sitting in the meditation room studying the scriptures, Master Wu Sei practicing martial arts in the Arhat Hall, and Abbot Tian Ming kneeling in the main hall reciting scriptures silently. This feeling was extremely novel, and Zhang Junbao had a lot of fun and almost forgot the time. Just when Zhang Juanbao's soul traveled to the main hall, he felt a layer of white light covering the center of the main hall. This layer of white light was hazy and rushed straight to the sky. In the white light, a Buddha appeared, which was exactly the appearance of Tathagata Buddha. However, Zhang Junbao was not panicked. His soul could feel that the essence of this big Buddha sitting in the sky was condensed by the incense and thoughts of countless people. In the past, the Amitabha Sutra did not need to be localized with the chat group function, which shows that this method is highly compatible with the world of Etienne. So Zhang Junbao was not surprised that the world of Etienne had incense and thoughts. The inheritance of Buddhism and Taoism in the Etienne world has a long history, and Shaolin Temple is the leader in the righteous martial arts world. It is normal to have such a large Buddha statue. And because this Buddha statue has no owner, the incense power continues to dissipate outward, covering the entire Shaolin Temple. These incense power dissipated in the air give the entire Shaolin ancient temple a sense of zen. But unfortunately, the monks in Shaolin Temple are all ordinary warriors, and no one cultivates the soul, so these incense power has no one to use, and has been scattered in the air in vain, completely wasted. But Zhang Junbao is different. He has cultivated the soul in Taoism, and he has cultivated the highest Buddhist classics in the Yangshan world, the Amitabha Sutra. Both are Buddhas, and their beliefs are of the same origin. Zhang Junbao can feel that these powers of faith are like free, rushing into his soul like crazy. Under the nourishment of these incense power, his soul slowly grows stronger. Moreover, with the help of the Amitabha Sutra in the past, his soul sat there, motionless, and the noisy thoughts in the incense power could not affect his mind at all. Not only that, Zhang Juanbao's soul also operated the basic physical training technique of the Star Domain Alliance. After being deduced by the chat group, this technique has become an origin-level technique, which can be operated by both the body and the soul. The body digests food, so the soul naturally digests thoughts. Under the effect of the basic bodybuilding exercise, Zhang Junbao digested these incense power into pure soul power. Under the dual filtration of the basic bodybuilding exercise and the Amitabha Sutra in the past, the incense power that ordinary practitioners feared like snakes and scorpions was completely purified and absorbed into Zhang Juanbao's body like a tonic without any side effects. If this was seen by the practitioners in the Yangshan world, their eyes would pop out. The incense power contains chaotic thoughts, and all mortals suffer, including joy, anger, worry, fear, birth, old age, sickness and death. If a cultivator absorbs it at will, his soul will be invaded by disturbing thoughts and he will easily go astray. Only the legendary Future Immortality Sutra can completely subdue the incense power and take it for his own use. And even if it is the Future Immortality Sutra, it is impossible to crush the incense power directly like Zhang Junbao and turn it into the purest soul power to absorb, with almost no loss. With such rapid progress, how can Zhang Junbao be polite again? He is not a pedantic gentleman. Although these incense powers belong to Shaolin. However, the monks of Shaolin Temple not only do not know the existence of incense power, but also cannot use it. For the Shaolin monks, these incense powers are invisible and intangible, which is equivalent to non-existence. In addition, Zhang Junbao has long been secretly resentful of Shaolin at this time. You are going to kill me and destroy me, so it is not too much for me to take a little of your incense power as interest. His soul sat upright in the void, slowly pulling the incense power in the air, like a black hole in the void. Countless incense power was sucked into the black hole by Zhang Junbao like a young swallow returning to its nest. As more and more incense power was absorbed, Zhang Junbao's soul became more and more solid. Gradually, Zhang Junbao could feel that his soul was as solid as iron and stone. With a slight movement of his mind, a branch on the ground actually moved slightly with his mind. Is this the realm of exorcism? In just a few hours.
My realm has actually been raised from night wandering to exorcism.
It's simply a triple jump.
The soul Taoism has been raised from the night wandering realm to the exorcism realm, and there is a day wandering realm in between. After reaching the exorcism realm, the Taoist practitioner truly has the ability to influence the real world. It is equivalent to the soul descending from the spiritual world to the material world, breaking through the barrier between illusion and reality.
Many Taoist practitioners cannot break through the day wandering realm in their entire lives.
In just 3 hours, Zhang Junbao broke through the bottleneck that these people could never reach in their lifetime. Zhang Junbao gathered his soul and looked around, only to see that the incense power in the air of Shaolin Temple was still strong. The incense power he absorbed in these 3 hours of practice was just a drop in the bucket for Shaolin Temple. After all, Shaolin Temple is a 1,000-year-old temple, and it is a martial arts holy land in the minds of countless people.
The incense is strong, and the accumulation of thousands of years is naturally extraordinary.
After the practice, Zhang Junbao's soul returned to the body, and he couldn't wait to open the chat group of the young cubs of the heavens. It has become a habit for this group of people to practice the water group every day.
If you don't chat in the group every day, it feels like there are ants crawling all over your body. Zhang Junbao Yufang Sanrun, ahem, is Brother Hong here? What are you doing? Come out and chat. Hong Yi looked at the message in the chat group and was a little confused.
Why did Zhang Junbao suddenly get so excited to chat with him?
It was a little scary. Hong Yi Dakian Shotsai, yes. Junbao, what's wrong with you? Tomorrow is your fateful battle. If you don't prepare well, you will still be in the empty water group? Zhang Junbao Yufang Sanrun, ah.
Brother Hong, how do you know that my Taoist practice has reached the realm of expelling things?
Hong Yi Dakian Shotsai? Zhang Junbao Yufang Sanrun, Brother Hong, you are well informed.
You even found out that I secretly practiced to the realm of expelling things.
Zhang Junbao couldn't help but smile while typing.
If you don't return to your hometown when you are rich, it's like walking in brocade clothes at night.
Although everyone in the group is a future grandmaster, an old cunt, and a runaway king, they are just teenagers now.
Naturally, he still maintains his youthful mentality. After Zhang Junbao cultivated to the realm of exorcism, he couldn't wait to find Hong Yi to show off.
Hong Yi Dakian scholar, ah. What are you talking about? I'm asking you why you haven't prepared for tomorrow's fateful battle.
Tomorrow's matter is so important, Junbao, you must prepare well, don't joke here.
Hong Yi didn't react.
In his eyes, Zhang Junbao has been practicing martial arts these days and has no time to practice the Amitabha Sutra. It is so difficult to practice Taoism. I don't know how many people have been stumped by the first step of leaving the body. From practicing leaving the body to exorcism, there are several difficulties in the middle.
It is not easy to overcome them. How can it be cultivated in a few days?
Zhang Junbao Yufang Sanrun, video. Zhang Junbao sits under a tree, a branch dances around his body with Zhang Junbao's thoughts.
Zhang Junbao Yufang Sanrun, Brother Hong, look, I'm not kidding. Hong Yi Dakian scholar? Han Li Kixwenman disciple? Even Su Qinzhou, who had been lurking for a long time, was blown up by Zhang Junbao's video?
Even Su Qinzhou, who knew Zhang Sanfeng very well, didn't expect that he could cultivate to the realm of exorcism in such a short time.
Hong Yi Dakian scholar, Junbao, how did you do it? Tell me. Hong Yi had an anxious expression on his face.
I couldn't wait to know how Zhang Junbao did it. It took only 10 days to cultivate the soul to the realm of exorcism.
This is fucking scary.
You should know that Hong Yi had practiced for so long, and only entered the night wandering realm yesterday. As a result, he had not yet calmed down from the joy of breaking the mirror. Zhang Junbao suddenly appeared and performed a magical power belonging to the realm of driving objects for him. This made Hong Yi completely unable to calm down. If he could also have such a speed of practice, driving objects in 10 days, wouldn't it be 100 days to become a ghost fairy, and 3 years to become a young god, and personally avenge his mother?
When he thought of this, Hong Yi was a little impatient.
However, what Hong Yi didn't know was that although he didn't practice fast in the early stage, he was the son of the era. Zhang Sanfeng opened a talent sheet, which seemed very fierce, but compared with his cheat, it was nothing.
If these people in the group really want to talk about cheating, they have to look at Hong Yi.
With the blessing of the era's luck, the higher the realm Hong Yi is in, the faster he practices. Although it is not as exaggerated as the 3-year Yang God, it only took him 6 years to practice to the Yang God.
It's just that Su Qinzhou didn't remember the details of the book Yanshin very clearly.
So although Hong Yi knew that his cultivation speed would get faster and faster, he didn't know how much time he spent on cultivating to the Yang God. Zhang Junbao explained his cultivation process in detail in the group, without hiding anything.
After listening to Zhang Junbao's cultivation process, Hong Yi sighed. Hong Yi Dakian scholar, so that's how it is, what a pity.
These incense and firepower are good, but we can't use them across the world. It seems that only Junbao can use these resources.
But Junbao, your talent is really too good. You can reach the night wandering realm as soon as you leave the body. Hong Yi's eyes dimmed instantly.
There are many masters who practice Taoism in the Yang God world, and there are many Taoist methods that can use incense and firepower. Let alone other things, the future Immortal Sutra alone requires a lot of incense and firepower. So the incense and firepower in the Yang God world are basically owned by someone. Hong Yi is the person in the group who wants to improve his strength the most urgently, because he faces the most powerful opponent. Hong Xuanji, that is the son of Dakian, with extraordinary luck, and now his strength is at the level of human immortal. His father is ruthless, and he didn't attack him now, just because Hong Yi is not a threat to him. Hong Yi is like a hamster in a cage to him, and he can't turn the world upside down. But once he finds out that Hong Yi's hidden strength may break through his restraints, Hong Xuanji will not show mercy.
Su Qinzhou group leader, that's not necessarily true. The red envelope rules of the chat group are very simple. You can only send things that belong to you. Now these incense thoughts are scattered in the air. They are not owned by Junbao, so they cannot be sent.
But if Hong Yi can find a Taoist technique to collect incense thoughts, Junbao can collect the incense thoughts after practicing, and then he can naturally put it in the red envelope. Besides, as far as I know, the chat group should unlock the function of traveling through the world in the future. At that time, it is not impossible for us to travel to Junbao's world to practice in person. In Junbao's world, there are many thousand-year-old temples besides Shaolin Temple. Mount Wutai, Mount Jiuhua, and Mount Putuo, the incense thoughts condensed in these places will definitely not be less than Shaolin Temple. As soon as these words came out, not only Hong Yi, but even Han Li showed an expectant look in his eyes. If he can also practice to the realm of driving things, then he can borrow the blood-patterned steel needle from Hong Yi, and it will be easy to kill Dr. Mo. No matter how high Dr. Mo's martial arts skills are, no matter how strong the Zhang Tai puppet he refines is. But as long as he hides in the dark and activates the blood-marked steel needle, these are meaningless to him. At this moment, Su Qinzhou suddenly sent a red envelope in the group. Thunder Suspense Sword X1 Su Qinzhou Group Leader, Junbao, try to see if your divine thoughts can activate this sword. The world where Su Qinzhou lives has many different ways of cultivation. Among the 4 inheritances of Shuelan Star, one inheritance is psychics. Psychics have powerful mental power and can control everything in the world, control the original energy, and control everything with their mental power. In a sense, it is similar to the Taoism of the Yanshin world. And the weapons of psychics are made of various special steels. It is said that these special steels are very compatible with the mental power of psychics. As long as the mental power is used, it can be easily controlled. It is an important means of attack for psychics in the early stage. The Thunder Suspense Sword that Su Qinzhou sent to the group was a weapon given to Su's father by a psychic. Su's father once saved the psychic's life, so the psychic left 9 Thunder Suspense Swords as a token. Su Qinzhou has always been curious about whether the Taoist spirit can control the weapons of psychics. So when he knew that Zhang Junbao had broken through to the realm of driving objects, he couldn't wait to send a Thunder Suspense Sword to Zhang Junbao. After a while, Zhang Junbao Yufeng Sanrun, Group Leader, your sword is really magical. Its light and my spirit is attached to it, just like attached to a feather. And when it flies, it will also bring the sound of thunder exploding, which is extremely powerful. Zhang Junbao turned on the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast in the group is also a function of the chat group. But nothing big happened in the past few days, so no one tried to use it. At this time, Zhang Junbao wanted to show the power of the Thunder Suspense Sword to the group friends, so he would be the first person to eat crabs. Zhang Junbao was in the back mountain of Shaolin Temple at this time. The trees around him were lush and green, and there were occasional insects chirping. The young man, wearing a gray monk's robe, leaned on the branches, and a sword was suspended in the air under his hand. The sword was cyan and gold in color, and there were countless dense thunder patterns on the sword. The young man waved his hand, and the sword flew out of Zhang Junbao's hand, leaving a thunder roar in the air, and turned into a flash of lightning and rushed away. The speed of the flying sword cutting through the air was extremely fast, almost exceeding the limit visible to the human eye. In an instant, it was a distance of 100 meters. Then Zhang Junbao waved his hand, and the flying sword returned to his hand obediently. Only a few felled trees were left on its way forward. The cracks of these trees were still faintly charred by thunder. Then, Zhang Junbao used the flying sword to perform a set of basic sword techniques in the air. Stab, swing, chop, and slash, each move was extremely simple and unpretentious. But no one in the entire group chat dared to underestimate this set of sword techniques. The speed of the flying sword was extremely fast, and there was no one holding the sword, which meant that there was no flaw. All you needed to do was attack without any defense. Su Chenzhou accepted the red fruit sent by Hanli. This spiritual medicine was indeed of great help to him. And he also knew clearly that Hanli's current situation was not dangerous at all. Because Dr. Mo would never attack Hanli. After all, Hanli was Dr. Mo's only hope for survival. If he attacked Hanli in advance, it would definitely be Dr. Mo's brain that was broken. And with the resources of the chat group, Hanli's progress was definitely much faster than Dr. Mo expected. When the day came when Dr. Mo attacked, Hanli would have been able to beat Dr. Mo. A day later, in the chat group, the group members gathered here early, waiting for the moment of eating melons. There is a great show today, it would be a waste not to watch it. Zhang Junbao naturally knew the group members' thoughts and started the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast early in the morning. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast of the chat group is quite black technology. The viewer seems to be in the place being broadcasted, and can freely choose various viewing angles. Except that he cannot interact with the characters in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast screen, there is no difference from actually arriving at the scene. Zhang Junbao was leisurely following Master Jueyuan, accompanying Master Jueyuan to carry water up the mountain. He wrapped the Thunderbolt Suspense Sword tightly with oilcloth, wrapped it into a stick shape, and carried it on his back. With this magic sword in hand, he said he was not at all panicked by today's small scene. Master Jueyuan had kind eyes and an honest look, and he was not noticeable at all in Shaolin Temple. He was wearing a gray monk's robe and several thick iron chains wrapped around his body. These thick iron chains were locked on Master Jueyuan's body like a dragon, and it was shocking just to look at them. But Master Jueyuan's steps were not slow at all, as if these iron chains were as light as a feather to him. Due to the punishment of the temple rules, Master Jueyuan could not speak, but just walk slowly on the mountain path in the forest. Only Zhang Junbao could feel that Master Jueyuan's body was surrounded by a layer of zen, which made people involuntarily calm their hearts and minds. Everyone in the group couldn't help but be attracted by Master Jueyuan's temperament. They had heard about Master Jueyuan's story a long time ago, but had never seen the real person. Hong-Yi Dakian scholar, Master Jueyuan is indeed a Taoist monk. Just looking at his appearance, people can feel how profound his Buddhist knowledge is. Hanli Kixwinman scholar, indeed, although I have never seen a monk since I was a child, I know that a real monk should be like this after seeing Master Jueyuan's appearance. Just then, a young monk on the mountain road approached quickly with light skills. Jueyuan, the abbot is calling you. He is now at the gate of Shaolin Temple. Go over quickly. There was no respect for Jueyuan in the tone of the young monk. Because in his opinion, Master Jueyuan was just an ordinary monk in Shaolin Temple, nothing special. Zhuge Yuan had long been accustomed to the people of Shaolin Temple treating him like this. Due to the temple rules, he could not speak, but just nodded to indicate that he knew. Everyone also knew that He Zudao had already hit Shaolin at this time. Su Qinzhou group leader, the big show is about to start. Junbao, are you nervous? Zhang Junbao shook his head, full of confidence. Zhang Junbao Yufang Sanrun, with the group leader's sword, these monks in Shaolin Temple are nothing. Besides, even without the Thunder Suspense sword, my martial arts alone are enough. Su Qinzhou agreed with Zhang Junbao's words. Even if he only relied on Zhang Junbao's martial arts, no one in Shaolin Temple would be his opponent. Zhang Sanfeng is Zhang Sanfeng, his martial arts are so strong and his talent is so high that it is simply shocking. In the original book, Zhang Junbao at this time had never seriously studied martial arts. Just relying on the incomplete Nine-Yang manual and the Luohan fist that he learned in 10 days, he forced He Zudao, who had suppressed the entire Shaolin and dared not speak, to retreat. Even when fighting against internal strength, He Zudao was not completely sure that he could defeat Zhang Junbao. During these 10 days, Zhang Junbao not only had the resources of the chat group, but also held back his anger and practiced martial arts day and night. In just 10 days, he completely mastered the moves of the Bull Demon Fist and the Burning Flame Demon Fist. Even in his spare time, he practiced the Luohan Fist hidden in the pair of iron arhats to perfection. In addition, the 100-year-old elixir given to him by Han Li made Zhang Junbao's internal strength advance by leaps and bounds. Moreover, Zhang Junbao also asked Master Zhuge Yuan for the complete Nine-Yang manual, and these changes were superimposed one by one. At this time, his fighting power was simply one in the sky and one on the ground compared to Zhang Junbao in the original book. The master and apprentice immediately rushed to the gate of Shaolin Temple. There was a crowd of people standing at the gate of Shaolin Temple. 108 Luohan Hall disciples wearing gray monk robes stood on the left and right sides of Abbot Tianming. These 108 Luohan Hall disciples were the legendary Shaolin 108 Luohan. In front of them stood 18 monks wearing light yellow robes. These monks were disciples of the Dharma Hall. They were older and more skilled in martial arts than the disciples of the Arhat Hall. Further ahead stood 7 old monks. These 7 old monks were the 7 elders of the Heart Zen Hall, the trump card of Shaolin. The youngest of these 7 old monks was in his early 70s, while the oldest was as old as 90 years old. They looked extremely skinny and as if they were dying, but no one dared to look down on them. In a place like Shaolin Temple, the older you are, the stronger your martial arts skills are. The monks who can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme to the age of 90 are almost all peerless masters. The 3 people in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme are the 3 masters with the highest status in Shaolin Temple. They are Master Tianming, the abbot of Shaolin Temple, Master Wuxian, the head of the Dharma Hall, and Master Wuz, the head of the Arhat Hall. They are accompanied by Pan Tiangang, Fang Tianlao, and Wei Tianwan who came from Shaolin Temple in the western regions. These 3 people have extremely high martial arts skills. They can be regarded as first-class masters in the Central Plains martial arts world, and they are not inferior to the monks of Shaolin Temple at all. And beside them, there are 70 or 80 Shaolin lay disciples. This kind of battle can be said to be grand. Shaolin Temple has such a luxurious lineup, but there are only 2 people opposite them. One is a middle-aged scholar in his 30s, who looks gentle and unrestrained, and is none other than He Zudao, one of the 3 saints of Kunlun. The other is a young girl, who is in her prime, with a quirky temperament, and people can recognize her at a glance as the Little East Evil Guoxiang. Logically speaking, Shaolin Temple has brought out such a luxurious lineup, and no matter what enemy it faces, it should be calm and composed. But at this time, the expressions of the monks in Shaolin Temple are not quite right. Staring at He Zudao with a look of surprise. Because at this time, He Zudao is doing something shocking. He Zudao holds a small sharp-cornered stone in his hand, and is carving marks on the bluestone floor of Shaolin Temple. These marks are horizontal and vertical, as if they were carved with a ruler, just forming a chessboard. You know, the bluestone floor of Shaolin Temple is made of the best granite, as hard as iron. From the establishment of Shaolin Temple to the present, hundreds of years have passed, and countless people have come and gone, but there is still no wear and tear. But now, in Izudao's hand, a small sharp stone had carved marks more than half an inch deep.
This level of internal strength was simply horrifying.
Although the monks of Shaolin Temple are highly skilled in martial arts, no one thinks that they can do this. With this level of internal strength, no one in Shaolin Temple is a match for Izudao. However, the monks of Shaolin Temple could not put down their face and admit defeat, and they were in a dilemma.
Especially the head monk of Shaolin Temple's Dharma Hall, Wuxian Zen Master, who had just challenged Izudao.
As a result, he knew that he was doomed to lose before the fight even started.
For a moment, he was suspended in the air, not knowing where to go.
A majestic face gradually showed a few blushes, like a boiled egg. Only Abbot Tianming was a real master, bright and clear, and did not care too much about winning or losing.
After weighing the two, Abbot Tianming was about to admit defeat.
At this moment, the sound of iron chains clanging came. Zhou Yuan carried a pair of large iron buckets on his shoulders and came to the crowd with Zhang Junbao. He put his palms together in front of his chest and saluted the abbot.
Zhou Yuan, this layman has something to tell you. After Abbot Tianming said this, it was equivalent to temporarily lifting the ban on Master Zhou Yuan's silence. Master Zhou Yuan looked at Izudao carefully.
He had never seen this person before, and he didn't know why Izudao came to Shaolin Temple from afar to find him, which made Master Zhou Yuan very confused.
I don't know why the layman came from afar.
Izudao waved his hand. I'll talk about that later, there's no rush. Which monk will come and play a game with me first? He had just finished drawing the chess game in front of him at this time, and he was in high spirits and had no intention of talking at all. His nickname is Kunlun Three Saints, which refers to his three unique skills in sword, chess, and books. The reason why Izudao can practice martial arts to this level at such a young age. It is because he really loves sword, chess, and books, like crazy. Once he is interested, he can't care about anything else, he is completely obsessed with it, and he can even give up eating and sleeping. At this time, he had drawn the chessboard and was addicted to chess, so he didn't care about other things. Izudao waited for a long time, but the monks of Shaolin Temple kept silent, and no one dared to come forward to play chess with him. He raised his head with some doubts and scanned the monks of Shaolin Temple.
Didn't these Shaolin monks say that they wanted to compete with him? Why didn't anyone make a move even though the chessboard was drawn?
Facing Izudao's gaze, the monks of Shaolin Temple lowered their heads in shame, but even so, no one dared to stand up and compete with Izudao. Especially Master Wuxian, his Bodhidharma swordsmanship was extremely profound, and his personality was extremely belligerent. This time, he proposed the battle with Izudao. But at this time, facing Izudao's gaze, Master Wuxian just turned his head away in embarrassment. Because he knew he was no match for Izudao. With Izudao's internal strength, even if Izudao's swordsmanship was not profound, he could not defeat Izudao. What's more, Izudao was known as the Sword Saint, and his swordsmanship must be strong.
He would only be humiliating himself if he challenged him now.
Abbot Tianming looked around and saw that no one responded to the challenge, so he understood. He nodded. Izudao's martial arts are unfathomable.
He can make a chessboard out of a stone.
The monks of Shaolin Temple are willing to admit defeat.
Just then, an accident occurred. Master Zhou Yuan, carrying an iron bucket, walked forward slowly.
The iron chain under Master Zhou Yuan's feet dragged past, leaving a mark of about 5 inches under his feet, erasing the boundary of the chessboard drawn by Izudao. Master Zhou Yuan was indifferent by nature and only cared about Buddhism all his life, so at the beginning, he didn't know why Izudao came to Shaolin. It was not until the abbot of Shaolin Temple admitted defeat that Master Zhou Yuan realized that the purpose of this man's visit to Shaolin was to show off his martial arts. As a monk born and raised in Shaolin Temple, Master Zhou Yuan would naturally not watch Shaolin being insulted. This kind of magical skill stunned everyone present. When the iron chain was dragged, it would leave a mark on the ground. Although Zhou Yuan was able to do this with the weight of the iron chain on his body, the skill he showed was too scary.
What level of master is this? It is simply unimaginable.
The monks of Shaolin Temple cheered when they saw this scene. Just now, such a large Shaolin Temple was suppressed by Izudao and dared not speak, which made these Shaolin monks feel extremely aggrieved. 10 days ago, He Zudao left a note saying that he wanted to learn the martial arts of Shaolin Temple, but no one in Shaolin Temple was He Zudao's opponent. If this matter spreads, which monk will dare to say that the world's martial arts comes from Shaolin in the future? As a result, now a monk in the temple suddenly took action and suppressed He Zudao's limelight. How could these Shaolin monks not be surprised? And the monks who knew Jue Yuan were even more surprised. They didn't expect that this stupid old monk in front of them actually had such amazing skills. After living together for decades, they didn't see any clues. Master Jue Yuan was very strong, and it was not enough to erase a line drawn by He Zudao. Since He Zudao drew a set of chessboards, if you want to suppress He Zudao, you must erase all his chessboards. Master Jue Yuan began to erase the 38 boundaries drawn by He Zudao step by step. Master Jue Yuan's true qi cultivation is high, and the 9-yang true qi is endless, but his body is flesh and blood after all. The more he walked, the more sore his legs felt. But for the reputation of Shaolin Temple, Master Jue Yuan still gritted his teeth and persisted. In fact, another reason why Master Jue Yuan in the original book would pass away today was because he consumed too much physical energy to level the chess game. At this moment, He Zudao spoke. The monk has such a deep internal force, He Zudao is not as good as you. This game of chess is no longer necessary, let me learn your swordsmanship. After saying that, He Zudao drew out his long sword and gradually pointed it at his chest, with the hilt pointing far outward, as if he was going to commit suicide, and made a strange gesture to start the gesture. This is exactly the swordsmanship thunder sword created by He Zudao. Master Jue Yuan hurriedly shook his head when he heard this. The old monk only knows how to chant scriptures and meditate, dry books and sweep the floor, but he knows nothing about martial arts. How could He Zudao believe such words? How could there be someone in the world who could practice internal force to such a profound level but knew nothing about martial arts? He was no longer addicted to chess, but he was addicted to swordsmanship. It was rare to see such a strong master, so he was itching to fight. At this moment, a voice came. My master really doesn't know martial arts, so why should Mr. He be so aggressive? If you must compete, why don't you let me play with you? He Zudao looked up and saw a young man in gray monk's clothes, with long hair and not shaved. He was obviously a lay disciple of Shaolin Temple. There was a typhoon today and it rained heavily. I couldn't come back, so I updated one less chapter. Please forgive me. Seeing Zhang Junbao dressed like this, He Zudao couldn't help but feel a little contemptuous. There are two types of martial monks in Shaolin Temple. One is the martial monks who have been ordained in the temple. This kind of martial monk is the direct disciple of Shaolin school and the backbone of the sect. As long as they are talented enough, they are qualified to study all martial arts except the two classics of I Ching and Shisui. The other type is Shaolin lay disciples. The so-called lay disciples are actually outer disciples who can go down the mountain freely, not bound by the rules and regulations of Shaolin, and spread their branches and leaves in the world to spread the reputation of Shaolin. But it is precisely because of this that the lay disciples of Shaolin Temple cannot learn the real exquisite martial arts of Shaolin. After all, these Shaolin lay disciples have families and families. After learning, most of them have their own forces. If you learn a powerful Vajrapalm and I learn a Bodhidharma sword method, then when these lay disciples leave Shaolin, the exquisite martial arts of Shaolin will flow into the world. Not every Shaolin monk has the mind of the sweeping monk, who doesn't mind the Shaolin martial arts being passed on to others. I don't even care about the genuine martial monks of Shaolin Temple, let alone you, a lay disciple in your teens? With this mentality, He Zudao gathered his energy and his dantian. Get out of my way, I'm going to ask the master for advice. Why are you, a little monk, interfering? Are you going to die? He Zudao ignored Zhang Junbao and just stabbed Master Jue Yuan with a sword. Zhang Junbao was speechless when he saw this scene. He didn't expect that he had stood up in advance, but still didn't stop He Zudao from attacking Master Jue Yuan. At that moment, Zhang Junbao no longer held back, and rushed forward, using the deflection 7 stars in the Arhat fist to hit He Zudao on his right shoulder. He Zudao was competing with Master Jue Yuan at this time, and he didn't care about resisting Zhang Junbao's palm. In his opinion, this Shaolin boy was young, and his internal strength must be very ordinary, so it wouldn't matter if he took his palm hard. But he didn't expect that after Zhang Junbao's palm hit his left shoulder, a strong internal force came, and He Zudao couldn't resist it for a while, and couldn't help but retreat 3 steps. This palm made He Zudao look at the boy in front of him for the first time. Good, such profound boxing, such strong internal force. Shaolin Temple is worthy of being the Taishan Beidou of Central Plains. A teenager has such skills. He Zudao, don't recognize Taishan.
He Zudao was a little angry.
He Zudao, the 3 saints of Kunlun, was actually beaten back 3 steps by a lay disciple of Shaolin Temple. Even if he was broad-minded, he felt a little embarrassed for a while.
Good boy, come on, let's fight.
As long as you can take 10 of my moves, He Zudao will never set foot in Central Plains for the rest of his life. Hearing this, Zhang Junbao laughed in his heart. This sentence of taking 10 of my moves, He Zudao will never set foot in Central Plains for the rest of his life is exactly the same as what the group leader said. Everyone in the chat group also started a heated discussion at this time.
Suchinjo group leader, He Zudao seems to be humble.
When others call him Kunlun Sansheng, he has to change his name to He Zudao. Together, it means Kunlun Sansheng He Zudao, which means Kunlun Sansheng is nothing special. But in fact, he is quite confident in his own strength.
He went to Shaolin Temple alone and faced the legendary world's largest sect.
In fact, he never thought that Junbao could take his 10 moves, but this time, He Zudao might have miscalculated. Suchinjo sat on the sofa with a cup of hot tea in his hand, a plate of snacks in front of him, and a plate of cut watermelon beside him, looking like a melon-eating crowd. He has watched the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber since he was a child, and he has a deep memory of the TV series, movie version, and novel version. If he has the opportunity to see this famous scene reproduced again, how can he miss it? If he doesn't eat melons at this time, this chat group is not in vain. Hanli, disciple of Qishuan sect, he couldn't handle the original Junbao, not to mention that the current Junbao not only got the complete 9-yang manual, but also ate my 100-year-old ginseng. I'm afraid He Zudao will be beaten to doubt his life later.
Hanli also lay leisurely on the recliner in the courtyard with a smug expression on his face. Zhang Juanbao's great progress in skills is due to his contribution.
At first, Hanli was a little uncomfortable with the atmosphere of mutual help in the group, but after getting used to it, he found that this feeling was really good.
No intrigue, resource sharing, it's simply a paradise for cultivation.
Affected by the atmosphere in the group, Hanli's personality has become much more cheerful. If there is such a fun scene with group friends, Hanli will not miss it.
Hong Yi Dakian scholar, I don't know how Junbao will deal with this bet. I think He Zudao is actually a good person.
It's a pity that he never sets foot in the Central Plains for his whole life. He Zudao is not only talented, but also keeps his word.
Hong Yi admires He Zudao very much.
According to the original trend, after Zhang Junbao received He Zudao's 10 moves, He Zudao really kept his promise and never set foot in the Central Plains again in his life.
However, Zhang Junbao actually didn't like this ending.
In fact, when he first learned the trend of the story from the group leader, Zhang Junbao was also quite resentful of He Zudao.
If He Zudao didn't believe Master Jueyuan, he wouldn't have rashly attacked Master Jueyuan, and he wouldn't have forced Zhang Junbao to show his martial arts, which eventually led to Master Jueyuan dying of exhaustion at the foot of the mountain. But after careful thinking, Zhang Junbao realized that the culprit of all this was actually Shaolin Temple, and it had nothing to do with He Zudao. He attacked Master Jueyuan only because he didn't understand the situation.
Who would have thought that a Shaolin monk with such profound internal strength would really not know martial arts? Besides, He Zudao's swordsmanship has long been practiced to the point where it is as if he is lifting a heavy object with ease. He can strike and release at will, and even if they fight, he will not really hurt Master Jueyuan. And Zhang Junbao thinks that He Zudao has a good character, with a bright and clear mind and extraordinary bearing. Such a person does not need to pay the price of never setting foot in the Central Plains for this small fight. Zhang Junbao put his hands in the posture of Luohan fist and said softly, "Mr. He, we can fight, but this promise is unnecessary. Guests are guests, and it is not my way of hospitality to let guests never set foot in the Central Plains for life. Let's make friends with martial arts and learn from each other."
Hearing Zhang Junbao's words, He Zudao's eyes lit up.
The servant in front of him looked ordinary at first, but a closer look showed that he had a divine light and a master's bearing.
He Zudao was originally a wild boy. He liked such free and unrestrained young men the most. He was so excited to see the prey that he could not help but said, "Zhang Junbao, what a spiritual name. Okay, let's make friends through martial arts and see how many of my moves you can take." In the blink of an eye, the two of them had already fought. In the original novel, Zhang Junbao was able to fight He Zudao for 10 moves with the incomplete Nine Yang manual. Under the blessing of the Nine Yang manual, He Zudao was not sure of defeating Zhang Junbao. It is not to say that He Zudao's internal strength in the original novel is not as good as Zhang Junbao. On the contrary, He Zudao's internal strength is actually more than one level better than Zhang Junbao. According to the records in the original novel, in the 8th and 9th moves, Zhang Junbao was repelled by He Zudao by 3 steps and 5 steps respectively. Zhang Junbao is indeed a martial arts prodigy that only appears once in a century, and he practices the peerless magic skill of the Nine Yang manual. But He Zudao is not an ordinary master phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. His martial arts have long reached perfection. He can even subdue Shaolin Temple with his internal strength alone, so that the monks of Shaolin Temple dare not take action. However, in a battle between masters of internal strength, unless both of them are determined to fight to the death and use their whole body internal strength to fight, or the difference in their skills is too big, it is difficult to determine the winner in just a few moves. He Zudao was not sure that he could defeat Zhang Junbao within 10 moves, so he chose to admit defeat in the end. However, the current situation is different from the past. At this time, Zhang Junbao has already become a Super Plus version strengthened by the chat group. He is much stronger than the young version of Zhang Junbao in the original book. In the original book, He Zudao's internal strength is stronger than Zhang Junbao. But now, Zhang Junbao's internal strength is 3 points better than He Zudao. With the help of the basic bodybuilding skills of the Star Domain Alliance and the 100-year-old ginseng given by Hanli as a gift, in just 10 days, our cheating player Zhang Junbao has practiced the Nine Yang manual to the state of great success. His internal strength is one of the best in the entire martial arts world. As soon as they fought, He Zudao was shocked by Zhang Junbao's strong internal strength. Why is this young man so strong at such a young age? If He Zudao were a modern man, he would probably be complaining in his heart. Which decent teenager can develop such a skill in his teens? This level of martial arts reminded He Zudao of a legendary figure 100 years ago, the master of Lingzhou Palace, Su Zhu, the son-in-law of Xixia. Both of them were born in Shaolin Temple, and they were also young and strong. Okay, that's how you play it, right? It's still an ancestral cheat, turn it off, it's really boring. He Zudao has begun to doubt his life, whether he has lived like a dog for decades. As the two continued to fight, He Zudao felt a wave of soreness and numbness in his arms, and his body involuntarily wanted to retreat to relieve Zhang Junbao's punch. In order to make his face look better, He Zudao used his clever strength to transfer the power to the soles of his feet, so that he was not beaten back by Zhang Junbao. Fortunately, the material of their feet was thick bluestone. If it was ordinary mud, He Zudao would have stepped on it and left footprints, making a fool of himself. Only the abbot Kongming and the Zen master Wuxiang of Shaolin Temple had very high vision. They could see at a glance that the dust next to He Zudao's feet was slightly vibrating. This was obviously caused by the power of Zhang Junbao's fist being unable to withstand it, and the power was transmitted to the ground. Abbot Kongming and the Zen master Wuxiang looked at each other with horror. This young man's boxing style is rigorous, which is fine, but his internal strength is weird. In a moment, the two had fought for more than 100 moves. He Zudao's expression also changed from being casual at the beginning to being serious. Fortunately, the young man in front of me gave me a way out, so I didn't make a 10-move agreement with him, otherwise I would lose face this time. He Zudao, I told you to be arrogant and look down on me, now you have learned your lesson. Shaolin Temple has a 1,000-year-old reputation, and there is no false reputation. In He Zudao's opinion, if he had not learned from many schools and his martial arts were 100 times better than the young man in front of him, and Zhang Junbao only knew the basic boxing of Shaolin Temple, he would probably have admitted defeat at the 30th move. Every monk of Shaolin Temple who was watching this game was very excited. Not every monk of Shaolin Temple had the same broad mind as Abbot Tianming, who simply admitted defeat if he felt that his skills were not as good as others. Just now, watching He Zudao show off his power in Shaolin Temple,
these people felt very uncomfortable. As monks of Shaolin Temple, they have heard a saying since childhood that all martial arts in the world come from Shaolin. In their hearts, Shaolin Temple is the authentic martial arts, the world's largest sect. As a result, they were trampled under the feet of a Westerner. How could the monks of Shaolin Temple accept it? But they didn't have the ability to teach He Zudao a lesson in person. Even Master Wuxiang and Master was felt inferior, and they would only be embarrassed if they went up. Now a young monk from Shaolin Temple suddenly appeared, and he could fight He Zudao without losing at the age of 20. This made them instantly proud and regained their confidence in being the first major sect in the martial arts world. At this time, in the eyes of the monks of Shaolin Temple, Zhang Junbao had become a well-deserved hero of Shaolin Temple. Master Wuxiang and Master was gathered together and whispered, "Junior brother, this young man has profound boxing skills and deep internal strength. It can be seen that he is from a famous master. Congratulations to junior brother for accepting a good disciple." Master Wu's face changed when he heard Master Wuxiang say this. "Brother, isn't this your disciple? Could it be that this young man is the last disciple secretly cultivated by the abbot so that he can inherit his mantle in the future?" The two looked at Kong Mingfang standing aside. Congratulations to the abbot for secretly accepting a proud disciple. The three of them were in a mess. Such an excellent disciple would never come out of a crack in the stone. Even the firework monk of the year might not have had 1/10 of Zhang Junbao's strength at his age. The old monk Sinchanqi heard all this, but his face did not show the slightest expression. One of the old monks raised his eyebrows and his face became very fierce, but then he shook his head, suppressed his anger, and did not speak. In their view, the face of Shaolin Temple is more important than the sky, above everything else, and solving external problems first and then solving internal problems is the right way. After 100 moves, Zhang Junbao and He Zudao faced each other with a palm and stopped. He Zudao laughed loudly. "Good boy. Good boy. This trip to the Central Plains really opened my eyes. I used to be a person who only saw the world from a narrow perspective. I never thought there would be a boy as gifted as you, Junbao. Your internal strength is 3 points better than mine, and my moves are 3 points better than yours. Even if we fight for 1,000 moves, I'm afraid we can't tell who will win. Let's call it a draw this time." Zhang Junbao nodded. He Zudao's fight was just an appetizer for today's drama. He didn't show his full strength. In this fight, all the boxing techniques he used were borrowed from those two pairs of iron arhats. With the bull demon powerful fist, the burning flame rubbing fist, and the thunder suspense sword on his back, he has a lot of hidden cards. If all the cards are revealed, it is not difficult to defeat He Zudao. However, Zhang Junbao decided early on to only use Shaolin boxing when fighting He Zudao. He grew up in Shaolin, and the Shaolin Temple was kind to him. But to put it bluntly, it was Master Zhu Yuan who really took care of him. For Zhang Junbao, Master Zhu Yuan is like a teacher and a father, and is definitely the most important person in the world. Today, I used Shaolin martial arts to defeat Shaolin's powerful enemies and help Shaolin solve disasters. In Zhang Junbao's opinion, this part of his love was repaid. After repaying the kindness, the next thing is naturally to have grudges and revenge. As expected of the three saints of Kunlun, Donor He's martial arts also opened my eyes and inspired me a lot, and I benefited a lot. He Zudao laughed. "Junbao, you have strong internal energy and strict rules in our hot boxing. It will be really fun to fight with you. If you masters don't mind, I would like to stay in Shaolin Temple for a few days and have a good discussion of martial arts with Junbao." He Zudao became interested in talents. He saw that although Zhang Junbao had strong internal strength, he only used a set of Shaolin Luoan fist to move back and forth, which had some flaws. Zhang Junbao's face lit up when he heard this. If one more person saw what happened next, it would be one more witness. Moreover, He Zudao was well known in the western regions and had considerable influence. If he is willing to stay, it is definitely a good thing. Of course you can. Our Shaolin Temple has a special pilgrim temple, which is for lay people who come to offer incense. The old Zen monk among the 7 elders of Heart Zen has been waiting for He Zudao to leave. Until he saw Zhang Junbao leaving He Zudao behind, his expression changed. As expected, people who secretly learn martial arts are not good people. This young novice is just as treacherous as the original Huagong Tutuo. It's a beautiful idea to think that by leaving an outsider, you can escape the punishment of the temple rules. The old monk Kuchen suddenly walked out, stood in front of the monks, stared at Zhang Junbao and said, "Tell me, who taught you martial arts?" This old man's voice was like 100-year-old deadwood, with a heavy mist, and there was a sense of resentment in his words.
This incident shocked everyone present.
If it were Zhang Junbao in the original work, he would be completely confused at this time, but now Zhang Junbao has long known the cause and effect from the group leader. This old Zen monk was the disciple of the Zen master who was beaten to death by Huagong Tutuo. In his heart, any Shaolin disciple who dares to secretly learn martial arts is as heinous as Huagong Tutuo. Zhang Junbao stood up straight, his body as tall as a pine tree. The disciple's internal skills are taught by his master Zhu Yuan. As for my boxing technique, there is no teacher in the Shaolin temple. The old monk Kuchen's eyes suddenly widened, and his voice became as sad as a cuckoo weeping blood. I'll tell you clearly again, no one taught you your boxing skills, but you learned them privately. The old monk Ku Chan felt a surge of anger igniting in his heart. Not only did this man secretly learn Shaolin martial arts just like the Huagong Tutuo back then, but his cultivation was even more terrifying than the Huagong Tutuo back then. All the tragedies of that year kept replaying in his mind. If this person stayed in the Shaolin temple, he would definitely cause another disaster.
Su Chenzhou was sitting at home at this time.
Seeing that the drama was about to reach its climax, he couldn't help but sit up straight. He stared at the resentment on teacher Kuchen's face, completely unable to understand the brain circuit of this stubborn old man.
No? Is this person sick?
Other sects could not even treat Zhang Zhenren as a genius as a treasure, but Shaolin Temple actually promoted him to other sections. With this kind of outlook and being so stuck in a rut, it's rotten to the core. No wonder the Shaolin Temple was completely reduced to a background after Etienne and was stepped on by the Wudong sect. It was not until the swordsman period that it regained its prominence in the hands of Master Fangzheng. Just when Su Chenzhou was filled with indignation, the task panel of the chat group suddenly flashed. Group owner's exclusive Cub Protection Mission Group member Zhang Junbao is facing the first huge turning point in his life at this time. After this turning point, Zhang Junbao's life will enter a new stage. As the leader of the group, it is my obligation to accompany the group members to tide over the difficulties and protect the cubs from successfully emerging into butterflies. Please ask if you accept the task. If you accept the mission, you will be transported to the world where the group members are for 7 days. After the task is completed, the chat group will give a task evaluation based on the performance of the group members, and the group owner can receive different levels of rewards based on the task evaluation. As soon as he saw the reward, Su Chenzhou couldn't sit still. TNND has rewards, so what else do you need to consider? It must be accepted. Even if there is no reward, Su Chenzhou still has the duty to pressure the members of the group. Besides, Su Chenzhou has been jealous of those incense powers in Shaolin Temple for a long time. His world's cultivation system is as chaotic as a pot of porridge, and the water is extremely deep. A few days ago, Su Chenzhou went to the surrounding temples and saw that there were no farts. They were clean as if they had been looted by thieves. Not to mention the power of incense condensed into substance, there are not even many old Buddha statues. Except for the Sakyamuni sitting in the center, which is an old object, most of the Buddha statues that can be moved are from this year. Newly molded. As for where those past Buddha statues went, Su Chenzhou did not delve into it, nor did he dare to delve into it. His current strength is considered a master in front of ordinary people, and he is not even a small shrimp in front of those real big guys. After clicking to accept, a light gate appeared in front of Su Chenzhou that only he could see. Su Chenzhou took out an ancient-style dress from the cabinet at home, put on a black hoodie on the outside, and took a plate of watermelon, and then walked through the light gate leisurely. The moment he passed through the light gate, Su Chenzhou felt like he was jumping from the surface of the water into the bottom of the water. With only a weak resistance, Su Chenzhou came to the world of Etienne. The place where the light gate is located is about 600 or 700 meters away from the mountain gate of Shaolin Temple. Su Chenzhou stood on the top of a big tree and looked around. He actually felt that there were more than a dozen unknown auras hidden in the dark. The visit of Kunlun Three Saints Hizudao to Shaolin Temple was indeed a big drama, and it actually attracted so many martial artists in secret.
It seems that Shaolin Temple is really lively today.
Su Chenzhou smiled slightly, and felt that the watermelon in his hand was becoming sweeter. Zhang Junbao in the field had already had some master's demeanor at this time. Facing the harsh words of the old monk Kuchen, he was not at all intimidated, and took out the 2 pairs of iron arhats given to him by Guoxiang. My boxing skills were learned from these 2 iron arhats.
They were given by friends.
When I was bored, I would practice boxing according to the iron arhat sets, and then I learned this set of boxing skills. As soon as this sentence was said, the faces of everyone present changed.
Master Jue Yuan had a flash of inspiration in his mind, and remembered the ins and outs of this matter.
Ever since Huagong Tudao rebelled against the temple, the punishment of the monks in the Shaolin Temple for secretly learning Shaolin martial arts was so severe that everyone who heard it changed color. Not only did they have to abolish the meridians of the whole body, break the tendons of the hands and feet, but they also had to receive 50 sticks.
These 50 sticks were no joke.
The monks of Shaolin Temple held the sticks, and no partiality was allowed. Even if he survives, he will be demoted to a menial disciple and will never be able to turn over a new leaf. After such a punishment, even a peerless master will be in danger of death. Even if he survives, he will become a useless person.
Old Abbot Junbao did it unintentionally, so don't blame him.
Before he finished speaking, the head monk Wuxiang of the Dharma Hall shouted, "Dharma Hall disciples, step forward and take this boy down." The old monk Kuchen of the Heart Zen Hall also shouted, "Arhat Hall disciples, step forward together."
The monks of the Arhat Hall also shouted, "Yes." In the blink of an eye, the 18 disciples of the Dharma Hall and the 108 Arhats of the Arhat Hall formed an airtight circle, surrounding Zhang Junbao, Guoxiang, and Master Jue Yuan in the middle. Zhang Junbao looked at the circle of people around him and felt it was very ridiculous. Just a few seconds ago, these Shaolin Temple monks regarded him as a hero, and many people's eyes were full of admiration. However, in the blink of an eye, after the old monk Kuchen gave an order, these people regarded him as a bandit. This change gave Zhang Junbao a dreamlike feeling. Immediately afterwards, Zen Master Wuxiang shouted loudly again, "If you don't take action yet, wait until when?" Hearing these words, Su Chenzhou, who was eating melons on a tree in the distance, jumped out of the air in an instant, and moved forward 300 to 400 meters in the blink of an eye. A blazing flame ignited above his fists, which was exactly what he was doing with full firepower. Burning flame demonic fist.
The brats in my own group can only be bullied by my own people.
Who are you, Shaolin, to be worthy of bullying my people?
Although Zhang Junbao's martial arts at this time was high, there were so many people in Shaolin that it was difficult for 2 fists to defeat 4 hands. And Shaolin Temple is Shaolin Temple after all. If a few old monsters like sweeping monks appear again, Zhang Junbao may not be able to handle it. In addition to flying swords, Zhang Junbao's current martial arts cultivation level is actually a level higher than that of Hizudao. If 2 masters at the level of sweeping monks attack Zhang Junbao at the same time, even with flying swords in hand, it will be a tough battle. Just when Su Chenzhou was about to take action, Zhang Junbao remained calm. He grabbed Master Zhu Yuan with one hand and was about to take action. "Master, don't worry, my disciple will be fine." At the same time, he pushed outward with his other hand, and the force of his palm shook the 18 disciples of Bodhidharma Hall who were rushing towards him, causing them to retreat. "Master Wuxiang, I thought you were the head of the Shaolin Bodhidharma Hall, with high morals and high prestige, and you must be fair in dealing with things.
I didn't expect you to be such an indiscriminate and sanctimonious person. You did it like this without even knowing the whole story. When the time comes, word will spread to the world. Aren't you afraid that Shaolin's reputation will be ruined?"
Zhang Junbao put one hand on his waist, with a calm expression on his face. Zen Master Wuxiang immediately said, "You are such a sharp-tongued young man. There are all the witnesses and material evidence.
The matter is clear.
I have already confessed that your boxing technique was learned secretly from the Iron Arhat without any master. This is already you have violated the rules of my Shaolin Temple. As the leader of the Bodhidharma Hall and in charge of the precepts in the Shaolin Temple, it is my duty to take you down. Even if I invite my martial arts colleagues from all over the world to judge together, no one will feel guilty about what I have done.
What's the problem?
Hearing this, a cold light flashed in Zhang Juanbao's eyes. You know that I learned my boxing skills from Iron Arhat, so why don't you ask me where did I get this Iron Arhat? Su Qinzhou, who was about to take action, stood on the tree and saw that Zhang Junbao responded with control and a confident look, and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction on his face. It seems that this kid has already thought about how to deal with this matter. This face-to-face confrontation is to discredit the Shaolin Temple. In the 10 days since joining the group chat, Zhang Junbao has matured visibly. In this case, he is not in a hurry to take action. If some old monster really jumps out of the Shaolin Temple to bully the small, then he will take action to let these Shaolin bald donkeys know that there are people outside the world, and there is a world outside the world. When Zen Master Wuxian heard Zhang Juanbao's words, his face turned blue and white. He and Zen Master Wuxi were brothers. They had such a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme relationship that they seemed to be the same person. How could he not know whose handiwork this Iron Arhat was? But he is the head of the Bodhidharma Hall and is in charge of the precepts, so everything can only be done in accordance with the temple regulations. The Shaolin Temple does not prohibit Shaolin monks from teaching some superficial martial arts to outsiders. With the status of Zen Master Wu Sei, it would not be a problem for him to teach 100 people or 1,000 people, such as Arhat boxing. Zhang Junbao secretly learned martial arts, which indeed violated the temple rules. If he was not punished, what prestige would he have as the head of the Bodhidharma Hall? Not to mention that there was an old monk of extremely high seniority watching behind him. He would not dare to make mistakes, otherwise even if he is the head of the Bodhidharma Hall, he will still have to accept the temple rules. Shut up. It's an ironclad fact that you secretly learned martial arts from the Shaolin Temple. Now that you're caught without any help, I can still treat you lightly. If you dare to resist stubbornly, there will be no mercy under the temple rules. Zhang Junbao went on to say, the Iron Arhat was a gift given to me by a female benefactor, and the gift from this female donor came from the hands of Wu Sei Zen Master, the head of the Luohan Hall. When I got this Iron Arhat, I don't know what the boxing skills practiced by this Iron Arhat are, but I just learned them for fun. Can this be regarded as secretly learning Shaolin martial arts? The old monk Kuchin shouted, since you have learned it, you have violated the temple rules. In this case, you must be punished. Why are you still standing there? Get him quickly. While talking, the 18 Bodhidharma Hall disciples and 108 Arhats stepped forward and surrounded Zhang Junbao. For a moment, there were so many shadows of sticks that almost no one could be seen. Zhang Junbao, however, was not at all panicked. The Zhouyang divine art had a long aura and was best at fighting for a long time. In addition, he had the powerful bull demon fist to temper his body. The 18 disciples and 108 Arhats seemed to be very powerful, and the formation of Arhats to subdue demons was very powerful. However, at the same time, Zhang Junbao faced only 7 or 8 opponents at most, and Zhang Junbao was not taken seriously by Zhang Junbao. As long as his internal strength can hold it, the Arhat's demon-conquering formation is nothing more than a toy. He said while fighting, his voice was deep and deep, reaching the sky. In other words, this boxing technique can be made into toys by Luohan Hall at will and given as gifts to people outside the temple. It does not violate the temple rules. People outside the temple can learn and give them away at will. Others do not violate the temple rules. On the contrary, it is a disciple of the Shaolin Temple who accidentally learned it from elsewhere. Even if he does not know it, it is considered a violation of the temple rules. If this kind of temple rules are revealed, aren't you afraid that the world will laugh out loud? Besides, I entered Shaolin when I was 6 years old and followed my master. I stayed in Shaolin for 12 years, and I have never heard any of my brothers and uncles mention this temple rule, and I have never seen any temple rule in any Shaolin book. May I ask which temple rules this is? Is it a temple rule that your Zen master Wuxian came up with out of the blue? Since it is a temple rule, why don't you write it into the sect rules so that Shaolin disciples can keep them in mind? Instead, they cover it up and wait until someone makes an unintentional mistake to mobilize the troops? Let me ask you, if I break this temple rule and get caught without any help, what punishment is waiting for me?
Zen Master Wuxiang opened his mouth slightly and could not say anything. However, monks do not lie.
He could not lie in front of all the monks in the Shaolin Temple. According to the rules of the Shaolin Temple, those who secretly learn Shaolin martial arts will have all their muscles and veins destroyed, and their veins will be broken. The hand tendons and leg tendons will be treated with 50 monk sticks by the senior monks of Bodhi Dharma Hall, and then they will be demoted to a handyman monk and will not be allowed to leave the temple for life. Zhang Juanbao's voice became richer and louder, so loud that it could be heard clearly even 4 or 5 miles away. It's a shame that the world still regards Shaolin Temple as a holy place for Buddhism.
The Buddha has the heart of a bodhisattva and saves all living beings. The Buddha also said, "Put down the butcher knife and become a Buddha immediately.
Give up all the martial arts, and then receive 50 monk sticks."
Who can survive? There are a few people, probably very few. You have the name of Buddhism, but you have not learned the compassionate heart of Buddha.
This kind of cruel punishment method will make even the demons fall behind. In my opinion, you monks should just return to secular life. Anyway, you are troubled in your heart. Zhensheng, you don't look like a monk. Why don't you go to the nearby mountain to become a bandit, grab a wife from the village, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme a happy life? He Zudao on the side also smiled softly and said, "Junbao, you don't know something. This temple rule should be established for a Huagong Tutu who broke out of the Shaolin Temple decades ago. This is a rare thing in Shaolin. Such a scandal, a Shaohua Tutua penetrated Shaolin, causing the Shaolin Temple to split into a branch of Shaolin in the western regions. Related to this scandal, how could the Shaolin masters have the dignity to write this temple rule into the Shaolin sect rules?
So it's normal that you don't know.
After all, the monks who experienced these things are almost dead. To put it bluntly, except for those people back then, not many people actually care about this temple rule. It has long been forgotten by the monks in the temple.
It's almost the same.
Most of the new monks who join the temple don't know this rule.
It's just that you are unlucky.
This old monk from the Xian Chan Hall is probably the one who witnessed what happened back then.
In addition, he is of higher seniority, so you are.
Such bad luck. But one thing to say is that the Shaolin Temple in the Central Plains is really eye-opening. The disciples in the temple have made great achievements. Not only do they not think about rewards, but they are holding on to the Arhat boxing to force people to death. The world's martial arts comes from Shaolin, and Shaolin martial arts, the most widely spread martial art, is Luohan Quan. There are not only 10,000 people in the world but also 8,000 people who know Luohan Quan. You can't sell this kind of crappy martial arts for 10 taels of silver, just for this kind of thing. He is about to take the life of a talented disciple. He is worthy of being a Shaolin sect, with authentic martial arts and profound knowledge, which astonishes me, an outsider. Guo Xiang, who was watching all this from the side, was stunned and suspected that the heads of the monks in Shaolin Temple had been hit by artillery. With Zhang Juanbao's level of genius, if he had been born on Peach Blossom Island, Huang Loxi would have doted on him. Not to mention secretly learning an introductory martial arts, even if he had learned the Nine manual from the bottom of his box with a snap of his fingers, Huang Loxi would have. I guess they can't bear to blame. To destroy a talented disciple who had just made great achievements for such a ridiculous reason, even if Xiao Dongxie is known for being evil, he still feels that Shaolin is really evil. No wonder Shaolin's reputation has plummeted in the world in recent years. It's your own fault and your own reasons.
Zen Master Wuxian knew that this move was extremely absurd, but he had no choice.
Shaolin Temple has strict rules, and every monk must be bound by the rules in his life.
Master Zhu Yuan will be tied up in chains if he loses his scriptures.
Zhang Junbao will be demoted to a useless person if he secretly learns martial arts.
Is it true that no one among the monks present sympathizes with Zhang Junbao?
It's just that no one dares to show it. If these monks disobey orders and show no respect, they will be punished with 30 monk sticks. After hearing these words, the face of the old monk Kuchen gradually turned red and warm. His bald head was like a hard-boiled egg. He was full of anger, but he didn't know how to refute. Only Zen Master Wuxiang sighed, "If you violate the temple rules, it is a mistake. Our Shaolin Temple is a 1,000-year-old temple with strict laws and regulations.
I don't need you to judge what I do. After finishing speaking, Zen Master Wuxian jumped into the formation on his toes. With the addition of Zen Master Wuxian, the power of the Vajra demon subduing formation has greatly increased as if it has a soul. 18 disciples and 108 arhats shuttled around Zen Master Wuxian. The attacks continued like running water. Even Zhang Junbao felt that he could not hold on. At this moment, a figure came to the gate of Shaolin Mountain from far to near in an instant. The visitor was none other than Su Chenzhou. Shaolin Temple, how shameless it is to bully the weak with the big. He Zudao, one of the 3 saints of Kunlun, came to challenge the temple, but no one in the huge Shaolin Temple dared to fight. They had to rely on a young monk who was not yet an adult to save face. As a result, now that the crisis has passed, hundreds of people were dispatched in the blink of an eye to besiege the heroes who saved the temple. This is not a strict law, but they just think they have a big fist. Shameless to reverse right and wrong, the sanctimonious Shaolin Temple. The face of the old monk Kuchin changed. Who are you? You dare to humiliate my Shaolin here, you are looking for death. The old monk Kuchin had actually been broken by Hizudao's words, but he knew that his martial arts were not Hizudao's opponent, so he didn't dare to fight. At this time, another person dared to talk nonsense here, which gave the old monk Kuchin a breakthrough to vent his anger. The figure of the old monk Kuchin was like a ghost, dragging several afterimages behind him when he stepped, and in the blink of an eye, he came in front of Su Chenzhou. I saw a golden light flashing on his hands, his 5 fingers formed into claws, and there was a dragon roar between his hands. A huge dragon shadow rose into the air. It was the Dragon Claw Hand, one of the 72 unique skills of Shaolin. The old monk Kuchin did not hold back at all, and grabbed Su Chenzhou's face with this claw. With his finger strength, if this claw was solid, I'm afraid that Su Chenzhou's facial features would be torn off in an instant, leaving only a skull face. This section is a bit too much, I don't know if it's a bit watery. To be honest, I was really angry when I saw this section. I felt that those people in Shaolin Temple had some problems with their brains. They didn't cherish the golden legend. If it were other sects, they would probably be so excited that they couldn't sleep at night. I was afraid that this section would not be a good experience, so I wrote a little more. Today, I updated 6K, just to make up for the chapter that was not updated the day before yesterday. P.S. Actually I want to write more. If it wasn't for the new book period I would have wanted to burst out and finish all the plots in one go. TVT is neither good nor bad, and I am neither good nor bad, it's uncomfortable. Next I will go to the climax, everyone look forward to it. Also, please phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme and recommend, it's really hard for newcomers to write books. Su Chenzhou sneered, took half a step back, turned slightly to avoid the dragon claw hand, then ignited fire with his hands and punched forward. It is the burning flame demonic fist, the extraordinary martial arts inherited from Su Chenzhou's family. He is not from Etienne world. To him, the reputation of Shaolin Temple and the authentic martial arts are all bullshit. This old monk was so ruthless, so naturally Su Chenzhou would not tolerate him. The old monk saw a surprised expression on his face when he saw that his dragon claw hand was dodged. How is it possible? This person looks to be only 17 or 18 years old, about the same age as Zhang Junbao. How is it possible that he can avoid my dragon claw hand? When did the world have so many masters of so many years? Su Chenzhou didn't care what the old monk was thinking. He punched out with all his strength. The powerful Bull Demon Fist, the Nine Yang Manual, and the Burning Flame Demon Fist, these 3 martial arts from different worlds are blended together in this fist, and they are integrated into one body. Among the 3 kinds of strength, there is me among you, and there is you among me. Conflict, perfect fusion. The internal strength of the old monk Ku-chan is also quite impressive, and he is definitely among the best among the first-class masters in the world. But even so, his skill is at most comparable to Su Chenzhou's Nine Yang Manual. There was not much left of his internal strength cultivation after cancelling out Su Chenzhou's Nine Yang Manual. In addition to the Nine Yang Manual, Su Chenzhou's punch also has the physical power tempered by the Bull Demon Powerful Fist and the combat power of the Burning Flame Demonic Fist. These 2 forces were so powerful that they immediately shook the old monk Kuchin's internal organs, and a mouthful of old blood was about to spurt out. Donor, wait a moment, there is an error here.
Su Chinjo didn't wait for him to finish his words, and struck out continuously, and a series of 7 or 8 punches struck the old monk Kuchin's chest like lightning. Waves of burning flames penetrated the old monk's body, and his internal organs were instantly roasted to a crisp. Even the 2 eyeballs were roasted into pitch-black charcoal in an instant. The connection between the eyes and the body was also roasted to a crisp. With a bang, they fell out of the eye sockets and fell to the ground. It fell into black ashes.
What a mistake! You're going to kill me. Now I can't say it's a misunderstanding. I'm not an unweaned child. I can believe what you say. Su Chinjo clapped his hands, feeling very happy.
When the old monk Kuchin said that the donor would wait a moment, the other 6 old monks in the Shinchan hall had already noticed something was wrong. These 7 people have lived together for many years and have become one and the same. 6 of them connected with their feet. Like a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme, it rushed towards Su Chinjo. Su Chinjo pretended that the 6 of them did not exist and put his hands behind his back, looking carefree. A few more old bald donkeys are here.
Do you also want to bully the small? I advise you to see what happens to this person before you take action.
If you persist, don't blame me for being ruthless later. After hearing these words, even though these 6 old monks had been meditating for many years and had already calmed down, they could not help the emotions surging in their hearts. An unknown fire burst out, and they wished they could kill Su Chinjo on the spot. But when these 6 people saw the death of old monk Kuchin, a chill could not help but rise from his back to the sky.
What kind of martial arts is this?
It can actually cultivate such domineering firepower.
I've seen and heard nothing.
Even if I master the wood-burning sword technique, it's still far behind. An old monk looked at Su Chinjo with fear in his eyes, as if he saw the demon crawling out of hell.
At this level, I'm afraid it's no longer martial arts but an evil method.
An idea emerged in the minds of the 6 old monks. This person was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme a demon crawling out of hell, or he was invincible in martial arts mythology. In short, he was absolutely unbeatable. Zhang Juanbao's group phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast has not been closed. This scene was also seen by the friends in the group. They were so surprised that they couldn't open their mouths from ear to ear. Hongyi de Qianxiuzai, if I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme correctly, this person is the group leader.
How did the group leader appear in Junbao's world? Has the chat group enabled the world travel function? Hongyi was surprised and happy.
If the chat group really enabled the world travel function, wouldn't it mean that he could also travel to the world of Etienne?
Speaking of the rich source of incense in Etienne world, Hongyi couldn't help but feel happy. Hanli Kixwinman disciple, I guess not. If the new function is really enabled, the chat group will definitely announce it in the group chat.
The group leader can travel to the world of Etienne.
It is probably due to the identity of the group leader. Special permissions. Su Chinjo group leader, Hanli is right.
I was able to appear in Etienne world because I accepted a group task. This group task is exclusive to the group leader.
In Etienne world, Zhang Junbao also noticed the appearance of Su Chinjo. The moment he saw Su Chinjo, Zhang Junbao's face lit up with joy.
He did not expect that the group leader would appear here at this important moment.
Group leader, why are you here? Zhang Junbao no longer held back and used the burning flame demonic fist he learned from Su Chinjo.
Zhang Junbao's fire fist was seen breaking through the air, and each punch released a burning fist, burning the air extremely hot. The 18 disciples of Bodhidharma Hall and the 108 arhats had never seen such a formation before, and they were forced to retreat continuously. Only Zen Master Wuxiang has profound skills and can barely support it, but everyone around him has been forced back by Zhang Junbao. Without the arhat demon subduing formation, he is no match for Zhang Junbao alone.
He was repulsed by Zhang Junbao in a few breaths.
When the old monk of Xian Shan Hall saw the scene, he stared angrily.
Zhang Junbao, you are in cahoots with this thief.
Good, really good, junior brother Kuchin is right, you are indeed a big disaster. The abbot Tianming, who had been silent, also stepped forward. Zhang Junbao, I thought you were a good kid, and I wanted to plead with Uncle Kuchin for you, to give you a small punishment and a big warning, and keep your martial arts. I didn't expect you to be so obsessed and fall into the devil's way, and even make friends with such a fierce evil demon, causing Uncle Kuchin to die. It seems that I really can't keep you today. Hearing what Abbot Tianming said, Su Chenzhou sneered. If that old bald donkey Kuchin didn't want to kill me, how could I have done such a cruel thing? When you kill someone, don't you think you will be killed? Only the officials can set fires, but the people can't light lamps. Only the monks of your Shaolin temple bully others, and don't allow others to fight back? This is the Shaolin sect that claims to be the authentic martial arts in the Central Plains. It's really laughable. It claims to be the authentic martial arts, but its martial arts are not that good. Instead, it talks about accusing others, and it's really a set of rhetoric. Abbot Tianming's face changed and he was about to speak, but was interrupted by Su Chenzhou. Okay, stop talking so much nonsense. We are all people in the martial arts world, why do we talk so much about big principles? Since you think Shaolin Kung Fu is so precious, you can make such a big deal about a mere set of Luohan fist. Then today I will see what is so powerful about your Shaolin Kung Fu. Let's put it this way, it doesn't matter if you come alone, or a group of people, or even if all the people in the Shaolin temple rush forward. If you Shaolin monks can defeat us two brothers today, from today on, the two of us will follow the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme of Shaolin. If you say east, we will not go west, and if you say south, we will not go north. But if you Shaolin monks cannot defeat us brothers, then it means that the Shaolin Kung Fu that you treasure is a piece of waste. The so-called world's martial arts come from Shaolin is also your boasting. As for the temple rules violated by Junbao brothers, they will be written off from now on, and you Shaolin monks must announce to the world martial arts fellows to apologize to Junbao. Upon hearing Su Chenzhou's words, Abbot Tianming hesitated. This bet is undoubtedly an advantage for Shaolin. The martial arts masters in Etian world have their limits. Being able to fight 1 against 1,000 is already the top master among the top masters. The Shaolin temple has only a large number of people. There are more than 1,000 monks in the temple, and there are many good warriors among them. If these monks swarmed up, even the best masters in the world would not be their opponents. But agreeing to this bet is undoubtedly putting the Shaolin temple's face at its feet. The majestic Shaolin temple, the largest sect in the world, used the human sea tactic to win during the martial arts competition. When the news spread, Abbot Tianming felt that he would have no shame in going to the west to meet the ancestors of Shaolin temple. At this moment, a loud voice came from the mountain behind the Shaolin temple. What an arrogant young man, he actually dares to come to my Shaolin temple to act wild. He is really courageous. I can deal with you by myself. As he spoke, 3 old monks in grey clothes appeared on the square of Shaolin temple. The faces of these 3 old monks were haggard, and the beards on their chins were so long that they reached the ground. They looked much older than the 6 elders of Xian Shan Hall. Who are these 3? The monks in Shaolin temple looked at each other. They had grown up in Shaolin and had never seen these 3 old monks in all their years of living. Only the 6 elders of Xian Shan Hall showed joy on their faces. I've met Master Hui Yuan, Master Huizhi, and Master Huitong. Seeing these 3 people, Su Chenzhou had an expected expression on his face. Shaolin temple indeed had a hidden trump card. So, you Shaolin agreed to this bet? Hui Yuan, the leader of the 3 old monks, nodded. Of course, if the 3 of us are not your opponents, then what's the harm in agreeing to you? After receiving this answer, Su Chenzhou nodded with satisfaction. In this case, Junbao, please take action. Use swordsmanship. Remember to be careful. The weapon has no eyesight. Don't hurt the lives of the 3 masters. These 3 masters are different from the other sanctimonious monks in Shaolin temple. I think they are quite good. It's pleasing to the eye. Zhang Junbao also nodded. Now that I know the group leader, I will definitely be careful. The conversation between the two was heard by the monks in the Shaolin temple. 1 Buddha was born and 2 Buddhas ascended to heaven. Although these 2 juniors are good at martial arts,
Where do they get the confidence to be so arrogant?
They, the Shaolin Temple, all showed their hidden cards, yet they still acted like this.
Even the three masters couldn't help but feel a little angry.
At this moment, Zhang Junbao reached back and took out a stick-like object wrapped in linen. "Three masters, please take your weapons, otherwise it may be difficult to face the enemy with bare hands,"
Zhang Junbao kindly reminded. The leader, Master Huiyuan, had a confident smile on his lips. No, if we have to use weapons to deal with a little kid like you, then at this age, I will have to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme like a dog."
Zhang Junbao was no longer polite when he heard this, and his inner strength shook the linen cloth outside the Thunder Suspense Sword to pieces.
Zhang Junbao's soul moved, and the Thunder Suspense Sword was unsheathed and suspended in mid-air.
Then in an instant, there was a thunderous explosion, and the Thunder Suspense Sword rushed towards Master Huiyuan like a wild horse.
This scene shocked everyone present.
What is this? What the hell is this?
Cheating doesn't work like this, right? The hanging style of painting is completely different.
While others are still practicing martial arts, Big Brother, you have already begun to cultivate immortality. At this time, the three masters no longer have any masterful demeanor. This sword is very powerful at first glance. No matter how confident the three masters are in their own horizontal training skills, they will not think that their physical bodies can withstand such swordsmanship. They jumped up and down like three monkeys, trying their best to avoid the attack of the Thunder Suspense Sword. Zhang Junbao was still merciful and did not push the Thunder Suspense Sword with all his strength. Otherwise, at the speed of the Thunder Suspense Sword, the three masters would fall to the ground in an instant.
Tianming, quickly throw the Zen staff in your hand over.
Master Huiyuan sounded anxious, as if his buttocks had been burned by fire. Abbot Tianming hurriedly threw the Zen staff over. The two Zen masters Wuxiang and Wuz were also very discerning and threw the weapons in their hands to the other two old monks. But the gap between the three of them and Zhang Junbao cannot be smoothed away with just one weapon. Seeing that the three old monks had weapons, Zhang Junbao finally let go of his hands and feet and used them with all his strength. I saw the speed of the Thunder Suspense Sword in mid-air getting faster and faster, flying through the void with a sound of thunder. The three old monks used the Zen staffs in their hands to prevent the water from pouring into the water, and their strong internal energy even formed a twisted air wall in the air. Although this kind of internal strength cultivation is not as outrageous as the sweeping monk who can easily push a thick blast of true energy. But in the martial arts world, he is definitely an unparalleled master. When the 5 Ju of the Central Plain saw it, they didn't dare to say that they were sure of victory. A stream of stick force came out from the sticks of the three old monks and hit the bluestone floor, leaving countless stick marks on the century-old bluestone floor of the Shaolin Temple. However, although the stick skills of the three old monks were superb, they were meaningless to Zhang Junbao. The Thunder Suspense Sword does not require anyone to hold it and can attack from various unexpected angles. No matter how strong the three teachers' random cloak stick techniques are, they still have flaws. These flaws are in many tricky places. For ordinary martial arts people, these flaws do not exist. For example, no one can send the long sword in his hand behind the opponent when fighting, and then quickly pierce it from the feet at a 45-degree angle. But the Thunder Suspense Sword can do it. Moreover, the Thunder Suspense Sword is made of special materials and has the characteristic of breaking the gang. The Chi Wall can't stop the power of the Thunder Suspense Sword at all. In a moment, the cassocks of the three teachers had more than a dozen holes. Not only that, even their eyebrows and beards were not saved. At this time, the three old monks looked like three shiny boiled eggs from a distance. Zhang Daxia, stop, we admit defeat. What a sword-controlling technique, the magic sword flies to the sky, it is simply the legendary sword fairy. It is really ridiculous to punish a person like you by the temple rules for stealing Shaolin martial arts. Tianming Abbot also clasped his hands together, sighed, and tacitly acknowledged this fact. At this time, another old monk among the 6 elders of Xinshan Hall stood up. No, we haven't lost yet. Didn't the donor just say that he would fight against all the monks of Shaolin Temple with 2 people? We still have 1,000 monks in Shaolin Temple. I don't believe that we can't take them down with the strength of the whole Shaolin Temple. Even if he is a sword immortal, he is still immortal.
He only has one sword and we have more than 1,000 people.
Hearing the words of the old monk, Zhang Junbao sighed deeply.
Some people really don't cry until they see the Yellow River.
It seems that they have been the #1 sect in the martial arts world for too long and their brains are broken.
To deal with ordinary martial artists, the human wave tactics are effective.
After all, no matter how strong the masters are, they are also mortals. But the sword immortal method he is using now is not afraid of the human wave tactics. As long as the martial arts are not able to block the flying sword, there is no difference between 1,000 people and one person. Zhang Junbao pointed his hand, and the thunder suspense sword broke through the air in an instant. This time Zhang Junbao used all his strength, and the thunder suspense sword cut through the sky with his thoughts. The speed of the sword light was extremely fast, like thunder and lightning, and only a few people at the scene could see the trajectory of the sword light clearly. In the eyes of most people, it was just a flash of sword light and a thunder in their ears, and everything was over. In a moment, the thunder suspense sword returned to Zhang Junbao's hand.
Even so, you are not going to admit defeat?
Next time, my sword will not show mercy. After Zhang Junbao finished speaking, the thunder suspense sword suspended in the air sank into the scabbard with a choke. He put his hands behind his back, the magic sword in his hand, and a stern breath spread out, and the scene was silent for a while. The old monk of Xinchan Hall was stunned, turned his head and looked at the 108 arhats of Shaolin Temple behind him. I saw that there was a white mark on the left eyebrow of the 108 arhats. This mark was about 0.5 centimeters wide and about 3 centimeters long. It passed through the left eyebrow obliquely, which was extremely conspicuous. This scene almost completely destroyed the worldview of the monks in Shaolin Temple. It was possible to leave marks on the eyebrows of the 108 arhats in an instant. This means that if Zhang Junbao wanted to kill the 108 arhats, he only needed such a moment. If the high-end force could not be compared, the human wave tactics would have no meaning at all. In other words, Shaolin Temple had no way to deal with Zhang Junbao and was completely suppressed. The old monk in Xinchan Hall opened his mouth, with mixed feelings in his heart, as if he wanted to say something. He wanted to loudly ask Zhang Junbao why he hid his martial arts when fighting with He Zudao. If he had used such a magical sword technique earlier, how could Shaolin Temple still embarrass him?
But he looked at Zhang Junbao and couldn't say anything.
The young man in front of him was only 17 years old, and he had such a heavenly cultivation.
If he was given more time, I don't know how much he would grow. Invincible in the world? Land immortal? What's more, there is an unfathomable helper standing beside Zhang Junbao.
Who is this person called the group leader by Zhang Junbao? Judging from Zhang Junbao's respectful attitude towards this group leader, I'm afraid that this group leader's strength is even more terrifying than Zhang Junbao. Thinking of this, the old monk of Xinchan Hall couldn't help but shudder. If he angered these two, there might be no Shaolin in the world tomorrow.
It's me, the old monk, who was reckless. Zhang Dasha's magical power is unparalleled. Even if there are more monks in Shaolin Temple, how can they be Zhang Dasha's opponent? The old monk is convinced and completely convinced.
The old monk of Xinchan Hall no longer dared to be stubborn. Even though his face was red, as if blood could drip, he still gritted his teeth and said this. After saying this, the old monk of Xinchan Hall also felt a burst of annoyance and heartache.
Zhang Junbao was originally a Shaolin disciple.
If today's incident had not happened, if nothing unexpected happened, this flying sword technique would have been passed down in Shaolin Temple in the future. With this flying sword technique passed down, Shaolin will firmly hold the position of the leader of the martial arts world from now on, and no one can shake it.
Abbot Tianming also stepped forward.
It is easy to resolve enemies, but it is difficult to make them. Junbao, you and Shaolin have a deep relationship, and we are as phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme as a family.
There is really no need to fight each other. Let's stop here today. We Shaolin have completely admitted defeat.
Guoxiang watched the scene from the side, and her mind was almost taken away by Zhang Junbao's charm at this moment, and her eyes were full of brilliance. A single man and a single sword, suppressing Shaolin, which young girl in love would not admire such a young hero? If Guoxiang had not always been obsessed with Yang Gui in her heart, she would have been conquered by Zhang Juanbao's charm and fallen into him at this time. Just now they were shouting for war and killing, wishing to destroy Zhang Juanbao's martial arts, but now they want to end the matter with just one word of surrender.
Shaolin has a good plan. Everything that just happened was seen by Guoxiang. What kind of person is the Little East Evil? He was born in Peach Blossom Island and grew up with the East Evil Huang Yaoshi since he was a child. He also has a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme relationship with the hero Yanghua. He comes into contact with various heroes every day and develops a heroic spirit.
She really can't stand Shaolin's attitude and can't help but speak for Zhang Junbao. Su Chenzhou looked at the expressions of the Shaolin monks and felt funny in his heart. Just now they were all fierce and ferocious, unwilling to listen to even a word of explanation. The 18 disciples of the Bodhidharma Hall and the 108 Arhats of the Arhat Hall wanted to kill Zhang Junbao on the spot. Now that they find that they can't win, they want to turn hostility into friendship and become as phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme as a family. Being arrogant at first and respectful later, it's funny. Su Chenzhou said solemnly, "This little girl is right. Brother Junbao has suffered such a great injustice. This matter is not so easy to resolve." Tianming Abbot had a bitter face. "This donor, please make any request. We are the ones who did something wrong in this matter." Su Chenzhou laughed. "The cause of this matter is that you said Junbao secretly learned Shaolin martial arts, so use Shaolin martial arts as an apology. My requirements are not high. Shaolin's 72 unique skills plus the 2 internal skills of Yujinjing and Zizhuijing will be enough. By the way, don't forget the bet you promised us before, and remember to announce to the martial arts world to apologize to Junbao." After hearing this, Tianming Abbot's face turned ashen and his fists clenched tightly. The 72 unique skills of Shaolin and Yujinjing and Zizhuijing are almost all the foundation of Shaolin. If these things are given away, it is equivalent to giving away the lifeblood of Shaolin. But he didn't have the courage to refuse this request. With the martial arts of these two people, it would be too easy to destroy Shaolin Temple. If your fist is not as big as others, you will not have the confidence to speak. After hesitating for a long time, Abbot Tianming gritted his teeth and said, "This request is really difficult for my Shaolin to do. Please forgive me. The inheritance of martial arts is too important for Shaolin. If all these martial arts are given away, then Shaolin Temple will no longer be Shaolin Temple. Can you change your request? As long as it does not violate the morality of martial arts and the rules of Shaolin Temple will definitely agree." After saying this, Abbot Tianming looked at Zhang Junbao with pleading eyes. Since this group leader is standing up for Zhang Junbao, as long as Zhang Junbao lets go, these compensations can naturally be exempted. But how can Zhang Junbao be soft-hearted? Zhang Junbao has seen everything Shaolin Temple has done to him. Especially in the original fate trajectory, Shaolin Temple's behavior today also directly led to the death of Master Jueyuan, making Zhang Junbao even more unable to forgive Shaolin. If he hadn't worried that Master Jueyuan would be embarrassed, Zhang Junbao would even want to abolish the martial arts of several people who took the initiative to attack him, such as Master Wuxiang. Abbot Tianming, I think the request made by the group leader is very reasonable. If you can't meet our requirements, the Thunder Suspense Sword in my hand will not agree. After saying that, Zhang Junbao waved his hands, and the Thunder Suspense Sword slowly floated in the air again. At this moment, Master Jueyuan sighed leisurely. "Junbao, for the sake of your master, you should take a step back." Hearing Master Jueyuan's words, Abbot Tianming was delighted. The person who has the deepest bond with Zhang Junbao in the entire Shaolin Temple is undoubtedly Master Jueyuan, and Zhang Junbao was brought up by Master Jueyuan. As soon as Master Jueyuan spoke, Abbot Tianming knew that Zhang Junbao would definitely be soft-hearted. Shaolin martial arts are saved. Master Jueyuan, you did a great job. Master Jueyuan paused and continued. The 72 Shaolin unique skills are the foundation of Shaolin's survival. It is inappropriate to give them away rashly. And the 72 Shaolin unique skills are not the most profound martial arts of Shaolin Temple. With the skills you have shown now, there is not much benefit in getting them. However, Shaolin slandered you for stealing martial arts, and now it is reasonable to use martial arts to compensate. However, this time the compensation is only the I Ching and Shisui Sutras. As for the 72 Shaolin unique skills, you don't need them anyway, so leave them to Shaolin.
Zhang Junbao nodded. Okay, everything will be done according to what Master Jue Yuan said. In fact, if Shaolin's pursuit today would not kill Master Jue Yuan, Zhang Junbao's punishment for Shaolin would not be so severe.
After all, after so many years, he still has some feelings for Shaolin.
Since this is Master Jue Yuan's opinion, Zhang Junbao will naturally follow it.
Besides, Zhang Junbao is not very interested in the 72 Shaolin unique skills. The 72 Shaolin Kung Fu skills are considered magical skills by ordinary people, but for Zhang Junbao, who is backed by the chat group, they are just average.
There is neither genius conception nor special effects.
It is a useless skill, which is really insignificant. After listening to Master Jue Yuan's words, Abbot Tianming's originally ecstatic heart suddenly cooled down as if a bucket of cold water was poured on it.
What the hell? Jue Yuan said this in a human language.
What do you mean you don't need it anyway, just leave it to Shaolin? It's as if the 72 unique skills of Shaolin Temple are some kind of rotten street stall stuff. You should know that any one of the 72 unique skills of Shaolin Temple that is put on the Jianghu is a magical skill that countless people will scramble for.
Ordinary martial artists would be so happy that they can't sleep if they can learn one. As a result, now in Jue Yuan's mouth, it is evaluated that you don't need it anyway. This makes Abbot Tianming feel angry.
In addition, he also has to give out two peerless magical skills, Yujinjing and Zizhuijing. Unlike the 72 unique skills of Shaolin, these two peerless magical skills are the real bottom line goods of Shaolin. To pass these two scriptures to two outsiders, this makes Abbot Tianming feel more uncomfortable than killing him.
But there is no way, the situation is stronger than people.
The long sword in Zhang Junbao's hand floated, as if it would be unsheathed in the next second. Faced with such a sword fairy-like method, Abbot Tianming had no confidence that he could save the lives of the monks of Shaolin Temple.
Ba, good.
Everything is up to Zhang Daxia's wishes. Give me half a day, and after the transcription is completed, the two scriptures will definitely be delivered to you. After agreeing to this matter, Abbot Tianming led the monks of Shaolin Temple into the temple. Shaolin Temple was really embarrassed today, even more embarrassed than the time when Huagong Tutua, they really had no face to stay any longer. Only Su Qinzhou, Master Jue Yuan, Zhang Junbao, Guo Xiang, and He Zudao were left at the gate of Shaolin Temple.
Master Jue Yuan chanted a Buddhist name, walked up and talked a lot with Zhang Junbao.
Most of them were some experiences of traveling in the rivers and lakes and told Zhang Junbao to take care of himself. He didn't care how Zhang Junbao got his martial arts, but only cared whether Zhang Junbao could take care of himself in the rivers and lakes from now on. He knew that after what happened today, this disciple would never be able to serve him again.
After saying that, Master Jue Yuan waved his hand and walked into the temple.
His roots were still in Shaolin Temple after all. After saying goodbye to his master, Zhang Junbao felt a little lost.
Su Qinzhou patted Zhang Junbao on the shoulder. It's just a temporary separation, what's there to be sad about? If you miss your master in the future, you can come back to see him at any time. Does Shaolin dare to stop you?
With Master Jue Yuan's martial arts, there is no pressure to phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live/phoneme another 40 years.
There will be plenty of time to meet in the future. Hearing the group leader's words, Zhang Junbao felt relieved.
Yes, unlike the original trajectory, today's master did not pass away. What's there to be sad about?
The road is long, and there are still many days to come.
And He Zudao, the three saints of Kunlun, who had watched the good show on the side, also wanted to leave at this time. Zhang Junbao's flying sword skills dazzled him, and countless sword ideas emerged in his mind. He couldn't wait to find a place to retreat and verify his ideas. In fact, he also wanted to know how Zhang Junbao practiced such a magical swordsmanship, but it was a taboo to rashly inquire about other people's martial arts in the martial arts world, so He Zudao did not ask. He told Zhang Junbao the whole situation when he met Ishi and Xiaoxiangzi, and then left quietly. At this time, everyone in the chat group was chatting enthusiastically.
Hong Yi Dakian scholar, I really envy Junbao.
He solved the biggest problem in his life so easily and broke his fate. His life will be smooth sailing and there will be no more obstacles.
Zhang Junbao Jianghu Sanren, thanks to the group owner, the chat group, Brother Han and Brother Hong. Thanks to meeting you, I was able to change my fate and let Master Jua Yuan survive. Su Chengzhou group owner, don't be envious. Being able to join the chat group is the biggest opportunity.
Breaking the trajectory of fate is a small matter.
But Junbao, have you thought about where to go next?
Zhang Junbao scratched his head and left Shaolin. Although the world is big and the years are long, he doesn't know where to stay. According to the records of the original book, after Zhang Junbao left Shaolin, Guoxiang once gave him a gold bracelet and asked him to go to Shenyang to join Guijing and his wife. However, Zhang Junbao didn't want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lib live / phoneme under someone else's roof at that time, so he didn't go to Shenyang. He carried an iron bucket up to Wudong Mountain, found a cave, drank mountain spring water when thirsty and ate wild fruits when hungry, practiced the 9-Yang manual in seclusion for more than 10 years, and finally realized the principles of Tai Chi and became a master of his generation.
But this time is different from that time.
At that time, Zhang Sanfeng had just been driven out of Shaolin and was being hunted by Shaolin monks.
His master had just died and he was a down-and-out man.
At this time, Zhang Junbao, with a single sword, suppressed Shaolin and suppressed the world's largest martial arts sect. It was a time of high spirits, and the mood was different, so the choice was naturally different.
Zhang Junbao Jianghu Sanren, I don't have any idea.
Jianghu is big, but I don't know where my home is.
Hong Yi Daki and Xiucai, if you ask me, Junbao, you might as well establish the Wudong sect in advance.
Anyway, with your current martial arts and fame, it's easy to establish a sect in Jianghu.
Zhang Junbao Jianghu Sanren, no, I'm only 17 or 18 years old now, and my martial arts are very sparse and ordinary.
I have such strength entirely by relying on the Taoist magic of the realm of driving things.
It's too early to establish a sect. Su Chenzhou smiled, I have an idea.
Junbao, you have been staying in Shaolin Temple for many years, and you don't know much about this world, so you are confused and don't know where to go. In this case, you might as well find a guide who is familiar with this world and travel around the world with her.
When you have seen the whole world, you will naturally know what you want to do.
Zhang Junbao Jianghu Sanren, the group leader's suggestion is good, but where can we find such a suitable guide? It's a pity that he Daxia left too hastily just now, otherwise it would be a good choice to travel around the world with him.
Su Chengzhou group leader, a suitable guide, isn't this far away in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme at hand?
Miss Guoxiang is known as the Little East Evil. She started traveling in the martial arts world when she was a teenager. She has seen countless storms and waves. Traveling with her in the martial arts world can not only increase your knowledge, but also have a beautiful woman to accompany you.
Isn't it wonderful?
Zhang Junbao, a wanderer in the martial arts world, no, I have only met Miss Guo twice. It is too presumptuous to ask her to travel together with me. Looking at the message in the group chat, Zhang Junbao blushed and his heartbeat accelerated slightly. The scene of traveling with Guoxiang arm in arm appeared in his mind. Although he had a lot of thoughts in his mind, Zhang Junbao still gritted his teeth and rejected this tempting proposal. Although the children of the martial arts world are not particular about trivial matters, his relationship with Miss Gui is still too unfamiliar.
If he makes this request, what if Miss Gui thinks he is a pervert?
In fact, with Zhang Junbao's character, he would not be so worried about gains and losses if he were to replace anyone else. But the person opposite is Guoxiang. Perhaps Guoxiang is the only woman in the entire world of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber who can make Zhang Junbao so hesitant.
Su Chengzhou group leader, Junbao, you have to know that sometimes life is like this. If you miss some things, you will never have a chance again.
According to the original trajectory, you and Miss Guoxiang will never see each other again after breaking up. Not only that, Miss Guoxiang also became enlightened when she was 40, became a nun, and became a monk and founded the Yamei sect. When watching The Legend of Heaven and the Dragon Slayer, the couple that Zhang Junbao couldn't get over the most was Guoxiang and Zhang Sanfeng. Others said that Guoxiang had a deep affection for Yang Guo and was moved by Guoxiang's affection. But Su Chengzhou felt that Zhang Sanfeng's feelings for Guoxiang touched him even more. If it was not truly unforgettable, 100 years later, Zhang Sanfeng was seriously injured by Zhao Min, disguised as Shaolin Kongxiang, in the reception hall. Why could he immediately find a pair of iron arhats beside him and hand them to Yu Daiyan, and give him instructions? Return this iron arhat to Shaolin. You know, the place where they were at that time was Wudong's reception hall. Zhang Sanfeng was able to take out the iron arhat from his side, which means that he has always carried the iron arhat with him and never left him. Zhang Sanfeng still carried the pair of iron arhats given to him by Guoxiang more than 100 years ago, which shows how important Guoxiang was in Zhang Sanfeng's mind. Hearing these words, Zhang Junbao was shocked, and thoughts surged in his mind.
Zhang Junbao Jianghu Sanrun, Master, what happened to Miss Guo that made her realize that she became a nun? Su Chengzhou Group Leader, it's a long story.
Speaking of which, Miss Guo was also a poor person. When Guoxiang was 29 years old, the city of Xiangyang was destroyed. Gui Jing, Huang Rong and his wife, together with Guopolu and Guofu, fought together.
He died in Xiangyang City.
Guoxiang survived because he was out of town and had no time to rush back. Soon after, the Song dynasty also fell, and the Mongols took over the Central Plains. This was a period of ruin for the country and the family. Guoxiang has always missed the Condor heroes and wanted to see him again. But since the last farewell in Huashan, the Condor hero and his wife have lived in seclusion. Miss Guoxiang has been looking for the Condor hero for more than 20 years, but she has never had the chance to see him again.
This is the love she has been missing for half her life.
Suffering from this great change and being displaced for half his life, Guoxiang remained unmarried for the rest of his life, in order to have no worries. The country was ruined and the family was ruined. I couldn't love you for half my life. Finally, I had no worries in the world, and I naturally had a great enlightenment.
From then on, the ancient Buddha of Qingdang ended his remaining life. Hearing what Su Qinzhou said, Zhang Junbao was worried.
Why would Miss Guo, such a good person, have such a miserable future?
Zhang Junbao's heart was full of mixed feelings.
He thought of Guoxiang's care for him when he was in Huashan, and also thought of the pair of iron arhats that Guoxiang gave him. He was stunned for a moment and could not speak for a long time. Su Qinzhou Group Leader, Junbao, don't worry, all this hasn't happened yet, there's nothing to feel uncomfortable about. Joining a chat group is an opportunity to change your life against the odds. What you change is your own fate, and the fate of those around you. With you here, are you still afraid that Miss Guoxiang's life will be as miserable as her original trajectory?
Zhang Junbao Jianghu Sanrun, Group Leader, what can I do to change all this?
Zhang Junbao was so confused that he could hardly think.
Honi Dagon Scholar, Junbao, are you pretending to be stupid or are you really stupid? Didn't the group leader make it very clear? He asked you to travel hand in hand with Miss Guo and travel together in the world. With your martial arts skills and your appearance, it will be easy to win over Miss Guoxiang. This will relieve Miss Guoxiang's lovesickness. When the time comes when you and Miss Guoxiang have a few fat boys, you won't have to worry about her anymore. As for the Mongolian soldiers conquering Xiangyang, it is even more trivial. As long as you are willing to take action at that time, even if there are 10 times more Mongolian soldiers, they will not be able to conquer Xiangyang City. Zhang Junbao Jianghu Sanrun, well, it's easier said than done. Miss Guo has been persistently searching for traces of Yang Daxia for more than 20 years. It shows that he has a deep love for Yang Daxia. If he wants to make Miss Guo like me, how can he like me? It's that easy. A smile appeared on Su Qinzhou's lips. His hard work paid off. He knew that Zhang Junbao was probably moved. In fact, he didn't know if Zhang Junbao could catch up with Guoxiang. But if you don't try the emotional things in this world, how can they bear fruit? It can't be that everyone's love is just mutual love, it's love at first sight. There is no such thing as a good thing. Those who really hold the idea that girls will throw themselves into their arms without even chasing her should go to bed early. This kind of thing is more likely to happen in dreams. Su Qinzhou Group Leader, if you don't try, how will you know you're not good? There's always more hope if you try than if you don't try. And your future has changed. No one can say whether you will be alone on Wudong Mountain for 100 years like your original trajectory.
But if you don't take action, it's a foregone conclusion that Miss Guoxiang will be alone for the rest of her life. After speaking, Su Chinzhou closed the group chat and turned to look at Guoxiang. Miss Guo, I have an unkind request. I don't know whether to say it or not. Guoxiang turned to look at Su Chinzhou. She was not familiar with Su Chinzhou, but she was originally from the world. She had an eccentric personality and was best at dealing with people. She naturally replied, "You're welcome, but it doesn't matter." Su Chinzhou said slowly, "Brother Junbao, leaving Shaolin this time is the first time in his life that he has traveled around the world. Although his martial arts skills are high, his experience in martial arts is zero. The hearts of martial arts masters are deceitful, and it is not easy to survive in the martial arts world only by relying on martial arts. In theory, I should have taken him to travel the world, but I have some important things to do, so I can't do anything. I know Miss Guo has a lot of experience in traveling the world. I wonder if Miss Guo can accompany Junbao for a while and teach him the experience of the world." When Guoxiang heard this, her face was slightly stunned. She has been traveling the world alone for many years and has never traveled with others. In theory, Guoxiang should refuse Su Chinzhou's proposal, but at this time, Guoxiang is extremely interested in Zhang Junbao. This interest is not love, but curiosity. After all, which young man can see Zhang Junbao's martial arts without yearning and envy? For some reason, Guoxiang nodded heavily. "Okay, it happens that I am also traveling the world alone, and it is also good to have a companion. Not to mention that the little monk and I are old acquaintances, so this matter is obligatory." Just as the few people were talking, Abbot Tianming walked out of Shaolin Temple, holding 2 scriptures with wet ink in his hands. Su Chinzhou took the scriptures, and then sent the Yi Jin Jing and Shi Sui Jing to the group chat. Yi Jin Jing read envelope 44, Shi Sui Jing read envelope 44. Seeing the prompt in the group chat, Su Chinzhou nodded, "These 2 scriptures are fine." This is the group chat rule that several people have tried out in the past few days. If there is a problem with the martial arts sent to the group chat, there will be an additional note after the name of the martial arts, such as Jiu Yang Shingong 30% incomplete, Yi Jin Jing fallacy. Sending the martial arts as a red envelope to the group chat is the best way to test the authenticity of the martial arts. After bidding farewell to Guoxiang and Zhang Junbao, Su Chinzhou has no plans to return to the Star World. He still has 7 days to stay in E10 World, and these time cannot be wasted. With thousands of years of accumulated incense that no one collects, E10 World is definitely an excellent place to practice Taoism. However, before practicing Taoism, Su Chinzhou still had one thing to do, and that was to receive the task rewards from the chat group. This was Su Chinzhou's first time receiving a reward from a chat group, and he couldn't help but feel a little excited. I don't know what the rewards of the chat group are. However, judging from the original skills of the previous rewards, the chat group is quite generous, and the mission rewards are quite worth looking forward to. Su Chinzhou opened the chat group interface and clicked directly to receive it. Congratulations to the group leader Su Chinzhou for completing the Cub Growth mission and receiving a reward of Peak Zhang Sanfeng's understanding, 30 years of 9 Yang manual skills, and the 7 mysteries and 9 lumens of true spiritual Yuan technique. The chat group brother deserves to be you are really very generous. Su Chenhao's face burst into laughter. Who is Zhang Sanfeng at his peak? He is respected by the entire world as someone who can practice martial arts while others cultivate immortality. His talent and understanding are extremely high. Su Chinzhou originally thought that the most reward given to him by the chat group was Zhang Junbao's talent. Unexpectedly, the system directly super-doubled and rewarded him with Zhang Sanfeng's peak understanding. Even though they are both the same person, the difference between them is as vast as clouds and mud. Zhang Junbao is like a piece of clumsy jade. Although its brilliance is restrained, it is not polished. But the peak Zhang Sanfeng is different. It is a piece of national treasure jade that can be included in the Forbidden City. Not only is it flawless, it has also been carved by the most skillful jade craftsmen. To give the most intuitive example, put a new martial arts book in front of 2 people. While Zhang Junbao was still comprehending its secrets, Zhang Sanfeng, who was at his peak, had already introduced new ones and derived stronger martial arts based on this martial arts book. As the rewards from the system were distributed, Su Chinzhou felt that his body fell into a mysterious place.
Here he practiced the 9-yang manual day and night for 30 years in a days.
The experience of these 30 years was like smoke and fog, and it had no impact on his mind. It's as if these 30 years of experience were all in a dream, and after waking up from the dream, everything disappears. When he came to his senses, the Jiuyang internal energy in his body suddenly increased with 30 years of skill. This sudden increase in 30 years of skill was handled by Su Chenzhou without any hindrance. This feeling was very strange, as if he had really been practicing for 30 years, and even the various insights he gained during his practice had settled in his mind.
Su Chenzhou thought secretly.
It seemed that the 30 years of cultivation rewarded by the chat group were not pure skills, but also included the insights and foundation of Su Chenzhou's 30 years of cultivation. This kind of cultivation reward is much more fragrant than pure skill initiation. With these 30 years of cultivation, he seemed to have truly become a great master in internal energy cultivation. In addition, Su Chenzhou also felt that there was an additional core of thinking in his spirit. This feeling is quite strange. It's not that he is changed from one person to two people, but that there is a new thinking mode in his soul. It's like having two operating systems installed on one computer at the same time. It can run Windows, Apple system, or both at the same time. He used his other thinking core to think, and many of the martial arts problems that had troubled him in the past were instantly solved. It seems that this core of thinking is Zhang Sanfeng's understanding, which is the pinnacle of system rewards. This kind of reward made Su Chenzhou very satisfied. Su Chenzhou was a little hesitant at first when he saw that the chat group was rewarding Zhang Sanfeng, who was at the top of his game, for his understanding.
Because in his view, a person's understanding includes many aspects: knowledge, vision, mind, spirit, and way of thinking. The sum of these spiritual aspects of each person constitutes a person's understanding. If he simply integrated the peak Zhang Sanfeng's understanding into his thinking, would he really still be the original Su Chenzhou after gaining this understanding?
Not to mention that there will probably be a lot of talent-based rewards in future growth tasks.
If it was physical talent, Su Chenzhou would definitely accept it happily. If it was this kind of thinking talent again, it would be a bit scary. Once or twice may not matter, but what about after more?
You must know that almost all the members in the chat group are the proud ones of heaven, and everyone's mind and spirit are the best among men. If such people are integrated too much, even Su Chenzhou will find it difficult to maintain his own consciousness and remain his original self. Now in this way, Su Chenzhou can not only fully use Zhang Sanfeng's understanding.
Moreover, he can also absorb nutrients from Zhang Sanfeng's thinking model, feed back his own thinking, and improve his own understanding.
When he has enough thinking cores in the future, he can also absorb nutrients from them. Various thinking cores collide with each other, intercept all methods, and achieve true unity.
Isn't this kind of improvement 100 times better than the system's random integration of thinking and improvement of understanding? Then, Su Chenzhou looked at the last reward, Xishuan Zhouyao's true spiritual energy skill.
As the introduction of this reward slowly appeared in Su Chenzhou's mind, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. When I feel like dozing off, I immediately grab a pillow.
The chat group is so considerate.
In the introduction to the chat group, the Qishuan Zhouyao true spiritual yuan technique comes from a world where incense becomes a god. In the other world, all the spirits in the world rely on incense to cultivate, build golden bodies, build temples, spread faith, and become immortals after 9 calamities.
They become emperors after 10,000 calamities.
The 7 mysterious 9 lights refining true spirit yuan art is not a powerful technique in that world, but only one of the 3,000 left paths in that world. It records the method of using incense to worship and train statues, which can worship and train 108 statue puppets with different functions. Among them, there are only 3 statues with combat capabilities. One is the powerful Jinyu Jinlong statue that can shake the world, one is the 1,000-handed Bodhisattva statue with magical powers, and the other is the sudden rain sword immortal statue that is proficient in swordsmanship. In addition to the 3 combat statue puppets, there are also many functional statue puppets recorded above. For example, there is a treasure-hunting demon rat statue, which can worship and train a treasure-hunting demon rat puppet. This treasure-hunting demon rat can smell the most valuable treasures within a certain range. There is also a kind of alchemy boy statue, which can be used to commemorate an alchemy boy. This alchemy boy is proficient in stone fire, water fire, and air fire. He has an extremely exquisite grasp of the fire temperature and is the best assistant in alchemy. The most important thing is that the Qishuan Jiuyao refining true spirit Yuanshu has a secret technique of collecting incense. You only need to make the embryo of the statue and then engrave the magic circle, and the statue can absorb the incense. As long as you don't activate the sacrificial technique on the Qishuan Jiuyao refining true spirit Yuanshu, these unformed statues are the best things to carry incense. With the method of collecting incense, Suchinjo will not be polite to Shaolin Temple. The speed of absorbing incense by the newly trained statue is very average. And the carrying capacity also has an upper limit. Suchinjo calculated that if he wanted to catch all the incense of Shaolin Temple, at least 800 statues would be needed. Making this most common statue is actually very simple, and there are no requirements for the raw materials. It only needs to be good wood, without defects and without termites. Shaolin Temple is located in the mountains and forests, surrounded by shady trees, and suitable raw materials are everywhere. What are you waiting for? Just do it. Suchinjo was full of energy and started the dual core directly, and comprehended the 7 mysterious 9 lights refining true spirit Yuan technique together. In the process of enlightenment, Suchinjo discovered that Zhang Sanfeng's understanding at his peak was truly abnormal. With the dual cores activated at the same time in 2 different thinking modes, Zhang Sanfeng's thinking core can comprehend 10 times faster than his thinking core. Not only that, Zhang Sanfeng phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme draws parallels to the core of his thinking, and many profound and subtle ideas emerge, which can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme bring out the old and bring forth the new, giving him a feeling of enlightenment. 2 hours later, Suchinjo took a long breath and stood up. The harvest this time is really great. Even though the Qishuan Jiuyao true spirit refining technique is just one of the 3,000 evil ways in the world of incense, a glimpse of it reveals the whole world. Ordinary people can only learn the magical powers recorded in the ginseng enlightenment method. Most of them know what it is but don't know why it is so. Only those with truly enlightened minds can see through the subtleties and start from the surface of the exercises to understand the true knowledge system hidden within them. These are the real mountains of gold and silver. The Qishuan Jiuyao refining true spirit Yuan technique contains all kinds of exquisite thinking in the other world and knowledge about incense that people in other worlds cannot imagine. For example, various incense runes that have been refined over time, and how the power of incense activates the statues of gods and gives birth to various magical powers. Of course, the most precious thing is the understanding of incense formed by the endless exploration of the other world for thousands of years. What is the essence of incense, what characteristics it has, and how it will change under what circumstances? The preciousness of this kind of cognition, for example, if the skills and magical powers in the world of incense are compared to applied physics, then these cognitions can be compared to theoretical physics. The progress of applied physics is all rooted in the development of theoretical physics. Theoretical physics has stagnated, and the development prospects of applied physics have been restricted. This is why the protons in the 3-body system can lock the technological progress of the Earth, because protons can affect most physical experiments on the Earth, thus preventing the development of theoretical physics. Theoretical physics cannot develop, so no matter how hard applied physics works, the upper limit is right here. Trisolarans no longer have to worry about the explosion of technology on Earth. The same goes for the incense theory. With these profound and subtle incense theories, it becomes a very simple matter to develop new incense-based exercises. Of course, this simplicity is very simple for the understanding of the peak Zhang Sanfeng level. For ordinary people, these theories themselves are more difficult than the heavenly books, let alone innovating and creating new techniques. Now that the exercises have been learned, it's time to implement the plan. Suchinjo was walking in the back hill of Shaolin Temple, dazzled by the selection of materials. I have to say that these monks in the Shaolin Temple still care for nature. Suchinjo was almost dazzled by the century-old trees on the mountain behind the Shaolin Temple. After 1,000 choices, Suchinjo selected a few Bodhi trees that were over 100 years old. After all, it is carving a statue of a god, or absorbing the power of Buddhist incense. Suchinjo feels that compared to other trees, the Bodhi tree will definitely have a higher affinity. These Bodhi trees are not native to Shaoshi Mountain. Most of them were brought back from Kunlun by Shaolin monks. At that time, these monks brought the Bodhi tree back to Shaolin. The original idea was to let these Buddhist holy trees protect Shaolin, but now it happened to be advantageous to Su Chinzhou. Su Chinzhou had not specifically learned the art of carving before, but his current understanding was extraordinary. With a little practice, he had already mastered the art of carving. In addition, he is now accomplished in physical training, and his ability to control his body is far beyond that of ordinary people, and his hands are incredibly steady. With his super brainpower and extremely stable hands, Su Chinzhou picked up a dagger and instantly transformed into a ruthless carving machine. For a moment, only the light of the sword could be seen. In just a few minutes, a statue of a god with both spiritual and physical features appeared in Su Chinzhou's hand. These statues have different shapes. Some are shaped like Bodhisattva, holding a jade phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals VZ vase / phoneme in their hands, while others are like a naive little mouse with a gold ingot on its chest. The shapes are different, but they also have something in common, that is, each statue is painted with many complicated patterns. These patterned idols absorb the key to storing the power of incense. These incense statues used to store the power of incense do not need to be large. Each one is only the size of a palm and is easy to carry. It took Su Chinzhou half a day to carve all more than 300 statues. Su Chinzhou then hunted several wild deer in the forest and used the deer's blood to draw many strange symbols on the ground. These symbols formed a strange formation on the ground. There were many symbols painted in blood that shone slightly in the formation. This formation is the incense gathering formation recorded in the Qishuan Zhou refining true spirit element technique. If it is hosted by a Shinto monk who can use the power of incense, the incense spirit gathering array can absorb the power of ownerless incense within a radius of 30,000 miles. However, Su Chinzhou did not have any skills to practice in that world, so he could only rely on the spirituality of the material itself to gather the power of the incense. The effect was much less effective, and he could only gather the power of the incense within a radius of 30 miles. The effect is not strong, but it is just right for use on Shaolin Temple. The place where Su Chinzhou arranged the magic circle was in a cave on a cliff. Although it was not very far from the Shaolin Temple, only a dozen miles away, it was very hidden. If it wasn't very unlucky, no monk from the Shaolin Temple would have come here to see this happening. Besides, what if the Shaolin Temple really discovered him? The person who should be afraid was the Shaolin Temple, not Su Chinzhou. After arranging these matters, Su Chinzhou was not idle. He took off the Amitabha Sutra and began to visualize and practice. As soon as he started practicing, Su Chinzhou immediately felt the difference. If he used to practice Taoism at the speed of riding a bicycle on the road, then the speed now is like sitting in a sports car full of gas and speeding on the highway. And it is a Bugatti Veyron level top supercar. This rapid progress made Su Chinzhou feel extremely enjoyable. Su Chinzhou did not practice the Amitabha Sutra well before. His main energy was focused on the Bull Demon Fist and the Nine Young Sutra. He only practiced the Amitabha Sutra in his spare time. So until now, his Taoism realm is still at the out-of-body stage. The out-of-body realm is the first stage of Taoism practice, which belongs to the entry level of the entry level. After only one day of practice and visualization, Su Chinzhou felt that his Taoism practice had a triple jump, jumping from the out-of-body stage to the night tour stage. Su Chinzhou is definitely not a stupid person, and his comprehension is also 1 in a million. But this time, after gaining the understanding of Zhang Sanfeng at the peak, Su Chinzhou finally understood what it meant to compare people to death and compare goods to waste. The gap between a peerless genius and an ordinary genius is even greater than the gap between an ordinary genius and a mortal. If Hong Yi knew about this speed of cultivation, I'm afraid his eyes would turn red with jealousy. What kind of monster can cultivate from out of body to night wandering in just one day? This is too unreasonable. If Su Chinzhou saw such a genius before, he would probably be jealous. The gap between people is sometimes really too big. Such a genius should not exist in this world. But now, this genius is me. Oh. That's okay, genius is not bad at all. I can only say that it's quite comfortable. After practicing to the night wandering realm, Su Chinzhou's soul left his body and traveled thousands of miles in the night to appear in Shaolin Temple. In Shaolin Temple, Su Chinzhou saw the incense Buddha belonging to Shaolin Temple. The incense Buddha, which was originally majestically sitting in the air, had become a little ethereal around its body at this time, and strands of incense power floated from the Buddha to the incense-gathering spirit formation arranged by Suchinjo. Seeing this scene, Suchinjo frowned slightly. The foundation of Shaolin Temple is too profound. A gathering spirit formation plus more than 300 statues have been absorbing day and night for 2 days, and they are still so strong. Looking at the appearance of this statue, it is probably difficult to empty the family of Shaolin Temple in less than 10 days and half a month. The speed at which the gathering spirit formation absorbs the incense power is not as expected, not because its absorption speed has reached the upper limit, but because the incense Buddha of Shaolin Temple is too strong. This incense Buddha was created by the longing of the faithful men and women for Shaolin Temple for thousands of years. Thousands of years of prayers, the prayers of tens of millions of people, made this incense Buddha's golden body flawless, like a piece of forged steel, extremely solid. Fortunately, none of the monks in Shaolin Temple knew how to use incense, otherwise, as long as there was a monk who could communicate with this incense Buddha, it would be hundreds of times more difficult for Suchinjo to absorb the incense power of this Buddha than it is now. However, this did not bother Suchinjo, because an ownerless object is fake even if it is solid. Suchinjo's eyes swept, and Zhang Sanfeng's thinking core turned at full speed, carefully analyzing the structure of this incense Buddha's body. 3 dead points, 18 cracks, and 72 structural weaknesses. The Buddha, who originally looked like a golden body without leaks, was exposed with the help of another thinking core. The incense Buddha, which looked extremely solid on the outside, had many holes inside after the incense overflowed in the past 2 days. Just start from these deadly cracks and expand its wounds, and the incense Buddha will no longer be able to maintain its indestructible golden body. As Suchinjo thought about it, his soul came to the deadly spot of the incense Buddha he had calculated. Star Domain Alliance Basic Bodybuilding Exercise, Start. Suchinjo pressed his palms on the Buddha, and an endless stream of incense power flowed from the Buddha into Suchinjo's body. Incense is poisonous, and the whispers of millions of people sounded in Suchinjo's mind. Buddha bless me, I must pass the exam this year. I will bring honor to my family and stand out. Buddha bless me, the weather will be good, and my family's 10 acres of land must have a good harvest, otherwise my whole family will starve to death this year. Buddha bless me, Bodhisattva bless me, I don't want to die yet, I'm still very young. I'm only 80 years old. I haven't lived enough. I ask the Buddha to give me 10 more years of life. These whispers were just blocked by a big Buddha deep in Suchinjo's soul. This Buddha seemed to be sitting in the past, motionless. The desperate pleas of thousands of believers were like a breeze to the Buddha. This was the effect of the Amitabha Sutra in the past. At the same time, the basic bodybuilding exercise of the Star Alliance was also running non-stop. These poisonous incense powers turned into pure and flawless incense power after 2 turns in Suchinjo's body. These incense powers poured into Suchinjo's soul, which was more nourishing than the most nourishing tonic. Suchinjo could feel that his soul was expanding like a balloon. This rapid improvement made people feel euphoric. If someone with a weak will came, he would probably be addicted to it. Fortunately, Suchinjo did not forget the main business. It was really cool to absorb the power of incense to cultivate the soul, but to put it bluntly, these incense powers still belonged to Shaolin Temple. The most important thing was to pack these incense powers and take them home. At that time, he could practice whatever he wanted. Wouldn't it be more enjoyable without any taboos? Suchinjo did not let go of any of the 3 deadly points, 18 cracks, and 72 weak structures. He desperately absorbed the power of incense in these places. With Suchinjo's unremitting efforts, the cracks on the incense Buddha became more and more. Finally, just when Suchinjo's soul realm reached the late stage of driving things and was almost about to reach the realm of manifestation, the incense Buddha made a wail. With a bang, it broke into pieces of Buddha statue fragments. On these fragments, the power of incense spread at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the absorption speed of the incense gathering array arranged by Suchinjo also increased by more than 100 times. Abbot Tianming of Shaolin Temple was meditating in the main hall at this time. Suddenly, he felt a wail coming from the void. This wail was like a complaint, gentle and desolate, as if thousands of people were wailing at the same time. For no reason, Abbot Tianming felt that he had lost something extremely important, so that his heart felt empty and had nowhere to go. Not only Abbot Tianming, but all the monks in the Shaolin Temple were affected. Even the Shaolin monks in their sleep couldn't help but show a painful expression on their mouths. According to the principle of smile conservation, smiles will not disappear but will only move. At the moment when the Shaolin monks showed a sad expression, Su Chenzhou's mouth kept rising. According to the current speed of incense spreading, it only takes 1 day to catch all the incense in Shaolin Temple. The chat group gave Su Chenzhou a total of 7 days, and now he can save 2 days to go down the mountain. His current Taoist practice has reached the peak realm of driving objects, and with the help of the Thunder Suspense Sword, he can completely fly with the sword. Not only that, he also has more than 300 incense statues on hand, which can replenish the power of incense and allow him to fly without any worries and travel at a very fast speed. 2 days are enough to travel to the places he wants to go. To be honest, Su Chenzhou is still quite interested in the world of Etienne. As a modern person, who can refuse to travel to ancient times? This is really too novel. What's more, the Song dynasty was very useless in fighting, but when it comes to enjoyment, there is almost no dynasty in ancient China that can surpass it. Especially the most prosperous Jiangnan area, which is simply extravagant and brings together all the enjoyment in the world. This must be seen. Drink fine wine, eat delicious food, and visit beautiful scenery. At night, you can also appreciate the unique customs of the Song dynasty. The word Golan first appeared in the Song dynasty. Su Chenzhou felt that if he didn't observe and study carefully, study ancient Chinese culture, and do academic research, he would be ashamed of his history score of 90 points in the college entrance examination. Of course, Su Chenzhou's main purpose of traveling to Jiangnan was definitely to taste the ancient delicacies, not to listen to music in the brothels. Absolutely not. 7 days passed quickly, and this trip to the Etienne world was a great harvest. Su Chenzhou said he was very satisfied with the Etienne world. The food in Jiangnan is simply unique. Although there are not as many seasonings as in modern times, sometimes the most high-end ingredients only need to be cooked in the simplest way. Seasonings are just icing on the cake. A real chef can make amazing food with just the knife skills and the original flavor of the ingredients. Of course, what made Su Chenzhou even more satisfied was that the legendary brothel listening to music was indeed extraordinary. When the system opens the World Shuttle service in the future, Su Chenzhou decides to travel to the Etienne world every year to relax. Just when Su Chenzhou returned to the main world, a chat group reminder came from his side. Congratulations to the group owner for completing the first cub growth task. The chat group is upgraded and 2 group members are available. Because I didn't think it through before, I added 2 Japanese comic characters. Now one has been deleted, and the author promised that there will be no more Japanese comics, American comics, and other foreign works in the future. The remaining Misaka Makoto cannot be deleted because of readers. If you guys can't accept this, I'd like to say sorry. I'm really sorry. Su Chenzhou was a little surprised when he saw the message prompted by the chat group system. The atmosphere in the chat group was quite good, and the 4 group members got along very harmoniously, but it was a bit lonely to have only 4 people in such a large chat group. And behind each group member there was a brand new world of the heavens. Every additional group member represented endless resources. He had asked the chat group several times before how to get new group members to join the group, but the chat group did not give him a reply. Now he finally got the opportunity to draw new group members and add new group members. Su Chenzhou felt quite excited. Su Chenzhou was quite decisive in doing things. He did not delay with the new quota and started to draw immediately. It was still the same scene as last time, and the phantoms of thousands of worlds kept rotating in front of him. In the fleeting light and shadows, countless worlds kept appearing and then disappeared like smoke. Slowly, the rotation speed of these world phantoms became slower and slower, and then slowly froze. Finally, a small village appeared in front of Su Chenzhou. The layout of this village looks quite ancient, with a wild atmosphere of ancient times. And in the village there is a little baby running fast with a pair of short legs, looking full of energy. In an instant, Su Chenzhou's mind worked as fast as lightning. Although the full name of the chat group is the All Heavens Cubs Chat Group, the age of the objects drawn this time is too young. Looking at the age of this little guy, he should be between 3 and 4 years old.
Chat group, you are a bit outrageous this time. If it weren't for the fact that there is no need to do mandatory group tasks after joining the group, Suchinjo would have wanted to sue the chat group for employing child labor. But Suchinjo changed his mind and realized that the youngest member in the group was Hanli, who was only 13 years old. That's fine. If suing the chat group for employing child labor really worked, the chat group would have been arrested by the System Management Bureau long ago. Complaints aside, the moment Suchinjo saw this little guy, he had a feeling in his heart that he might have really won the jackpot this time. In the desolate and quaint little village, the little baby who walked briskly, he had a great chance of drawing an extraordinary person. Suchinjo stared at the virtual image of the world in front of him, his expression extremely nervous. After the chat group draws the character, it will not provide the character's information immediately, and it will take more than 10 seconds to buffer. Suchinjo guessed that during this short period of time, the chat group should be communicating with the world to obtain the character's information. Under Suchinjo's nervous gaze, a line of small words slowly emerged under the little baby. Perfect world, sure, how 3 years old, damn. Suchinjo was very surprised. He actually drew the legendary man who ruled the world for eternity. This lottery draw was simply the grand prize among the grand prizes. Perfect world. This is not an ordinary world. Among all the heavens and worlds, the power system of perfect world is definitely the top level. And this little guy in front of him will grow into one of the most powerful people in perfect world in the future and become an eternal legend. Although the group is full of talents now, none of them are as good as the little guy in front of them. Whether it is Hongyi's other shore realm or Hanli's final Daozu realm, there is a big gap in performance compared to Emperor Huang Tian. After knowing Shurhao's identity, Suchinjo understood why the chat group invited a little guy of this age to join the group. It is because the little guy practiced too early and grew too fast. If he was invited a few years later, this little guy would not be considered a cub, and he would become the golden thigh of everyone in the group as soon as he entered the group. However, even the little guy now can still provide great help to everyone in the group. There is no way, who said that the perfect method is too strong, and the resources of the perfect world are too rich. Suchinjo was extremely satisfied with the result of the first draw. Suchinjo pressed the draw key again. It was still the rotation of time and space, and the phantom of the world appeared in front of Suchinjo again. This time, the figure that appeared in front of Suchinjo surprised Suchinjo. The figure that appeared in front of him looked extremely vicissitudes of life, with a face full of stubble, and he looked to be in his early 30s. He was wearing thick armor and holding a big sword in his hand. The texture of the armor looked quite strange. At first glance, it looked like metal, but if you look closely, you can see that it is made of animal leather. This man was sitting on the corpse of a huge black dragon. The black dragon was extremely huge, and the corpse lying on the ground covered half of the ancient city. At the man's feet was the blood flowing from the black dragon, winding and flowing, dyeing the huge ancient city into a blood-red lake. Suchinjo was typing frantically in his mind. Number. Uncle, you are already over 30 years old. Is this also considered a cub? Suchinjo looked at the figure of the 3-year-old baby next to him, and then looked at the vicissitudes of life, uncle, and was a little speechless. The age standard of this cub in the chat group is really a bit loose. It is comparable to the bottom line of some people. Judging from this, the last group member should be from the world of Monster Hunter. Suchinjo is too familiar with the black dragon under his feet. As a handicapped player, when he was still Kanglangsing, he fought with this black dragon for more than 10 hours, and finally succeeded in killing it. But to be honest, as a game world, there is no absolute protagonist in Monster Hunter, so Suchinjo is a little curious about who this figure in front of him is. As time passed slowly, a line of text gradually emerged under the feet of the figure. Seeing this line of text, Suchinjo's eyes widened, and the whole person was stunned again. Dragon World Lu Mingfei, age 18 plus 7 years old, note, Monster Hunter Returns no? You told me that this guy is Lu Mingfei, what a joke. However, Suchinjo thought of the various Lu Mingfei on the novel website in his previous life, and he couldn't help but feel relieved. Lu Mingfei is definitely the most varied male protagonist in fanfiction. The return of Sekiro and the return of Elden Ring are just a piece of cake.
There are also many explosive ideas, such as the return of Warhammer, Immortal Looming Fae, etc.
As for Monster Hunter World, to put it bluntly, it is more in line with Looming Fae's personality.
After all, Looming Fae's job when he went to Castle Academy was to slay dragons, and Looming Fae's job when he traveled to Monster Hunter World was also to slay dragons.
Wherever you go to slay dragons, it's not slaying?
Speaking of slaying dragons, Monster Hunter World dares to say it's second, and no other world dares to say it's the first. After all, the hunters in Monster Hunter World kill dragons like crazy, and everyone is a master of dragon hunting.
Just think of Looming Fae going to another place for tutoring before going to Castle Academy. In fact, it is quite reasonable.
And Tsuchinjo also understood why the chat group invited Looming Fae to join the group during this time period.
The Looming Fae in front of him has already slayed the Black Dragon.
The Black Dragon has been killed, and the Monster Hunter World has been cleared for him, which means that Looming Fae's life is about to enter the next stage, returning to the world of dragons.
To be honest, it is also appropriate to say that Looming Fae is a cub after his return.
However, this chat group's operation almost hurt Tsuchinjo's waist.
Tsuchinjo is quite satisfied with the two characters drawn today. Just drawing a desolate emperor is worth the price.
To be honest, there are really few characters in the heavens and the world that can be stronger than the desolate emperor who has achieved the sacrificial path. Although the power level of Looming Fae's world is a little lower, there are also some desirable features in the world of dragons. In addition, Tsuchinjo had a good impression of Looming Fae when he phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red slash phoneme the novel.
Tsuchinjo was also very happy to be able to change his fate.
At this time, Tsuchinjo suddenly discovered something quite outrageous. Including the two newly drawn group members, there are now a total of 6 members in the chat group.
But why are they all men? This is a bit outrageous.
There are so many cute girls in the world, is it possible that you can't draw any of them? Although Tsuchinjo is not a pervert, and he won't have any strange thoughts if a female member joins the group, but who can refuse more cute girls in the chat group?
Could it be that the chat group is operating in secret? Tsuchinjo looked at the chat group with suspicion. Old thief. Don't go too far. Hurry up and hand over my girl.
At this moment, a prompt sounded from the chat group. Congratulations to the group owner, the gender of the group members drawn for 6 consecutive times are all male, and the achievement of Yang Xingyin Shui is obtained. The group owner is rewarded with 2 chances to draw designated female. Well, there is an achievement, and 2 chances to draw designated women are awarded, so I'll barely forgive you. Tsuchinjo was a little nervous about these 2 chances to draw. After all, the girls were drawn this time. It was still a familiar scene. A junior high school girl with light brown hair appeared in the world shadow. The moment he saw this figure, Tsuchinjo guessed her identity. After all, Tsuchinjo was too familiar with this Tokiwadai middle school uniform.
Academy City, Level 5 Super Railgun Misaka Makoto.
She is known as Misaka's sister in the world. She is a girl who can use a coin to shoot a super railgun.
Not bad.
This world is not bad. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. Whether it is the superpowers of Academy City or the forbidden techniques of magic, they all have some merits. The most important thing is that as the first girl in the group, Misaka Makoto is really cute.
There is another chance to draw. Who will be drawn? Tsuchinjo pressed the draw button with expectation.
This time, a little girl appeared in front of Tsuchinjo. The little girl was dressed in ancient costumes, with her hair loose, and was running non-stop with a little boy. Tsuchinjo had many guesses in his mind, but he still couldn't guess the identity of this little girl. So he could only wait for the chat group to give an answer.
After a while, the handwriting appeared.
Hong Wang, Yang-chan 13 years old. It turned out to be Yang-chan, the famous 3 holy mothers, the sister of Erlang Jinju and Yang Jian. No wonder the little boy next to him has a barely visible crack on his forehead. It turns out he is Erlang Jinju and Yang Jian. And this Yang-chan is from the prehistoric world, which is simply double happiness. However, there are many secondary settings in the prehistoric world, and the expression of different prehistoric worlds is very different. The introduction in the chat group only wrote the prehistoric world, so Tsuchinjo couldn't be sure what the strength of Yang Chan's world was.
Su Chinjo naturally did not hesitate and immediately sent an invitation.
The arrival of these group members blew out the three little ones who were hiding in the group. Su Chinjo group owner welcome everyone to the chat group of the young cubs of all heavens. You can first phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the group announcement to understand the basic information of the chat group.
If you don't understand anything, you can ask me.
Su Chinjo had already written the basic information of the chat group of the young cubs of all heavens in the group announcement. Otherwise, he would have to repeat a lot of information every time a new member joined the group, which was quite troublesome. These group announcements will automatically translate the chat group, and even if you can't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme, you can understand its meaning. Moreover, the information in the group announcement is quite complete, including the role of the chat group, the basic concepts of the heavens and the worlds, etc. After reading the group announcement, the group members will naturally have a basic understanding of the Jutian Cubs chat group. The three little ones in the group were also very excited. Finally, there were new people, and 4 of them at once.
Zheng Junbao Jianghu Sanrun, welcome everyone, I am Zhang Junbao from the Etian world. Hong Yi and Han Li also welcomed the arrival of the newcomers in the group chat. After the 3 messages were sent, the group chat fell into a long silence. For a while, no one popped up, and the newcomers were concentrating on checking the messages in the group announcement. After a long time, a message broke the silence. Sure how Shirtsuan Cub, I don't understand what is written in the group announcement. But these are not important. Brothers and sisters, I'm hungry. Can I drink animal milk here?
Su Chinjo saw Sure Hao's message and smiled.
The current Emperor Huang Tian is still a 3-year-old kid.
It is normal that he can't understand the content of the group announcement. After all, the myriad worlds and the dimension crossing are too profound for a 3-year-old. Although Sure Hao is very precocious, he is only 3 years old now, and it is still difficult for him to understand the rules of the Cub chat group. Sure Hao is just a child who likes to drink animal milk now.
There will only be one Japanese anime character in this book, Misaka Makoto.
If you don't like it, just skip the plot of a certain scientific railgun. The main reason is that many readers who followed the update after voting wanted to continue to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme Misaka Makoto's plot. I'm really sorry. I know it's unnecessary to keep a character, which disgusts some readers who don't want to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme Japanese anime characters. But there is no way. I didn't think about adding this character at the beginning, and I have to be worthy of the readers who followed the update. I apologize to the readers who were affected again.
Su Chinjo group leader, want to drink animal milk?
Please wait for me for a while. He really has a lot of animal milk at home.
Su Chinjo walked to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator.
There was a row of glass bottles neatly arranged on the top shelf of the refrigerator, each with a capacity of 2 liters.
What is in the glass bottle is animal milk. This kind of animal milk comes from a strange beast, the Qinghe giant beast.
The Qinghe behemoth is a strange beast native to Aqua Blue Star. The adult Qinghe behemoth is generally over 5 meters tall and has the ability to control water and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme. Its strong claws can tear rocks apart and run faster than the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme.
Quick!
Before the Star Alliance colonized the Aqua Blue planet, the Qinghe behemoth was the overlord at the top of the planet's biosphere food chain. Wherever the Qinghe beast goes, all creatures are its food. Legend has it that in ancient times, as long as the Qinghe beast howled, all animals within 100 meters would kneel to the ground involuntarily, allowing the Qinghe beast to choose. But all this changed when the Star Alliance arrived at Aquamarine. No matter how powerful the Qinghe behemoth is on Aqua Blue Star, it has no meaning to the Star Alliance.
Humans are the creatures that truly stand at the top of the food chain.
In just 20 years, the Qinghe behemoth went from being the overlord of the Blue Star to the milk-producing beast now being kept in captivity.
Qinghe giant beast milk is the flagship product produced by Yeshutang, the overlord of Shuilan Star animal husbandry. Qinghe giant beast milk is very mild and contains various nourishing energies.
Long-term consumption of this kind of animal milk can effectively relieve various hidden injuries suffered by warriors during practice and repair the body. It is one of the 10 most suitable nourishing foods for warriors before they develop a fighting body. Therefore, even though the price of Qinghe monster milk is quite expensive, it is still very popular among wealthy people due to its powerful effects. As a truly rich man, Suchinjo would not be stingy about spending money on animal milk. Every time he places an order on a yearly basis. 2 liters daily, delivered fresh. What's in the refrigerator is the Qinghe monster milk he ordered. Normally, 2 liters per day was Suchinjo's basic consumption. There would not be so much Qinghe beast milk left in the refrigerator. It's just that he has been in E10 world for these 7 days and has no time to digest the milk of the Qinghe giant beast. In addition, his sister Su Moran has no talent in martial arts and has no interest in martial arts. Naturally, she will not drink these expensive animal milks suitable for warriors. So after 7 days of accumulation, there was so much Qinghe monster milk accumulated in the refrigerator. Suchinjo sent all these Qinghe beast milk to the chat group. Designated red envelope Shihao, a bottle of Qinghe beast milk. 7 consecutive red envelopes were sent to the chat group by Suchinjo. Suchinjo group leader, little guy, try it and see if these beast milk suits your taste. Also, don't receive all these red envelopes at once, just get a bottle first. If you can't keep it in ice, Qinghe beast milk, the shelf life of other animal milk is very short, and it will deteriorate quickly when exposed to sunlight. Wait until you want to drink it, so that it will not go bad. This is also a rule of a chat group. As long as items exist in the chat group in the form of red envelopes, the time of these items will be stopped. No matter how long it has passed, what these items look like when the red envelope was sent out will be what they look like when they were received. Outside Stone Village, on top of a huge rock. A little milk baby was lying lazily on the stone and basking in the sun, with its 2 short legs dangling in the air and swaying, looking very comfortable. At this time, the little guy was thinking with his head tilted. What on earth is this chat group? It looks so strange. The rules written on the group announcement were so confusing that I had no idea what they meant. Forget it, I'll ask the village chief grandpa later what it is. However, the group leader sent me several red envelopes, saying they contained animal milk. Do not know is not true? Thinking of the sweetness and deliciousness of animal milk, Shihao's mouth started to drool. He stretched out his fat, short hand and clicked several times in the void, and with a plop, 7 consecutive glass bottles of milk appeared in front of Shihao. Looking at these 7 bottles of Qinghe beast milk, Shihao's eyes lit up, and stars appeared in his eyeballs. Wow! It's true. The group leader didn't lie to me. I can really get animal milk. But then there was a trace of confusion in Shihao's eyes. The village chief grandpa said that you should not drink anything given by strangers outside. If you drink the animal milk given by the eldest brother of the group leader, you won't be scolded by your grandpa later. Shihao was still struggling in his heart, but his hands had already opened the cap of the glass bottle involuntarily. Smelling the sweet smell of animal milk, Shihao couldn't control himself at all. Involuntarily, I started to drink milk. A bottle of Qinghe giant beast milk entered Shihao's belly in the blink of an eye. After drinking Grandma Beast, Shihao felt a little unsatisfied. This kind of animal milk was completely different from the animal milk he usually drank. After drinking this animal milk, Shihao could feel his body warm and extremely comfortable. Wow! It's really delicious. Shihao Stone Village Cub, brother, the group leader, the animal milk you gave me is really delicious. I like it very much. After finishing speaking, Shihao looked at the remaining 6 bottles of animal milk in front of him, and suddenly remembered what Suchinjo said, these animal milk would deteriorate quickly when exposed to sunlight. He was just anxious to verify whether the animal milk in the red envelope was real, and in a moment of anxiety, he took out all 7 bottles of animal milk. Thinking that such delicious animal milk would go bad later, Shihao felt extremely heartbroken. He picked up another bottle of Qinghe giant animal milk and started to gulp it. Drink all the animal milk before it goes bad, so that it won't be wasted. But the future Emperor Huang Tian is just a 3-year-old baby now. Even if he can drink more, how much can he drink? After barely finishing another bottle of Qinghe giant animal milk, Shihao's belly has become round.
I can't drink it anymore. I can't drink it anymore. Such delicious animal milk is going to go bad.
Looking at the 5 bottles of animal milk on the ground, Shihao closed his eyes, his little face shrank, tears sparkled in his eyes, and he almost cried.
Shihao Shirtsuan Cub, Group Leader, Big Brother. I'm sorry. I was too impatient just now and took out all the milk. Now it's going to go bad. Cat crying expression. This emoticon package was of course provided by Suchinjo.
The chat group itself does not have an emoticon package, but the chat group provides an import interface, and group members can freely import emoticon packages into the group chat. As the only group member living in the information age, Suchinjo has no choice but to make group members become silly netizens.
Suchinjo group owner, don't worry, these are minor issues. You can send me the animal milk in a red envelope, and then I will send it to you again. In the future, if you want to keep the food fresh, you can also use the method of sending red envelopes in the group. As a modern person, Suchinjo is quite skilled in how to get the wool of the chat group and the system bug. The chat group itself does not provide storage space for group members, so when he learned about the role of the red envelope system, Suchinjo immediately had the idea of using the chat group's red envelope system as a storage space. Under his experiment, this idea was indeed successful. The red envelope system of the chat group is quite buggy. As long as it is a dead object and the group members have ownership, it can be stuffed into the red envelope. So far Suchinjo has not discovered the upper limit of the red envelope.
No matter how heavy or large the item is, as long as the above 2 conditions are met, it can be stuffed into the red envelope. The only thing to worry about is that the group red envelope will be secretly taken by group members. However, with the existence of designated red envelopes, there is basically no need to worry about this. After drinking the beast milk, Shihao's favorability towards Suchinjo rose sharply. He did not suspect that Suchinjo would deceive him, and directly sent the beast milk to him again as Suchinjo said. For little Shihao, the person who is willing to invite him to drink beast milk cannot be a bad person. Suchinjo immediately operated and sent the beast milk to little Shihao again. Seeing the beast milk red envelope again, little Shihao was very happy.
Shihao Village Cub, Big Brother, Group Leader, you are so good to me.
Cat thanking expression looking at Shihao's innocent appearance now, and thinking of the hardships and trials that this little guy will experience in the future, Suchinjo couldn't help but feel distressed.
The future of Emperor Huang Tian is too bitter and lonely.
One person is arbitrary for eternity, and there is no friend around him who can keep up with his pace, and no fellow can walk side by side with him. He bears everything alone, leaving only a back view to all living beings in the heavens. Compared to the various experiences later, this time in Shir Village should be the happiest time in Shihao's life. Suchinjo decided to temporarily put Shir if Shihao's future experience is concealed, the future will be too bitter and lonely. Suchinjo is unwilling to let Shihao bear this future so early. At least let Shihao have a carefree childhood. Of course, concealing the future does not mean not providing help to Shihao.
Suchinjo will naturally not be stingy with the opportunities he can remember.
While the two were interacting, other new members in the group phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the group announcement and had a basic understanding of the chat group. Looming Fey Dragon Slayer, I didn't expect that there is such a magical existence in the world, connecting the heavens and the worlds, it's incredible. Group owner, I saw in the group announcement that the chat group can travel through the heavens and the worlds, I don't know how to operate it.
Looming Fei looked at the distant sky with melancholy eyes.
In a blink of an eye, it has been 8 years since he came to this ancient and wild world. He has experienced too much in these 8 years. From the beginning of the world, he was extremely confused, and then the whole village was destroyed by the ancient dragon. Then, he was sweating hard in training, and countless times of life and death, which made Lu Mingfei reborn from a useless high school student to the strongest monster hunter. In the past 8 years, he met many people and encountered many things. In this world, Lu Mingfei has many ties. But at the same time, Lu Mingfei also missed his hometown. No matter how good the world of Monster Hunter is, it is not his home after all.
Lu Mingfei wants to go back and take a look. Misaka Makoto, a certain scientific railgun. Do you really believe the content of the chat group announcement? What if this is a scam?
I know that there are several psychic ability users who can create illusions in other people's minds. Misaka Makoto lay on the bed, her two white and tender legs kept shaking, and the white cotton socks on her feet drew beautiful white arcs in the air. She was a little surprised and doubtful. There are indeed some psychics in Academy City who can create illusions for others.
But she is a level 5 psychic, a super electromagnetic gun, who can control electromagnetic force.
Even the pinnacle of psychics, the queen of Tokuwadai, Shokubu Misaki, who is also level 5, can't control her mind. How can those other low-level psychics affect her? And scientific methods such as implanting chips in the brain are even more impossible. She has the ability to control electromagnetics, and this kind of technology that requires electricity to run is simply impossible for her to work.
But even so, Misaka Makoto still has a skeptical attitude. What if there is a breakthrough in science and technology? What if this is a new type of superpower that can restrain her electromagnetic superpowers? Everything is possible.
Unless she sees evidence that really makes her unable to doubt it, Misaka Makoto will not easily believe the existence of the chat group. Looming Fey Dragon Slayer, if it was when I was still on Earth, I guess I would have the same idea as you. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals IR either slash phoneme. There are really superpowers in this world, or aliens are using me for experiments.
But now I am willing to believe that this is true. Looming Fey's words overloaded Misaka Makoto's little head. What do you mean when you are still on Earth? Is this group member no longer on Earth now? What else can you say that there are really people with superpowers in the world? Hasn't the existence of people with superpowers become basic common sense for humans all over the world? Could this group member be a hired agent in the chat group?
But seeing how confident he is, it seems to be true.
Could it be that he and I are really from different worlds?
Looming Fey Dragon Slayer, pictures, videos. Looming Fey posted 3 pictures in a row in the group, which were the huge black dragon under his feet, the armor and sword on his body, and the video of him cutting the wings of the black dragon with the sword. Looming Fey Dragon Slayer, I originally lived in an ordinary world. There was no supernatural power in that world.
Everyone was an ordinary person.
Later, I encountered some things and traveled to this world with dragons. It is because of these experiences that I believe that the chat group is real.
I am tired of fighting and killing all day long. I want to return to my Earth and enjoy the rare tranquility. Tsuchinjo group leader, well, Mingfei. Let me interrupt. There is nothing wrong with what you said, but I want to correct one thing.
I mean, is there a possibility that the world you originally lived in was not an ordinary world, and there were dragons on Earth, and they were more ferocious than the dragons in the Monster Hunter world? After returning to Earth, you still have to kill dragons, and it is more difficult and challenging.
Looming Fei's face was full of disbelief, his mind was blank. His hometown was full of terrifying ancient dragons just like in Monster Hunter world? Looming Fei couldn't believe it at all.
In his impression, the Earth was just an ordinary world.
Looming Fei was not surprised to hear that there were people with superpowers hidden on Earth.
After all, he had traveled to Monster Hunter world, and it was nothing strange to have superpowers on Earth.
But there were dragons on Earth, what a joke. Did he phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme in vain for the past 10 years on Earth? Did he have been kept in the dark like a fool for the past 10 years on Earth? Impossible, absolutely impossible.
Looming Fey Dragon Slayer, it's impossible.
The Earth is obviously an ordinary world, how can there be dragons? Tsuchinjo group leader, whether I lie to you or not, you will know if you go back to Earth and take a look.
Mingfei, accept the facts, your dragon slaying journey is far from over.
Looming Fey Dragon Slayer, then how can I return to Earth? Please guide me, group leader. Hearing Tsuchinjo's words, Looming Fei couldn't wait to go back to Earth and take a look. Could it be that there are really dragons on Earth? Otherwise, why would the group leader be so confident?
Tsuchinjo group leader, the chat group has not yet opened the permission for group members to travel through the world, and even if the permission to travel through the world is opened, you can't locate the Earth that belongs to you without the coordinates of the Earth.
But, if you want to go back to Earth, I'm afraid you don't need the power of the chat group. Lu Mingfei was a little confused by Su Chenzhou's words. How can he go back to Earth without the help of the chat group? It can't be that he suddenly traveled back. How is it possible? Traveling through the world is not like treating someone to a meal, it's not that easy. Just as Lu Mingfei was thinking this, his eyes suddenly became blurry. After calming down, he found that something was wrong with his body. After so many years of fighting, Lu Mingfei had been covered with scars. Especially in the battle with the Black Dragon just now, Lu Mingfei was seriously injured. His back was torn open by the Black Dragon's sharp claws. Although these wounds have stopped bleeding due to his strong physique, there are still waves of piercing pain. And now Lu Mingfei feels that all the injuries on his body have healed without medicine, even the hidden injuries left by long-term training have been completely recovered. He has never felt so relaxed since he traveled to the Monster Hunter world. What's wrong with me? Lu Mingfei raised his hand and looked. A white arm appeared in front of him, which was an arm that only people who stayed indoors all year round could have. Turning over his palm, the thick calluses on his hand disappeared. Lu Mingfei raised his head and looked around, everything was so familiar. The posters on the wall are slightly yellowed, and there are many graffiti on the old desk. This is the bedroom where he has lived for more than 10 years. I actually returned to Earth. Lu Mingfei couldn't believe his eyes. Su Chenzhou group leader, the black dragon you killed is the strongest ancient dragon in Monster Hunter world. After killing it, your mission in Monster Hunter world has been completed. If I'm not mistaken, you will be sent back to your original world in a short time. This is a treatment that belongs only to Lu Mingfei, and it is unique among all the time travelers. Although I don't know why, but your name is Lu Mingfei. Is it so outrageous? Lu Mingfei was stunned. He traveled back to Earth before the group leader finished speaking. Lu Mingfei Dragon Slayer, group leader, you are really amazing. I really returned to Earth. Picture. Lu Mingfei sent a picture in the group chat. In the photo, a young man who looked like he was in trouble stood in front of a desk, smiling at the corners of his mouth, extremely surprised. This was something Su Chenzhou had not expected. He knew that Lu Mingfei would most likely travel back to Earth, but he did not expect it to be so sudden. Others in the group chat were even more stunned by this scene. Lu Mingfei was a hunter in his 30s just now, extremely strong, and gave people a sense of danger all over his body. How could he suddenly become a young man with a look of bad luck? This is too outrageous. Misaka Makoto, a certain scientific railgun, Lu Mingfei, you have returned to Earth. Does that mean that the group leader did not lie to you? There are indeed dragons on the Earth where you are, and they are very powerful. Misaka Makoto's words made Lu Mingfei, who was originally extremely happy, feel like he was poured with a basin of cold water. Yes, the group leader said that I would travel back to Earth, but I traveled back to Earth before I finished speaking. The group leader said that there are dragons on Earth, and he must not have lied to me. No. Dragon slaying or something. I have been killing dragons for 8 years, and I am tired of killing them. My heart is colder than the sword that kills dragons. I went back to Earth to retire. Now, the wonderful rest time is gone. I have to continue killing dragons. Why is my life so miserable? Lu Mingfei collapsed on the bed, like a dead fish that has lost its dream. Most of the new members in the group have appeared. As for the third Saint Yang Chan, she should still be on the run with the future Erlang Yang Jian. Su Chenzhou recalled the phantom of the world he had just seen. Behind Yang Chan, there was a group of heavenly soldiers and generals, chasing them. Maybe little Yang Chan didn't even notice that she had joined the chat group. Su Chenzhou raised his hand and sent 5 red envelopes to the group, each of which contained a box of 10 perfect body practice paste. This was his welcome gift to the new members. Su Chenzhou had never been stingy with group members. And to be honest, it was also very beneficial for him if group members could grow up. As long as group members could complete the cub growth task, they would get rewards from the chat group. The reward Zhang Junbao brought him alone had transformed him. Not only did his strength increase greatly, but his cultivation speed had also made earth-shaking progress. If he could get more growth rewards from group members, wouldn't he be even happier?
After the red envelopes were sent out, they were swiped.
3 were received in less than 2 seconds.
The first person to receive the red envelope was Sure Hao, a little baby who didn't know what politeness was. The next people to receive the money were Lu Mingfei and Xiaoli. Misaka Makoto watched other group members receive the red envelope sent by Suchinjo, hesitated for a while, and also clicked the receive button.
The next second, an antique wooden box appeared in front of her.
When Misaka Makoto saw the box appear, her heart began to waver. In fact, Misaka Makoto was already used to the sudden appearance of such a box. Her roommate, Shirai Koriko, was a level 4 space ability user, and it was easy for her to do this. But space ability users were quite rare in Academy City.
Could it be that someone would really use a level 5 psychic and a level 4 space ability user to play a prank? Just think about it and you will know it is impossible. This made Misaka Makoto gradually believe that the chat group was real. Suchinjo sent 5 more pieces of information to the group chat.
These 5 pieces of information were named after the 5 new members, and they contained the stories of the 5 people in Suchinjo's memory. After practicing the Amitabha Sutra to the realm of driving objects, Suchinjo's thinking speed and memory increased significantly, and he remembered more details. So these 5 pieces of information were much more detailed than those provided to Hong Yi and others at the beginning. Suchinjo also explained to the 4 new members why he knew the future of the 5 of them.
The reason why there are 4 new members is because Xiao Yangchan is still offline. If he didn't know that Xiao Yangchan is the future San Shangmu, and his brother is the future Erlangshan Yangjian, otherwise Suchinjo would have thought that Xiao Yangchan had died.
Suchinjo has not phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red phoneme the original text of Dragon Clan. The reason why he knows Lu Mingfei so well is because the fan fiction of Dragon Clan is so popular.
However, this problem is not a big deal.
After reading so many fan fictions, Suchinjo is quite familiar with the world of Dragon Clan, and he can remember the more critical plots and characters.
Besides, Lu Mingfei in the group chat is not Lu Mingfei in the traditional sense.
He is Lu Mingfei who has returned from Monster Hunter World. After all, fate has changed a long time ago, and it is not important for him to know the original plot. The world line has long been deflected, and it is enough to know a general idea. As for Misaka Makoto, Suchinjo is still relatively familiar with it, but it is a pity that his understanding of Misaka Makoto basically comes from the animation.
In fact, this animation only filmed a small part of the original novel, and a large part was not filmed. Suchinjo didn't know much about that part.
After all, Suchinjo hadn't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red phoneme at phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either phoneme, but occasionally saw some fragmentary information in other places. Yang Chan was also quite special. After all, Yang Chan came from the prehistoric world. Although it was unknown which prehistoric world it came from, no matter which prehistoric world it was from, there would definitely be a local specialty, that is, the saint.
The only one in the heavens, omniscient and omnipotent, the prehistoric saint was a very terrifying existence, and above them there was an even more terrifying existence named Hongjun.
As long as it wasn't a strange prehistoric world like the Grenade Daozu, basically speaking, the saints were all unreasonable existences. Some secrets he told Yang Chan now might be deduced by the saints in the next second. So Suchinjo also screened some information about the prehistoric world and provided information that he thought was not a big problem. In a world like the prehistoric world, sometimes knowing less is a good thing. Suchinjo was also very clear about Sure Hao's story. Perfect World and Holy Ruins were both classics, and Suchinjo had phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red phoneme them all. With the blessing of the Amitabha Sutra in the past, Suchinjo could recall the general plot. But in order to give little Sure Hao a happy childhood, Suchinjo decided to temporarily hide part of Sure Hao's information. Some futures are too bitter, and just thinking about them makes me feel endless pressure. However, Suchinjo did not hide it completely. He told Sure Hao where his parents and grandfather went, and how he lost the supreme bone. There is also the origin of the Willow God, the various opportunities in the Great Wilderness, the cultivation realm of the perfect world, the blood moving, the cave heaven, etc., until the final sacrifice. Knowing the complete cultivation system in advance and looking down from a high place will definitely help Sure Hao's future cultivation.
telling Sure how these is the result of Su Chinjo's careful consideration.
In fact, let alone how Sure how lost the supreme bone, Su Chinjo didn't even want to say the whereabouts of Sure Xiling and his wife. To be honest, the parents of little Sure too are quite incompetent. First of all, Sure how was dug out of the supreme bone because the couple entrusted the wrong person. Then after this incident, Sure how was left alone in Sure village, and the two of them went to the upper world to ask for the holy medicine at Bulow Mountain.
This operation is quite confusing. At least let Sure Xiling stay to take care of Sure how. With the strength of Bulow Mountain, if they want to harm them, what difference does it make whether Qin Mengi goes alone or with the couple?
Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme take little Sure how with you, and the family will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme and die together. Or leave one person to take care of Sure how. What happened last time when Sure how was handed over to someone else to take care of? Don't you have any idea at all? Fortunately, the people in Sure village are very simple and take good care of little Sure how. Then the operation of the couple after going to the upper world was also outrageous. First, they were deceived by Bulow Mountain to give Sure how a younger brother, and then they were trapped for more than 10 years.
The newborn child was not educated well.
In order to take care of the child's self-esteem, they didn't tell the child that he had a brother, so that he was brainwashed by Bulow Mountain and made him fight Sure how. In the end, Sure how was hit by the immortal curse and needed to take Qin Hao's immortal bone to save his life. As a result, Qin Mengi couldn't bear to leave Qin Hao at the last moment, and missed the best time for treatment due to hesitation.
Let's not discuss whether to love or not, it's meaningless.
Although Su Chinjo felt that Sure Xiling and his wife still had feelings for Sure how. But judging from the results, all the efforts of the couple were basically pitting Sure how, and they didn't play even a positive role. If possible, Su Chinjo would rather Sure how never know the whereabouts of the couple, and never meet them. In this way, Xiao Shi too would not see that his parents, who he missed so much, gave him a younger brother, and the family lived in great happiness. Nor would he dig out his supreme bone again before he died to fulfill his brother.
But this is impossible.
Xiao Shi Hao lived a very happy life in Sure village, but there was only one thing that was always in Sure Hao's heart. Where did his parents go? For Sure Hao, it was actually a very happy thing to know that his parents and grandfather were still alive and loved him. Since we are talking about the whereabouts of Sure Hao's parents and grandfather, the supreme bone is naturally an unavoidable link.
Su Chinjo was not worried at all about telling Sure Hao about the supreme bone. When Lucian told Sure Hao about the past when he was 6 years old, Sure Hao once said, "Isn't it just a piece of bone?"
The supreme is not a seal, nor can it be determined by a piece of bone. Although Sure Hao is a few years younger now than he was then, Su Chinjo believes that Sure Hao is Sure Hao, and has never taken the supreme bone too seriously.
What he cares about most is always the people around him.
Knowing that the supreme bone can be reborn will only make Sure Hao work harder to practice.
Misaka Makoto, Lu Mingfei, Sure Hao, Yang Chan. After Su Chinjo sent out the information, the chat group fell into silence. Everyone concentrated on studying the information sent by Su Chinjo.
Even Hong Yi, Han Li, and Zhang Junbao looked at it very seriously. Although these materials are a bit scattered, the amount of information contained in them is so large that people can't help but feel excited.
Hong Yi Dakian scholar, have you noticed?
I feel like all the members in the group chat seem to have experienced some bitterness and hatred.
Zhang Junbao Jianghu Sanrun, yeah, let's not talk about the three of us. Ming Fei has to sacrifice his life every time he kills a dragon.
According to the information provided by the group owner, Ming Fei killed 3 dragons, and 3/4 of his lives were not his own.
Misaka was cloned into countless Misaka sisters, and these Misaka sisters were used by unscrupulous organizations for some inhumane experiments.
Yang Chan's mother was suppressed by the Emperor of Heaven under Taosan, and is now being hunted down by people sent by her uncle.
It is not known when she will be online. Little Sure Hao is even more miserable.
His supreme bones were dug out, and now he is separated from his parents and grandfather. While the two were communicating, the group members also finished reading the information one after another. Misaka Makoto sat on the bed, hugged her knees with both hands, tears flashing in the corners of her eyes. She couldn't believe her eyes. The Mass Production Ability User Plan and the Absolute Ability User Plan, cloning 20,000 Misaka Sisters, is to allow Accelerator to be promoted to the level 6 Absolute Ability User. Accelerator only needs to kill 20,000 Misaka Sisters in 20,000 different scenes to be promoted to the level 6 Absolute Ability User. And all this cruelty is just a cover. The person behind the scenes has long planned to use her as a pawn to destroy the Absolute Ability User Plan, and then send the Misaka Sisters to all parts of the world to create an artificial heaven and ban magic all over the world. All of this is as incredible as the heavenly book. But if all this is true, how terrible this reality would be. When she thought that 20,000 Misaka Sisters would die because of her, Misaka Makoto's heart seemed to be tightly grasped by someone, and her heartbeat was about to stop. Misaka Makoto wanted to rush to Accelerator and confront him right now, asking whether the Absolute Power User Plan was true. But she also knew that if what was written in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme was true, then the mastermind behind everything was the real controller of Academy City, Chairman Aleister Crowley. Her rash actions would not only fail to save Misaka Sister, but would alert the enemy and make things more complicated. Although she was a level 5 superpower, the chairman of the Academy was in charge of the entire Academy City, and the power in his hands was unfathomable. It would be difficult for her to fight against the chairman of the Academy. The only thing she could rely on now was probably this mysterious chat group in front of her. When she thought that Misaka's sister would die at the hands of Accelerator every day, Misaka Makoto felt extremely painful. She wanted to stop this dark reality as soon as possible. Misaka Makoto, a certain scientific railgun, group leader. What should I do to save the Misaka sisters? I really can't bear to see them being killed anymore. Tsuchinjo group leader, it's not difficult to stop this plan. Just find Kamijutoma and let him defeat Accelerator to show that the calculation result of the tree diagram designer is wrong. This will terminate the Absolute Power User Plan. But this method is only a temporary solution. The termination of the Absolute Power User Plan means that Aleister's plan will continue to advance, and the remaining Misaka sisters will still become his tools. Misaka Makoto, a certain scientific railgun, is that so? Okay, I get it. Misaka Makoto's eyes gradually ignited a spark of hope. Although according to the group leader, letting Kamijutoma defeat Accelerator is only a temporary solution, it can at least prevent Accelerator from slaughtering the Misaka sisters. Tsuchinjo group leader, but you don't have to worry too much. Strength is the key to everything. As long as you have enough strength, no matter what Aleister's plot is, it will work. Misaka Makoto, a certain scientific railgun, but it's too difficult to improve strength. I've worked hard, otherwise I wouldn't be able to become a level 5 Esper. When Misaka Makoto first became a Esper, she was only level 1, a standard low ability person. After her continuous efforts to learn and improve her calculation ability, she finally became a level 5 Esper at the age of 12. After becoming a Esper, Misaka Makoto felt that her ability had reached a bottleneck, and it was almost impossible to make a huge improvement. Tsuchinjo group leader, why are you still worried about this when you have joined the chat group? The purpose of the chat group is that all members are family members, helping each other and growing together. You now have resources from 7 different worlds, and you are still worried that you can't improve your strength? In Tsuchinjo's opinion, Misaka Makoto's worries are completely groundless. With so many new members, the resources in the chat group are very rich, and it is easy to improve your strength. The most suitable practice for Misaka Makoto in the chat group now should be the past Amitabha Sutra. The superpowers in Academy City are different from those in other worlds. The main factor that determines the strength of their abilities lies in the calculation speed of the superpowers. The past Amitabha Sutra is a Taoist art of cultivating the soul. The higher the level of cultivation, the stronger the soul. The power of the soul directly determines a person's thinking speed. As long as the calculation speed can be improved, Misaka Makoto's superpowers can become more powerful than imagined. Tsuchinjo group leader, you will check the chat group space later. There are some exercises in it. Each chat group member has the right to download 5 exercises from the group space for free. There is an exercise in the group space past Amitabha Sutra that is very suitable for you. As long as you can practice it,
your strength will definitely have a huge improvement.
After soliciting the opinions of group members, Suchinjo put all the existing exercises in the group into the public group space.
This is a decision made by Suchinjo after careful consideration.
He was born in modern society and received higher education.
He knows that communication is an important step in the advancement of knowledge. Other people can polish jade, and everyone can add fuel to the fire. The reason why the science and technology of the earth in the previous life could advance so rapidly is because the channels for acquiring knowledge were opened up. Although the resources of exercises are very precious, there will be no loss in sharing them with group members. On the contrary, one more person can practice, and one more person can communicate and make progress together. Suchinjo does not mind group members spreading the exercises in their own world. The world is different, and there will be no conflict of interest at all.
On the contrary, the more people practice, the more novel ideas there will be, and the new skills will be brought to a new level.
Of course, Suchinjo still set a threshold, and group members can only download 5 skills for free.
If you want to get skills from the chat group after using up the quota, you must pay. Every time you upload a skill to the public space of the chat group, you can get the download quota of 3 chat group skills.
Setting this threshold is not because Suchinjo is stingy and reluctant to share skills. But if this threshold is not set, it will easily disrupt the order of the chat group. People are selfish.
Although Suchinjo screened the members of the chat group before they joined the group chat, only those who met the atmosphere of the chat group could join the chat group. But Suchinjo did not dare to guarantee that every member of the group he agreed to join the group chat was willing to share. If you accidentally collect a few freeloaders, who are freeloaders in the group every day, only know how to ask for but not know how to give, then it will be easy to make the group members who actively upload skills feel disheartened. In addition, setting this threshold can also make the group practice space achieve a benign positive cycle operation mode. It seems that every time a group member uploads a practice, he can get the download quota of 3 practices.
1 for 3 is simply too cost-effective. But to put it bluntly, the copying of the practice is free of cost. On the surface, the chat group space spent 3 practices, but in fact, the chat group did not pay any price, but gained 1 practice. Over time, the number of practices in the space will become more and more abundant, which is also a good thing for the members of the group. If there is no such mechanism, it is purely based on the voluntary contribution of group members. It is okay in the short term. As long as the enthusiasm is still there, everyone will be willing to contribute.
But after a long time, only paying but not getting anything will inevitably make people have some thoughts in their hearts.
Suchinjo also set a threshold. The group space does not want all practices. There is a bottom line.
Only practices that pass the chat group inspection can be uploaded to the chat group space. The standard for the chat group to judge whether a practice can be included in the group space is very simple, that is, whether this practice is valuable.
What kind of martial arts is considered valuable?
It depends on whether a martial arts contains a cultivation system and whether there are ingenious ideas that others dare not think of. For example, the 9-yang magic art contains a lot of knowledge, a system of internal power cultivation, the operation and cultivation of positive internal power, and many boxing theories. It is obviously a valuable martial arts that meets the inclusion standards of the group space. And the superficial martial arts such as the 5 tigers breaking the door knife, the martial arts principles contained in it are completely covered by the martial arts in the group space, and they are useless even if downloaded, so naturally they are not enough to be included in the chat group. Of course, his rule is not to strangle the group members, but more to stimulate the creativity and subjective initiative of the group members. This 1 for 3 exchange has no restrictions. For example, if a group member uploads a low-level martial arts such as the wedding dress magic art, because the wedding dress magic art has a unique martial arts concept, the group space will determine that the wedding dress magic art meets the upload conditions. And the quota obtained by this group member can be used to download any martial arts in the group space. Whether it is the Peerless Secret Book for cultivating the soul like the Amitabha Sutra in the past, or the Immortal Cultivation Method like Changchun Gong. Even when Shurhao grows up in the future and uploads the Tsaozi sword art and the Hawazi Dafa, these methods will also be within the download range. At the same time, this download quota can be traded among the chat group members. Suchinjo set this rule for the group members who came from a world with scarce resources. With the continuous increase in group members, it is definitely impossible for all resources in the group chat to be shared free of charge as before. Some basic resources can naturally be shared. These are all trivial matters. The friends who can join the group chat will not be small. But what about some precious resources, especially some unique resources? Although Suchinjo wants to create a chat group atmosphere of mutual help, he is not naive to think that every group member can make selfless contributions in the group chat. Trading between group members has become an inevitable trend. Although not every group member needs a large number of downloads, as the number of skills in the group space continues to increase, there will definitely be group members who need to download more than their upload capacity. Therefore, Suchinjo thinks it is quite appropriate to use the number of downloads of skills as a trading medium in the group chat. This move can allow some group members who come from a world with scarce resources to have a way to quickly obtain resources in the group chat through their own efforts. When they heard that there were skills that could be obtained for free in the group space, the group chat was boiling all of a sudden. Looming Fae Dragon Slayer, there are actually free skills. The pattern of our chat group is really huge. Thank you, group owner, thank you, seniors in the group. Let me see what skills are in the group. Fuck. There is actually a complete copy of the 9 Yang manual. This is the inner strength in the legend of the Dragon Slayer. Could it be that I, Looming Fae, can also become a martial arts master? This is so exciting. Although the existence of dragons in the Dragon Clan world has influenced history, but the Dragon Clan world still has many entertainment products similar to Suchinjo's previous life on Earth. For example, in the original novel, Looming Fae is a master of StarCraft, and this game also exists in Suchinjo's world. The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber also exists in the Dragon Clan world, so Looming Fae certainly knows the 9 Yang manual. So, Junbao, you are not Zhang Jinren. Huando sniffling expression. Looming Fae didn't recognize Zhang Junbao's identity at first. At the beginning, he just felt that the name was familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. After all, he has been in the Monster Hunter world for 8 years, training and killing dragons every day. Everything on Earth is a distant memory for him. It was not until he saw the 9 Yang manual that he remembered that Zhang Junbao was the former name of Zhang Sanfeng Jinren. Knowing this, Looming Fae's eyes lit up. When he first watched the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, he liked Zhang Jinren very much. At that time, Looming Fae, who was still a poor kid, thought that this old Taoist priest was so cool. He was over 100 years old and still so good at fighting. He phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme fantasized that if he could have the same profound martial arts as Zhang Sanfeng, no one would look down on him anymore. And he could also stand out in front of Chen Wenwen with his extraordinary martial arts and win her heart. But unfortunately, before his fantasy came true, Looming Fae traveled to the Monster Hunter world. After 8 years of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme, frost, rain and snow in the Monster Hunter world, everything on Earth seemed like a different world, and the memories in his mind seemed to be separated by a layer of fog. Even if he tried hard to recall Chen Wenwen's appearance, he could only vaguely remember a girl in a white dress standing in the sun and smiling at him. But the girl's facial features were extremely blurred in his mind, leaving only a shadow. Zhang Junbao Jianghu Sanren, if the Zhang Jinren you are talking about refers to Zhang Sanfeng, then I should be the Zhang Jinren you are talking about. Looming Fae Dragon Slayer, speaking of which, Junbao, you are only in your teens now. Zhang Junbao Jianghu Sanren, yes, I am only 17 this year. Looming Fae Dragon Slayer, 17 years old? I remember you just left Shaolin at this age? Looming Fae's mind was racing. If Zhang Sanfeng was only 17 years old now, wouldn't he have a chance to make up for the regret between him and Guoxiang? Looming Fae Dragon Slayer, if that's the case, you have to seize the moment, otherwise it will be too late to regret if you miss it. Zhang Junbao Jianghu Sanren, what are you talking about, seize the moment? Looming Fae Dragon Slayer, Junbao, don't pretend to be confused. You must have learned about the future development from the group leader. If you don't seize the opportunity now and miss Guoxiang, you will end up alone in this life, and there will be no regret medicine to take at that time. Suchinjo group leader, don't worry about Junbao, he's living a good life now. Video.
In the video, a man and a woman are riding yellow ponies on the official road. They are talking and laughing, and they seem to get along very well. Lu Mingfei Dragon Slayer, the man and woman in this video, could it be Junbao and Guo Xiang? Honi Dakian Scholar, yes, a few days before you joined the group, Zheng Junbao sent videos to the group every day. The two of them were phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme punishing evil and promoting good in the rivers and lakes, or riding horses together. His life is so colorful before he even got Guo Xiang, so why should you worry about him? Although Zhang Junbao knew that Guo Xiang did not have the kind of love between men and women for him, he felt very happy to be able to travel the world with the person he loved. After all, he was still a teenager, and he couldn't help but take some videos and send them to the group. Lu Mingfei then checked the exercises in the group space. Next to these exercises, there were introductions written by the group space for them. When he saw Changchun Gong, Lu Mingfei exclaimed again. Fuck, there are even immortal cultivation exercises in our chat group. After practicing this exercise, can I fly like the immortals in mythology? This burning flame demon fist is too exaggerated. The 6-star martial saint combat body can transform into Yama, burn mountains and boil seas. With one blow, it will be corrupted for thousands of miles. There is also this past Amitabha Sutra, which cultivates the soul and achieves Yangshen. As long as you practice it to 7 thunder tribulations, you can create things in the void and become a creator-like existence. Lu Mingfei was completely stunned by the skills in the group. He had long known that the chat group was of high quality and that its future achievements were limitless. But before the 6 of them joined the group, there were only 4 members in the chat group, and it was obvious that the chat group was still in its infancy. So at first Lu Mingfei did not have high expectations for the skills in the group space. Now that he had carefully phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red slash phoneme the skills in the group space, Lu Mingfei realized how high the quality of the skills in the group space was and how strong the quality was. Any one of these skills would cause countless people to scramble for it, causing a bloody storm. As a result, in the chat group, such a powerful skill was actually given to them for free as a benefit for joining the group. This made Lu Mingfei was deeply moved, and gradually had a deeper understanding of the principle of mutual help and common progress mentioned in the group announcement. Feeling this spirit, Lu Mingfei's heart was warm, and he couldn't help but want to make some contributions to his friends in the group chat. Group member Lu Mingfei uploaded the skills Monster Hunter Forging, Monster Hunter Alchemy, Monster Hunter Tachi Swordsmanship, Monster Hunter Great Swordsmanship, Elu Cat Cooking Guide. In a flash, Lu Mingfei used the power of the chat group to organize the knowledge he learned in the Monster Hunter world into a book and uploaded it to the chat group. Among them, Hunter Alchemy was successfully uploaded, and Hunter Alchemy was merged into Hunter Blacksmithing. The Monster Hunter Tachi Swordsmanship and Monster Hunter Great Swordsmanship were combined into a set of skills Monster Hunter Dragon Slaying skills incomplete as for the Feline Cooking Guide, the upload failed. After asking for Lu Mingfei's consent, the chat group uploaded it to the group space as free information. Su Qinzhou felt very relieved when he saw this scene. Lu Mingfei is a capable guy. He has been in the Monster Hunter world for 8 years. He is loyal and reasonable. Although the names of the skills uploaded by Lu Mingfei are very simple, they are actually not simple. The names are simple because the hunters in the Monster Hunter world do not have the habit of naming these things, but in fact, these 3 books the skills basically cover the essence of the knowledge in Monster Hunter world. Hunter Blacksmithing is the most valuable of the 3 skills, which describes in detail how to forge armor and weapons. In the process of forging armor and weapons, various techniques are used to integrate the energy of the monster into the equipment. Armor and weapons forged in this way can inherit part of the power of the monster, and the user can greatly increase his own strength after wearing these equipment. This is also the reason why the Master Hunters in Monster Hunter world can fight against the terrifying ancient dragons with mortal bodies. Hunter Pharmacy records many methods of refining potions in Monster Hunter world, and these potions have magical effects. For example, the recovery series of potions in it can quickly recover from injuries once taken. Recovery Potion Small can speed up the body's recovery by 10 times, and Recovery Potion Large can speed up the body's recovery by 30 times. And the top ancient secret medicine in this series of potions is even more amazing. It is said that as long as there is a breath, the ancient secret medicine can save people. Of course, reality is not a game after all. The ancient secret medicine in reality is not like in the game.
As long as you take it, you can immediately revive with full blood. Its essence is to provide energy and speed up recovery, but the speed of recovery accelerated by the ancient secret medicine is too terrifying. Even if you are missing arms and legs, as long as the injured person takes the ancient secret medicine, they can grow back within 7 or 8 minutes. When Lu Mingfei was fighting against the world-annihilating dragon, he was hit by the claw of the world-annihilating dragon, and half of his body was torn apart. He relied on his strong vitality to survive. Then, only 10 minutes after taking the ancient secret medicine, the torn half of his body actually grew back. If these potions can be reproduced, their value is immeasurable. But unfortunately, these secret potions require herbs from the Monster Hunter world. Now that Lu Mingfei has returned to Earth, it is too difficult to obtain herbs from the Monster Hunter world, which greatly reduces the value of this book of pharmacy. Too sleepy, there is still one chapter left, so I will post it in the morning. By the way, this update time is too bad. I plan to adjust it to 6 p.m. However, the Monster Hunter Alchemy contains not only drug formulas, but also a lot of knowledge about alchemy in the Monster Hunter world. Su Qinzhou kept deducing in his mind, and Zhang Sanfeng's spiritual core was also spinning wildly. Although there was no way to obtain the medicinal materials in the Monster Hunter world, if he could find some medicinal materials with similar medicinal properties, he would still be able to replicate the recovery potion with similar effects. As for where to find these medicinal materials, Su Qinzhou said there was no need to worry at all. The territory of the Star Domain Alliance is very vast, and the assets are extremely rich. In addition, there are 10 worlds behind him. Su Qinzhou believes that it is not difficult to find medicinal materials with similar medicinal properties to those in the Monster Hunter world as long as he is given some time. In comparison, the value of Monster Hunter Dragon Slaying Technique Remnant is much lower. The knife and sword techniques in this book are actually very exquisite. After all, they are combat skills summed up by countless hunters in the Monster Hunter world after hundreds of years. This kind of combat skill tempered between life and death is definitely the most practical. It's just that the limitations of this Monster Hunter dragon slaying technique are too strong. It was created for slaying dragons, and many of its moves were developed to deal with large creatures. In the matter of slaying dragons, the Monster Hunter dragon slaying technique is absolutely professional. But if it is not for slaying dragons, then many of its moves would seem a bit bloated and cumbersome, and there is no need for it. Unless there is a special need, ordinary people will never choose to practice such a technique with such a narrow application direction. The only person in the group who has this need should be Lu Mingfei himself, who has returned to the world of the Dragon Clan. Hanli, disciple of the Seven Mysterious Sect, this book of alchemy is very good. It turns out that you can use this kind of thinking to refine potions. It really opened my eyes. Mingfei, you are really amazing. Han Lao Mo affirmed Lu Mingfei. Han Li had been lurking in the group before and didn't say much. He was a person who was frugal with words, and he usually didn't say much in the group. Su Qinzhou thought he would be lurking today. Unexpectedly, he was blown out by Lu Mingfei's book of alchemy. Han Yidakian scholar, I think the most powerful thing is this Monster Hunter forging technique, which can actually turn the enemy's power into your own use, and use war to support war. The value contained in it is really too great. Su Qinzhou saw Hong Yi's speech across the screen, and his heart couldn't hold it back. As expected of you, Hong Yi, you found the blind spot at a glance. When it comes to using war to support war, you are an absolute master. Apart from Feng Han and the others, there are only a few people in the world who can be compared with you. Lu Mingfei Dragon Slayer, these things are not researched by me, but learned in the Monster Hunter world. I see that the skills in the group space are provided by everyone in the group, so I want to do my part. Su Qinzhou group leader, it is indeed like this. The chat group is everyone's chat group. Only when everyone works together can the chat group develop more prosperously. This sentence is very mainstream, but it is indeed Su Qinzhou's inner thoughts. In his previous life, he was engaged in research work, and what he liked most was the academic atmosphere where everyone gathered together to communicate with each other and make progress together. Sure, how the cub of Sure Village, does anyone in the group need a method? I have one here. Sure, how the cub of Sure Village, but I am not as good as my brother Lu Mingfei.
I only have a bone script that I can upload.
The little baby in Sure Village was also excited and sent messages in the group. He first got a lot of delicious animal milk from Su Chinzhou, and then learned the whereabouts of his parents and grandfather from him, which made the little baby have a good impression of Su Chinzhou. Originally, the little baby was thinking about how to repay Su Chinzhou. Now that he sees that everyone in the group needs a method, he is of course very happy. He has the bone script of Sure Village taught to him by the village chief. And the village chief did not prohibit him from passing on this bone script. Sure, how uploaded the technique Ishimura bone text. Su Chinzhou laughed, little guy, don't look down on this bone text.
Although the Ishimura bone text is simple, it is the key to practicing the blood-moving realm. The value of this bone text is really too great. The power system of the perfect world is an absolute high-end system in all the worlds. Although it cannot be called invincible, at this stage, it is definitely an extremely precious cultivation secret book for the chat group of all the heavens. Little Sure how contributed this bone text, which is very meaningful to all group members. Misaka Makoto uploaded the Technique Academy City Talent Development Manual Super Electromagnetic Gun Application Manual Electromagnetic Force Analysis and Application. Strictly speaking, what Misaka Makoto uploaded cannot be considered a technique. After all, Misaka Makoto belongs to the scientific side of the Academy City, and it is a bit difficult for her to come up with a technique. The 3 techniques she uploaded are the guiding textbooks for the development of superpowers in the Academy City, her summary of the use of her own superpowers, and the various research results obtained by other researchers from her superpowers. You say these 3 materials are useless. They are indeed not very useful for the current group members.
After all, the friends in the group are generally in the starting stage, and they can't play with high-end things like electromagnetic force. But when everyone's cultivation strength grows to a certain level, everything will be different.
Electromagnetic force is one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe. These studies on electromagnetic force will surely bring great inspiration to the members of the chat group. Of course, some physical rules of the heavens and the universe are completely different from the Earth's universe. In those worlds, electromagnetic force may not be one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe.
For friends from those worlds, the value of these 2 materials is greatly reduced. After counting the harvest, Su Chinzhou closed his eyes and kept deducing in his mind. He should be the person who knows these exercises the most in the group chat. After all, so many novels and movies in the previous life were not watched in vain.
Su Chinzhou group leader, have you thought about what exercises to download from the group space?
As the group leader, Su Chinzhou has the authority to know what exercises the group members have downloaded. He saw that except for Misaka Makoto, who chose to download the Amitabha Sutra, the other group members had not yet used the download permission.
Lu Mingfei, I'm struggling.
There are so many techniques in the group space that I don't know which one to choose. Lu Mingfei was very entangled at this time.
He was more inclined to the cultivation technique. After all, he was a traditional Chinese. Who doesn't yearn to become a fairy who flies with a sword? But
Lu Mingfei has been struggling in the monster hunter world for 8 years. As an old hunter, he knows that the most important thing to see whether something is valuable is whether it is practical. When choosing a technique, fancy things like handsomeness are useless.
Strength is the only truth. Although Changshun Gong is a cultivation technique, its upper limit is too low.
At best, it can only be cultivated to the peak of the Qi training period.
Not only that, the cultivation of Changshun Gong requires spiritual roots.
Only those with spiritual roots can practice the cultivation system of Han Li's world. The most annoying thing is that although the cultivation method can prolong life, it also means that it takes a long time to gain combat power by practicing the cultivation method. According to the information provided by the group leader, by the time Lu Mingfei reaches the peak of cultivation, it is estimated that the opportunity will be gone. Moreover, the power of Changshun Gong in the Qi training period is quite average. If you choose Shirtsuan Bone Text or the Burning Flame Demon Fist provided by the group leader, you can form combat power in a shorter time.
Lu Mingfei clenched his left fist tightly, countless blue veins appeared on his arm, and punched forward fiercely.
The seemingly slender arm contains shocking power.
There was a bang in the air when he punched, and the bang was like thunder. His fist phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme even blew up countless test papers stacked on the desk, circling in the air. Fortunately, before crossing, my aunt's family went to a friend's wedding banquet, leaving Lu Mingfei alone to look after the house, otherwise the roar of the Hudong lion would be heard from next door at this time. He felt his own strength. Very good. The physical strength he had experienced in Monster Hunter World actually returned to his body. He originally traveled through time in his physical body, but he didn't know why he looked like a young man again after returning to Earth. But unfortunately, the Tiandi Huangtailong suit he had worked so hard to build did not come back with him. As for the materials of the black dragon he killed, let alone. The black dragon had not yet completely died, and he was sent back to Earth by a mysterious force. Hunters in Monster Hunter World, 2/3 of their strength is in equipment. Without these equipment, Lu Mingfei has no confidence to deal with the ancient dragons in this world with physical strength and dragon slaying skills alone. Of course, he can slowly build equipment with the dragon resources of this world again. It is not impossible to slowly upgrade like in Monster Hunter World. Anyway, in the eyes of Lu Mingfei, an old hunter, dragons are equal to equipment raw materials. But now the chat group provides a better choice. Lu Mingfei was still struggling in his heart. Should he choose the immortal cultivation method to become a handsome white-robed swordsman, or choose other methods with stronger combat power? Lu Mingfei Dragon Slayer, Group Leader, can I choose both? The little one Shirtsuan Bone script system is too strong. If he cultivates to the peak of the Blood Realm, his arms can shake 100,000 pounds. I'm afraid he can go head-on with the first generation. Group Leader, your method is also very good. If you can cultivate the 6th level Flame Demon combat body, you can burn mountains and boil seas. In a breath, you can evaporate the entire Pacific Ocean. The whole Earth combined is not enough for me to fight. And Brother Hong's past Amitabha Sutra, the power of the soul interferes with reality, and can even create things in the void, which is also very attractive. Su Chinzhou smiled slightly. Su Chinzhou Group Leader, it seems that everyone is confused, so let me talk about my personal views on different cultivation systems. The existing cultivation systems in the group include Jun Bao's martial arts system, my Star Domain Warrior system cultivating combat body, Hong Yi's soul and physical martial arts system, Xia Budian's perfect law system, and Han Li's immortal cultivation system. These systems look dazzling, but in fact, they are all cultivating the mind, chi, body, and law. If we talk about the upper limit, it seems that the highest upper limit of the cultivation method in the group is Xia Budian's perfect law system. In the group, only Xiao Yangchan's prehistoric world cultivation system, which has not yet been launched, can compete with the perfect cultivation system. But whether all members of the chat group should cultivate the perfect method and give up all other cultivation systems, I don't think it is necessary. The main reason why the perfect world can give birth to those supreme beings is that the energy level of the perfect world is high enough. Sure Hao cultivated all the way to become the immortal emperor, and the resources consumed were not less. In a world with exhausted resources, even with Sure Hao's talent, it would be difficult to achieve the final achievement. I also know a world that is closely related to the perfect world, the world of covering the sky. The level of the covering sky method and the perfect method is the same, and the cultivation ends in the same way. In the covering sky, the spiritual energy on the earth is exhausted, and it is difficult for practitioners to even get started. There is no factor of longevity in the universe of covering the sky. With the peerless talent of the protagonist in that book, he lived a second life several times before finally becoming immortal. And from the need to adapt the skills obtained from the chat group, it can be seen that the underlying rules of different heavens and worlds are probably different. Although the chat group provides an adaptation function, the adaptation of the chat group is not the kind of unreasonable modification of the rules of the world so that group members can forcibly practice the techniques of other worlds in this world. It's just a matter of modifying various contents in the exercises that are not suitable for the rules of this world into contents that are suitable for the rules of this world. This will inevitably phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme to changes in the power of the technique. Especially the top level of each cultivation system is extremely imprinted with this world. In another world, I think most of the cultivation will not be successful.
Let's take the example of the world of little ones, who want to practice to the ultimate way of sacrifice. You need to sacrifice your own way, everything will become empty and return to eternal silence. Then resurrect from the dead, waiting to be alive again, truly above all else. There is a saying, this kind of cultivation method, in another world, I am afraid that after the death of nirvana, there will be no ashes left. There is also the Taoist ancestor of Han Li's world who needs to integrate the rules. However, who knows if the rules of another world would support your integration? How to absorb knowledge from different cultivation systems, find a path of cultivation system suitable for your own world, and then reach the top is the real meaning of joining the chat group. For example, Makoto, for her, the most important thing to improve her superpower is to improve her computing power. Therefore, the most useful technique for her in the group is the past Amitabha Sutra, which can cultivate the soul and improve calculation power. Speaking of this, Tsuchinjo couldn't help but think of another training system that was also very suitable for Misaka Makoto, the magnetic field martial arts of the Sea Tiger world. With the power of electromagnetic control, Misaka Makoto will probably be very talented in practicing magnetic field martial arts. But thinking of the style of Hong Kong comics, a picture slowly emerged in Tsuchinjo's mind. Colorful neon lights flashed in the skyscrapers, the night spread, and the moonlight slanted slightly. Misaka Makoto slowly walked forward with a big red cloak behind her. In front of her stood a white-haired man. The white-haired man had a gloomy face, a crazy look in his eyes, and was laughing wildly at the sky. The expression on Misaka Makoto's face was even crazier than accelerators. Wow, you beast, don't go crazy here, Misaka Makoto, will blow your teeth out today. This picture was so beautiful that Tsuchinjo was a little afraid to look at it. But if such a day comes, Tsuchinjo, as a fun-loving person, is willing to go to the scene to shoot videos. Record this memorable scene. After returning to the thoughts in his mind, Tsuchinjo continued to speak in the group chat. Of course, even so, the little stone village bone inscriptions are still a good choice. Just the power of moving 100,000 kilograms of blood with his arms is already very tempting, and he is the best choice for practicing physical skills in the group. The performance of the past Amitabha Sutra is quite good in the cultivation of the soul. If you want to make up for your own weakness in the soul, practicing the past Amitabha Sutra is a good choice. In short, it depends on which direction you want to develop, just choose the exercises of the corresponding system for reference. But you still need to know one thing. You can't bite off more than you can chew. Although there are many cultivation methods in the group. But don't think about wanting them all. Human energy is limited, so choosing a major system and one or two minor systems is enough. After you reach a certain level of cultivation, you will be able to look back and study other systems from a high position, and it will be much easier. Looming Fey Dragon Slaying Master, then I will practice the Shurtsuan bone inscriptions and the past Amitabha Sutra. According to the group leader's information, my body has the blood of the Dragon Clan, and my powerful soul can also facilitate my control of the spirit. And there is still a little devil hiding in my soul, trading lives with me all day long. When my soul becomes stronger, I will give this little bastard a good beating. Sure, how Stone Village Cub, according to the group leader's brother, the Stone Village bone script itself is very powerful, not to mention that the old village chief still has an original true explanation in his hand. I will definitely use the perfect method as mine. I major in systems. But I will also study the information provided by brothers and sisters to see if it is helpful to me. Misaka Makoto Railgun, group leader, I just checked online, and I haven't seen any news about the Absolute Ability user plan on the internet yet. However, according to the results of my investigation, the mass production of ability users has been terminated, so the Absolute Ability user plan should be on the agenda even if it has not started yet. My most important thing now is to improve my combat effectiveness in the shortest possible time, so I choose to concentrate on practicing the past Amitabha Sutra. I will not be distracted by other cultivation techniques for the time being. By the way, group leader, I would like to ask, can I pass on these skills to others in the group? Check it online? How could such confidential things be found? Misaka Makoto probably used her superpower to advance Academy City's confidential institutions. With her superpower of electromagnetic manipulation, no one in Academy City can be her opponent in terms of information warfare.
Suchinjo, of course. After you obtain the skills from the group space, these skills belong to you. It's up to you how to use them. Misaka Makoto Railgun, in this case, I'm relieved. I want to pass the Bull Demon Power Fist to Kamiju Toma.
If he only has the physical fitness of an ordinary person, even if he has fantasy killer and premonitory sense, he wants to defeat him. It's also very difficult to get through, and you're bound to be in a tough fight. But if Kamiju Toma can learn the Bull Demon Fist and gain superhuman physical fitness, plus the ability of fantasy killer and premonition perception, then defeating Accelerator will become very simple.
Suchinjo nodded secretly. Misaka Makoto is indeed very smart. She can actually think of this. With the current normal Accelerator's ability, if Kamiju Toma can practice the Bull Demon Fist to perfection, it will definitely not be a difficult task to defeat him.
Accelerator's superpower is vector operation, which can manipulate the vectors of almost all energy substances and change the direction with superpowers. It's just that the current Accelerator has not learned the ability to control the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme and lacks long-range attack capabilities. Although he has the ability of vector operation, which is almost cheating, Accelerator can only rely on the vector of external objects to attack distant enemies. For example, manipulate the vector of steel bars to make them fly out, or manipulate the vector of stones to hit people with stones. The power of this long-range attack is not as good as some level 4 superpowers with strong expressiveness. If Kamiju Toma can master the Bull Demon Power Fist, and then use the premonition sense to dodge these attacks, it will be easy. The reason why Accelerator is so strong now is that he can reflect all external attacks. In simple terms, he has an invincible cheat and 100% damage reflection. But the problem is that Kamiju Toma also has a cheat. Kamiju Toma's cheat is very simple, that is, all beings are equal, making all cheats phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals invalid/phoneme, such as invincible cheats and 100% damage reflection, which are all shit in front of Imagine Killer. He can't hit with long-range attacks, and he can't beat them in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme combat. How can Accelerator be a match for Kamiju Toma? Misaka Makoto had already sat up from the bed in the dormitory. There were 7 or 8 electronic devices beside her, including an iPad, a computer, and a mobile phone. You can see that there was a faint flash of electricity on her body, connecting these devices. There were countless codes flashing on these devices like waterfalls. Misaka Makoto was paying attention to the chat records in the chat group, and on the other hand, she was distracted by operating these devices to hack into all the secret institutions in the Academy City. Yes, that's right, Misaka Makoto was really crazy this time. According to the group leader, the absolute ability user is a class A confidential plan. So Misaka Makoto decided to decrypt all Class A plans in the Academy City. At this time, Misaka Makoto didn't care whether this behavior violated the regulations of the Academy City. She just wanted to determine when the absolute ability user plan would start. She is now the age of a freshman who has just entered school. According to the information provided by the group leader, Accelerator killed his sister outside the laboratory in August when she was in the second year. And she has just entered the first year of Tokuwadai Middle School. In other words, the current timeline is still 1 year away from August of the following year. The absolute power user plan should not have officially started at this time. In this case, I still have time. With the help of the chat group, I still have hope to defeat Accelerator with my own ability. A glimmer of light flashed in Misaka Makoto's eyes. Although it is possible to defeat Accelerator with the power of Kamiju Toma. But Misaka Makoto's personality does not want others to do this. Especially to let a stranger fight for her. If she can stop the absolute power user plan by her own power, Misaka Makoto is willing to fight with her life. Of course, in order to prevent the dark future from happening, Misaka Makoto will still teach Kamiju Toma the Bull Demon Power Fist. This is a double insurance. Once the plan starts, if it works, I will do it myself. If not, let the strengthened Kamiju Toma do it. Zheng Junbao Jianghu Sanran, by the way, I have some things here. Mingfei, you and Makoto take them. These incense statues are made by the group owner, which will help you practice the Amitabha Sutra.
Designated red envelope incense statue X5.
Zhang Junbao Jianghu Sanrun, these statues should be of great help to your cultivation.
The incense resources in Etian world are very rich. If you need them later, you can find me.
The group leader has uploaded the skills of making incense statues to the group space, and I have learned it. Su Chinzhou made a total of 350 incense statues. These incense statues absorbed the incense power of the entire Shaolin temple. Each one contains extremely huge incense power. Before making the incense statues, Su Chinzhou first asked Zhang Junbao for his opinion in the group, and Zhang Junbao naturally would not object.
He didn't kill Shaolin Temple completely for the sake of Master Jue Yuan.
The group leader wanted to plunder the incense resources of Shaolin Temple, which was also a good thing for him.
With these incense statues, he can absorb incense and practice anytime and anywhere. As for Hong Yi and Han Li, they applauded even more.
They had long been coveting the incense resources of Etian world. According to Zhang Junbao's opinion, the bulk of these incense statues will be divided among the four of them, and each person can get 80 incense statues.
The remaining 30 incense statues will remain in his hands.
If any group members want to practice the Amitabha Sutra in the future, he can provide some to them as resources.
Lu Mingfei and Misaka Makoto received the red envelopes.
Lu Mingfei Dragon Slayer, Group Leader, I also have something to send to everyone. Red Envelope Secret Medicine X8 Lu Mingfei Dragon Slayer. This is the pill in my medicine bag. I didn't bring back any equipment from the Monster Hunter world, but I don't know how this medicine bag came back with me. It should be because this medicine bag is too small and it is a personal collection, so it was brought back by the way. There are some medicines prepared for me by the people in the village for my battle with the Black Dragon. The ancient secret medicine was eaten by me during the battle, and there are only 10 or so secret medicines left.
Everyone accept it.
8 pills were taken out, and Lu Mingfei still had 7 or 8 pills in his hand, so everyone accepted them one after another, without being polite to Lu Mingfei. This is a good treasure to save their lives. If they have such good things in their hands, they will not be stingy, and they will definitely share them with group members. After dividing the incense statue and secret medicine, everyone began to digest the harvest this time, and the group chat fell into silence for a while. Su Chinzhou saw that no one continued to send messages in the group for a long time, and little Yang Chan had not been online, so he closed the group chat. This time he gained too much, and he also needed some time to settle down, sort out his own cultivation system, and figure out how to go in the future. Yangshan FA, Perfect FA, Mortal Cultivation FA, including the warrior system of the Star Domain Alliance, all have their own merits. He wanted to find a cultivation path that suits him best. At this time, there was a sound of unlocking at the entrance. Then a youthful and energetic footsteps came.
Brother, you are finally back. I miss you so much.
Dong dong dong, the little bun ran over quickly and rushed to Su Chinzhou. A pair of big eyes on the slightly chubby face flickered, and there were tears in the eyeballs. Before Su Chinzhou went to the Etienne world, he actually told Su Moran that he was going out to practice for a few days and intensively train his actual combat skills in order to pass the star-level martial arts assessment in 20 days. However, in the past few days, none of the messages Su Moran sent to Su Chinzhou received a response, and all of them fell into the sea. Although Su Moran also knew that some martial arts masters hated their apprentices to be distracted when they were teaching. Participants in the training of those martial arts masters had to hand in their mobile phones before the start. But it was still inevitable to worry.
Look at what I have in my hand. Knowing that you will come back today, I specially prepared a lot of delicious food. Su Moran raised the shopping bag in his hand. The tail of the rockhorn giant lizard, the upper ribs of the blue gold flame cow, the phoenix bird eggs, and the panglai lotus root are all high-end ingredients that Su Chinzhou likes to eat. The ingredients in the shopping bag are extremely rich, and it is so bulging that it can't be put in. Su Moran didn't ask where Su Chinzhou had been, nor what he had done in the past few days, but carefully prepared a table of delicious food for Su Chinzhou. Wow! So many delicious foods, Moran, you are so nice.
Su Chinzhou reached out and touched the little bun's head. This little bun is really doing good for him wholeheartedly. Who can refuse such a lovely sister? Inheriting the original owner's memory, plus so many days of getting along, Su Chinzhou has completely regarded the little bun as his own sister. Having inherited the original owner's memory and spent so many days together, Su Chinjo has completely regarded Xiao Baozi as his own sister. "Brother, wait for me in the living room for a while, the food will be ready soon."
Suemo ran to the kitchen excitedly.
Su Chinjo watched the little guy busying himself from the side, and helped from time to handle the ingredients. He didn't know much about cooking, but he could still do small things like washing ingredients and cutting slices. Suemo Ren sliced the tail of the monitor lizard, each slice was about 3 centimeters long, then fried it slightly, fished it out, and added the secret sauce to a clay pot and simmered it slowly over low heat. At the same time, the other hand kept turning the green gold flame beef top ribs in the frying pan, looking at it from time to control the heat. There was also a phoenix bird egg custard in the pot, and the egg custard was served with penglai lotus seeds, which looked very good.
Suemo Ran was busy with 3 things at once, and he was very organized.
He was clearly cooking 3 dishes at the same time, but he was not at all flustered. Half an hour later, the two sat together at the dining table. Looking at the 3 dishes in front of them, Su Chinjo's appetite was excited. The tail of the rock-horned monitor lizard is rich in fat, tender in taste, and paired with the salty and fragrant sauce, the taste in the mouth is wonderful. Moreover, as a strange beast, the meat of the rock-horned monitor lizard has the effect of strengthening the foundation and replenishing the essence, which can make up for the foundation. After eating 3 pieces of the tail meat of the rock-horned monitor lizard in one breath, Su Chinjo felt a warm current flowing to all parts of his body, and his body felt as comfortable as soaking in a hot spring. In addition to the tail of the rock-horned monitor lizard, the other 3 ingredients also have their own magical uses. Penglai lotus root and foaming bird eggs have the effect of concentrating the mind, and the blue gold flame bowl can strengthen the body.
Su Chinjo nodded. Suemo Ran was really attentive.
These 3 dishes are very suitable for people who are physically injured and mentally exhausted after hard training. Even if the training is exhausting, eating these 3 dishes will restore your vitality the next day. Although he was not in close training for these 7 days, he even sneaked to Jiangnan for the last 2 days to experience the authentic brothels of the Song dynasty.
But Suemo Ran's kindness still touched him.
The brother and sister chatted while eating.
Suemo Ran, brother, how have you been practicing these days? Are you sure you can pass the assessment of the Star Warrior certificate? Su Chinjo nodded confidently. Of course, don't you see who your brother is?
A mere Star Warrior certificate is a piece of cake. Of course I believe in you, brother, but I heard that the assessment of the Star Warrior certificate is quite dangerous, and there are even several death indicators every month. If you are in danger at that time, don't be stubborn.
Suemo Ran was a little worried.
The assessment of the Star Warrior is to test the combat effectiveness of the warrior. After passing the assessment, the Star Warrior certificate will be issued, and you can enjoy various benefits and truly become a superior existence in the Star Alliance Society. Because it is an assessment of actual combat ability, the Warrior Association is not the warrior's nanny, and in some cases there is no way to guarantee the safety of the warrior, so this assessment also has casualty indicators. Even if the star-level warrior fails the assessment, we can just not open the martial arts school. With the Land of the White Crane Martial Arts School, we can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme well even if we don't do business and rent it out to collect rent.
Suemo Ran has no obsession with the family's ancestral martial arts business.
What really matters to her is her living family.
Su Chinjo shook his head. The little bun is still too naive.
If he hadn't joined the chat group, and the Su family lost the protection of the Martial Arts Alliance, how could they have kept the Land of the White Crane Martial Arts School in a place like the city center? There are also several martial arts schools with bad locations that have set their sights on the big fat piece of meat of the White Crane Martial Arts School. These martial arts schools have students all over the world, and they have intricate relationships with the big figures above. Even if they are protected by 2 first-level warriors, Zhao Shenju and Li Taizhu, they have no hope of keeping the Land of the White Crane Martial Arts School. The final result will definitely be to sell it at a low price. Of course, this is before the Awakening chat group. Now he has the chat group as a support. Even without the protection of the Martial Arts Alliance, he is not afraid of those martial arts schools. But anyway, the star-level warrior certificate will be taken sooner or later.
Why should the martial arts school phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme down if it can continue to operate well? I know, don't worry, it's easy for your brother to take the star level warrior certificate. Seeing Suchinjo's confident face and no intention of giving up, Suemo-ran lowered his head and didn't continue to speak. Seeing that his sister didn't say anything, Suchinjo concentrated on eating. Suemo-ran's cooking skills were really good. The heat and seasoning of each dish were deeply loved by him. In addition, the ingredients were very high quality, which made Suchinjo very happy to eat. After eating, Suchinjo returned to the practice room. The food he had just eaten had been almost digested under the effect of the basic bodybuilding skills of the Star Domain Alliance, which did not affect his practice at all. After this period of practice, Suchinjo could feel that his body had been blown and hammered to the limit. It was time to break through to the first-level warrior condensed battle body. In this world, the martial arts path needs to rely heavily on external objects in order to break through. Just like some immortal cultivation systems need a foundation building pill to break through from the chi training stage to the foundation building stage. In this world, if a warrior wants to break through from a mortal body to a first-level warrior, in addition to tempering the body to the extreme, he also needs the assistance of external objects. Suchinjo walked to the depths of the training room, opened a safe, and took out 3 boxes from the safe. The shells of these 3 boxes are all pure white metal, which looks quite textured. There is also a slightly concave fingerprint in the center of each box. Suchinjo pressed his finger on the occupation, and the surface of the box lit up with blue light. As the fingerprint recognition passed, the 3 boxes slowly opened, and then a heat flow came. These 3 boxes are material storage boxes produced by Yulingtang Company, with functions such as adaptive temperature adjustment, dehumidification, sterilization, automatic alarm, etc. In the box on the far right, there is a fiery red medicine tube. The liquid in this medicine tube is as thick as magma, and it keeps bubbling. This medicine tube is the underground marrow fluid needed for the breakthrough of the burning flame battle body. It needs to be stored in a high-temperature environment of more than 90 degrees to prevent it from deteriorating. The 2 boxes next to it contain a glass stone with red light flowing and a fiery red feather respectively. Suchinjo drank the underground marrow fluid, and then put the red glass stone into the instruments shining with blue light. After the glass stone was placed in, the lid of the instrument shining with blue light kept opening and closing, and the temperature of the entire training room began to rise suddenly. The function of this instrument shining with blue light is to dissociate the material and release the energy contained in the material. Then Suchinjo placed the fiery red feather between his eyebrows. It was amazing that the feather seemed to be glued to Suchinjo's forehead. Suchinjo closed his eyes and felt the energy surging in his body and the environment around him. The steps to condense the first-level burning flame battle body were constantly deduced in his mind. His brain seemed to be divided into 2 areas. At the same time, he used his own consciousness and the consciousness of Zhang Sanfeng at the peak to check for deficiencies and make up for them, striving to be foolproof. The path of extraordinary warriors in the Star Domain Alliance world is the path with the lowest requirements for practitioners among the 10 extraordinary paths. Practitioners do not need any special talents, they only need to constantly temper their bodies to become warriors. However, even if the body is tempered to the peak, the mortal body is still the mortal body, and it cannot open the treasures hidden in the flesh like in some worlds and obtain all kinds of incredible powers. The body of an ordinary warrior in the Star Domain world is similar to that of Suchinjo's earthlings in his previous life. The body of an ordinary person has its limits. If you want to break through the extraordinary by your own hard training, sorry, you can't do it at all, your body doesn't have such function. Just like an old car, even if you drive it on the road every day and drive 100,000 kilometers. It is impossible to become a transformer because of hard training. Instead, it will be scrapped due to overuse. Mortals are mortals. Even if you temper your body to the limit, you are still a mortal. If you want to take this step from mortal to extraordinary, you need external intervention. Simply put, it means relying on the power of the outside world, and starting from today, you will not be a human. With the intervention of external energy, the practitioner can condense extraordinary organs in the body and embark on the road of condensing the battle body. For example, Suchinjo is now trying to condense the first-level burning flame battle body,
which requires the help of 3 external objects. They are the underground marrow fluid that provides the flame energy in the body, the tail of the phoenix bird that increases the affinity of the fire element, and the 1000 forging glass stone that increases the concentration of the surrounding fire energy. The first level flame demon battle body needs to guide the energy in the body to shape the spine into the flame demon god bone. The spine is the dragon of the human body, and most of the human force cannot be separated from the spine. Once the spine is transformed into the flame demon god bone, then in the subsequent practice, whether it is dynamic or static, the flame demon god bone will subtly change the practitioner's physique. Slowly transform the reformer's physique into the flame demon battle body. The steps of condensing the flame demon god bone have long been familiar to Tsuchinjo through thousands of deductions. Feeling the energy released by the underground marrow fluid in his body continue to rise, Tsuchinjo no longer waited and began to perform the Burning Flame Demon Fist one move at a time. The Burning Flame Demon Fist is the key to condensing the Flame Demon God Bone. Every move of this martial arts has been carefully designed. Every time this set of boxing is practiced, it will subtly affect the spine dragon in the human body, making it more suitable for being transformed into the Flame Demon God Bone. Practicing this boxing during a breakthrough can guide the energy in the practitioner's body to the spine dragon, and guide the energy to initially complete the transformation of the spine. As his fists continued to be exerted, the energy in his body was gradually directed to Tsuchinjo's spine. Tsuchinjo could feel his spine getting hotter and hotter. The tail of the phoenix bird had already embedded in Tsuchinjo's brow. The fire element affinity provided by the tail of the phoenix bird gave Tsuchinjo the power to control the fire energy. He began to transform his spine according to the structural blueprint that he had memorized long ago. The underground marrow fluid is not a natural material, but a precious medicine made by the master of alchemy to extract the essence of the earth's core magma, plus various precious medicinal materials. The various medicinal powers in it began to take effect. Some softened Tsuchinjo's coccyx, some stabilized his muscle structure, and some reduced his pain. Under the influence of the burning fire energy, Tsuchinjo's coccyx was constantly reshaped with his will. Under the perception of Tsuchinjo's powerful mental power, he could feel that his spine turned into a very bright red, and in each section of the spine, there was a red magma-like liquid flowing. He knew that his flame demon godbone had been cast, but Tsuchinjo did not stop. He continued to perform the Burning Flame Demon Fist. As his god bone was formed, the power of the Burning Flame Demon Fist increased greatly, and it was no longer like a common martial art. As Tsuchinjo continued to practice, his flame demon god bone kept absorbing the fire energy in the air. These energies gradually settled in Tsuchinjo's spine. In each section of the spine, the bright red flame demon true essence like magma was constantly generated. Countless fiery red fists emanated from Tsuchinjo's body, hitting the walls of the training room, igniting countless sparks. Fortunately, this training room was built by Su's father. It used many precious materials and was extremely heat-resistant. It could withstand the full-strength attack of a third-level warrior, otherwise this training room would have been destroyed long ago. While performing the Burning Flame Demon Fist, Tsuchinjo felt the state of the Flame Demon Godbone in his body. Something was wrong here. It felt that the shape of this section of the spine was a bit strange and would affect the power. This is not the case. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals or either slash phoneme. The two spine sections are too far apart. When performing the fire raising technique, there will be a 1 millisecond gap, and it is impossible to breathe. The amount of true essence stored, the operating speed, the output power, the speed of absorbing energy, as Tsuchinjo continued to modify it, the performance of the flame demon godbone became stronger and stronger. Tsuchinjo slowly felt it, the dual cores in his mind kept turning, and the structure of the flame demon godbone was adjusted to perfection step by step. In fact, ordinary practitioners who want to break through to the first level warrior don't need to be so troublesome. The Martial Arts Society has developed to this day and many convenient tools have been born. Ordinary warriors use the battle body shaping cabin to shape their combat bodies. After the warrior has tempered his body to the peak, he only needs to put the materials into the battle body shaping cabin and then lie in it. The battle body shaping cabin will transform the human body according to the blueprint input in advance. The battle body shaping cabin also has a probability of failure, but basically people with 6 levels can rely on the battle body shaping cabin to break through to the first level warrior.
Even the 40% who fail can save their lives under the protection of the battle body shaping cabin. Moreover, there is one of these things in Suchinjo's training room. He wants to use this method to break through, which is extremely convenient. However, there is a disadvantage of using the battle body shaping cabin to become a warrior, that is, the generated extraordinary organs will be exactly the same as the blueprint, and there is no room for adjustment. And because it was not a supernatural organ forged by himself, there would be some gap between the two, and it would take a long time to slowly get used to each other. Suchinjo's way of shaping a combat body was called the practice method of ancient warriors. Before the battle body shaping chamber appeared, all warriors relied on themselves to become warriors like Suchinjo. In the earliest Wild era, the breakthrough of extraordinary warriors was extremely dangerous, and each extraordinary warrior was a one-in-a-million-dollar favored child. In that Wild era, countless warrior pioneers showed their rags and disregarded life and death to pave a way to heaven for the later ones. Later, with the development of martial arts, the mortality rate gradually decreased, but before the battle body shaping chamber, the probability of becoming a warrior was only 1 in 10, and only 1 out of every 10 warriors who tried to break through could become a true extraordinary warrior. Among the 9 failed people, at most one person could survive, and the person who survived would most likely become disabled. So now, most warriors choose to use the battle body shaping chamber. After all, being alive is more fragrant than anything else. With a mortality rate of 9 out of 10, who would be willing to do it if they were not crazy? However, there is a huge advantage in shaping the battle body by yourself, that is, you can rely on your own real-time experience to continuously adjust the structure of the extraordinary organs, so that the extraordinary organs in people can blend in harmony and unity. According to records, warriors who rely on their own combat body shaping can mobilize more than twice as much energy as warriors who use combat body shaping chambers, and the maximum output frequency of the mobilized energy is more than twice as high on average. The most important thing is that because the extraordinary organs are completely harmonious with the body, the two are like one body, so when breaking through the 6th level, there is no need to experience the life and death tribulation of gods and demons to successfully break through. Suchinjo did not find specific information about this life and death tribulation of gods and demons, but the benefits mentioned above alone made Suchinjo excited. The reason why those people have such a high failure rate is nothing more than insufficient talent. The extraordinary organs they have shaped have various problems, or the special physique is not compatible with the extraordinary organs. Suchinjo now has the blessing of the Peak Zhang Sanfeng's comprehension, so why would he worry about this? What is poor compatibility? Just change the structure on the spot. Anyway, the original owner has learned the knowledge about extraordinary organs for more than 10 years and has known it well. In addition, he has the comprehension of the Peak Zhang, so doing these small things is just a piece of cake. Suchinjo went a step further on this basis. When he was debugging the Flame Demon God Bone, he found 17 defects in the structure of the Flame Demon God Bone. With the blessing of his dual-core comprehension, Suchinjo corrected all these 17 defects, which made his Flame Demon God Bone 50% stronger than the orthodox Flame Demon God Bone in terms of energy and energy output frequency, especially his ability to recover energy, which is more than 3 times that of the ordinary Flame Demon God Bone. At this point, Suchinjo has not stopped his transformation. How can a mere Flame Demon God Bone be the cornerstone of his combat body? If he practices step by step like this, wouldn't his joining the Zhutian chat group be in vain? The Burning Flame Demon Fist is a good martial art in Tiancheng City, ranked 1st class, but in the entire Star Domain Alliance, it can only be regarded as a second-rate martial art. Suchinjo thought about it and still maintained the structure of the Flame Demon God Bone in his body, but mysterious runes began to emerge on each spine. These runes are exactly the Stone Village bone script. The first step of the perfect cultivation system, the blood-moving realm, is to fuse the runes into the blood and stimulate the divine light. In theory, the orthodox cultivation is to fuse the runes into the blood. However, the origin of these runes comes from the bones of various fierce beasts, including Shurhao's supreme bone, which is also engraved with runes, so that it can emit the supreme treasure technique. Therefore, Suchinjo melted these runes into the bones, not only to have the magical powers contained in these runes, but also to use his Flame Demon God Bone to let these runes merge into the blood and speed up the cultivation speed of the blood-moving realm. Suchinjo admitted that this behavior was a bit risky,
but he was not afraid because he had a secret medicine given by Lu Mingfei in his hand. He used Zhang Sanfeng's comprehension to carefully deduce that even if the attempt failed, he could rely on the secret medicine to save his life and recover from his injuries. Moreover, the consumption of this secret medicine would help him feel the medicinal properties of the secret medicine. When the time comes to analyze the medicinal materials, just ask Lu Mingfei to take another one to analyze the ingredients. Anyway, the kid still has 7 or 8 secret medicines in his hand. Fortunately, this attempt was successful in one try, and these runes were engraved on his spine. He could feel that in addition to the original Flame Demon True Essence, another force was born in the Flame Demon God Bone. However, the level of these Stone Village bone characters is not high, and the power born is not too strong.
But it doesn't matter, Su Qinzhou's Flame Demon God Bone was shaped by him personally.
It blends perfectly with his divine thoughts. The structure of the Flame Demon God Bone can be modified again at any time in the later stage. When the little guy gets a higher level rune, Su Qinzhou can replace these Stone Village runes with other magic. This is not over yet. Su Qinzhou then mobilized all the 9 yang true qi in his body for 30 years. There are a total of 32 sections in the human spine, but Su Qinzhou's Yanma God Bone condensed and constructed only 27 sections.
Su Qinzhou condensed the 9 yang qi into 9 flawless red qi pellets, which were sent into the spine by Su Qinzhou.
The 27 spines were divided into 9 parts, with 3 spines forming one part. These 9 yang qi pellets were sent into the 9 spines by Su Qinzhou, located in the middle of the 3 spines. The 9 yang qi sent into the spine floated up and down in the magma like Flame Demon True Essence. The spinal cord fluid was extremely hot, roasting the qi bullet red. At the same time, the 9 spines were also delivering an endless supply of 9 yang qi to the meridians all over Su Qinzhou's body. It was as if Su Qinzhou suddenly had 9 more martial arts stanchions, and his 9 qi bullets were slowly being trained into red gold and round martial arts golden pills. And these 9 martial arts golden pills also released a breath of extreme yang and strength, dyeing the original magma like Flame Demon True Essence with a layer of golden light. Seeing that everything was going smoothly, Su Qinzhou slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Even with Zhang Sanfeng's peerless understanding and 30 years of 9 yang qi cultivation experience rewarded by the chat group, plus countless deductions in his mind, Su Qinzhou still only had a 98% chance of success. If there was no secret medicine from Lu Mingfei, he would never try to practice so radically. He would definitely deduce repeatedly until he was 100% sure before trying to practice. But this is really difficult, unless he can find a martial arts Jindan level master and a master who has practiced the blood-moving mirror to the peak to discuss with him. Then find a few guinea pigs to try to practice, so that Su Qinzhou can be 100% sure. With the secret medicine as a backup, even if he fails, he can remove the Flame Demon God Bone and grow a new spine. It's nothing more than a waste of time and materials. It only takes a few days for him to adjust his body to the peak state again and try to break through again. Su Qinzhou can fully bear this loss. In Su Qinzhou's view, the combat body training system of this world is too versatile. The way for extraordinary warriors in the star domain world to become stronger is to temper the combat body and cultivate extraordinary organs. Being able to freely transform the whole body and cultivate various extraordinary organs, this kind of training method is like a universal extraordinary platform in Su Qinzhou's view. All kinds of magical skills and secret training systems can be undertaken by this extraordinary platform. For example, Shihao's Supreme Bone. If Su Qinzhou can understand the runes on the Supreme Bone, he can imitate the process of the combat body condensing extraordinary organs and condense the Supreme Bone in his body. Of course, Su Qinzhou does not want to merge these training systems to create a new training system. Now he has just started and he does not have such a great ability. His approach is more like taking the combat body training system as the foundation, and then integrating the training methods of the heavens and the worlds to create the strongest combat body. For example, the blood-moving realm can refine the divine light in the blood and make a person's strength reach 100,000 kilograms. This realm is useful for Su Qinzhou, and the extraordinary organs created by the combat body naturally include blood. After he has cultivated this realm, he can use these refined blood to condense extraordinary organs that belong to it. As for the 3 realms of the cave and the spirit in the perfect method, they are not very useful to him in Su Qinzhou's deduction. then these two realms can be skipped completely. But it is different when it comes to the inscription array realm. The whole body of the 5th level warrior is replaced with extraordinary organs. The training of the 5th level warrior is mainly to engrave various runes in the body, and use these martial arts runes as a bridge to connect the extraordinary organs in various parts of the body. When these divine organs are connected as one, they can be cultivated into the true body of the gods and demons and become gods and demons. This kind of practice is very similar to the practice of the perfect inscription array realm. In the inscription realm, symbols are engraved in the body. When it comes to the array realm, various killing arrays can even be engraved in the body. There are many nutrients worth absorbing for Tsuchinjo. For example, by using the cultivation method of the array realm to replace the martial arts runes that connect the body with killing arrays, the power of the condensed divine body at that time cannot be compared with the divine body of the original martial arts rune version. As for skipping the cave heaven transformation realm, the foundation is unstable, or the pre-requirements of the inscription realm cannot be met. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th level warriors of the combat body cultivation system did not break through in vain. Moreover, Tsuchinjo did not practice the inscription array realm in full, but only absorbed the cultivation knowledge of these two realms to complete the cultivation of the 5th level warrior. The cultivation system of the Yangshan world is the same. Tsuchinjo can also skip the stage before the martial saint in the Yangshan world. After condensing the combat body to become a 1st level warrior, the flame demon god bone in his body will naturally continue to temper his body, helping him to complete the process of training skin, bones, and marrow. The warriors in the Yangshan world are all small karami before the human immortal realm. Even if it is the martial saint realm, Tsuchinjo is now confident that he can kill it directly with some modern weapons. However, after the martial saint cultivates to the human immortal realm, he will be reborn instantly. Especially when cultivating to the later realms, rebirth with a drop of blood, ever-changing, and breaking the void are all incredible abilities. The 5th level warriors cultivated in this way have integrated the essence of various cultivation systems and are a little bit stronger than ordinary 5th level warriors in the star domain world. Of course, the prerequisite for cultivating in this way is that you must have a peerless understanding and have the cultivation system of the heavens and the world as a resource. At the moment when Tsuchinjo completed the cultivation, the chat group issued a prompt. Congratulations to group member Tsuchinjo for completing the achievement of self-created exercises and rewarding 1,500 group points. The group chat has met the upgrade conditions, the chat group has been upgraded, the group mall has been opened and several new functions have been added, and all group members can explore on their own. Self-created exercises? Tsuchinjo shook his head. What he did was not really his own creation. At most, it was an improvement on the Burning Flame Demon Fist. However, since the chat group took this opportunity to upgrade and open the group mall, it was naturally a good thing. Tsuchinjo opened the group mall and checked the products in the group mall. The interface of the group mall was extremely simple and looked extremely plain. There were only 3 products on the mall interface. Time acceleration. Group members can purchase the time acceleration function and enter the group practice room to practice. The time acceleration ratio is 1:10 points 10 days. Tsuchinjo's eyes lit up when he saw this function. This function is still quite practical and is a priceless treasure for many time-pressed group members. It's just that the price is a little expensive. 100 points can only accelerate 1 day. Currently, there are 2 ways to get points in the chat group. One is to complete group achievements, and the other is to rely on daily sign-in. According to Tsuchinjo's statistics, the average points obtained by daily sign-in are about 30 points a day. That is to say, you need to sign in for 3 days to get 1 day of acceleration. If all the points gained from signing in are invested in time acceleration, then group members can have 3 more months of time to practice every month than ordinary people. Tsuchinjo looked at the next product. Time imprint can only be used in the group chat practice room, can leave a time imprint of group members in the chat group, and can be rolled back within the specified time. 100 points 30 minutes. Tsuchinjo carefully checked the introduction of this product. As the name suggests, the time imprint can back up the status of group members in the group chat, and group members can roll back within the specified time. It should be noted that this function is only for group members themselves, and there is no time reversal effect.
The cultivation resources consumed in this rollback process will disappear directly if rolled back.
This function is exactly what Tsuchinjo wants, and it can be said to be a function tailor-made for him. If he had this function before the breakthrough just now, he would have spent 100 points to leave a time imprint directly, and he would not have to take any risks. If the practice fails, just roll back directly. This function is simply a blessing for those who want to create a practice method. Then there is the third product, Cleansing Potion. Using Cleansing Potion can reshape the foundation and let the user's body go back to the time before cultivation. 10,000 points bottle. The price is a little expensive, but to be honest, it is worth it. When it really comes to the time when you need to clean up, it must be when the road of cultivation has become a big problem and you have reached the end of your rope. At this time, a mere 10,000 group points can give you a chance to start over, which is really worth it. Tsuchinjo vaguely felt that the reason why the chat group provided these three products in the group chat was to allow group members to find their own way. After all, with the skills of the heavens and the worlds as a resource, if you still practice step by step as before, it would be a bit of a waste. The process of cultivation has time acceleration, and the path of exploration has time imprint. Even if you really go the wrong way and become a useless person, don't worry. Resurrection, my group friends. Cleaning Potion, start. The group space, which had just been quiet for a short while, was boiling again. Looming Fey Dragon Slayer, group leader, you created your own martial arts? Awesome. The most important thing is that you also opened the group mall. Let me see what good things are here. Zhang Junbao Jianghu Sanrun, wow, these things in the group mall are really good. I have seen so many different cultivation systems recently, and many ideas have come to my mind. But some ideas are too bold, so I have never dared to try them. Now that I have the time imprint, I am not afraid anymore. Misaka Makoto, a certain scientific railgun, the time acceleration product is really timely. Starry Eyes expression. I was just worried that there was not enough time, but I didn't expect this product to appear. I haven't used any of the 3,000 group points for joining the group achievement, so I just used them all for time acceleration. As the number of group members increases, the emoticons in the group chat are becoming more and more abundant. After Misaka Makoto joined the group chat, she also updated a lot of emoticons in the chat group, among which Misaka Makoto's favorite Quata is naturally among them. As for Looming Fey, the Dragon Clan world is now in 2009, when the internet was not well developed and emoticons were very old. So Looming Fey is obviously a modern person, but he directly became a freeloader. Not only did he not contribute to the plan to enrich the emoticon library in the group, he even exported some interesting emoticons through the chat group function. Zhang Junbao Jianghu Sanrun, Meichin, don't you have any skills that need localization adaptation? Zhang Junbao thought of himself and burst into tears. He had too many skills that needed localization adaptation. Thinking of most of the treasures in the group space that needed localization adaptation, Zhang Junbao couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. However, if he could create his own skills like the group owner, then it would not matter whether these skills were localized or not. What you need to create your own skills is to absorb the knowledge and concepts in these skills. It is not important whether you can practice in the Etienne world. Misaka Makoto, a certain scientific railgun, there are many skills that I need to adapt locally, such as the group leader's Burning Flame Demon Fist, Han Li's Changchun Gong, and Xiao Shihao Shirtsuan Bone Text, etc., but fortunately, the Amitabha Sutra and the Bull Demon Power Fist can be practiced directly in my world in the past. So for now, there is no need to spend group points to adapt other skills locally. Everyone in the group chat was enthusiastic and excitedly discussed the changes that the three products could bring to them. Xiao Shihao was so happy that he almost jumped up, because with this time acceleration function, he could grow faster and find his parents and grandfather as soon as possible. Hong Yi was also very excited. He didn't want to stay in the Hong mansion for a long time, but he was still in the accumulation period of strength. Leaving the Hong mansion rashly would attract Madame Zhao's targeting, and with his current strength, there would be some danger. Now with time acceleration, he only needs to endure for another 10 days, and he will be reborn. Madame Zhao is simply not worth showing off. Even Han Li, who had been lurking in the group, excitedly sent several messages in the group. With this time acceleration, he could get rid of the threat of Dr. Mo much faster. And Han Li also thought of one thing.
This time acceleration can be carried in with personal belongings. So under the condition of time acceleration, will the output speed of the small green bottle he carries with him also be accelerated? If it can be accelerated, the group points spent on this time acceleration will be worth it. Hanli also thought of a possibility. The items in the hands of group members can be passed through red envelopes. In other words, he can give the small green bottle to other group members. In this way, as long as the order of time acceleration is arranged well, the small green bottle can be kept in the process of time acceleration, and 3 drops of Sanctian creation liquid can be produced in 2 days. As for how to preserve the produced Sanctian creation liquid, Hanli can only say that the wool of the chat group is really fragrant, as long as the small green liquid is sent out with red envelopes. However, he had to think about this matter carefully. If there was no guarantee, he would not feel at ease to give out the heaven-holding bottle rashly. This was not because Hanli did not trust the character of his group members. If it was something else, it would be fine. But the little green bottle was the foundation of his life after all, so he had to be cautious. According to Hanli's idea, it would be best if the group space could provide a guarantee. He would lend the little green bottle to the group members, and then he and the group members would share the output 50-50 within the specified time. This would be a win-win situation. While Hanli was still thinking, Hong Yi suddenly spoke in the group. Hong Yi Dakian Scholar, Group Leader, I wonder if the chat group can provide guaranteed rental services. When Su Chinzhou heard what Hong Yi said, he immediately understood what Hong Yi wanted to do. Are you talking about the heavenly bottle? Hong Yi Dakian Scholar, as expected of you, you thought of it after I just said a little. If the chat group can provide this function, it will be very helpful for the strength improvement of the entire group members. Although Hong Yi is still young, he has been studying for many years, and the experience of surviving in the cracks in the Hong mansion has made him understand people's hearts. If the group chat does not have a guaranteed rental service, Hong Yi will never continue to express his thoughts. If the chat group cannot provide guaranteed rental, Hanli can only propose this matter himself. Anyone else who proposes this idea may make Hanli embarrassed. Now looking at the group owner's response, Hong Yi felt that this matter was most likely done. Su Chinzhou Group Owner, the guaranteed rental service really exists. This function is included in the new functions that were just opened when the chat group was upgraded to level 2. When Su Chinzhou awakened the chat group, he received a manual dedicated to the group owner, which mentioned this function. It is required to upgrade the level of the group chat to level 2 before it can be opened. Hanli and Hong Yi did not find this new function because the chat group had just been upgraded, and the upgrade announcement of this old 6 was shoddy and did not clearly state what new functions were added. Su Chinzhou Group Owner, this guaranteed rental function is in the second level menu of the group red envelope, but everyone should pay attention. This rental function is quite complicated. Everyone should phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals red read / phoneme the manual in the upper right corner carefully. The rental guarantee function provided by the chat group is quite powerful, but it is also a charging function. Before renting, the chat group will first evaluate the value of the receiving world and the rental treasure. The higher the level of the receiving world, the greater the value of the rental treasure, and the more group points will be collected. The chat group's points are not taken for free. After paying this fee, no matter whether the treasure is lost or stolen, once the rental time expires, the chat group will forcibly return the treasure to the original owner. Fortunately, because the group practice space is a zero-risk area in the chat group's assessment, there is no handling fee for renting in the group space. Seeing this news, Hanli was delighted. Everything was ready, and he only needed to try whether he could successfully condense the Sanctian creation liquid in the chat group. If this thing can really work, then he will be rich. Originally 1 drop in 7 days, now it is directly increased to 10 drops in 7 days. Even if he takes out 5 drops to share with group members, he can get 4 more drops of Sanctian creation liquid, which is really a great help to him. Hanli, disciple of Kixwinman, Group Leader, I will go into the practice space to try the time acceleration function. If it is feasible, I will trouble everyone in the group at that time. After playing in the group for a while, Su Chinzhou also closed the group chat. He also couldn't wait to experience the time acceleration function of the group space. In the world of Yangshan, Hong Mansion's other courtyard, Hong Yi was sitting cross-legged on the bed in the darkness,
his eyes closed tightly, and he fell into a deep trance. There is a statue beside him. This statue depicts a 1,000-armed Avalokitesvara, with her eyes closed tightly, and her 1,000 hands holding various seals behind her, with a solemn look on her face. What's even more amazing is that in the dark night, this statue actually fluoresces slightly. It is obviously carved from wood, but it has a jade-like texture. It seems that this is not a statue, but a real bodhisattva. Streams of incense that ordinary people couldn't see surged out from the wooden sculptures, attracted by an invisible force, and kept pouring towards Hong Yi's head. After a long time, Hong Yi's soul sitting cross-legged in the void opened its eyes, and then slowly sank into the top of his head. According to this cultivation progress, in another 20 days, I will be able to practice Taoism to the peak of expelling objects, and try to break through to the realm of manifestation. This wood carving brought by the group leader is really helpful to my cultivation. Big. Hong Yi is quite satisfied with his cultivation speed. With the blessing of the Star Alliance's basic bodybuilding skills and the incense statue, his cultivation speed was much faster than the original trajectory of his destiny. According to the original trajectory, he has just started to practice the Bull Demon Powerful Fist, and his Taoist realm has just reached the realm of night travel. And now, he has perfected the Bull Demon Powerful Fist, and his Taoist realm is about to reach the Manifest realm, which is comparable to the innate martial arts masters who practice the Viscera realm. But this power is far from enough. According to the original trajectory of fate, Hong Yi would need to stay in Hong Mansion for 4 months before he could take the spring examination and pass the exam. After passing the exam, Hong Yi was able to leave the Hong Mansion justifiably. Although it only lasted 4 months, Hong Yi did not dare to take it lightly. You must know that accompanying you is like accompanying a tiger. Hong Xuanji is not a king, but his fist intention of the wheel of life and death compares himself to a divine king who controls the heavens, and is more domineering than ordinary emperors. Staying next to Hong Xuanji, for Hong Yi, was like a sharp sword hanging above his head. Although Hong Yi knew that Hong Xuanji felt guilty about his mother Meng Bingyun, as long as he restrained his wings and did not show the possibility of breaking away from Hong Xuanji's control, Hong Xuanji would not take action against him. But there are enemies everywhere in Hong Mansion, and many people want his life. For example, Mrs. Zhao who killed his mother, and Mrs. Rong from the 3rd bedroom, etc. These people all wanted him to die. Even if he keeps a low profile, these people will take the initiative to cause trouble and will never let him study and practice in peace until the day he wins the exam. As for asking Hong Yi to swallow his anger and imitate King Go Jianyu, that is impossible. If Hong Yi wasn't willing to keep his temper low and let him curb his sharpness and let others bully him, he might as well just kill him. It seems that I have to find a way to leave the Hong Mansion temporarily. Firstly, I can temporarily avoid risks. Secondly, the group leader told me many opportunities in the Yangshan world. If I can obtain them, it will be very helpful to the improvement of my strength. Hong Yi was playing with an iron wrench in his hand, which was given to him by Luo Yun, Princess of Jinnan of Kamikaze Kingdom. It seems that finding an excuse to temporarily leave the Hong Mansion fell into the hands of this iron wrench. In the original trajectory, Hong Yi met Princess Luo Yun of Jinnan during the process of buying a bao, and relied on his deep understanding of Taoism to obtain the iron wrench from Luo Yun. Although now with the intervention of the chat group, the world line has changed, and Hong Yi is not sure when he will meet Luo Yun when he goes out to buy a bao, but this is not a problem for him at all. Since chance encounters are impossible, then create opportunities for chance encounters. Even if there are no opportunities, we must create opportunities. With his methods, calculated and unintentional, it was too easy to get acquainted with Princess Luo Yun and obtain a token from her. Hong Yi was calculating in his mind which of the opportunities the group leader told him were suitable for him to obtain now. After much deliberation, Hong Yi set his sights on the half-volume Tathagata Sutra on Giant Whale Island. At present, among all the opportunities available to him, this one has the lowest requirements for strength. The people on Giant Whale Island are a group of pirates who usually commit crimes and die without mercy. In addition, the strongest combat power on the island is just an innate martial artist who combines spirit and body. He only needs to practice Taoism to the stage of being visible, and he is sure to come and go freely on the island. In addition to this opportunity, obtaining other opportunities requires very high strength. For example, the Qiankuan bag is in the hands of the witch demon sect master. Although it contains a large amount of treasure, it also contains the general outline of the Tathagata Sutra, which is a treasure that Hong Yi is determined to obtain. But if you don't have the strength of the ghost fairy to get this treasure from this old devil, you can't even think about it. Thinking of this, Hong Yi calmed down. No matter what, the top priority was to increase his strength as soon as possible. If you want to get opportunities after leaving Hong Mansion, you can't do it without strength. After sorting this out, Hong Yi looked at the library in the group space. If you want to quickly increase your strength, the fastest way is to use chat groups. Looking at the dazzling array of secret books in the library, Hong Yi was a little dazzled. What he is practicing now is the Taoism and martial arts of the Yangshan world, and he has no secrets for practicing in other worlds for the time being. It's not because of anything else, it's mainly because the techniques in the previous chat group were not very suitable for him. Although the combat body training system in the Star Domain world is very good, Hong Yi has not yet tempered his body to the peak, so it is not suitable for training for the time being. Moreover, in Hong Yi's view, training the combat body and training the human immortal are mutually contradictory. The human immortal needs to achieve a flawless body. And the way to the combat body is to transform the body in various ways. After the body is transformed, there will certainly be various magical things, but after this change, it is even more difficult to achieve the flawless body of the human immortal. After all, he lives in the Yang God world, so of course it is safer to take the orthodox cultivation path of the Yang God world. You must know that if you want to cultivate to the other shore realm, you must have the cultivation of Yang God in shattering the vacuum. If you cultivate the combat body casually, so that the body cannot be cultivated into a human immortal, it will be fun. On the contrary, after achieving the human immortal, you can learn from the various wild ideas in the combat body training to enhance the power of the human immortal body. The human immortal is already a flawless body, and no matter how you practice, it will not change this. Especially when the way of human immortal is cultivated to the later stage, it can change into anything. At that level, no matter what kind of combat body, he can imitate it in an instant. Hong Yi's cultivation concept is basically the same as Su Qinzhou's. They are both rooted in the cultivation system of this world, and then absorb the essence of the cultivation system of the heavens and myriad worlds, and then innovate, carry forward the past and open up a path that belongs to them alone. In fact, when they just joined the group, the two of them discussed this issue in the group. In Su Qinzhou's opinion, the entry-level parts of different cultivation systems are fine, and they are basically universal. However, the peak realms of those high-limit cultivation systems are all strongly related to this world. Su Qinzhou seriously doubts that realms such as Saints, Daozu, and above the Tao can only be successfully cultivated in this world. For example, if you want to cultivate to the highest realm of Daozu supremacy in the perfect method, you need to sacrifice everything you have first, let everything become empty, and then return in nirvana. The Daozu realm needs to integrate the rules of the mortal world to achieve. For example, in the world of the Supreme One, if you want to achieve the Tao fruit, you must not only go back to the past and occupy the future, but also absorb the power of the epic cycle to cultivate the Tao fruit that only one era has. For example, in the prehistoric world, there are only 7 saints. In addition to the 7 saints in Hanjun, it is difficult for others to achieve the saint realm in the prehistoric world. Even more abstract is the Star Change and Panlong worlds, where the way to achieve the ultimate is to sign on the Hongmeng Golden List. The cultivation methods in each world in the early stage are the same, but the ways to achieve the ultimate in each world are very different. To put it bluntly, these ultimate realms are not so much cultivated as obtained from the world through various methods. Even if there is a chat group for local adaptation, Su Qinzhou does not think that this kind of achievement of the peak realm can be successfully cultivated in other worlds. For example, imagine using the perfect method to cultivate to a realm above the sacrifice in the prehistoric world. That's not courting death. If there really is such a fool, Hongjuan's mouth will be crooked with laughter. To put it bluntly, the way to achieve the ultimate is not important. What is important is the power obtained after achieving the ultimate. With this power, one can become the chess player in the heavens and the worlds. Although they have the chat group of the heavens, they can travel through the world. In theory, they can also practice the skills of other worlds, and then sneak into other worlds to practice and achieve the ultimate. But, to be honest, this behavior is no different from courting death. The risk is too high and the return is too small, so it is really unnecessary. So after discussion in the group, they finally decided to use the cultivation system of this world as the main one, and then integrate the cultivation systems of other worlds as auxiliary. In addition to the combat body system, Hong Yi felt that the upper limit of martial arts such as the Nine Yang True Classic and Yi Jin Jing in the Tian world was too low and of little help to him. Even if the Nine Yang Divine Art is perfected and Yi Jing Shi Sui is practiced to the peak, it is just the combat power of an ordinary marrow training grandmaster. And because he does not practice qi and blood, he cannot restrain Taoism, which is simply useless for Hong Yi now. However, Hong Yi can also see that the potential of qi martial arts is infinite, but potential is potential after all, and what he needs most now is time. As for Changchun Gong, Hong Yi is very envious of it, but the problem is that Changchun Gong is too expensive, requiring 1,500 points of adaptation, and it is slow to practice, and the power in the early stage is also average. Although cultivating immortals is very good, the 10th level of qi training is really not very useful. Moreover, it won't be long before Han Li will be able to obtain a stronger technique. By then, it will be more cost-effective to achieve it in one step. However, several new group members have joined the group and brought many new techniques, among which there is naturally a cultivation system that makes Hong Yi feel excited. Hong Yi downloaded the technique of Shurtsuan Guwen from the technique library of the chat group. The blood-moving realm of the perfect world is of great help to the cultivation of the human immortal martial arts of the young god world. The cultivation of the human immortal martial arts requires training the skin, bones, organs and marrow before one can achieve the martial saint. The cultivation of the marrow training realm requires the full concentration of energy and spirit into the bone marrow, training the marrow like frost, and then changing blood throughout the body. It can be said that the cultivation of the human immortal martial arts is from the outside to the inside, from the skin to the muscles to the bones to the internal organs and finally to the bone marrow, and then the bone marrow affects the blood, achieving a comprehensive transformation from the outside to the inside. The cultivation of the blood-moving realm is from the inside to the outside, melting the runes through the blood, and then stimulating the morning light in the blood, and then tempering the whole body. These two cultivation methods, one from the outside to the inside and the other from the inside to the outside, complement each other. Hong Yi speculated that the first thing to be affected by the cultivation of the perfect method is the human bone marrow. After all, the bone marrow produces blood, and the part of the human body that is most closely related to blood is the bone marrow. The divine light stimulated in the blood must first be tempered by the human bone marrow. In other words, if he can cultivate to the blood-moving realm and then complete the tempering of the internal organs of the body, he can directly break through from the realm of the innate martial master to the peak of the marrow training grandmaster, or even directly break through to the realm of the martial saint. Moreover, the tempering effect of the blood-moving mirror is for the whole body inside and outside. In addition to the bone marrow, other parts of the body will also be tempered, which will undoubtedly greatly shorten the time for him to practice the human immortal martial arts. Thinking of this, even with Hong Yi's temperament, he couldn't help but feel his heartbeat slightly accelerated. The localization adaptation of the Stone Village bone text requires 1,500 points. Do you want to adapt? Listening to the adaptation sound coming from his ears, Hong Yi couldn't wait to click to agree. What is there to hesitate about? Just go all in. 1,500 points to enter the martial saint, no loss, no deception, it's simply too worth it. But just as he was about to click the agree button, an idea flashed through Hong Yi's mind like lightning. This idea made Hong Yi stop thinking. What does the so-called localization adaptation mean? If we can understand this, can we save a lot of chat group points? Hong Yi murmured to himself. Originally, Hong Yi would never have the idea of modifying his own cultivation techniques. After all, he has just entered the path of cultivation and has little knowledge. Modifying the techniques according to his own ideas is no different from seeking death. But things are different now. The chat group has just launched two major features, time acceleration and time imprinting. With these two functions, Hong Yi's curiosity was ignited as to whether he could perform localization adaptation through deduction. And he also has a trump card, which is the localization adaptation function of chat groups. After spending so many days with Suchinjo, Hong Yi also saw from Suchinjo a lot of ways to win over chat groups. Hong Yi is talented and intelligent, and he has long learned to draw inferences from one example. There is no cost to check the suitability of the exercises.
No matter how many times you adapt, it is free.
In other words, he can judge whether his modification direction is correct by constantly querying the adaptation points of the Ishimura bone inscriptions. If the chat group's adaptation points decrease, it means that his changes are correct. As soon as this idea appeared in Hong Yi's mind, it was like wildfire burning out of control.
500 points, 10 days, and 4 chances to try.
If I fail, I will just use the adaptation function of the chat group.
This counting amount is the result of Hong Yi's careful consideration.
He now has a total of 3,500 chat group points on hand. Even if he uses up 500 points and spends another 1,500 points to adapt to the Ishimura bone inscriptions, he will still have 1,500 points left for time acceleration. 150 days were enough for him to cultivate his strength to the point where he could seize the Tathagata Sutra on Giant Whale Island.
Moreover, he can also continuously obtain chat group points by signing in. Besides, his current cultivation progress is much faster than before.
He can't afford to waste a mere 500 points. Thinking of this, Hong Yi closed his eyes slightly and spent 100 points to activate the time acceleration function of the chat group. As Hong Yi's body sank into the void, there was a sudden flash, and a man who looked exactly like Hong Yi appeared on the spot. He blew out the candle, covered himself with a quilt, and fell into a deep sleep, as if Hong Yi had never left.
This is the optional function Retreat Assistant provided by the chat group.
Hong Yi, who stayed in place, is a dummy created by the chat group. He can move like a normal person, eat, and even go to the toilet, and has intelligence and can answer some less complex questions. But there is one drawback, that is, it has no fighting ability. When encountering a battle, it can only squat down with its head in its hands and take the beating obediently. It is a pure showmanship. However, according to the chat group, this dummy is quite durable and will not die unless it is cut into pieces. This function is really great for Hong Yi, who lives in the cage of Hong Mansion. Otherwise, he would have to find a way to use time acceleration after leaving Hong Mansion. After all, it would be troublesome to be discovered that he suddenly disappeared in Hong Mansion. Hong Yi is not afraid of trouble, but now in the growth period, there is no need to ask for trouble.
Ah, the update is late today, sorry.
In the cultivation space of the chat group, it was pitch black. With the arrival of Hong Yi, stars gradually lit up around him, and from a distance it looked like the Milky Way in the universe.
Hong Yi looked around.
The space was probably dark and empty. Although he could still breathe through his mouth and nose, he felt suffocated. It seemed that something invisible but very important was missing around him. Then a cold mechanical voice came to his ears.
Group member Hong Yi turns on time acceleration for 10 days. The current cultivation environment is corrected to the Yangshan world.
As the voice sounded, Hong Yi could feel the world around him gradually transforming, and the universe and the stars turned into green mountains and clear waters. Next to him was a winding river with clear water, and countless fish could be seen playing at a glance. A small thatched house stood by the river, with a stone table and several stone benches in front of it. As the world changed, the feeling of suffocation slowly disappeared. Hong Yi felt that everything around him had returned to its familiar appearance, and even a warm feeling came from the air. He felt a mysterious existence. This existence has always been by his side, like air, sunshine, rain and dew, always accompanying Hong Yi. But because it was too familiar, as if this existence should exist here, Hong Yi always regarded it as a part of nature. It was not until he entered the cultivation space of the chat group, was pulled out of the familiar environment, and returned to the familiar place, that Hong Yi felt that there was such an existence around him. This reminded him of a scripture posted by the group owner in the group: the Tao can be said, but it is not the Tao; the name can be named, but it is not the name; the nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. Mysterious and mysterious, the door to all wonders.
This mysterious feeling can only be described by this scripture.
Hong Yi inexplicably had an intuition that if he could touch this existence more deeply, it would be of great benefit to his subsequent cultivation.
However, this feeling was floating, and deep thinking was like scratching an itch, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not touch it.
Hong Yi shook his head, kept this feeling in mind, and then devoted all his energy to improving the perfect method. Time flies, and 2 days have passed in the blink of an eye. I have to say that the time acceleration service of the chat group is really conscientious. You don't have to worry about food and drink when practicing here. If you are thirsty, you can drink from the spiritual spring, and if you are hungry, there are a variety of dishes. These are all provided by the chat group for free, and they will appear on the stone table as long as you think about it. Thanks to this thoughtful service, Hong Yi devoted himself to studying the perfect method. Once his mind was tired, Hong Yi would restore his spirit by visualizing the past Amitabha Sutra. Enlightenment and visualization, the two are repeated in a cycle, and Hong Yi completely squeezed the potential of these 2 days to the limit. He knew that if he wanted to perfectly adapt the practice of the blood-moving realm to the Yang God world, he must have a deep enough understanding of the practice of the blood-moving realm, otherwise no matter how hard he tried, it would be a moon in the water and a flower in the mirror. After 2 days of research, Hong Yi felt that he had a basic understanding of the perfect method. Chat group, purchased the time imprint service. The imprint time is 30 minutes. He planned to practice it himself to see what it felt like to practice the original perfect method in the Yang God world. Hong Yi began to practice the perfect method. 10 minutes later, spider web-like cracks suddenly appeared on Hong Yi, who was sitting cross-legged in the same place. These cracks were very thin, but extremely conspicuous, because there was a surging golden light under the cracks. From a distance, Hong Yi looked like a piece of precious bone, with various runes carved on it. Hong Yi knew that there was probably a big problem with this practice. But he was not panicked at all, and continued to guide the runes in his body to continue to merge into the blood. As Hong Yi's practice progress continued to rise, these spiderweb-like cracks suddenly split open, and countless blood essences came out from the newspaper, dyeing Hong Yi into a bloody man in an instant. In this situation, Hong Yi was not surprised but happy, and a carefree smile appeared on his face. Chat group, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the time imprint, and trace back to the initial node. As the power of the chat group descended, Hong Yi felt that his body had recovered to the state half an hour ago when he had not practiced the perfect method. I did it! I did it! Hong Yi was extremely happy. He felt a strong sense of accomplishment. Relying on his own efforts to overcome the problem was much more enjoyable than using chat group points to directly localize and adapt. Through practice, he found that the composition of the heaven and earth energy in the Yangshan world was completely different from that in the perfect world. The heaven and earth energy in the Yangshan world was more active, and it contained various components that activated the body. The practice of the blood-moving realm was to directly seize the essence of heaven and earth through runes to temper the body. However, the essence of heaven and earth in the Yangshan world was poisonous. After absorbing these essences of heaven and earth to temper the body, Hong Yi felt that every muscle and every fiber of his seemed to have its own thoughts. In particular, the blood that absorbed the most essence of heaven and earth was even more violent, condensing into runes and gushing out of his skin. Hong Yi thought carefully, perhaps the nature of this heaven and earth energy was the reason why the Yangshan world would take the path of human immortal martial arts. For low-level warriors, the normal concentration of weather energy is actually not poisonous, but can activate the body and speed up the practice of physical martial arts. But once the heaven and earth energy is condensed and refined into essence, this kind of heaven and earth energy is no different from poison for low-level warriors. Therefore, in the early stage of human immortal martial arts, various boxing techniques are used to train the body, train the skin, bones, organs and marrow, and step by step become a flawless human immortal with the unity of spirit and flesh. After achieving human immortality, the nature of this heaven and earth energy is not only no longer poisonous, but also becomes the nourishment for martial arts practice in the world. Hong Yi guessed that the reason why warriors have the ability to reborn with a drop of blood after practicing to human immortality may be related to the nature of this heaven and earth energy. After figuring this out, Hong Yi's thoughts flowed like a spring. Since there is a problem with the heaven and earth energy, the solution is of course to subdue this heaven and earth energy. Other people in the Yangshan world can never do this, but he is different. He has a natural filter in his hand. That is the basic bodybuilding exercise of the Star Alliance. Although the basic bodybuilding exercise of the Star Alliance is a method about eating, the flesh eats food and the soul eats thoughts. The heaven and earth energy is neither a thought nor food, so the basic bodybuilding exercise of the Star Domain Alliance cannot be directly effective.
However, Hong Yi did not intend to copy the book in its entirety.
He only intended to learn from the cultivation concept in it.
The origin level exercise is not an unreasonable exercise. It can achieve such an effect. Naturally, there is a principle behind it.
Although Hong Yi could not understand how this exercise achieved such abnormal digestion efficiency, after practicing for so many days, he still had a certain understanding of how the basic bodybuilding exercise of the Star Domain Alliance worked.
In the cultivation space of the chat group members have various conveniences.
For example, at this moment, Hong Yi's mind moved, and the brush beside him was suspended in the air, and began to write on the paper at a speed that the human eye could not see. In the blink of an eye, a cultivation secret book was created by Hong Yi. Shurtsuan Bone Script Yangshan Edition. Hong Yi had no idea whether he could practice this method. He just incorporated some theories and techniques of digesting vital energy in the basic bodybuilding exercises of the Star Alliance into it according to his feelings.
Hong Yi called out the chat group and began to query the results of localization adaptation. Shurtsuan Bone Script Yangshan Edition. The price of localization adaptation is 1,000 points. Please ask if you want to start adaptation. 1,000 points, saving 300 points, but Hong Yi was still a little dissatisfied.
He continued to modify it, and soon there were more than 10 different versions of Shurtsuan Bone Script Yangshan Edition around him. The adaptation points of these 10 exercises vary. The lowest is only 800 points, and the highest even exceeds the original version of Shurtsuan Gu Wonwon, which requires 3,000 points to be adapted locally. Seeing the version that requires 3,000 points to be adapted locally, Hong Yi couldn't help but smile awkwardly. This version is his whimsical work, which incorporates the combat body training skills of the Star Domain Warrior world into it, hoping to speed up the progress of the blood-moving realm. Unexpectedly, he failed to draw a cat but drew a dog, and the adaptation points of the exercises were raised to 3,000 points at once. This made Hong Yi understand that he couldn't eat a fat man in one bite. Even with the help of the chat group, he still had to take one step at a time. It was too difficult for him to integrate multiple training systems at the same time at his current level.
Hong Yi thought secretly that this improvement was undoubtedly quite successful.
After removing the cost of 200 points, he has now earned 500 points in 7 days of training time. But obviously, his improved Shurtsuan Bone Inscription Yangshan version still has a drawback that has not been discovered. Hong Yi deduced for a long time, but could not find any problem. So Hong Yi gritted his teeth and started practicing again. After all, practice makes perfect. His knowledge of practice is still too shallow. Without practical experiments, it is too difficult to find problems by talking on paper. After the first branding expired, Hong Yi still did not find any problems, so he spent 100 points to extend the branding time. Finally, when he practiced for 50 minutes, Hong Yi found the problem again. Just looking at the description, the practice of moving blood realm seems very simple, melting runes into blood to stimulate the divine light, and then taking the essence of heaven and earth to temper the body.
But in fact, there are many doors and doors in it. The simplest way for practitioners to condense runes in blood involves more than 20 techniques. For example, how should practitioners control their consciousness when they get started?
Another example is how to merge consciousness with blood and control blood to condense runes.
The problem lies in these more than 20 techniques.
2 or 3 of them are not suitable for the body structure of people in the Yangshan world. Simply put, there are some functions that humans in the perfect world have, but humans in the Yangshan world do not. The body of people in the Yangshan world is like a pad, and the body of people in the perfect world is like a mobile phone. The functions and structures of the two are very similar, but mobile phones can make calls, but pads cannot.
As a result, the runes condensed by these techniques will have some minor defects. After noticing the problem, Hong Yi breathed a sigh of relief.
I thought it was a difficult problem, but it turned out to be just this?
It's just controlling blood to condense a rune, isn't it easy?
Hong Yi's soul left his body and controlled the dust in the air to condense into Stone Village bone characters. Since the techniques of the perfect world cannot be used, then it's better to practice in the way that is unique to the Yangshan world. As the last master of the peak of driving objects, he can control the dust in the air to condense runes, not to mention controlling his own blood.
Although pads cannot make calls, such trivial matters can be solved by installing WeChat.
After finding a solution, Hong Yi continued to modify the technique.
Soon, several versions of Shirtsuan Bone Inscription Yangshan Edition were released.
This time, there was indeed great progress, and the adaptation points of several versions of the technique were all below 300 points. But unfortunately, no matter how hard Hong Yi tried, he could not reduce the adaptation points to below 100 points. It was as if the last 100 points were a natural barrier. After working hard for more than a day, Hong Yi finally accepted his fate.
100 points is 100 points. Some money should be paid.
He can grasp the general direction, but when it comes to the details, he still has to work with the chat group.
His current understanding of cultivation is still too shallow. The main reason for being able to complete this localization adaptation is the support of the chat group.
If he relies on himself, I am afraid that even if he has 100 lives, it will not be enough for him. With the expenditure of this 100 points, Shirtsuan Bone Inscription Yangshan Edition is officially released.
After reading it, Hong Yi was convinced that the 100 points were not wasted.
Although the chat group made some insignificant changes, Hong Yi knew that details determine success or failure, and the changes in the chat group took into account every detail of the cultivation process. It was precisely these small modifications that allowed him to increase his cultivation speed by more than half a time, and eliminated various hidden dangers, making the cultivation of this method safer. After finishing this matter, Hong Yi calmed down and began to practice formally. This time, Hong Yi accelerated for another 10 days in one breath, and stayed in the chat group space for another 100 days. During these 100 days, Hong Yi's most rapid progress was in his Taoist cultivation, from the peak of driving objects to the peak of revealing, and only a little bit away from breaking through to the realm of possession. The progress of martial arts cultivation was much slower, and he only practiced the Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist to perfection. To achieve a peak martial artist, he was only a little bit away from breaking through to the realm of innate martial artists. The perfect method was even cultivated to the middle stage of the blood-moving realm. The middle stage of the blood-moving realm has a divine power of 20,000 kilograms, but Hong Yi still has the cultivation of a peak martial artist. The cultivation of the two is from the inside to the outside, and the other is from the outside to the inside. With the addition of the two, Hong Yi's body has a huge force of more than 30,000 kilograms. Hong Yi was very satisfied with the rapid progress of this practice. Although his current strength was not enough to fight against Hong Xuanji, the other people in Hong Mansion were no longer afraid of him. Even if it was Wu Laogo, the martial saint beside Hong Xuanji, Hong Yi was sure that he could escape from him. Even with the right time, right place, and right people, Hong Yi felt that he had a chance to kill Wu Laogo. Just when Hong Yi was still thinking, the chat group suddenly issued a continuous reminder sound, and the group was as lively as the new year. This reminder sound can be turned off, but Hong Yi's only fun in the practice space is to chat with the Sand Sculpture group members, so Hong Yi will not turn off the chat group reminder except for visualization. What happened? Hong Yi opened the chat group with great curiosity. In the past few days, everyone in the group has been obsessed with time acceleration practice, and the group has not been so lively for a long time. Could it be that Xiao Yangchan, who has been offline for a long time, finally came online? Hong Yi secretly guessed. After opening the group chat and looking at the historical chat messages for a while, Hong Yi couldn't help showing a surprised look on his face. Hanli, disciple of Kixwinman, I received news that Mo Jiren will return to Kixwinman today. Suchinjo group leader, how could this happen? I remember that Mo Jiren was away from the valley for almost a year this time. Now it has only been more than half a year. How could he come back early? In the original timeline, Mo Jiren left Kixwinman for nearly a year this time. On the one hand, he went out to find elixirs that could prolong his life, and on the other hand, he was to refine Zheng Tai into an iron slave. It was precisely because of this year away from the valley that Han Li had time to accumulate strength. Han Li, disciple of Qishuan sect, I don't know the specific reason, but this news was told to me by Li Feiyu. With his character, he shouldn't lie to me. Suchinjo group leader, it seems that this old man Mo Jiren should have planted confidence in Qishuan sect.
Maybe he found something wrong, so he came back early. Hearing this, Hanli nodded slowly. He was Mo Jiren's only hope to survive. With Mo Jiren's shrewdness, how could he not plant spies around him? The progress of Changchun Gong, blinking sword technique, and Luoyanbu's cultivation is well concealed, and ordinary people can't see any clues.
But the problem is that in addition to these three techniques in the mortal world, he also practiced the human immortal martial arts in the Yangshan world. Hanli thought that the human immortal martial arts and the blinking swordsmanship were extremely compatible, and he could quickly gain the power to fight Mo Jiren. But he never expected that it was the changes brought about by the human immortal martial arts that made him face the danger brought by Mo Jiren in advance. The basic training of the human immortal martial arts is to temper the body. The bull demon refines the flesh, and the tiger demon refines the bones. After these days of training, his human immortal martial arts has broken through to the peak of the martial arts master. His appearance has also changed from a thin boy to a young and strong teenager, and his spirit has undergone earth-shaking changes. This change cannot be hidden from the eyes of those who are interested. Hanli, disciple of Kixwinman, I have long thought that there will be Mo Jiren spies in Kixwinman, but I didn't expect him to be so careful and rush back to the valley so quickly. I was careless this time.
I thought there was still enough time. When Mo Jiren returned to the valley, I was sure to beat him to death.
When Mo Jiren returns to the valley, he will give me poison and force me to speed up the practice of Changchun Gong. Now I have only two choices: phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals either slash phoneme to eat the corpse worm pill obediently, or to fight back against Mo Jiren. In fact, Hanli has been very careful. Since his body became stronger, Hanli bought a lot of loose clothes and usually went out when no one was around. But Hanli was careful, hiding during the day and going out at night, and disguised himself, but he still couldn't escape the eyes of those who were interested. It's not that Hanli didn't want to stay at home, but mainly because he wanted to contact Li Feiyu to obtain the blinking sword technique, and there were many auxiliary medicines such as the golden marrow pill and the yellow dragon pill that needed to be purchased.
Zhang Junbao, a wanderer in the world, then what should we do? Hanli, are you sure you can deal with Zheng Tai now? Mo Jiren is easy to deal with, but Zheng Tai is not easy to deal with. Hanli, a disciple of the seven mysterious sect, I don't know. I have now mastered the Luoyan step and the blinking sword technique, and have practiced the human immortal martial arts to the peak of the martial arts master. I have also tempered my body through the Stone Village bone text, and I can punch out a force of 20,000 pounds. But I don't know if I can beat Zheng Tai.
The mortal world is also not suitable for practicing the perfect method. It takes 1,500 points to adapt to the Stone Village bone text.
Hanli certainly can't come up with these points.
It doesn't make much sense for him to enhance his physical strength in the early stage of the perfect method. It was a waste to use 1,500 points to adapt to the perfect method. For him, it was the most cost-effective to use the points to speed up the time, which not only allowed him to gain time for cultivation, but also the great creation liquid. However, Hanli was also very smart. Although he could not cultivate the complete perfect method, was it feasible to separate a part of it? He and Hong Yi thought of the same thing, and took advantage of the chat group to test whether the method could be cultivated by using the localized adaptation function. After Hanli's continuous attempts, he found that the part of using runes to temper the body could be cultivated in the mortal world. He used the spiritual energy in his body to simulate the Stone Village rune, and he could use the spiritual energy to continuously temper his body. However, the efficiency of tempering was lower than that of the orthodox blood-moving mirror cultivation. But this was enough. Whether it was the immortal martial arts or the perfect method, it was a transition for Hanli. His main path of cultivation is still the path of cultivating immortals. Whether it is the perfect method or the immortal martial arts, the compatibility with the path of cultivating immortals is not very high. In theory, Hanli has a huge force of 20,000 pounds, and he is a top master in the entire mortal world. But the opponent he faces is Zheng Tai, a puppet who is no longer human. Zheng Tai not only has extremely strong defense, but also has a speed that Hanli, who has the Luoyan step, can't dodge in time. His destructive power is even more amazing. He can smash a large stone door into pieces in 3 or 5 strokes.
It's simply a humanoid Gundam. Facing this kind of monster, Hanli has no confidence at all.
Hanli, disciple of Kixwinman, but even if I don't know, I don't plan to eat the corpse worm pill. After eating this poison, my life and death will no longer be in my own hands.
Anyway, I really can't beat Zhang Tai. With my current strength, Emojiren can't stop me if I want to run.
Due to the fact that Hanli is focused on strengthening his combat power during this period, his Changchun Gong cultivation has not increased much. He has just broken through to the 5th level, and Hanli dare not bet that the 5th level Changchun Gong function cannot resist Emojiren's possession.
After taking the corpse worm pill, he fell into Emojiren's control. What if Emojiren saw that his Changchun Gong had reached the peak and started to possess his body directly? The plot can be used as a reference, but it cannot be relied on. This is Han Li's perception. Having just experienced Emojiren's early return to the valley, Han Li will not make another low-level mistake. Su Chinzhou frowned. He didn't want to see any group member get into trouble. Group designated red envelope Long Ming dagger. Su Chinzhou group leader, this is the best weapon I have.
I don't know if this dagger can break Zhang Tai's defense.
You can try it when the time comes.
Hanli accepted the red envelope, took out the sword Su Chinzhou gave him, and looked at it carefully in his hand. The hilt of the short sword was engraved with intricate patterns, mountains, rivers, the sun, the moon, and the stars, and the craftsmanship was extremely exquisite. Hanli, who was born in the mortal world, had never seen such a work of art before, and was stunned for a moment. Then Hanli pulled out the short sword again, and a cold light flashed, and the empty room turned white. Under the white light of the sword blade, Hanli felt a chill on his back.
This is a rare and good sword.
Hanli took out his sword and touched the dagger lightly. His sword was like tofu and broke into 2 sections. Such a sharp dagger can definitely break Zhang Tai's defense. With the Long Ming dagger, Hanli felt that his mind was much more stable.
Hanli didn't know that this sword would be a treasure even in the star domain world.
It was forged with meteorites from outer space and a special polymer alloy, and even aviation steel can be easily penetrated.
As Su's father's personal weapon in the past, according to Su's father, he once used the Long Ming dagger to cut off the arm of a 4th level combat body warrior.
The 4th level combat body warrior has almost extraordinary organs all over his body, which is much stronger than steel. The Long Ming dagger can cut off the arm of such a person, which shows how sharp it is.
Hanli, disciple of Qishuan sect, thank you, group leader.
With this sword from the group leader, I am more confident now. Su Chinzhou group leader, Hanli, please start the group phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme broadcast later. We can also send you red envelopes and provide help according to the situation later. Su Chinzhou didn't know whether Hanli would trigger the cub growth task later, so he made insurance in advance.
Hanli nodded, and he naturally would not refuse Su Chinzhou's request.
Hanli turned on the group phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme broadcast and then closed the chat group. Now it's time for his life and death. He has to go all out and wait for Emojiren's arrival.
Hanli closed his eyes and concentrated his mind.
All members of the group were also concentrating and watching the content of the group phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme broadcast. Just then, a strange ID suddenly lit up.
Yang Chan, disciple of Yushu sect, well, I remember that I was hit by the general and seemed to be dying. What is this thing? How could it appear in my mind? Is this the world after death?
Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, little Yang Chan, who had been offline for a long time, actually came online.
Yang Chan, Yushu sect member, wow.
This group phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme broadcast is so magical. I touched this light screen with my mind, and it was like traveling to another world. Little Yang Chan had never seen such an immersive group phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme broadcast before. She was so excited that she even forgot the sadness of her own death. In the distant prehistoric world, there is a fairy mountain with pavilions and towers on the mountain, which looks like a fairyland in the sky.
There is a stone tablet at the foot of the fairy mountain.
The stone tablet is white as if it was carved from white jade, and 3 words are engraved on the front of the stone tablet, Yuchuan Mountain. At this time, in a pavilion in the fairy mountain, a little girl was lying on the bed with her eyes closed, and drops of sweat kept flowing from her forehead, as if she was trapped in a nightmare. Beside him, a young man was sitting cross-legged. The young man had a heroic face and a majestic figure. There was a lightning-shaped pattern on his forehead. Just looking at his appearance, people felt a majestic aura coming to their faces. At this time, the young man stared at the little girl lying on the bed with his eyes full of worry. Little sister, you have been in a coma for so many days, and even the master did not wake you up. I really worried my brother to death." Recalling the scene of that day, Yang Jian's eyes flashed with murderous intent. In fact, Yang Jian knew that his mother Yao Ji's identity was not ordinary when he was very young. When Yang Jian just learned to speak, Yao Ji had already begun to teach him to practice. It's just that Yao Ji never used magic in front of him, and never let Yang Jian use magic. Every time Yang Jian asked his mother why she didn't let him use magic, Yao Ji always smiled and shook her head. "Child, I hope you will never need to use magic." Yang Jian never understood why his mother said this. It was not until the Jade Emperor came to capture his mother and sent heavenly soldiers and generals to hunt down their brothers and sisters that Yang Jian understood his mother's good intentions. Never needing to use magic naturally means that their family is safe and happy. Facing the pursuit of the heavenly soldiers and generals, Yang Jian used the Taoist method of riding the earthen armor taught by his mother to attach to him and his sister. With the blessing of this magic, the practitioner can run faster than the fairy horses in the sky. Even if the group of heavenly soldiers and generals sent by the Jade Emperor used all their skills, they were helpless in front of his Taoism. Originally, he thought he had escaped with his sister. Unexpectedly, just when they were about to run out of the encirclement of the heavenly soldiers and generals, a heavenly general with a square face and a pair of big ears suddenly made a move and threw a stone. The stone was accompanied by 5 colored streamers, crossing the sky like a rainbow. The stone hit Yang Chan's back directly, causing little Yang Chan to spit blood and fall into death. What a celestial soldier, so vicious that he didn't even let a little girl go. "Come at me, Yang Jian, if you dare." What kind of celestial soldier is it to bully a little girl? Yang Jian still remembered the day when he turned around and rushed towards the celestial soldiers with anger. He didn't want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme at that time. His mother was captured, and his sister and father died in front of him. What was the point of leaving him alone in the world? Luckily, at this time, he met his teacher, Jade Dingzhenren. Jade Dingzhenren just glanced at them lightly, and those celestial soldiers ran away in a hurry as if they had encountered some peerless beast. But even though Jade Dingzhenren saved little Yang Chan's life, his sister still fell into a coma and has not woken up yet. "Yang Chan from Yushu sect, I don't know how my brother is doing now. Without me as a burden, he should have escaped and ascended to heaven. I will die when I die. I hope my brother can be safe." In the chat group, you only need to use your thoughts to materialize the words. Xiao Yang Chan regards the chat group as the manifestation of the afterlife, and speaks out the words in her heart one by one. Through Xiao Yang Chan's inner monologue, everyone in the group soon knew everything that Xiao Yang Chan had experienced. No wonder Xiao Yang Chan was offline for so many days, and it turned out that she fell into a coma. Suchinjo group leader, Xiao Yang Chan, don't worry, you're not dead yet. This place is the Zhutian Cubs chat group. For specific information, you can check the group announcement first. Everyone in the group introduced the information of the chat group to Xiao Yang Chan. Yang Chan was initially startled by Suchinjo's sudden voice. But everyone in the group was very enthusiastic, and Xiao Yang Chan soon understood where the chat group was. After all, she was born in the ancient world, and her mother was the sister of the Jade Emperor, so she naturally knew a lot about the 3,000 worlds. By extension, the so-called heavens and worlds are just the 3,000 worlds in a larger concept. "Yang Chan from Yushu sect, so I'm not dead now. Group leader, how is my brother doing now? Please tell me quickly, okay?" Xiao Yang Chan knew from the group announcement that the group leader knew information about many worlds, so he couldn't wait to ask about his brother's safety. Suchinjo group leader, don't worry, your brother is fine. He is the future god of war in heaven, Erlang Xian Shangzhenjuan. How could something happen? And your mother is also fine, but she was pinned under the Peach Mountain by the Jade Emperor. Not only that, according to my guess, your brother should have now become a disciple of Yudingzhenren, one of the 12 golden immortals of Chanjiao, and also brought you to join Chanxiao.
Otherwise, the title given to you by the chat group would not be Yuding. I'm from Schumann. Upon hearing the news, Xiao Yang-chan let out a long breath. It's okay, brother.
As for those who explain and not explain, Xiao Yang-chan said she doesn't really care.
Yang-chan from Yushu sect, but there is still something wrong. How could my brother become the god of war in heaven? Our family and heaven are inseparable. Yang-chan was extremely confused.
In her heart, Tianting was the brother and sister's biggest enemy. Although the Jade Emperor was their uncle, this uncle not only refused to kiss her, but also sent his men to capture her mother, kill her father, and even kill her. Su Chinzhou shook his head. I don't know much about your father, but the Jade Emperor probably has no ill intentions towards you too. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sent such useless heavenly soldiers and heavenly warriors to hunt you two down. As long as he sends some serious heavenly soldiers and generals, you two will never escape his pursuit. Moreover, your mother was just pinned under the Peach Mountain. This punishment is already very light for a fairy who has an affair with a mortal. Although Peach Mountain is heavy, no god can move mountains and seas. Being pressed under the mountain is nothing to a god with her level of cultivation. The most painful thing for her is probably not being able to see you too. And the general who took action was most likely not from the Jade Emperor. In addition, there are many variables in the future, so your brother will join Tianting. From your description, the general who attacked you had a square face and big ears, and he looked a bit like a Westerner. Maybe he was a Westerner who was trying to plot the destiny of the East. But that's not necessarily the case. It's also possible that other forces are secretly working to sow discord between Western religion and heaven. The water in the prehistoric era is really too deep, and it's hard to tell. The two were still chatting when the scene in the group phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme broadcast changed. Two footsteps, one light and one heavy, sounded, and then two figures appeared in front of the God's Hand Valley. Hanli heard a familiar cough from a distance. This coughing sound was heartbreaking, as if the old man making the coughing sound was extremely weak and would die of coughing in the next second. But Hanli knew that although Mo Jiren was terminally ill, he still had amazing fighting power. He won't take it lightly. Mo Jiren slowly walked into the God's Hand Valley with the mysterious man beside him. There was a trace of anxiety and expectation on his face. He quickly walked up to Hanli, his eyes straightened, and he looked closely at Hanli's body. After a long time, a trace of surprise flashed across Mo Jiren's eyes. As a miracle doctor, how could he not see how strong Hanli's current physical condition was? This made Mo Jiren's mind wander. Could it be that immortal cultivation techniques can strengthen a person's body? With Hanli's performance, could it be that he has broken through to the 4th level of Qi training? Hanli, come here and let me see how your Qi training is going. After saying that, Mo Jiren stretched out a hand and shot it very quickly, grabbing Hanli's wrist like lightning. It's been a long time since I updated. I've been working overtime recently. It seems I really need to write more and save it. I feel that my writing pace is a bit slow. I want to update more every day. Unfortunately, it is a new book period, so 4,000 a day is the optimal solution. I'm late today, so I just wrote 1,000 more words. Please forgive me, and I'll try to write early at work tomorrow. Hanli stood still and did not move, letting Mo Jiren hold his wrist. In the flash of lightning, countless thoughts passed through Hanli's mind. He knew that Mo Jiren acted so decisively this time, which meant that he had become suspicious. There was no way out of this round, and it was already a life and death situation between him and Mo Jiren. In this case, strike first to gain the upper hand. Hanli raised his head and looked at Mo Jiren, his eyes full of confusion, as innocent as a child. Teacher, after you left the God's Hand Valley, I have been working hard to cultivate Jinqi. But I don't know why, no matter how I practice my Jinqi, there is no progress, but my body is getting stronger and stronger. Teacher, please help me, is it? It's not that I did something wrong. Hearing Hanli's words, a trace of doubt flashed in Mo Jiren's eyes. There is no progress in the Qi at all, but the body is getting stronger and stronger. What is going on? Could it be that Hanli has a special physique that allows him to use all his energy to temper his body?
Emojiren thought about various speculations in his mind.
If this is the case, it can be explained why Hanli became so strong in just 1 month.
But if this is the case, if Hanli's cultivation has not improved, then who will he seize next?
Thinking of this, Emojiren's heart was in confusion. There was no time to cultivate another Hanli for him to seize. Emojiren concentrated on feeling the true energy in Hanli, and wanted to know whether Hanli's cultivation had improved during this period. He didn't notice that at the moment when his eyes showed panic, a hint of joy flashed in the corners of Hanli's eyes. Hanli controlled the intensity of the qi in his body, keeping it at the level of the 3rd level of qi training, until he saw an expression of extreme disappointment on Emojiren's face. The muscles on his other arm behind his back were bulging, and the veins were twisting like dragons. In an instant, a pillar-like arm hit Emojiren's head, and his fist flew through the air, causing a roaring phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme. This time Hanli took action without any hesitation, and all the power of his body exploded in an instant.
The distance between the two is only 1 foot.
Moreover, Emojiren was still immersed in the disappointment of seeing Hanli unable to improve his cultivation.
At such a short distance and at Hanli's speed, Emojiren didn't even have time to blink. Hanli's punch was about to hit him in the face.
Feeling the sound of whistling fists and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme coming from his ears, Emojiren felt a chill go down his spine. He only had time to have one thought flash through his mind. This punch is so fast, really too fast. I have been in the world for so many years, and I have never seen such a fast punch. To be able to die from this punch, I, Emojiren, did not come to this world in vain. Just when Emojiren was about to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals claws close / phoneme his eyes and wait for death, suddenly a big hand like a leaf fan stretched out in front of him. This big hand is black and blue all over, and there is a layer of dead skin like scales on the back of the hand.
It doesn't look like a human hand at all.
The person who took action was Zhang Tai. But how could Zhang Tai, who had taken action in a hurry, be able to block Hanli's killing punch with all his strength? There was a thud, like a bronze bell being struck in a temple, and the sound of gold and iron came from the place where their hands met. Zhang Tai's big hand was carried by the power of Hanli's punch and hit Emojiren hard in the face. Immediately afterwards, Emojiren's body flew back more than 10 meters like a piece of catkins, and then hit the ground heavily.
Did you succeed? This question popped up in Hanli's mind.
Looking at Emojiren's appearance, he probably won't be able to survive. But Hanli deeply remembered the teachings given to him by the group leader.
The most important thing when traveling in the world is to finish the last hit.
After killing someone, it is essential to crush their bones and spread their ashes.
If you have the ability, it is best to directly destroy your opponent physically and mentally.
Hanli took out a concealed weapon from his arms, pointed forward fiercely, and threw it towards Emojiren, who fell to the ground. Under his huge strength of 20,000 kilograms, this hidden weapon can fly faster than a bullet. But what Hanli didn't expect was that Emojiren, who looked like he was dead, suddenly burst out with a powerful internal force. Under the influence of this internal force, his body seemed to be a swimming animal. Like a big snake, it fiercely jumped forward 2 meters away, dodging all of Hanli's hidden weapons.
Then Emojiren raised his head, his face covered with blood.
He stared at Hanli fiercely, with a cold murderous intent coming from the corner of his mouth.
Iron Slave, catch him at all costs.
The group members in the chat group were all watching the group phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast with rapt attention.
It wasn't until Emojiren raised his head that everyone saw his face clearly and were instantly shocked.
Especially Xiaoyang Chan, who was so frightened that her face turned pale and she almost cried. Her body was sweating in real life, as if she had been greatly frightened, which made Yang Jian beside her feel very worried.
Yang Chan from Yushu sect, this old man looks so scary, like a ghost. Emojiren's appearance at this time was really indescribable.
His nose was completely flattened by Hanli's punch, and it completely sunk into his skull, leaving a dark, bloody hole in place. Not only that, Emojiren's entire face was torn off, revealing a bloody face with distinct muscle texture. In fact, if Hanli's punch hits, it will definitely smash Emojiren's entire head into a watermelon, with red and white pieces flying into the sky. But under Zhang Tai's obstruction, the power of this punch was dispersed a lot. Zhang Tai's big hand was on Mo Jiren's face, and he couldn't completely offset Han Li's power, so part of the original backward force turned into a downward force in the confrontation between the two, so Mo Jiren was beaten into this ghost. Good, good. Very good. It seems that I really underestimated you, my dear disciple. Feel the teacher's anger. Mo Jiren was secretly afraid in his heart. Fortunately, before returning to the valley this time, he had issued an order in advance to pay attention to Han Li's actions at any time, otherwise he would really fall into this kid's hands this time. But it doesn't matter, Mo Jiren's surprise is greater than fear. At the moment Han Li made a move, Mo Jiren felt that the strength of the true chi in Han Li's body broke through to the 4th level. Anyway, this body has been broken for a long time, so why not abandon it, just in time to replace it with a new body with extraordinary talent. Looking at Han Li's strong body, Mo Jiren's eyes revealed an extremely greedy look. It can also be seen that Mo Jiren is not dead, and Han Li still intends to capture the leader first. He flashed, drove out the Luoyan step, turned into a light smoke, and rushed towards Mo Jiren. At this moment, a majestic body blocked him. Zhang Tai stretched out his hands and grabbed Han Li fiercely. Han Li ignored Zhang Tai. He knew that the most important thing now was to kill Mo Jiren. He kicked his feet and used the Luoyan step to shake off Zhang Tai. What Han Li didn't expect was that Zhang Tai's move was incredibly fast and he actually grabbed his arm. Give up, disciple, even if you are born with supernatural power, you can't be the opponent of Tai Nu, just surrender. Mo Jiren was very confident. When others saw Tai Nu's body shape, they would definitely think that Tai Nu's strongest point was strength and his body must be clumsy. But on the contrary, after his special refining, Tai Nu's speed was not inferior to strength at all, otherwise it would not have been possible to block this fatal blow for him in such a critical situation just now. In addition, the strongest point of Tai Nu is his defense. He is invulnerable to swords and guns and is not afraid of internal injuries. He is simply a perfect puppet. After Zhang Tai grabbed Han Li's arm, he took another step forward and hugged Han Li's body with two pillar-like arms. Mo Jiren saw Han Li being held in Zhang Tai's arms, and a wild smile appeared on his lips. Zhang Tai has the power to pull 3 bulls backwards. If he is held by him, even a great master with a congenital top will not be able to break free. The big thing is done. He walked slowly to Han Li. At this time, he had already won. Although his injuries were very serious, he could still hold on for a few hours under the protection of his internal strength, which was enough for him to complete the possession. Mo Jiren put his hands behind his back. Even though he was unrecognizable, he still exuded the demeanor of a master. My good disciple, you really impressed me. You are decisive and ruthless. You are worthy of being my disciple, Mo Jiren. I will take good care of your parents and siblings. You can go with peace of mind. Looking at Mo Jiren who walked in front of him, Han Li showed a calm smile on his face. His arm muscles swelled and he grabbed Zhang Tai's arms with both hands. The blue veins twisted like a swimming dragon. Zhang Tai's hands, like iron hoops, were actually trembling slightly, and he couldn't control Han Li at all. My good master, who told you that my strength is not as good as your iron slave? When their fists and palms just touched, Han Li had already discovered that Zhang Tai's strength was not as good as his, and it was only about 10,000 pounds. Han Li had paid so much attention to Zhang Tai before, mainly because the group leader gave the information that Zhang Tai smashed the stone gate of Shinsho Valley into pieces with just a few punches. This stone gate is not an ordinary stone, but a kind of bluestone in Daqing Mountain. Ordinary swords can only leave a shallow mark on the bluestone. Han Li also secretly tried it, and his full-strength punch could only leave a mark of 4 or 5 centimeters deep on the bluestone. This made Han Li extremely overestimate Zhang Tai's real combat power. But after the real fight, Han Li realized that the main reason why Zhang Tai could smash the big stone gate so easily was because Zhang Tai had trained his body to be as hard as steel under Mo Jiren's refining. His fist was like an iron hammer. It was certainly easier for an iron hammer to hit the stone gate than Han Li's body. Han Li had not expected Zhang Tai's speed to be so fast, so he was caught by him. After being caught, Han Li actually had a chance to escape Zhang Tai's control. But Han Li didn't. Instead, he took advantage of the situation and let Zhang Tai hold him, just to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme emojuren to him.
After all, Hanli didn't know how many treasures Emojuren had obtained from Yu Zitong.
The information given by the group leader was written by him based on his memory, and there were many omissions.
If there were some powerful talismans, Emojuren would still have a chance to turn the tables after pulling away.
Pulling Zhang Tai's hands apart, Hanli shook Zhang Tai hard and sent him flying 5 or 6 meters backwards.
Seeing this scene, Emojuren knew that something was wrong.
He turned around and wanted to escape, without even thinking about using his famous magic silver hand.
Iron Slave, help me stop him. But how could Hanli let him go?
Hanli rushed forward, crossed his hands, and forcibly pulled off Emojuren's 2 arms. Blood gushed out, flowing down Emojuren's body to the ground, dyeing the dark yellow land red.
Then Hanli hit Emojuren's neck with another fierce palm.
Emojuren was just a mortal, and this time there was no Zhang Tai to help buffer, so he couldn't bear Hanli's 20,000 gene strength. His neck broke, the skin and flesh on his neck tore apart, and his head flew out with a small section of the spine. And Zhang Tai also stopped moving at the moment Emojuren died, standing there blankly like a corpse.
Seeing this scene, Hanli was relieved.
It seems that my dear master is really dead this time.
But as a disciple, I still have to take responsibility and collect the master's body.
Hanli walked to Emojuren's headless body, reached his hands into his arms, and carefully took out everything in his arms. Then Hanli received a group red envelope, and a small red bucket appeared in his hand.
This barrel contains special gasoline from the Star Domain world.
This gasoline has a very high temperature after burning, which is very suitable for cremation of corpses. It can directly burn human corpses into ashes.
While watching Emojuren's body burning, Hanli couldn't help but have all kinds of thoughts in his mind. I heard from Junbao that when Buddhist monks are cremated after death, relics will be burned out.
Mo Lao's martial arts are so profound that he should be able to burn something out after burning into ashes. After watching this phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme broadcast through the group chat, Suchinjo breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Tai's strength is much weaker than they thought.
This time Emojuren returned to Gu Chunchun just to give up his head.
However, this is because the chat group was upgraded to level 2 in time, and the time acceleration function was turned on, so Hanli had 100 more days of practice time. Otherwise, Hanli, who didn't have so much time to practice, couldn't be Zhang Tai's opponent, and even Mo Lao might not be able to beat him. At that time, there was no other choice but to escape and advance.
Hanli, disciple of Qishuan sect, I survived the disaster without any danger. Thank you for your help.
Then Hanli sent several red envelopes to the chat group. These red envelopes contained props that group members had sent to Hanli before, such as the Longming dagger, the 3 secret medicines provided by Lu Mingfei, etc. Yangchan, disciple of Yushu sect, the group phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme broadcast was too exciting. If only I could defeat the enemy like this big brother at that time, then my father and mother would not be captured by the heavenly soldiers and generals. It was not until this time that Hanli discovered that a name that was both strange and familiar appeared in the group chat.
Seeing Yangchan finally appear, Hanli was ecstatic.
He had heard Suchinjo talk about the information of the prehistoric world a long time ago.
The person who helped him the most in the group should be Yangchan.
After all, both the prehistoric world and the mortal world are cultivation systems. The 2 systems are so phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme that they will definitely be of great help to him. And I heard from the group leader that the spiritual energy in the prehistoric world is quite rich, and the resources are quite abundant.
It is simply an inexhaustible treasure house.
If you can get the spiritual medicine of the prehistoric world and then cultivate it with the small green bottle, that scene Hanli dare not imagine how cool it is. And I heard from the group leader that after entering the fairyland, the effect of the towering fortune liquid condensed by the small green bottle will increase 100-fold.
If you can condense the towering fortune liquid in the prehistoric environment, I wonder what the effect will be.
As Hanli thought about it, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He immediately joined the chat, changing his previous taciturn image, speaking humorously, making Yang Chan laugh like silver bells from time to time. After watching a group phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast together, Yang Chan and her friends in the chat group gradually became familiar with each other. During the chat, Yang Chan gradually understood the group spirit of mutual help and common progress in the chat group, and visited the dazzling array of exercises in the group's practice space. In addition, under the language offensive of Hanli, who temporarily became a socialite in the chat group, Yang Chan also decided to make a contribution to the chat group. Yang Chan uploaded the exercises 9 True Jade Chi Training Ju Heavenly Court Basic Spells incomplete through Yang Chan's introduction. Everyone in the group chat also had some understanding of the two exercises uploaded by Yang Chan. 9 True Jade Chi Training Ju is a foundation building practice method created by the Queen Mother of Yao Qi for the fairies in the Heavenly Court. This method focuses on laying the foundation, and the upper limit is not high. The highest can only be practiced to the true fairyland. After the female officials of the Heavenly Court practice to the true fairyland, they can go to the Yao Qi's practice pavilion to change their exercises. As the sister of the Jade Emperor, Yao Ji naturally has other better exercises. But she had sneaked out after all, and the other skills in her hands had a strong Heavenly Palace imprint. Yang Chan's cultivation was low, so it was easy for the clairvoyant in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme earring to find out. But the 9 True Jade Chi training technique was different. As the entry-level skills for the Heavenly Palace female officials, it was widely circulated in the prehistoric world. Practicing this skill would basically not expose one's identity because of the problem of skills. Moreover, this skill was written by the Queen Mother after all, and it was peaceful and upright. There was no loss in the subsequent practice of other skills. So before Yang Chan reached the true fairyland, Yao Ji did not plan to teach her other skills. As for the Heavenly Palace spells, some basic spells were recorded in it, such as the immobilization technique, the wall-penetrating technique, the air control technique, etc. Including the vertical earth armor horsemanship that Yang Jian had used before. Su Chenzhou looked at the skills that Yang Chan had sent out and couldn't help shaking his head. Before the conferred god, the foundation of the Heavenly Palace in the prehistoric world was really thin. They actually have to select mortals with good qualifications to practice in heaven, and then be included in the immortal list after practicing to become immortals. Some people who have never been able to practice to become immortals will be sent back to the lower world. This is not a heaven, it is simply a heavenly university. Those who are good at learning stay in school for further studies, and those who are not good at learning are driven away to fend for themselves. Su Chenzhou group leader, just take a look at this method, don't worry too much. If I am not mistaken, it won't be long before you, Xiao Chan, will get a method far beyond this. Recently, I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals read read slash phoneme book reviews and was scolded every day, saying that I shouldn't write Japanese comics. I thought about it and it was a bit inappropriate to write Japanese comics. I was young and ignorant at the time, and the chat groups I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals read read slash phoneme basically all had Japanese comics and no one scolded me, so I wrote it. However, there are too many people scolding. Fortunately, the proportion of these two worlds in the story is not large, and there is still time to change it, so I want to change the previous one, but I am afraid that some readers want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals read read slash phoneme these stories. Here I ask for everyone's opinions, just reply in this paragraph. Those who reply 1 support deleting Misaka Makoto and Lee's scenes, those who reply 2 support deleting Lee's scenes and keeping Misaka Makoto, and those who reply 3 support continuing writing. P.S. If more than 20 people reply 3 in 3 days, even if I still plan to delete these scenes later, I will write the stories of these two worlds and put them in the related works as a special episode, so as not to disappoint the reader's support. I chose to keep Misaka Makoto and take it out separately because the whole story has been thought out, and I feel that it would be very interesting to write Misaka Makoto in the past with the human supercomputer of the Amitabha Sutra and the magnetic field rotation of Kaihu, but I still respect the opinions of readers, and the voting will end in 1 day. Hanli had originally planned to practice this technique. You should know that the highest level of the 9 True Jade Chi training technique can reach the true immortal realm. Hanli now only has one Changchun technique in his hand, which can be practiced to the 10th level of Chi training. To be honest, the difference between the worlds is really huge. Compared with the 9 True Jade Chi training technique, Changchun technique is nothing.
Hearing Su Chinjo say this, Hanli quickly pricked up his ears.
Su Chinjo group leader, thanks to your brother, Xiao Yangchan, you have now become a disciple of Yushu Palace. According to seniority, you should be a third-generation disciple. Yushu Palace is the inheritance of Yuanchi Tianzuan, one of the three pure ones. Learning any inheritance in Yushu Palace is better than the basic inheritance of Tiangong that your mother taught you. Yangchan Yushu disciple, I know, group leader brother, I will share with everyone in the group after I learn new techniques from Yushu Palace.
Hearing Yang Chan say this, Su Chinjo immediately asked the chat group. Will Yang Chan's passing of the Yushu method to the chat group affect her?
For example, being discovered by Yuanchi Tianzuan or something like that. After all, there are saints in the prehistoric world, and the Yushu method is the direct descendant of the saints, so Su Chinjo had to consider Yang Chan. Please rest assured, group leader, unless the group members take the initiative to expose the chat group, no one in the world that the chat group can connect to will be able to discover the existence of the chat group.
Hearing the answer from the chat group, Su Chinjo was relieved.
He had long discovered that the level of the chat group was very high. Look at what kind of people are in the group members. The Emperor of Desolate Heaven and the Taoist Hanli, who will achieve their future achievements, would have been caught and beaten by these ruthless people from the future if their essence was not high enough. However, this kind of thing still needs to be confirmed by the chat group in person, otherwise when little Yang Chan gets into trouble because of this, Su Chinjo will regret it too late. Su Chinjo group leader, but if my prediction is correct, Jade Dingjinren should not accept you as his disciple, and will most likely give you the status of a registered disciple of Yushu Palace.
Yangchan Yushu disciple, why is this the case? Is it because my talent is not as strong as my second brother's? Su Chinjo shook his head. Yang Chan's talent must not be bad.
After all, she is the daughter of the Jade Emperor's sister, and she is born with a deep foundation. But in all the novels about the prehistoric times he has seen, including ancient myths and legends, Yang Chan has never joined the Yushu Palace like his brother.
In basically all the stories, Yang Chan will later worship Nuwa and take charge of the artifact, the precious lotus lantern. Su Chinjo group leader, it's not a problem of your talent, but you are destined to become a disciple of the Saint Nuwa. Jade Dingjinren should have also encountered this future, so he didn't accept you as a disciple. Hearing that she could become a disciple of Nuwa, Yang Chan's big eyes burst into little stars. Yang Chan Yushu disciple, really? I can become a disciple of Nuwa.
Yang Chan has lived in the human race since she was a child, so she naturally knows that Nuwa is the mother of the human race. In the prehistoric world, no human race will not worship Nuwa, and everyone regards Nuwa as the patron saint of the human race.
Yang Chan is naturally the same.
It is much happier for her to be able to worship under Nuwa than to join Yushu Palace.
Su Chinjo group leader, well, as long as you don't make any big trouble, there should be no variables in worshipping under Nuwa.
And at this time point, joining the Wahuang Palace is much better than joining the Yushu Palace. This is not to say that Yuanchi Tianzuan's magical powers are not as good as Nuwa, but mainly because the great catastrophe of the conferred god is approaching. At this time point, joining the disciples of the 12 Golden Immortals is purely sending heads. Although Yudingjinren is a good choice among the 12 Golden Immortals, he has not betrayed his religion, and he does not need disciples to prevent disasters. But he didn't want to be the direct descendant of the Snail Palace, but went to be the third-generation disciple of the Jade Void Palace, and had to go through the conferred god tribulation. If he was unlucky, he would be directly on the conferred god list, and if he was lucky, he would become a saint in the flesh like his brother. That was probably a bit of a brain disease. In fact, Su Chinjo still coveted the 8-9 mysterious art in Yang Jian's hands. After all, Yang Chan was Yang Jian's biological sister. If Yang Chan really wanted to learn the 8-9 mysterious art, she would have the opportunity to get it. However, it was too dangerous to seek the core inheritance of the Jade Void Palace, so Su Chinjo gave up the idea. Let everything go with the flow. Hong E. Dakian scholar, group leader, I have something to ask you. Are the materials for refining the Thunder Suspense Sword very precious in your world? Su Chinjo group leader, it's okay, not very precious, but it's a little difficult to buy. The Thunder Suspense Sword is just an entry-level weapon for psychics, and the materials used to refine it are naturally not precious. However, in Tanchang City, psychics are a very rare profession,
and the related supporting facilities are naturally not complete.
It is easier to buy a finished sword. If you buy steel alone, it will take some effort.
Hong E Dakian Scholar, in this case, can you trouble the group leader to prepare some for me? The quantity does not need to be too much.
It is enough to refine 5 Thunder Suspense Swords.
Su Chengzhou group leader, of course no problem, give me 2 days.
Su Chengzhou did not ask Hong Yi what he was going to do with the steel. He was always generous to his group members. The steel was worth at most 100,000, which was just a small amount of money. Hearing Su Chengzhou's reply, Hong Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Hong Yi will naturally have a great use for the steel used to make the Thunderbolt Suspense Sword.
The first is Princess Jinnan Luo Yun.
It is not difficult to invite Princess Jinnan to come to the house, but it is not easy to find a suitable reason for Princess Jinnan to take him away from the Hong family. It is in line with the etiquette of Dakian for a foreign princess to come to the Marquis's mansion to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme books, but it is not so easy to take someone out of the Marquis's mansion. Although Hong Yi is a little transparent in the Marquis's mansion, Princess Jinnan must make up some reasons to take him away by force, and there will be a lot of rumors in the capital at that time. Although Hong Yi also saw that Luo Yun's heart was very kind and stupid and easy to deceive, if he urged it, Luo Yun would definitely help him. But Hong Yi didn't want to owe people favors. The most difficult thing to repay in the world is the debt of favor. Not to mention the cultivation of Taoism, it is very important to communicate with thoughts. How can you communicate with thoughts when you owe a favor? The opportunity for him to meet Luo Yun was that Luo Yun wanted to buy a blood-patterned steel sword. Although the Thunderbolt Suspense Sword is not as good as the blood-marked steel, it can be regarded as a rare treasure in the Yangshan world. Using the Thunderbolt Suspense Sword as a thank you gift, Luo Yun must be willing to help him. Moreover, there are many precious medicinal materials and treasures in the Yangshan world. Many medicinal materials can be refined into the secret medicine of the Yangshan world, which can greatly speed up the progress of martial artists' cultivation. Among them, the most precious treasure is the various rice seeds. These rices are of great benefit to the cultivation of the immortal martial arts. This time when leaving Hong Mansion, Hong Yi also wanted to take the opportunity to find some medicinal materials to prepare for subsequent cultivation. If you want to get these precious treasures, you must spend money, you can't just rely on robbing. Ordinary gold and silver are difficult to exchange for these treasures, but with these steels, it's different.
The computer is GG, I tried for a long time and couldn't fix it.
Later, I had to reinstall it directly to write these, and there is still one chapter to write.
After closing the chat group, Su Chengzhou opened his phone and logged into the chat software.
He clicked on a friend's chat box. The avatar of this friend was a very strange picture.
A string of prayer beads was faintly emerging in the dark background.
This string of prayer beads was extremely white, and the material looked like jade or bone, but if you look closely, you can see clear wood texture. Under the interplay of the white prayer beads and the black background, there was a faint sense of zen.
Chen Mutu, I want to ask you something. Do you know where I can get Thunder Thousand forged steel?
Chen Mutu, Su Chengzhou's childhood friend, grew up wearing the same pants, in the same class in kindergarten, elementary school, and junior high school. The two had always been very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme, and they separated until they were about to go to high school.
Chen Mutu was found to have the talent to become a psychic, and was accepted as a disciple by the Tianken monk of the Xian Temple in Shuoya Mountain, and was taken to the mountain to practice intensively.
Su Chengzhou temporarily suspended his studies and went home to practice intensively, with the sole intention of becoming an extraordinary warrior.
Thunder Thousand forged steel is the material for psychics. It is right to ask Chen Mu for this matter.
After about 2 hours, Chen Mu finally replied. I was just beating the wooden fish in the temple, and I just saw your message now.
There is no place to buy this thing in Tiancheng City.
It happens that I have to go to the Psychic Association to do something in 3 days.
There is a place to buy it, and the goods are guaranteed to be the best.
Wait for me for a few days, and then you can come to Xian Temple to get it. We two brothers haven't seen each other for a long time.
It's a good opportunity to have a drink.
Chen Mu was sitting in the Qixiang Hall of Xian Temple in a white robe, holding a long magic weapon in his hand, and was beating the wooden fish from time to time. There was a layer of green hair that had just grown on his head, and with his bright eyes, he exuded a free and unrestrained temperament.
Isn't there any in Cin Temple? Well, I won't bother you, I can buy it myself. He asked Chunmu this question because he didn't want to waste time and wanted to get it directly.
Since there is no such thing in Cin Temple, he might as well buy it online, but it would take too much time. Shuelan Star has strict control over extraordinary materials. To buy extraordinary materials, you need to review and register them before you can buy them. It takes at least 3 or 4 days to go through the whole process, plus the time for logistics and transportation. It will take at least 5 days to get it.
So what do you want this thing for? Such low-level materials can't really be found in Cin Temple.
You can't have awakened your psychic talent. That's great, hurry up the mountain and become a monk with me.
Chunmu shook his head. Su Chenzhou's request also made him feel distressed.
Cin Temple has a lot of entry-level weapons such as Thunder Suspense Sword, which are all used for novice psychic apprentices to practice. But there is really no Thunder Thousand Forged Steel, and they don't have the inheritance of weapon training in Cin Temple, so why prepare such low-level materials?
Get away, who wants to become bald with you?
Okay, let's do this as brothers.
It's fine if you become a monk yourself, but you want to take me with you, Su Chenzhou said unhappily.
They have been playing together since they were young, so they are naturally not too polite when talking to each other. Since Chen Muta became a monk in the mountains, he has repeatedly urged Su Chenzhou to shave his head with him. Su Chenzhou is unwilling to do this, although with his appearance, even if he really shaves his head, he is still a charmer, and he is the most handsome among the bald heads. But he doesn't need to learn the knowledge of psychics from the monks in Cin Temple, and there is no need to pay with his beautiful hair.
Oh right. You just said that this kind of low-level material is hard to find. In other words, is there any higher-level material in Cin Temple? Of course, my master is the abbot of Cin Temple. He has everything he wants. Let me tell you, there is a piece of Daluomitian steel as tall as 2 people in my master's practice room. If this thing is trained into a flying sword, I don't know how many times stronger it is than the Thunder Suspense Sword. If you want it, I'll get you a piece.
Daluomitian steel is known as one of the 10 most precious steels on the blue water star, Daluomitian, mustard seed shumi. This kind of steel not only has extremely strong spiritual energy conductivity, but also has a power to travel through space, which can easily break through space. The 9 Heavens God-killing edge, known as the fastest sword on the blue water star, is made of this steel. Forget it, this thing is too expensive, I can't afford it. Besides, if your master knew that you dared to cut off a piece of his beloved treasure, it would be really a great filial piety. Even if Abbot Tian can dotes on you, he can still beat you up for several months. Is there any material of the middle level? Anyway, it's better than the Thunder Suspense Sword. That's too easy, I'll get you some 1000 blood spirit yuan steel, and it happens that my uncle is making another Buddha statue recently. I'll get you some scraps, and it won't be a problem to make 10 swords. 1000 blood spirit yuan steel, a special steel material of the Hantian second factory of Yuling Pavilion, is said to require hunting 1000 kinds of monsters and mixing them with or before it can be cast. The spiritual energy conductivity is twice that of Thunder 1000 forged steel, and the strength is 3 times that of Thunder 1000 forged steel. The price of 1 pound of 1000 blood spirit yuan steel is 50 times that of Thunder 1000 forged steel.
Okay, this is it. I think it's enough. Su Chenzhou nodded with satisfaction.
Chen Mutu got some money from his uncle, and he got some money from Chen Mutu. It was a complete industrial chain.
Cin Temple is one of the 6 most powerful forces around Tianchang Temple.
It is so nice to get something for free from such a powerful force. 5 days later, in the Yangshan world, in the Hong Mansion.
Today is a big day for the Hong Mansion.
2 days ago, Princess Xinnan Luoyun suddenly sent an invitation, saying that she would come to the study room of Wuwenho Mansion to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme books. This news excited all the ladies in the Hong Mansion.
What is the identity of Princess Xinnan? The title of Princess Xinnan was not given by the Shinfeng kingdom itself. A foreign princess is nothing in Dakian.
The key is that the title of Princess Jinnan was personally conferred by the current emperor of Dacian dynasty, and she was recognized as an adopted daughter by the emperor.
What does it mean that such a big shot came to the Hong Mansion to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme books? It means that their Wu Wenho mansion is in the limelight in Dacian.
Once they entertain well and show good etiquette, it will be a good story, and they can even get rewards from the emperor. Luoyun came to Hong Mansion to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme books, of course, because of Hong Yi's invitation. A few days ago, Hong Yi got the 1,000 blood spiritual yuan steel from Suchenzhou and immediately went to the Imperial College to find Luoyun. After 2 hours of friendly negotiations, Luoyun's visit to Hong Mansion today happened. In the Hong Mansion, the atmosphere was extremely solemn. The servants lowered their heads and looked serious, walking hurriedly, fearing that they would do something wrong and anger the big shot. Several wives of Hong Xuanji came to the courtyard of the Hong Mansion early in the morning wearing the phoenix crown and bridal robes granted by the court. Many young people gathered outside the courtyard, all wanting to see the grace of the Jinnan princess from the kingdom of the divine phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme. Hong Xuejiao, the eldest daughter of the Hong family, came here early and looked around. This eldest daughter was wearing a red outfit today, and she was heroic, and her gaze revealed a temperament that was as good as a man. And standing next to him was Hong Gui from the third room of the Hong family. Hong Gui was dressed very showy today, with dark golden cloud patterns embroidered on his light blue coat, wearing cloud shoes, and a golden whip pinned beside him, looking like a handsome young man in troubled times. The two dressed up today, and the other young people of the Hong family praised them, and they all praised them as dragons and phoenixes.
Hong Yi also stood in the courtyard, waiting for Luoyun's arrival.
Today, Hong Yi wore a green shirt, looking into the distance, with a look of peace. Compared with Hong Gui and Hong Xuejiao, Hong Yi was a small transparent person in the Hong Mansion, and no one cared about him at all. Even some servants would subconsciously avoid Hong Yi when passing by, as if they were very disgusted with standing with Hong Yi. The young people gathered together, and there was a chirping sound, which was very lively. At this time, the door of the small courtyard of the Hong Mansion was suddenly pushed open, and several ladies came out.
The first one was Hong Xuanji's eldest wife, Madame Zhao. Madame Zhao was the first-ranked lady of the court.
Today was a very formal occasion, so she specially wore the phoenix crown and bridal robe bestowed by the court. The golden phoenix crown was worn on Madame Zhao's head, shining brightly under the sunlight. The edge of her red shawl was embroidered with countless gold threads, and the black and gold cloud pattern on the collar made her look extremely majestic. Today is the day when the princess of Jinnan Kingdom comes to my Hong Mansion.
What if you guys keep chattering here and offend the princess?
As soon as Madame Zhao appeared, the scene became quiet instantly, and the chattering young people in the Hong Mansion instantly shut up. Everyone lowered their heads and remained silent, fearing that if they said one more word, they would be caught by this strict madam. After these young people lowered their heads, Madame Zhao instantly noticed Hong Yi, the only one who was still holding his head high. Her eyes, which were originally slightly narrowed, suddenly opened, and a trace of murderous intent flashed in the corner of her eyes, and then her phoenix eyes stared at Hong Yi tightly. Seeing Hong Yi's upright posture like a pine tree and his unruly temperament, Madame Zhao instantly thought of the dead woman. At the beginning, Meng Bingyun was also of the same temperament, cold as jade, and did not take her seriously at all. At this time, the figures of Hong Yi and Meng Bingyun gradually overlapped in Mrs. Zhao's heart. This psychological change made Mrs. Zhao's murderous intent more and more intense. But Hong Yi was not afraid at all, he just looked at Mrs. Zhao quietly. Hong Yi hated this woman who killed his mother with his own hands. He didn't even have time to kill her, so how could he be afraid of her? The two looked at each other for a long time. Mrs. Zhao looked at Hong Yi's neither humble nor arrogant appearance, and her heart couldn't help but become more irritated. She could see that there was unconcealed contempt in Hong Yi's eyes, so Mrs. Zhao threw her sleeves and scolded him fiercely. Hong Yi, how have you studied for so many years? Have you learned the etiquette of scholars from dogs? Why don't you bow when you see the mistress of the house? Do you still have filial piety in your heart? This question is quite serious. The scholars of Dacian value loyalty and filial piety the most. Once the reputation of being unfilial spreads, they will be spurned by the world, and their future may even be ruined. In Mrs. Zhao's imagination, Hong Yi would definitely bow his head in fear and admit his mistake to her after being scolded by her. After all, Hong Xuanji did not allow Hong Yi to learn martial arts, so if he wanted to succeed, he could only rely on learning literature. Once this path was cut off, Hong Yi would be useless. But Hong Yi did not. He looked up at Mrs. Zhao, without a trace of fear in his eyes, and his tone was very calm. "Madam, I am a scholar of Dakian. Dakian law stipulates that scholars only need to salute officials with real power. Although you are the mistress of the Hong Mansion and have the status of a first-class Haoming, you are not a real official of Dakian, so according to Dakian law, I don't need to salute you." Mrs. Zhao was furious when she heard this, but Hong Yi's words were very reasonable. According to the rules of the Dakian dynasty, if you pass the exam to become a scholar, you are no longer a commoner. Not to mention that she is only the mistress of Hong Yi, she is also his biological mother, so Hong Yi can choose not to salute. Mrs. Rong, who was standing aside, suddenly stood up and said, "Dakian law is Dakian law, but my Hong Mansion naturally has its own family rules. According to my Hong Mansion's family rules, those who disrespect the mistress of the house will be caned 30 times and have their monthly salary deducted for 3 months. Hearing Mrs. Rong's words, Hong Gui, who was standing aside, stood up immediately. Since his mother had spoken, he naturally had to make Hong Yi pay. Hong Yi still did not react, but said lightly, "Mrs. Rong means that Dakian law does not count, and is not as important as Hong Mansion's family rules." Hong Mansion's family rules override Dakian law? If it was a normal time, if Hong Yi dared to say such words in Hong Mansion, Mrs. Zhao would dare to beat Hong Yi to death with family rules. But now is not the time. Princess Jinnan will come to Hong Mansion in a while. If she saw this farce and spread Hong Yi's words, then even Hong Xuanji would be blamed by Emperor Qian. Even though Mrs. Zhao was so angry that her face turned blue, she still suppressed her temper. Okay, I will report your words to the Marquis truthfully in a few days. Let's see if you dare to be so stubborn then. As for now, you should get back to your yard. How can a short-lived ghost born by a brothel maid be qualified to welcome Princess Shannan, lest you pollute the princess's eyes later?" After Mrs. Zhao said this, she saw that Hong Yi was still standing there motionless. After being repeatedly rejected by Hong Yi, he was immediately furious and wanted to ask the servants to kill Hong Yi. Mrs. Rong, who was standing by, saw that Mrs. Zhao was about to lose her mind, and couldn't help but hold Mrs. Zhao's hand and turned to look at Hong Gui. It would be easy to kill Hong Yi, but it would be a big problem at this time. "Guier, why don't you drive this little bitch away quickly?" Hong Gui heard his mother's call and immediately walked in front of Hong Yi. He had been unhappy with Hong Yi for a long time. Hong Yi's indifferent look was more eye-catching than his coquettish outfit today. A little transparent person in the Hong Mansion, a character who was so lowly that he was in the dust, was so pretentious and dared to steal his limelight. He was simply courting death. He swung the golden whip in his hand fiercely and whipped Hong Yi fiercely. "Little bitch, the eldest lady has spoken, why don't you get out of here quickly?" Hong Gui was merciless, and the tip of the whip made a bang in the air. The whip made of gold wire and soft steel passed through the air and turned into a shadow that was invisible to the naked eye. A whip of this strength could beat an old cow to pieces, leaving a deep blood mark. But Hong Yi still stood still. He stretched out his hand and gently grasped it, and unexpectedly caught the extremely fast whip tip. His Taoism had reached the peak of the form, and his soul was in his body to control the overall situation. Although Hong Gui's whip was very fast, it seemed like slow motion in Hong Yi's eyes. After grabbing the whip in Hong Gui's hand, Hong Yi gently pulled it and snatched Hong Gui's whip into his hand. Then Hong Yi was merciless, and he whipped Hong Gui 3 times in a row. Before Hong Gui could react, he felt a sharp pain on his face. "Oh, my face, it hurts. It hurts so much." Hong Gui covered his face with his hands and rolled back and forth on the ground. Blood kept flowing down from his fingers. Hong Yi's 3 whips were very fierce. 2 of them were on Hong Gui's face. The whip marks were deep in the flesh, and the white bones could be seen through Hong Gui's fingers. Another whip was between Hong Gui's chest and abdomen, leaving a long whip mark from his chest to his lower abdomen, almost directly breaking the thing between Hong Gui's legs. These 3 times, Hong Yi still held back a little, otherwise with his current strength,
he could beat Hong Gui to death. Of course, this is not because Hong Yi is soft-hearted, but mainly because it is not yet time to completely break up with Hong Xuanji. Hong Xuanji is now in the palace. Hong Xuanji and Yang Pan are not only monarchs and ministers, but also good friends. Every month, Hong Xuanji would go to the palace to see the emperor. During the meeting, unless there was something very important, he would not return to the palace, and sometimes he would even stay in the palace and not come back. Hong especially chose this day to invite Luo Yun to the Hong mansion just to avoid Hong Xuanji. If he had beaten Hong Gui to death in public, then Hong Xuanji would probably return to the palace immediately. And based on his understanding of Hong Xuanji, if he really killed Hong Gui, given Hong Xuanji's character, he would definitely kill him without hesitation. Seeing her son in such a miserable state, Mrs. Rong could not sit still for a moment. She rushed to Hong Gui's side, gently stroked her son's back with her hand, and tears of heartache kept flowing down her face. Her hands gently held Hong Gui's face. "Son, let me see, let me see." Hong Gui barely suppressed the urge to continue rolling on the ground, and slowly raised his head to look at Mrs. Rong. There was an X-shaped scar on Hong Gui's face. Both scars extended from the forehead to the chin, deep enough to see the bone, and were extremely symmetrical. The edges of the scars were saw-like scars, with blood and flesh flying around, making Hong Gui's originally handsome appearance look like a demon. Seeing this scene, Mrs. Rong, who was originally calm, could no longer hold back, and a resentful expression appeared on her face. "Kill him. Kill him for me. How dare you hurt my Goyer like this?" The servants of the Hong mansion heard this and raised their iron rods. And suddenly 2 teams of elite soldiers ran out from behind the courtyard. The 2 teams of elite soldiers were wearing armor, holding a shield in one hand and a large machete with a cold glow in the other hand. Looking at the way these 2 teams of elite soldiers followed orders, Hong Yi could be sure that these 2 teams of elite soldiers were from military backgrounds and had undergone professional training. However, although these people were ready to attack, they still did not do it. Everyone's eyes were on Madame Zhao, who was standing in the middle of the yard. Madame Zhao was the mistress of the house, and these people would only obey Madame Zhao's orders. Madame Zhao was already furious and wanted to kill Hong Yi at all costs, but now seeing Hong Yi's crazy behavior, Madame Zhao's reason slowly returned. In her mind, Hong Yi did such a thing, he was already a dead man. Hong Xuanji was a master of Neo-Confucianism, and he would never let such a rebellious son go easily. She knew too well what kind of person her husband was. Madame Zhao said slowly, "You killed someone for no reason and beat your brother in front of the elders of the family. No matter according to the Dacian law or the family rules of the Hong mansion, you will not be able to escape this time." After that, Madame Zhao waved her hand, "Leave him alive and wait for the Marquis to come back and deal with him." Hong Yi put his hands behind his back and said slowly, "It's ridiculous." As expected of the mistress of the Wuwen Marquis mansion, she is really eloquent and good at turning black into white. According to the Dacian law, I am a scholar, not a commoner. Princess Xinnan visited the Hong mansion, and it was reasonable for me to come out to greet her in accordance with etiquette. Hong Gui not only drove me away for no reason, but also wanted to whip me. I fought back, which was reasonable. It was reasonable, and I did nothing wrong. Mrs. Zhao sneered, "Okay, then I won't say this. You just hit Hong Gui, which was really impressive. But have you forgotten one thing? The Marquis does not allow you to learn martial arts secretly. Learning martial arts secretly without permission is a taboo in my Hong mansion. You can save your words to the Marquis." After Mrs. Zhao finished speaking, a group of soldiers were about to rush forward, and at this time an old woman hurriedly ran into the front yard. "Madam, the second lady, the third lady, Princess Xinnan is here, you should get ready to greet her." This news made the entire Hong mansion a mess in an instant. The current state of the Hong mansion was not suitable for welcoming Princess Xinnan. Madame Zhao frowned, turned around and told the maid beside her, "Go and carry Hong Gui back to his room and give him some good medicine for wounds." Then Madame Zhao arranged for several servants to start cleaning the floor. After hurriedly finishing the work, Madame Zhao took the second and third wives to the front hall slowly. As soon as she walked out of the courtyard gate, Madame Zhao suddenly looked back at Hong Yi and said viciously, "Now that a noble person is coming, I will let you go for the time being, but don't think that this matter is over." Wait until the noble person leaves and you will have a hard time. Hong Yi smiled and said nothing. Isn't it just a matter of settling accounts after the autumn? Who wouldn't be the same?
The three ladies walked slowly to the gate of the Hong mansion together. There was a sound of wheels rolling in the distance, and 3 carriages with tall horses slowly drove over. There were also 8 guards riding BMWs on both sides slowly accompanying them. Not only that, there was a ceremonial guard in front of the carriage, holding a large flag with the title of Princess Jinan embroidered on it. Seeing Luo Yun's formal ceremony, Mrs. Zhao couldn't help but show a happy expression on her face, and even the anger she had just suffered was relieved a lot. 3 horses accompanied her, plus 8 guards. This is the highest standard that the title of Princess Jinan can use when walking in the imperial city. Princess Jinan attaches so much importance to the Hong family, which makes Mrs. Zhao very happy. The higher the status of the Hong mansion, the higher her status as the mistress of the Hong mansion will naturally be. At this moment, Luo Yun poked his head out of the carriage even though the carriage hadn't stopped yet, and waved in the direction of the Hong mansion from a distance. This abnormal behavior made the 3 ladies have some speculations in their hearts. Could it be that someone among the younger generation of the Hong mansion secretly became friends with Luo Yun? This is really a good thing. Luo Yun is not only a powerful princess, but also has the background of the Kamikaze kingdom. If they can maintain a good relationship with her, the power of the Hong mansion will be much more stable. Which youngster has such good fortune? Hong Luo from the 3rd house? It doesn't seem like that. Hong Luo is spoiled and usually only causes trouble. How could Princess Luo Yun be interested in him? Hong Xuejiao from the 2nd house? Xuejiao is still a possibility. Both of them are women, and Xuejiao has good martial arts and literary attainments. While the ladies were still guessing which youngster it was, Hong Yi, who was standing beside them, raised his hand and slowly waved to Luo Yun in the distance. Under the extremely surprised gazes of everyone in Hong Mansion, Luo Yun jumped out of the car and walked to Hong Yi's side, walking side by side with him. Everyone in the Hong Mansion almost stared out of their eyes. No one expected that Princess Luo Yun, as a member of the royal family, would actually be related to Hong Yi. Especially Mrs. Rong on the side, the resentment in her eyes is almost overflowing. Hong Gui dressed up so coquettishly today because she had thoughts about Princess Luo Yun. As a mother, she naturally knew what her son was thinking. But now her son was beaten half to death, and the culprit was walking side by side with the princess. But Luo Yun didn't care what they thought, and walked towards Hong Xuanji's study with Hong Yi, talking and laughing. After the two entered the study, Luo Yun took out a book from the bookshelf and sat down to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red/phoneme quietly. Hong Yi first looked at the desk and saw the spirit turtle breathing technique at a glance. In addition to the spirit turtle breathing technique, there are also many boxing secrets in the stack of books on the desk. In the past timeline, Hong Yi was afraid of offending Hong Xuanji, so he only looked at the turtle breathing method at the top. But this time Hong Yi had no intention of being polite. It was a rare opportunity to enter Hong Xuanji's study, and it wouldn't be a pity not to empty out his family fortune. Hong Yi opened the spirit turtle breathing technique and flipped it gently. The paper scrolled and a huffing sound came from it. With Hong Yi's soul cultivation at the peak of his appearance, all the patterns and words in the secret book of the spirit turtle breathing technique were imprinted in his mind. In less than a quarter of an hour, Hong Yi had memorized all the boxing secrets on his desk. Hong Yi secretly marveled in his heart. As expected of Hong Xuanji's collection, these secret books are all exquisite. There are not only martial arts training methods from various martial arts schools, but also many boxing principles. After reading it, he was enlightened and solved a lot of past confusions. The Dragon and Tiger Prajna Fist of the Great Zen Temple, the Great Self-True Spirit Kung Fu of the Jingjue Shrine, and even many boxing techniques from various families. Hong Xuanji's study is filled with all kinds of boxing secrets. These passwords that can be placed in the study are not the core collection of Hong Xuanji. It can be imagined how much benefit Hong Xuanji has gained from leading troops to encircle and suppress various sects in these years, and how profound his accumulation of boxing skills must be. In 3 hours, Hong Yi roughly browsed through all the books in Hong Xuanji's study and memorized all the useful contents. Hong Yi discovered that almost all of the books Hong Xuanji put in his study were secret books for Zhang training level, and there were only 2 or 3 books for Maro level boxing training. Hong Yi didn't feel disappointed. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals or either / phoneme.
The truly precious secret book Hong Xuanji would naturally not be placed in the study.
What's more, these books have also benefited him a lot. Immediately afterwards, Hong Yi opened the chat group again and uploaded all the books he recorded today to the group space.
The group space instantly exploded. Zhang Junbao Jianghu Sanrun, Hong Yi, did you rob the library of some sect, and you actually got so many boxing secret books? Su Chinzhou group leader, if I guess correctly, these should be obtained from Hong Xuanji's study.
It is a pity that there is no wheel of life and death created by Hong Xuanji, as well as your mother Meng Bingyun, the 2 scriptures of the universe left to you.
Hong Yi de Qian scholar, it's no pity.
I don't look down on Hong Xuanji's wheel of life and death. As for the 2 classics of the universe that my mother left me, I will naturally get them back from Hong Xuanji in an honest way. After chatting with the group for a while, Hong Yi closed the group.
A maid knocked lightly on the door outside the study.
Your Highness, it's already late, and the eldest lady has asked you to go to the restaurant for dinner.
The 2 of them followed the maid to the restaurant of Hong Mansion. As Hong Yi walked into the restaurant, the originally peaceful atmosphere suddenly turned cold. However, Luo Yun was still at the scene after all, so the 2 ladies did not have a fit. Instead, they greeted Princess Zhennan to take her seat with a smile. Halfway through the meal, Luo Yun suddenly spoke. Mrs. Zhao, Luo Yun has a heartfelt invitation.
Luo Yun had a great conversation with Brother Hong today.
Luo Yun is very impressed by Brother Hong's talents.
Now that the spring exam is coming, Luo Yun would like to invite Brother Hong to come to me. We stayed at the house for a few days and discussed classics and history with each other. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of several ladies in the Hong mansion changed. Mrs. Zhao said hurriedly, Your Highness Princess, it's not that my wife doesn't want to agree to this, but Hong Yi has a lazy temperament and phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals FN often / phoneme slacks off in his studies. In Yujing City, there are countless students who are better than him. I would like to ask the princess to hire someone else.
Mrs. Zhao did not want to let Hong Yi leave Hong Mansion.
Hong Yi slapped her in the face in public. If she couldn't let Hong Yi get the punishment he deserved today, how could she maintain her majesty as the mistress of the Hong Mansion?
Brother Hong is fond of beautiful mountains and rivers.
I have seen Brother Hong's literary talents in the past few days.
In my opinion, there are not many people in Yujing City who can surpass Brother Hong.
Besides, I discussed this matter with Brother Hong a few days ago. We have made an appointment, and Luo Yun doesn't want to break his promise, so he asks the ladies to make it happen. Luo Yun touched a purple long sword on his waist. This long sword was forged by Luo Yun using the 1,000 blood spirit yuan steel that Hong Yi gave her a few days ago. Luo Yun has spoken to such an extent that Mrs. Zhao really can't think of any reason to refuse. Although she was unwilling to do so, she could only let Hong Yi leave. Following Luo Yun, he left Hong Mansion and watched from a distance as the vermilion door of Hong Mansion slowly closed. Walking out of the depressing Hong Mansion, Hong Yi felt as if he had broken free from his restraints. It was as if he had escaped from a small, dark cage and came to a vast world to fly freely. The sea is wide for fish to leap, and the sky is high for birds to fly. The night was dark, and the sky was dotted with a few stars. The bird on the right sang a few times on the branch. Everything made Hong Yi feel extremely comfortable, and even his soul became stronger. His Taoist cultivation level directly broke through from the peak of manifestation to the realm of possession, and he was only one step away from entering the realm of ghost immortals. After staying in Luo Yun's mansion for one night, Hong Yi quietly left Yujing City the next day. With his peak cultivation level of possession, it is no exaggeration to control the flying sword and travel thousands of miles a day. In about half a day, Hong Yi arrived at the giant whale island. Before entering the island, Hong Yi controlled his soul to explore the information on the island.
The pirates on the giant whale island are not a mob.
They are pirates, but not just pirates. Their power is so huge that they even established a country called Giant Whale on the island. There are not only 3 innate martial artists who have integrated their spirit and flesh and dozens of top martial artists, but also hundreds of soldiers. Before becoming ghost immortals, the Taoist masters in the Yangshan world are still quite afraid of the power of the army. Because the spirit of the Taoist masters can be controlled by the blood of the warriors. After the military formation is set up, the blood of the warriors can be connected into one. With the power of these warriors on Giant Whale Island, ordinary ghost immortals who enter Giant Whale Island may not get any benefit. But Hong Yi is not afraid at all. He has a flying sword made of 1,000 blood spirit yuan steel in his hand. This special steel is not particularly precious in the Star Domain world, but in the Yangshan world, it actually has an additional skill that can be called a divine skill. Perhaps it is because this steel is melted with the blood of many monsters during the tempering, so that the flying sword made of 1,000 blood spirit yuan steel has a strong resistance to the blood attack of the warriors. After testing by Hong Yi and Luo Yun, it was found that under the protection of 1,000 blood spirit steel, even the chi and blood of the innate grandmaster level could not affect the soul possessed by the sword. According to Hong Yi's original plan, he wanted to sneak into the island and steal the Tathagata Sutra. But after getting this flying sword, Hong Yi changed his plan. Since he had such a flying sword that could be called a divine weapon, why should he be polite to the pirates on the island? Hong Yi was not a good man, and the pirates on the island were not good people. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme. Hong Yi had no psychological pressure to kill the pirates. Hong Yi naturally understood the principle of catching the leader first. If these pirates had no leader, they would be a mob and not to be feared at all. Hong Yi floated outside the Giant Whale Island in a small boat, and his soul left his body to control the flying sword in his hand and sneaked into the island. The innate martial artist who combined the body and soul was indeed very strong. If an ordinary Taoist master wanted to kill a martial artist of this level, he had to control the flying sword at phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme range, otherwise the flying sword would fall down instantly and his soul would be injured if it was rushed by the blood and chi of such a martial arts master. But Hong Yi didn't have to worry about this at all. What was a mere innate martial artist? With the protection of the 1,000 blood spirit yuan steel, even if they were more than 10 kilometers apart, the power of Hong Yi's flying sword was not reduced at all. Hong Yi did not force it. He controlled the flying sword and sneaked into the island quietly, taking advantage of the 3 leaders' sleep to kill them. The sword light was like snow, and the 2 leaders were killed by the sword light that suddenly flew out before they could react. Only the big boss of Giant Whale Island woke up from his sleep with the intuition of a warrior and avoided this fatal sword. But it still couldn't change anything. If one sword can't kill, then use more swords. Even if Huang Mei's knife is faster, it can't deal with a sword that will never break the defense. After killing the leader, kill the martial artist, and after killing the martial artist, kill the pirate. Hong Yi has no mercy at all. Since he has taken action to suppress the bandits, he must eliminate all the evil. If these pirates are not killed cleanly, they will go into exile and rob everywhere. I don't know how many tragedies will be caused. Of course, if there is a choice, with Hong Yi's character, he would rather capture all these pirates and make them slaves. However, his power has not yet taken shape, and there is no place to store them, so Hong Yi can only choose to kill them all. After killing all the pirates, Hong Yi began to count the gains of this battle. The armor and weapons on these pirates are worth 300,000 taels of silver. In addition, the value of the property looted by these pirates is even more amazing. There are more than 1 million taels of silver notes alone, plus silver, gold, jewelry, agate, etc., with a total value of more than 2 million taels. In addition, the most important thing is naturally the Tathagata Sutra. Hong Yi found the big Buddha with the Tathagata Sutra, and took it out from the small world in the Buddha's head under the induction of his soul. Looking at this scripture, Hong Yi's eye showed a scorching light. What a good Tathagata Sutra! It records the 108 acupoints measured by the great Zen temple. Don't underestimate these 108 acupoints. For a sect, even the measurement method of a single acupoint is worth fighting for with one's life. Jingzhuwei Temple only researched a method of extracting marrow and transforming essence for the acupoint of Gingyuan Shangtai. And the martial arts inheritance of Shinshao Dao only has 1 acupoint of Gushen. The preciousness of this present Tathagata Sutra can be seen. The practice of warriors is all tangible things, training bones, organs and marrow.
When it comes to the human immortal realm, it is the acupoints that are practiced. Warriors practice the body, and human immortals practice the acupoints. This half of the present Tathagata Sutra is enough to make him go very far in the human immortal realm. And the physical body becomes strong, the blood is full, and naturally it will strengthen his soul, so that his Taoism will also go hand in hand. It can be said that with this present Tathagata Sutra, Hong Yi really has the confidence to confront Hong Xuanji head-on. Hong Yi opened the chat group and uploaded this present Tathagata to the group space without hesitation. In addition to the present Tathagata Sutra, Hong Yi also gathered all the treasures on the giant whale island and divided them into 2 parts and sent them to Suchinjo. Hong Yi Dakian Scholar, Group Leader, this is the property I got from destroying the giant whale island. You have helped me a lot during this period, and you have spent a lot of money. The first red envelope is my thank you. Although I know you don't need it, please accept it. And the second red envelope, please keep it for me for a while. Suchinjo would naturally not refuse. These properties are nothing to Hong Yi. With his ability, the property of the giant whale island is just a drop in the bucket for him. And he has spent a lot of money on group members during this period, and he really needs to get some money back. Zhang Junbao Jianghu Sanrun, Hong Yi is awesome. It's only been 2 days, and you've already got the Tathagata Sutra. Looming Fei Dragon Slayer, didn't the group leader say that this giant whale island is quite difficult to deal with? Brother Hong, how did you get it so quickly? Hong Yi Dakian Scholar, this is mainly due to the 1000 blood spiritual steel that the group leader gave me. The flying sword made of this steel is so easy to use. The blood and chi of those innate warriors can't affect my soul at all. Looming Fei Dragon Slayer, so powerful. Emoji, get me one too. After hearing Hong Yi's introduction of how easy it is to use a flying sword made of 1000 blood spiritual steel, Looming Fei was really tempted. He couldn't tell whether the dragons and hybrids in the Dragon Clan world had blood and chi, but he didn't care. He would definitely get one first. Suchinjo Group Leader, okay, when you have cultivated to the point where you can control the sword, I will give each of you a sword. Hong Yi Dakian Scholar, although the Tathagata Sutra is good now, the method of measuring the acupoints must break through to the human immortal realm to exert its full power. With my current skills, I can only exert 1/10 of the effect of these acupoints at most. What a pity! If other acupoints can also be stimulated by the power of the lightning body technique like the Valley God acupoint. The lightning body technique is a secret method of the Divine Sky Tao, which is specially used to cultivate the Valley God acupoint. It can use the power of thunder and lightning to stimulate the power of the Valley God acupoint to 50%. The predecessors of the Divine Sky Tao have also tried to use thunder and lightning to stimulate other acupoints, but unfortunately, other acupoints cannot withstand the power of thunder and lightning, even a little bit. Suchinjo Group Leader, maybe it's not that there is no way at all. Since the Valley God acupoint can use lightning to practice, then it stands to reason that other acupoints should also be able to do so. I guess the main reason why the predecessors of Shinshao Dao failed was that they couldn't control the power of lightning. Many acupoints are indeed extremely precise. If the power of lightning exceeds a little, they can't stand it. But if we can accurately control the size of lightning, then maybe we can experiment out the right amount of electricity. Speaking of this, Suchinjo sent another red envelope to the group. A martial arts training auxiliary warehouse. This martial arts training auxiliary warehouse is a machine used by ordinary warriors to break through the first-level warriors, which can help warriors shape their combat bodies. This martial arts training auxiliary warehouse naturally also has the function of electric shock acupoints. And this machine is quite precise, and can control the amount of electricity to a very small value without any deviation. Suchinjo Group Leader, Hong Yi, you can try the electric shock function of this machine to see if it can activate the acupoints. Anyway, there is a time imprint function, and if it fails, just go back directly. The time imprint is not only able to go back once, but can go back an unlimited number of times within a specified time, which is very suitable for studying the activation of acupoints. After getting the Tathagata Sutra, Suchinjo couldn't wait to get into the cultivation space. The friends in the group are making rapid progress these days, and Suchinjo is naturally not idle. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals or either/phoneme. The focus of a first-level warrior's training is the extraordinary organs forged at the time of breakthrough.
The training goal of the Burning Flame Demon Fist as a first-level warrior is to replace all the bones in the body with the Flame Demon Divine Bones.
This replacement is actually a waste of time.
Under the influence of the Flame Demon Bone, Tsuchinjo's spine can produce burning demon blood, and this burning demon blood is transported to the whole body through blood vessels, and in turn infiltrates Tsuchinjo's whole body bones. Under the influence of the burning demon blood, his body, the bones inside will slowly be transformed into the Flame Demon Bones. After this period of practice, Tsuchinjo has replaced all the bones in the trunk and limbs, and now only the most difficult one, the skull, is left. Tsuchinjo only needs to replace the skull with the Flame Demon Divine Bone, and he can break through to the peak of the first-level warrior, and start to break through to the second-level warrior. However, the evolution of the skull cannot be rushed, it needs to be done slowly and accumulated over time. So Tsuchinjo began to study the Tathagata Sutra with great interest.
But while practicing the Tathagata Sutra, some minor accidents occurred. Now Tathagata Sutra actually needs Tsuchinjo to perform local adaptation.
Moreover, the price of this localization adaptation is quite expensive, and it is actually charged on a per-unit basis.
Localized adaptation of each acupoint requires 50 chat group points. This little accident made Tsuchinjo very surprised.
You must know that even the magic of cultivating immortals in the prehistoric world can be practiced unimpeded in the Star World. I didn't expect that Tathagata Sutra would be so special now.
108 acupoints, if all were localized and adapted, a full 5,400 points would be needed. Naturally, Tsuchinjo didn't want to be cut off by the system.
If 5,400 points were converted into time, he could speed up the process by 540 days.
Tsuchinjo wanted to rely on the current Tathagata Sutra as a reference to carry out local adaptation.
But it's a pity that he failed this time. Just looking at the appearance, the human races in all the worlds actually look similar, but in fact there are many differences in the body structures of the human races in different worlds. The method of measuring acupoints in the Yangshan world has almost no effect in the Star World. Even if he had the Tathagata Sutra as a reference, and coupled with the peak understanding of Zhang Sanfeng, it would still take a lot of time to measure the acupuncture points in the human body of the Star World. Moreover, the cultivation methods of these acupoints are also somewhat different from those currently recorded in the Tathagata Sutra, and they need to be modified and corrected. Going back and forth, it takes at least 7 or 8 days to explore the location of an acupoint. In addition, sometimes improving the cultivation method also requires the use of time imprints, and the cost is far more than 50 points.
After relying on his own strength to find 2 acupoints, Tsuchinjo reluctantly gave up the plan to save money.
It was the first time that Tsuchinjo used the localization adaptation function of the chat group and found that this function was really useful. After adapting to the local language of the chat group, not only the method of measuring acupoints has been changed to fully adapt to the physique of Star Territory people, but also detailed training methods for using electricity to stimulate acupoints have been added.
As Tsuchinjo expected, before the human immortal realm, every acupuncture point could be activated using electricity.
However, the requirements for power control are very high. A little more than a little energy will damage the acupoints immediately. The most important thing is that after the appropriate chat group matching, the effects of the acupoints are also listed in detail. You must know that the body structure of the Star Territory people is different from that of the humans in the Yangshan world, and even the same acupoints have different effects. For example, the acupoint of Jingyuan Shangtai, in the world of Yangshan, can convert a person's physical energy and blood into the power of the soul. But in the Star World, the function of this acupoint is to stimulate the thinking speed of the human brain.
The more the Jingyuan Shanfei acupoint is activated, the faster the brain will be able to think.
If people were to explore the various differences here, I don't know how much energy would be expended, but the chat group clearly listed the differences, saving Tsuchinjo a lot of effort. However, after this period of practice, Tsuchinjo didn't have many points left in his hand now, so he just selected 15 more important acupoints for local adaptation. Some of these acupoints can enhance his movement speed, some can enhance his resistance to blows, and some can enhance his thinking speed. After activating these acupoints, Tsuchinjo felt that his strength had at least doubled. Tsuchinjo opened the group chat and saw Hanli sending a bunch of red envelopes to the chat group.
Everyone in the group has a share. It was rare for Hanli to receive welfare, so Suchinjo quickly clicked to receive it. Qiankuan has 400 kilograms of rice, 1 bottle of golden soup and jade dew pills, and 2 boxes of tiger bone marrow refining ointment. Suchinjo group leader, Hanli, your efficiency is too high. I just sent you the Qiankuan Ichi rice yesterday, and you actually grew so much today. Qiankuan Ichi rice is a precious rice in the world of Yangshan. Hongyi took out 10 kilograms of 1000 blood spirit yuan steel, and then obtained it from a transaction with a hidden family through Luo Yun's channels. Although this kind of Qiankuan Ichi rice is not as precious as Longya rice, it is already the top rice in the Yangshan world. Long-term use of Qiankuan Ichi rice can make people's qi and blood full and their souls strong. According to the person from the hidden family, if a baby can eat enough Qiankuan Ichi rice from a young age, he will be able to have the strength of a marrow refining master when he grows up without practicing any martial arts. However, the Qiankuan Ichi rice that the hidden family traded to Han Yi can only be eaten, and cannot breed new seedlings. This is not difficult for Suchinjo at all. With the technology of the star field world, as long as the seeds are in hand, is there any fear that he can't find a breeding method? Suchinjo found a genetic research laboratory, and with the help of a professional, it took only 2.5 hours to crack the secret that Qiankuan Ichi rice cannot be bred. While cracking the secret, the expert was sighing, "It's 40/40, why are there still people using this outdated method to encrypt?" Now the seeds of those large companies are encrypted with gene locks, which can be locked for several generations, as many as you want, which is much more advanced than this seed that can only be bred once. Hanli, disciple of Qishuan sect, this kind of rice is much easier to grow than any spiritual medicine. I diluted a drop of the Cantillon creation liquid 100 times and used it to sow, and it can sow 1 acre of land. Just yesterday, I harvested 4,000 kilograms of Qiankuan Ichi rice. So exaggerated. Suchinjo was shocked. Qiankuan Ichi rice is indeed a special rice variety in the Yangshan world. It can actually produce 4,000 kilograms per mu. This is really too exaggerated. What's even more exaggerated is that after diluting the Cantillon creation liquid with water, it can actually sow a whole acre of land. It seems that Hanli usually uses a whole drop of towering creation liquid to accelerate the growth of the elixir, so a lot of energy should be wasted in the ripening process. On the contrary, after adding water to dilute it, the energy utilization efficiency becomes higher. However, Hanli's approach was not wrong. A 100-year-old elixir was indeed inferior to a 4,000-pound Qiankuan Ichi rice. But if it could be cultivated into a 10,000-year elixir, then it would be more important to the cultivators than several kilograms of Qiankuan Ichi rice. Hong Yi de Qianxiuzai, great. With the tiger bone marrow refining ointment and golden soup jade dew pills, I am confident that I can reach the peak of the innate martial arts within a few days. When the time comes, combined with the cultivation of the blood-moving realm, one can break through to the realm of the marrow master in one fell swoop. At that time, I can return to Yujing City with peace of mind. Even if I face Hong Xuanji directly, I will have the confidence to confront him head-on. Jintang Yulu pill is a medicine for internal use, which can strengthen the 5 internal organs after being eaten, while tiger bone marrow refining cream is for external use, and can be applied to the joints to strengthen the bone marrow. These 2 secret medicines are recorded in Monking Yue's record of fighting against Buddhas, and they are secret martial arts medicines not passed down from the Daisen temple. Hong Yi had been trying to refine these 2 precious medicines since he obtained the Buddha fighting records from Giant Whale Island a few days ago. However, the medicinal materials required for these 2 precious medicines are extremely precious, and the 2 main medicines must be more than 100 years old. Naturally, Hong Yi had no way to obtain the centuries-old treasure medicine, but Hong Yi couldn't do it, but Hanli could. Ever since he acquired the time acceleration function, Hanli had accumulated many drops of towering creation fluid in his hand. Ripening 2 centuries-old medicinal herbs was a piece of cake for Hanli without any effort. In Iten World, outside Shangyang City, there were 2 horses carrying a pair of young girls walking slowly under the morning sun. The girl had a beautiful smile, was wearing a bright yellow dress, and had a long sword on her waist. Her eyes were moving as she looked around, as if she were an elf in the sky. I've been away from home for a long time and haven't been back for almost a year. This time I take you on a tour of the world, just in time to take you back to Shangyang City to have a look. If you go to Shenyang City, you will meet Guodashia. Zhang Junbao couldn't help but blush when he heard Guoxiang's words.
Guoxiang turned the long sword in her hand and said with a smile, Junbao, don't be nervous. Although my parents are very famous in the world, they are actually very good people.
After you arrive in Shenyang City, you will definitely love it there. How can I be nervous? Don't talk nonsense.
Zhang Junbao turned his head and glanced at Guoxiang's bright face from the corner of his eye.
My heart couldn't help but pounding. Why am I so nervous because of Guodashia's reputation in the world? It's not because they are your parents.
But Zhang Junbao didn't dare to say this at this time. Although he and Guoxiang have become quite familiar with each other during this period, Zhang Junbao can also feel that Guoxiang has gradually taken a place in his heart. But Zhang Junbao also knew that now was not the time. The most important person in Guoxiang's heart was still Yang Guo. In fact, based on Zhang Junbao's character, if he hadn't known about Guoxiang's tragic ending in the future, he would most likely have chosen to miss Guoxiang. But now that he has an insight into the future direction, Zhang Junbao cannot let everything happen again. Guoxiang looked at Zhang Junbao's nervous expression, looking a little stupid, and couldn't help but cover his mouth with his hand, and a burst of laughter like silver bells came from his mouth. Don't worry, sister, I will protect you when we get to Shenyang City. As long as I am here, no one else in Shenyang dares to bully you. At this time, Guoxiang felt a protective desire, completely forgetting that Zhang Junbao was a peerless master who could defeat Shaolin alone. I just thought of him as the poor little monk when I first met him. From Yangzhou to Shenyang, the journey is very long, but if you are accompanied by a beautiful woman, then the long journey will become very short. In the blink of an eye, Shenyang City is right in front of you. The two of them walked side by side and rode two horses slowly to the gate of Shenyang City. Guoxiang raised her head and looked at a man in black armor on the city gate, with an excited smile on his face. Dad, I'm here, I'm here. The man in black armor on the city tower looked down, and with a movement of his body, he flew down from the city wall like a rock. Xiener, why are you back at this time? This month, the Mongolian army attacked Shenyang City again. At this time, Shenyang was already in danger. For you to come back at this time is simply before Guojing finished speaking, he couldn't help but sigh. This time the Mongolian army was coming fiercely, and he had no confidence that he could defend Shenyang City. Guojing didn't mind living and dying with Shenyang City, but at this critical moment, his daughter who could have escaped the disaster actually returned to Shenyang, which made Guojing feel mixed. Although he is a great hero, his wife and children are also very important to him. He hoped that his wife and children could phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live phoneme well, but the morality in his heart could not allow him to blame Guoxiang for rushing back to Shenyang to defend the city. The Mongolian army is here again. Fortunately, I came back in time. Guoxiang exclaimed. Before Guoxiang returned to Shenyang, he had no idea that the Mongolian army was going to attack the city. She was extremely lucky that she came back in time, otherwise she would be left alone to survive when Shenyang City was destroyed, and she would never be able to forgive herself in this life. But then Guoxiang remembered something again, and she turned to look at Zhang Junbao. Junbao, I wanted to take you to visit Shenyang City this time, but now the war is urgent, it seems that there is no chance. You go to Yangzhou City and wait for me first. I will go to Yangzhou to find you after the war is over. Guoxiang didn't want Zhang Junbao to be involved in this terrible war because of her. In Guoxiang's opinion, although Zhang Junbao's martial arts are very strong, he also has weaknesses. That is, except for the flying sword, Zhang Junbao's martial arts can only be regarded as an ordinary first-class master, and Zhang Junbao's sword control distance is limited, and he can't control the sword at a super long distance. The battlefield is different from the ordinary martial arts fighting. Once he controls the flying sword on the battlefield, he will definitely become a thorn in the eyes of the Mongolian cavalry. With Zhang Junbao's martial arts, there is no hope of surviving in the sprint of countless Mongolian cavalry. Hearing Guoxiang's words, Zhang Junbao didn't even think about it, and blurted it out directly. Miss Guoxiang, what do you mean by that? Are you asking me to leave you and go to Yangzhou alone? No way, I'm not going anywhere. Miss Guoxiang, wherever you are, I'm there. What Guo Xiang didn't know was that the martial arts she had seen of Zhang Junbao were all old news. The time acceleration function of the chat group does not require you to stay in the practice room for a full day every time you redeem it.
You can stop at any time and continue it the next time you go in.
Although Zhang Junbao and she have been together day and night for more than 10 days, behind the scenes, Zhang Junbao uses the time acceleration function of the chat group practice room to practice crazily every night. But even without these gains in skills, it is impossible for Zhang Junbao to abandon Guo Xiang and escape alone. Hearing Zhang Junbao's firm response, Guo Xiang felt an inexplicable surge of emotion in her heart. She looked at Zhang Junbao's resolute expression and suddenly realized that this little brother's facial features looked a bit handsome. After hearing Zhang Junbao's words, Guo Jing looked at him with more scrutiny.
Doesn't this kid look a little off? Why do I feel so uncomfortable looking at this kid?
At this moment, a beautiful woman in yellow clothes flew down from the city wall. Huang Rong had a gentle smile on her lips, and her eyes kept looking up and down at Zhang Junbao. The more she looked at him, the more satisfied she became. She had long known that her daughter had special feelings for Yang Guo. This matter made her quite distressed. No one knows better than her how dedicated Yang Guo is to Xiao Longnu.
Lu Wushuang, Gongsun LV, etc., with these living examples in front of her, Huang Rong knew that Guo Xiang's feelings for Yang Guo would never be reciprocated.
Now the appearance of Zhang Junbao gave Huang Rong a glimmer of hope to solve the problem.
Brother Jing, hurry up and take Xiang'er and her friends into the city, otherwise it will be in danger if the Meng Yuan army comes over later. Guo Jing hurriedly took Zhang Junbao and Guo Xiang into Shangyang City. Although there was chaos outside Shangyang City, the people in Shangyang City were not affected and still lived an orderly life.
A long street lined with various stalls, full of the atmosphere of market life.
A few people walked through the long streets of Shangyang City and arrived at Gui Jing's house not long after.
There were many Jianghu people gathered in the Gui mansion. These Jianghu people all came from all over the world to help Shangyang defend the city. Seeing Guo Xiang return home, many people in the world were very happy and greeted Guo Xiang one after another. But Guo Xiang, who has always been generous and eccentric, became a little silent this time. He was not as excited as usual to tell these people about his experiences in the arena. After arriving at Guo Mansion, Guo Xiang hurried back to the room without even staying with her parents for a while. The attentive Zhang Junbao noticed that Guo Xiang's face was flushed when she left, as if she had been smeared with the top-quality rouge produced by Jiangnan, making her look pretty. Seeing Guo Xiang's performance, Huang Rong couldn't help but smile, and she became even more enthusiastic towards Zhang Junbao. Huang Rong took Zhang Junbao to the Guo Mansion's meeting hall and introduced him to everyone present. The meeting hall was filled with many generals and some martial arts people.
They are discussing how to deal with this attack by the Mongolian and Yuan armies.
Huang Rong sat on the main seat with her brows furrowed and a look of sadness on her face.
Brother Jing, this time the Mongolian and Yuan armies are coming in force.
They have gathered 100,000 soldiers and horses.
I'm afraid they won't let it go.
On the other side, a deputy general, Zhang Yuanyue, stepped out from the crowd and said, "It's true. Our scouts have been exploring the movements of the Mongolian and Yuan armies in the past few days and found that they are organizing craftsmen to build siege equipment.
Calculating the time, it should be about the same in 3 days. It's done."
Guo Fu raised her eyebrows at the side and said, "What are you afraid of? Although the Mongolian and Yuan armies numbered 100,000, we in Shangyang City also have 5,000 fighting troops, plus more than 100 martial arts people.
We are in danger. If we defend, I don't believe that the Mongolian and Yuan armies can break through our defense line."
Gui Jing let out a long sigh, having said that, if the Mongolian and Yuan armies forcefully attack the city regardless of casualties, and the enemy is outnumbered and we are outnumbered, the casualties in this battle may be very terrifying.
What is the concept of an army of 100,000? Looking down from the top of Shangyang City, there is a vast area of darkness.
Everywhere you can see are the heads of the Mongolian and Yuan armies. Although martial arts masters have a natural advantage in the battle to defend the city, and can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme create miracles of 1 against 100 in a small terrain, the problem is that there are too many Mongolian and Yuan troops attacking the city this time. According to Gui Jing's estimate, even if he could defend Shenyang City against the Mongolian and Yuan armies' attack this time, the battle loss ratio would be astonishingly over 60%.
Guo Fu continued, so what if there are heavy casualties? The Mang Yuan people will fight wherever they want. Many of us will die. Mang Yuan will only die more than us. I don't believe that the Mang Yuan people are not afraid of death.
As soon as these words came out, the entire meeting hall was filled with emotions. Marshal, the eldest lady is right, they can fight if they want. The old man will lose his life, but he will not lose if he kills one, and he will gain blood by killing two. Damn it, I've been afraid of things all my life, but I've never been afraid of death, fighting with these bastards. Seeing the fighting spirit of everyone in the hall, Wu Jing nodded.
Shenyang was already the last line of defense for the Song dynasty.
If Shenyang City was broken, the Song dynasty would be almost over.
Therefore, all cities can lose, but Shenyang City cannot lose.
Since there is no way out, the only option is to fight to the death.
The days in Shenyang City passed quickly.
In the past few days, the Mongolian and Yuan armies also organized several attacks. However, the purpose of these attacks were all probing. Before Zhang Junbao could take action, Wu Jing easily repulsed them. Zhang Junbao gradually got used to living in the Guo mansion, and gradually became familiar with everyone in the Guo family.
Another day, soldiers and horses attacked outside Shenyang City.
The sound of horns sounded all over the sky, and the sound was extremely loud. Even Zhang Junbao in the city could hear the shouts of the Mang Yuan army clearly. Zhang Junbao, who heard the commotion, quickly walked out of the room and rushed to Shenyang City gate. Along the way, Zhang Junbao saw many soldiers doing preparations, some were carrying stones, and some were boiling alchemy juice. And more soldiers, wearing armor, stood on the city wall, ready for battle. Guo Xian was also on the city wall at this time. She grew up in Shenyang City since she was a child, so she was naturally familiar with such scenes. Guo Xiang was wearing a red cloak and a pure white cloak with iron pieces embedded on her body, looking heroic. This cloak was made of thick linen, with a bright heart mirror on the chest, and some iron pieces embedded in other key places. This kind of cloak was specially customized for people in the martial arts world. The cloak made of cloth would not affect the flexibility of people in the martial arts world, and the thick linen had a certain ability to resist cutting. Coupled with the iron pieces embedded in key places, it could play a good role on the battlefield. After Zhang Junbao walked up to the city wall, Wu Xiang came to his side, pulled Zhang Junbao to an inconspicuous corner, and then stuffed a ball of things into his hand. Junbao, put this on quickly.
Zhang Junbao took the thing from Guo Xiang's hand and took a closer look.
It turned out to be a golden underwear. The outer layer of the clothes also had rows of fine hooks, which looked very strange. Zhang Junbao certainly knew what this was, a soft armor that was invulnerable to swords and spears. Huang Rong should have passed this armor to Guo Fu, but I don't know why it came to Guo Xiang again. Zhang Junbao said hesitantly, this should be something your parents taught you to save your life.
Why did you give it to me?
Miss Guo, you should wear it. Guo Xiang just looked at Zhang Junbao steadily. I said that my sister will protect you when we get to Shenyang City. Be obedient and put it on quickly. Besides, in this battle, with your swordsmanship, one Zhang Junbao is worth 1,000 Guo Xiangs.
You are much more important than me. Zhang Junbao did not delay any further.
He did not know how to reject Guo Xiang's kindness. Anyway, with him around, no one could hurt Guo Xiang. So he took the soft armor from Guo Xiang and put it on directly. Miss Guo, you gave me the soft armor, so now I am your soft armor. At this moment, the sound of drums rang out on the battlefield, and the Mongolian army rushed forward as if they had received a command. The first batch of death-defying soldiers rushed to the moat of Shenyang City with various tools in their hands, and gradually built a series of floating bridges.
Once the floating bridges were built, the Mongolian army would have a direct passage to attack Shenyang City.
Wu Jing looked at the members of the death-defying soldiers and hesitated for 3 seconds before ordering the soldiers to shoot arrows. Most of these death-defying soldiers were composed of captured civilians and surrendered soldiers. Strictly speaking, they were actually their own people. In particular, some civilians were already gray-haired and could not even walk steadily. But Guo Jing knew that kindness is not good for the army. This is war, not playing house.
If he doesn't shoot arrows now, will he not shoot arrows when the Mongolian soldiers drive these death squads to the city wall? Wouldn't that mean that Xiangyang city will be handed over to the enemy? In this case, it is better to strike first. Dense arrows shot out, like dark clouds covering the sky and the sun. In one round of volleys, 70 or 80 members of the death squad fell in a pool of blood. The progress of the Mongolian army in building the floating bridge was also delayed a lot. Seeing this scene, Guo Xiang's eyes showed reluctance. They just want a phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals live/phoneme well. After all these years of wandering in the rivers and lakes, she knew how hard the people's lives were in such a chaotic world. They just wanted to phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals live/phoneme well. Why was it so difficult? Most of the people who died in this round of volleys were the driven people, and there was even a teenager. But Guo Xiang also knew that what Guo Jing did was absolutely right, and he was responsible for the Song dynasty and the people in Xiangyang. That's why Guo Xiang felt particularly uncomfortable. At this moment, a sword light appeared in front of her. "Miss Guo, wait for me, I'll be back soon." Before he finished speaking, Zhang Junbao floated down from the city wall. Zhang Junbao was not at the city gate, so he jumped down from the city wall and landed directly in the moat. He tapped his toes, causing ripples in the moat, and his figure rushed to the other side of the river like a sharp sword. Guo Xiang shouted, "Junbao, don't go, come back quickly, come back quickly." Guo Xiang wanted to jump off the city wall to chase Zhang Junbao back, but was caught tightly by Guo Fu on the side. "Sister, what does this young master Zhan you brought back want to do?" He rushed straight into the army of 10,000 people alone. "Does he think he is Yang Guo?" Wei Jing and his wife and the people of the beggars' gang were also shocked by Zhang Junbao's behavior. What a beautiful Qingdong, what an upright character, what a pity. This time, young Master Zhang may never come back. Everyone on the city wall could understand why Zhang Junbao rushed down at this time. He just couldn't bear to see those innocent people being driven to death by the Mongolian army. They thought the same when they went to the battlefield for the first time. In fact, they had tried to save these driven people. But their abilities are limited. With their strength, once they have the intention to save people, the result is phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals FN often/phoneme to harm themselves and lose their lives. So after a long time, this group of battlefield veterans also forced their hearts to become cold and hard. Zhang Junbao rushed to the other side of the river. He looked at it and saw a hell on earth. The Mongol army held a bright steel knife in their hands and chopped forward without hesitation. If any of the death-defying members dared to take a step back, they would be chopped to pieces immediately. These death-defying members had no choice but to keep rushing forward, building floating bridges under the rain of arrows from the Song army. Zhang Junbao saw with his own eyes that several children aged 8 or 9 were so frightened that they could not move, and as a result, they were beheaded by these Mongol soldiers. There were also several old men who would rather die than surrender, and even if they died at the hands of the Mongol army, they were unwilling to build floating bridges for the enemy, and as a result, they were also chopped in half by the Mongol soldiers. Their children were wailing while holding the bodies of their relatives, but they were still chopped to death by these merciless Mongol soldiers. Zhang Junbao couldn't bear it anymore after seeing this scene. He gently patted the scabbard behind him, and a red long sword shot out of the scabbard. This long sword was the new flying sword forged by Qianshu Lingyuan steel. A few days ago, Su Qinzhou knew that Zhang Junbao was in Xiangyang city and was about to face the scene of the Mongol army attacking the city. Su Qinzhou's previous life also came from this country, so he naturally wanted to make a contribution to the defense of Xiangyang. So he urgently asked Chen Mu to get 1,000 blood spirit steel to make a flying sword for Zhang Junbao, and not just one, but 2. Zhang Junbao could feel that under the conflict of blood and qi of the 100,000 troops, his Taoist soul was a little shaky, and even if he left his body, he would have to bear huge pressure. But after the soul and thoughts escaped into the flying sword, this feeling disappeared instantly, and the soul was extremely smooth. Although it was still impossible to exert all his strength, it was enough to deal with the scene in front of him. The people standing on the city wall saw only a red light, and then a red dragon soared into the sky, like a dragon leaping into the sky, with sword lights everywhere. After a sword whistle,
the steel knives in the hands of more than a dozen Mongolian soldiers fell to the ground. They held their throats tightly with both hands, but blood still gushed out of their throats. One strike made a success, but Zhang Junbao did not stop, and the red sword light continued to sweep the battlefield. At this time, many Mongolians had discovered Zhang Junbao's existence, and they gave up driving away the captives. He raised his big knife and rushed towards Zhang Junbao. In fact, under the influence of the blood and chi of the 100,000 troops, Zhang Junbao's flying sword speed had dropped a lot, but these Mongolian soldiers were really vulnerable. Although several brave Mongolian soldiers successfully held the flying sword with their knives, the next second, the direction of the flying sword changed, and it stabbed out again from an incredible angle, chopping off their heads. In the blink of an eye, dozens of soldiers died in Zhang Junbao's hands. Huang Rong looked at this scene with a dazed look in her eyes. She turned her head and looked at Guoxiang stupidly. "No, girl, the man you brought back is a bit outrageous." The martial artists on the side were even more excited. "What kind of martial arts is this? What kind of martial arts is this? Old beggar, am I dazzled? Give me a slap. Stinky scholar, I feel dazzled too. If not, give me a slap. Today I have seen this sword, and I have no regrets in life or death. The sword light is like a dragon, roaring in the sky, killing people in 100 steps in the blink of an eye. This is no longer a sword technique, but a fairy method. He is not a human, he is a sword fairy." Another martial artist couldn't help but sigh, "What a pity." The little sword fairy couldn't help but rush into the battlefield. Otherwise, with him, even if the Mongolian army doubled, it would not be able to break through the defense of Shenyang city. Everyone present sighed and regretted, it was indeed the case. With such a magical flying sword, if you can attack while the Mongolian army is climbing the city wall, it will be as refreshing as mowing the grass. Guofu was a little dazed, she turned her head to look at her sister. A little jealousy rose in her heart. Why is my little sister so lucky? Every time she brings back a man who is better than the other. The last time she brought back Yanghua, the Condor hero, she easily solved the crisis of Shenyang city. I thought Yanghua was already invincible, but I didn't expect that Zhang Junbao, who was brought back this time, was even more outrageous than Yanghua. As Zhang Junbao continued to kill, more and more people in the Mongolian army noticed him. Many soldiers rushed forward regardless of life and death and surrounded Zhang Junbao. I counted the votes yesterday, and the most book friends chose the second one. In fact, I also know that those book friends who don't like Japanese comics will still not phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme if they leave Misaka Makoto. However, the book friends who chase the update are the biggest. I apologize to the readers who chose the third one. Xiao Li's story will be put in the extra chapter. I will start updating this part after the new book period ends. Friends who are interested can watch it by themselves. I also apologize to the readers who chose the first one. If you don't want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme Misaka Makoto's story, just skip it. Out of sight, out of mind. When I write about the world of a certain scientific railgun later, I will pay attention to the chapter names and make them more obvious. Well, I won't arrange the Japanese comics world in the future. The controversy is too big. I apologize to the friends who urged Doraemon and Conan. By the way, everyone should not be taboo about Chinese comics and Hong Kong comics, or do you just want to see the characters in the novels? There were also several Mongolian generals riding horses, wearing heavy armor, holding long spears, and looking murderous. Behind them were 2,000 cavalrymen, as dense as the tide of Qiantang River, with the sound of horse hooves shaking the earth. The Mongolian general in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme was big and strong, with a full beard, wearing a set of black heavy armor, and the sound he made was very rough. He shouted at Zhang Junbao. The Song people boasted all day long that they had a sword fairy. I didn't believe it at first, but I didn't expect to see a real one today. Today, my Mongol Yuan dynasty has dominated the world and unified the four seas. It is the destiny of heaven. No matter what kind of magic you use, you will have no way to escape when surrounded by my army. Hurry up and lay down your weapons and surrender to my Mongol Yuan dynasty, and I will spare your life.
Otherwise, after I break through Shangyang City, I will massacre the city for 3 days and leave Shangyang with nothing left.
The Mongol Yuan soldiers have surrounded Zhang Junbao, but no one can get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to Zhang Junbao. The red sword light in the air is as swift as lightning and as elegant as a swimming dragon. With Zhang Junbao as the center of the circle, it keeps killing the approaching Mongol Yuan soldiers. Escape? You are the ones who are going to escape today. You Mongolian thieves, today I will make you pay with blood. The Mongolian general laughed grimly. You are so ignorant, 100,000 Mongolian troops can surround you to death. Unless you can fly, you are dead today. Men, kill this kid. I will allow you to not put down your sword for 3 days and slaughter all the people in Shangyang City. Long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme the general. Kill. Kill. Young lady from the Central Plains, I am here. Hearing the promise of the Mongolian general, these Mongolian soldiers became extremely excited and brave. When some Mongolian soldiers were about to be stabbed by the flying sword, they not only did not dodge, but also twisted their bodies, trying to block the flying sword with their bones. Under the attack of the Mongolian army, regardless of casualties, the circle drawn by Zhang Junbao with the flying sword became smaller and smaller. Gradually, a Mongolian soldier approached within 3 feet of Zhang Junbao. A flash of excitement flashed in the eyes of the Mongol soldier, and his hand holding the spear trembled slightly. The man in front of me stood still, and it seemed that his soul was out of his body to control the flying sword. Now I walked in front of him, and as long as I stabbed him lightly, this overwhelming credit would belong to me. Just when he thought he was going to succeed, Zhang Junbao pulled out another red long sword from his waist, swung his hand back, and a scorching sword energy flew out along the long sword, splitting the Mongol soldier in two. After these days of practice, his Taoist cultivation had already made great progress and broke through to the stage of possession. For Zhang Junbao now, splitting the spirit into thoughts is just a routine operation. Part of the thoughts entered the flying sword to kill wantonly, and the other part of the thoughts stayed in the flesh to guard. After the death of this Mongol soldier, many Mongol soldiers came up behind him. These Mongol soldiers were well trained and had quite a few tricks to cooperate with each other. More than a dozen people stabbed out with their spears together, blocking all of Zhang Junbao's movement space. But Zhang Junbao was not at all weak. His internal strength has also improved by leaps and bounds in these days of practice. The Nine Yang magic art is indeed a first-class martial arts in the martial arts world. With the help of the Nine Yang magic art, Zhang Wuji has cultivated a body of top internal strength in the martial arts world in just a few years. Zhang Junbao already has a deep foundation of internal strength. With the dual blessing of the basic bodybuilding skills of the Star Domain Alliance and the time acceleration of the chat group, his internal strength has long reached the top level of the martial arts world. Not only that, Zhang Junbao has been improving the Nine Yang magic art during this period. From the perspective of the Yutian world, the Nine Yang magic art is absolutely a unique skill. No matter which martial arts master comes, he can't find any faults with the Nine Yang magic art. But Zhang Junbao is different. His vision is not limited to the Yutian world. Through the chat group, Zhang Junbao has seen so many different cultivation systems and has come up with many wonderful ideas. In particular, the 9 True Jade Qi training art brought by Yang Chan opened Zhang Junbao's eyes. The upper limit of the 9 Yang magic art is too low. Even if you practice it to the ultimate level, it is just to break through the acupuncture points of the whole body's meridians, achieve the unity of heaven and man, and achieve the great circulation of the human body. Zhang Junbao, who has seen the height of the sky and the vastness of the earth, how can he be satisfied with such an ordinary level? Under the influence of this idea, Zhang Junbao began to try to improve the Nine Yang magic art. In Zhang Junbao's imagination, the Nine Yang, then the ultimate version must have the power of 9 suns to be worthy of the name. Of course, to achieve this conjecture is far beyond Zhang Junbao's ability. But Zhang Junbao is not an ordinary person. In addition, with so many reference materials, he actually made a 2.0 version of the Nine Yang magic art for him. At the beginning, Zhang Junbao tried many ways to break through the shackles of the Nine Yang magic art, but in the end he failed. He also learned from Su Chenzhou to condense the Nine Yang Qi into a Qi Dan. But it is easy to condense the Qi Dan, but difficult to shape it. After all, he does not have the flame demon godbone as a container to hold the Dan. After each condensation, it will not take long for the Qi Dan to collapse and turn into Qi again. After many attempts, Zhang Junbao found that the reason was that the purity of the Nine Yang Qi was not enough. The Nine Yang Qi was a kind of Qi that was extremely yang and strong. But in Zhang Junbao's opinion, the Nine Yang Qi cultivated by human breathing did not reach the limit above the anode. It is precisely because of this that the condensation of the true Qi golden elixir has repeatedly failed. The Nine True Jade Qi training technique has methods to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and the moon. However, these methods are only used by people with cultivation, especially absorbing the essence of the sun, which is extremely dangerous and can burn one's body if one is not careful. After many attempts, Zhang Junbao combined science and technology with the ancient immortal method, and finally developed a way to safely absorb the essence of the sun in the Etian world. After successfully absorbing the essence of the sun, Zhang Junbao used it to refine the Nine Yang True Qi. After adding the essence of the sun, Zhang Junbao refined the Nine Yang True Qi in his body into the 2.0 version of the Nine Yang True Qi that was like a golden flowing fire. This new 2.0 version of the Nine Yang True Qi is not only more powerful and more lethal, but also has a higher purity. Especially after Zhang Junbao successfully formed a martial arts golden elixir using the new Nine Yang True Qi, there was a qualitative leap in the release of True Qi. In simple terms, the new version of Nine Yang Qi is not easy to dissipate. Zhang Junbao tried it, and with a casual finger, the Nine Yang Qi could punch a small hole in a stone dozens of meters away, which was more like the Six Meridians Divine Sword than the Six Meridians Divine Sword. Once he picked up the long sword, the power of the sword energy he swung was super doubled. These Mongolian soldiers thought that they had finally had the opportunity to confront Zhang Junbao head-on after all the hardships, but they didn't know that this was the beginning of their nightmare. Zhang Junbao turned his long sword and drew a gorgeous long wheel of flames in the air. For a moment, fish and dragons flowed, and the trees and silver flowers were like colorful fireworks outside Shangyang City. And around Zhang Junbao, there was a red dragon swimming freely. Wherever the dragon went, there would be a person's body and head separated. When the people in Shangyang saw this scene, their eyes almost popped out. Is this martial arts? Have we been practicing like dogs for so many years? Zhang Junbao was enjoying killing more and more. With the rotation of the long sword, he actually fought forward 700 meters despite the encirclement of 100,000 Mongolian troops. The road he was walking on was full of corpses on both sides. The soldiers who came later even had to use their hands and feet to climb over the pile of corpses. 2 long swords, one far and one near. The flaming long sword near was ruthlessly harvesting lives like mowing grass, while the red flying sword in the distance was even more tricky, specifically choosing officers among the Mongolian soldiers to kill. Tens, centurions, and 1,000 men, Zhang Junbao didn't pick them at all. As long as they dared to show their heads, they would die. With the operation of the 2 swords, the number of Mongolian soldiers who died at Zhang Junbao's hands had exceeded 10,000. The corpses under Zhang Junbao's feet piled up more and more, and gradually, they actually formed a circular hill. The air was filled with an unpleasant smell of burning, mixed with the smell of blood, which made people want to vomit. Even the bravest Mongolian soldiers did not dare to charge forward at this time. Everyone looked at Zhang Junbao with fear in their eyes, as if the man in front of them was a devil crawling out of hell. At this moment, the sound of horse hooves shook the earth, from far to near, rumbling like a landslide. The Mongolian general actually led his cavalry to charge. The black mass of 2,000 cavalry, like a dark cloud, spread towards Zhang Junbao. The Mongolian general did not care that the people in front of him were basically Mongolian soldiers. In his mind, these people had become necessary sacrifices. Seeing that the flame sword energy swung by Zhang Junbao was getting fainter and fainter, and the red dragon in the air was gradually losing its agility, he knew that this was his only chance to kill Zhang Junbao. Otherwise, when Zhang Junbao recovered, 100,000 troops would not be enough for Zhang Junbao to kill. The general of the Mongol Yuan dynasty was determined to rely on the numerical advantage of 2,000 cavalrymen to pile Zhang Junbao to death here. He knew that if the man in front of him was allowed to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme, the Mongol Yuan dynasty would never rule the Central Plains. At this moment, the gate of Shangyang slowly opened, and 1,500 well-equipped cavalrymen followed Guo Jing out. In fact, when Zhang Junbao showed his amazing fighting power, Guo Jing had already made up his mind to go out of the city to rescue Zhang Junbao. It's just that the preparations he made today were all related to defending the city, and even many cavalrymen were converted into infantry units. Now that he suddenly had to go out of the city, he naturally needed time to prepare. Guo Fu and Guo Xiang also followed Guo Jing on their horses. Guo Xiang actually wanted to jump off the city wall to help Zhang Junbao. But she knew that with her martial arts, even if she went down, she would only become a burden to Zhang Junbao, so she had been secretly resisting her impulse. Seeing the cavalrymen from Shangyang City rushing out, the face of the Mongol Yuan dynasty general was not panicked at all, but became more surprised.
Okay, there are cavalry in front and behind, and now this kid has nowhere to escape. The Mongolian general was very confident in killing Zhang Junbao.
He had seen that Zhang Junbao's internal strength had become extremely thin, and even the flame sword energy could not be condensed. The Mongolian cavalry was known for its speed.
It rushed to Zhang Junbao in just 10 seconds.
Just when Zhang Junbao was about to be stepped on by the iron hoofs of the Mongolian army, a red sword light turned around and carried Zhang Junbao into the air. The charge of 2,000 cavalry was fierce, but at the moment when Zhang Junbao took off, everything was meaningless.
Cavalry was the king of land warfare in ancient times.
On land, no arms could resist the charge of cavalry.
The Mongolian army was able to conquer Europe by relying on the fierce combat effectiveness of their cavalry. But now Zhang Junbao is an air force unit. What's the use of your cavalry no matter how fierce it is? You can't even touch me.
Zhang Junbao was in the air, stepping on a red sword, with one hand behind his back, and holding another red sword in his other hand. Then, the red sword in Zhang Junbao's hand turned into a red light, which kept surging in the group of Mongolian cavalry. Wherever the red dragon passed, blood flowers scattered like rain. This scene made the Mongolian general dumbfounded.
Is there any law in this world?
It's said that the oil is exhausted. Why didn't you fly earlier if you can fly, and use Qingdong to float over the moat? If you had flown with the sword earlier, I would have turned around and ran away.
Who is still playing with you here?
But now there is no time for the Mongolian general to regret. There is a killing god floating in the sky, and the cavalry of Shangyang City is staring at him. The Mongolian general turned his horse around and started running for his life with a group of cavalry, trying to get out of the battlefield. But how can they run faster on the ground than flying the sword in the sky? Zhang Junbao fell behind the cavalry all the way, the sword flashed coldly, and he attacked without mercy. Every time the sword flashed, several cavalrymen fell off their horses.
The most taboo thing in war is unstable military morale. People have a herd mentality.
2,000 cavalrymen, plus about 20,000 infantrymen, began to flee, and instantly led many Mongolian soldiers who did not know the truth to flee with them.
This trend of escape was completely unstoppable.
Many people in the Mongolian army stood up to stop the fleeing soldiers, but it was useless. Some officers were even pushed to the ground by people who were eager to escape and trampled to death. In an instant, the 100,000-strong Mongol army, which had been coming with great momentum, actually began to flee in all directions.
The defeat was as great as a landslide.
Guo Jing led 1,500 cavalrymen to shuttle freely among the 100,000-strong army, and it was unknown how many heads of the Mongol army he cut off. And Zhang Junbao was like a killing god, chasing the fleeing Mongol army for more than 10 kilometers. In fact, Zhang Junbao was not a bloodthirsty person, but during this period of time, he followed Guo Xiang to travel around the world and saw too many human tragedies caused by the Mongol Yuan people. In addition, the Mongol Yuan people just now completely treated the people of the Song dynasty as non-human beings, which completely angered Zhang Junbao.
Zhang Junbao kept killing and killing.
He flew in the air and saw a well-dressed and well-armed soldier with a sword. As for those upper-level generals, Zhang Junbao was even more merciless. The Mongol general who had previously clamored to massacre the city was directly dismembered by Zhang Junbao, and not even a complete bone could be found. Zhang Junbao kept killing until a thick layer of blood scabs formed on the sword of the 1,000-blood spirit Yuan sword. Until the sun in the sky slowly set in the west, Zhang Junbao slowly stopped. Although he had been overloading his soul, Zhang Junbao found that he not only did not feel tired, but was full of energy. Not only that, with his thoughts clear, his Taoist skills improved a lot, and he entered the middle stage of possession, once again leading Hongyi. After the war, every household in Xiangyang City was decorated with lanterns, and the faces of the civilians on the street were full of joy, celebrating this hearty victory. Zhang Junbao walked slowly on the streets of Xiangyang City after the war, with 2,000 blood spirit yuan swords on his back, and his original white clothes had long been stained with blood. None of the Xiangyang City residents along the way disliked the pungent and unpleasant smell of blood on Zhang Junbao. They surrounded Zhang Junbao, and many residents carried baskets in their hands, which were filled with grain, oil, rice, noodles, eggs and bacon. These supplies were precious to the people of Xiangyang City who had been in war and chaos for many years, but they still wanted to give these supplies to Zhang Junbao without hesitation. This was the only way they could express their gratitude. Everyone knew that this time Xiangyang City could resolve the crisis mainly relying on the young sword fairy in front of them. Zhang Junbao naturally would not accept the residents' gifts of thanks. After he declined them one by one, the residents slowly left with regretful expressions. Guo's house was also very lively. In order to celebrate today's victory, Wu Jing specially held a celebration banquet. The protagonist was of course Zhang Junbao. The moment Zhang Junbao, wearing a blood-stained shirt, walked into Guo's house, the originally lively and joyous scene instantly became deserted. Then, waves of cheers like a tsunami rang out. In the cheers, some people praised Zhang Junbao as a young swordsman who was invincible in the world, and some people praised Zhang Jianxian for making the Mongols piss and pee instantly. There was also a bold female hero in the rivers and lakes who rushed to Zhang Junbao and began to express her admiration, regardless of the age difference of more than 10 years between the two. Wei Jing even brought a group of people to pull Zhang Junbao to drink a cup with him to celebrate today's victory together. At this time, Guo Xiang stood out from the crowd. "Dad, what are you doing? Didn't you see Junbao just came back? The blood on his clothes hasn't dried yet, and you're just drinking. Why don't you drink to death? Even if you want to drink, you have to wait until he finishes washing and resting enough before drinking." Guo Xiang pushed everyone away and was about to pull Zhang Junbao's sleeve to take him away. Seeing this scene, Huang Rong laughed. "The little girl has grown up, and her elbows are starting to turn outward. Then you take Junbao to wash first." Hearing Huang Rong's words, Guo Xiang's pretty face blushed. "Mom, how could I just treat Junbao as a younger brother." Zhang Junbao's face was also reddened by Huang Rong's words, but after hearing Guo Xiang's answer, Zhang Junbao's heart sank. "Miss Guo just treats me as a younger brother. Yes, the person he likes is the hero Yang Guo after all, how can he like me so easily?" Guo Xiang didn't know Zhang Junbao's psychological activities. She was now in a state of panic and had a feeling of being at a loss. She couldn't explain how she felt about Zhang Junbao, but recalling what Zhang Junbao said after accepting the soft hedgehog armor, and how Zhang Junbao jumped off the city wall to face the army alone because of her words, Guo Xiang felt her heart beat faster. Guo Xiang hurriedly pulled Zhang Junbao away from the scene. Seeing this, everyone knew what was going on and stopped making a fuss. Instead, they watched the two flee with a smile on their faces. After the two walked away, everyone on the scene began to discuss Zhang Junbao's martial arts. Many people in the martial arts world were very curious about how Zhang Junbao's martial arts were cultivated. Flying with a sword, waving a flaming sword energy more than 10 meters long, these performances were completely different from their styles. Some people said that Zhang Junbao was taught by an immortal in a dream, so he could learn such a fairy method. Others said that the Song dynasty was not destined to end, so such a son of destiny was born to turn the tide. Some people in the martial arts world gathered together to discuss quietly whether they had the opportunity to learn such magical skills from Zhang Junbao. After washing up, Zhang Junbao put on a white robe and walked slowly back to the banquet with Guo Xiang, who had been waiting outside the door. This section of the road was not very long, only more than 300 meters away. But the two walked very slowly. Zhang Junbao noticed that the atmosphere between him and Guo Xiang had become a little strange. Usually, the two of them had no sense of restraint when they got along. They talked about everything and said whatever they thought of. They got along quite naturally. But now, Guo Xiang was quite silent all the way. Even if Zhang Junbao took the initiative to bring up the topic, Guo Xiang just kept nodding and responded with a mosquito-like sound. Zhang Junbao was naturally arranged at the main table for tonight's banquet, and Guo Jing even gave up the main seat to let Zhang Junbao sit in the most honorable position. For this reason, no one present had any objection. With Zhang Junbao's contribution today, Zhang Junbao deserved this position. After the banquet officially started, countless people from the martial arts world and military generals came to Zhang Junbao with wine jars to toast him. These people didn't even bother to eat, and lined up in a long line, even circling the entire courtyard, just to drink a cup with Zhang Junbao and celebrate today's exciting victory. Zhang Junbao accepted everyone who came. Just kidding, with his current internal strength and physical strength, he didn't believe that anyone could get him drunk tonight. 3 hours later, Zhang Junbao hugged Guo Jing's neck, his eyes were hazy with drunkenness, and they each held a huge wine jar in their hands. After the two of them clinked the jars, they picked up the wine and drank it all up. After the two of them finished drinking, they looked at each other. Guo Jing pulled Zhang Junbao and said, "Xian, brother Xian, I really want to thank you for what happened today. If it weren't for you, Xiangyang would be in danger. We brothers really hit it off today, otherwise we would have become sworn brothers." Become brothers. Zhang Junbao was also drunk at this time. He was just a young novice monk before, so he had never experienced the power of alcohol. Zhang Junbao also had a few drinks when he and Guo Xiang were wandering around the world some time ago, but under the influence of his strong internal force, the alcohol had no effect at all. But today, Zhang Junbao first drank with hundreds of military lieutenant generals, and then drank with Guo Jing, who was also highly skilled, and knocked him unconscious. Lus is on top, Hutu is on the bottom. Today my younger brother Zhang Junbao and Guo Daxia have formed an alliance. Before Zhang Junbao finished speaking, a white finger like a green onion pinched Guo Jing's ear. "Dad, are you too stupid to go to the children's table if you can't drink? What nonsense are you talking about here?" After being pinched by his daughter, Guo Jing screamed twice in pain. This little girl is really deadly. Then Guo Xian walked to Zhang Junbao again. "Junbao, you drank too much. You can't drink anymore. I'll send you back to your room to rest." After finishing speaking, Guo Xiang carefully helped Zhang Junbao walk into the room. When Huang Rong saw this scene, the smile on her face became even brighter. In the Star Domain world, Su Qinzhou was bored at home chatting in the group. Seeing Zhang Junbao's daily life shared in the group, Su Qinzhou couldn't help but smile. Zhang Junbao, this kid, was about to wing Guo Xiang, but he didn't know it at all. He also asked everyone in the group how to pursue girls, and chatted with Hong Yi and Lu Mingfei. Thinking about the identities of the group members and the average age of the group members, Su Qinzhou felt that Zhang Junbao was quite brave to ask this question in the group. 3-year-old Emperor Huang Tian, Han Paopao, Hong Yi, Lu Mingfei, who gave Zhang Junbao the courage to ask these people for advice on love. Misaka Makoto and Yang Chan are more reliable, but they are too young now. They are just in junior high school and are still at the stage of not knowing anything. However, Su Qinzhou didn't say it out loud. Zhang Junbao and Guo Xiang's daily life is still quite interesting. If he said it out loud, Zhang Junbao would win her directly, and then there would be no TV series to follow. After closing the chat group, Su Qinzhou took out a bag of Chinkuan Ichi rice from the group red envelope. When he watched Yangshan, he was extremely curious about the dragon tooth rice in Yangshan. Legend has it that dragon tooth rice melts in the mouth, is extremely sweet, and has no impurities. After eating, it directly turns into the purest vitality to nourish the body. In other words, if you choose dragon tooth rice as food, then people don't even need to urinate or defecate. At that time, Su Qinzhou was curious about what this magical food tasted like, and he wanted to travel to the Yangshan world to taste it himself. Although it is not possible to eat pure dragon tooth rice for the time being, it is also good to try Chinkuan Ichi rice, which also comes from the Yangshan world. This bag of Chinkuan Ichi rice weighs 5 kilograms, but there are only 30 grains of rice in the bag, and each grain of rice is as thick as a child's arm. Su Qinzhou picked up a grain of rice and looked at it carefully. He saw that this grain of rice was crystal clear, as if it were crystal. Under the sunlight, it would also refract a circle of light, as if it would glow.
Su Chinjo was stunned by the appearance. Could this be the legendary glowing food? Before his sister came home, Su Chinjo quickly put a whole bag of Qiankuan Ichi rice into the rice cooker.
Fortunately, the martial arts of Shuelan Star are prosperous, and everyone's appetite is generally large, so the capacity of the rice cooker is much larger than that of Su Chinjo's previous life, otherwise ordinary rice cookers really can't put so much rice. As the rice in the pot gradually matured, Su Chinjo smelled a burst of fragrance in his nose, which was refreshing. At this time, Su Moyan returned home with 2 large bags of ingredients in her hands. As soon as the door was opened, the little bun exclaimed, "Brother, what are you cooking that smells so good?" Su Chinjo smiled slightly. "I asked someone to buy alien rice. You can try it later and see how it tastes." The Starfield world is quite vast. There are tens of thousands of life planets under the jurisdiction of the Starfield Alliance alone. No one would doubt that the Qiankuan Ichi rice was bought from aliens. Even if there is a suspicion, it cannot be verified at all. Because the genetic technology of the Starfield Alliance is also very advanced, various genetic creations emerge in an endless stream, and it is impossible to trace the source at all. Suemo Ran nodded happily. After a busy period, a table of feasts was ready. Su Chinjo looked at the rich dishes on the table and couldn't help nodding. The little bun's cooking skills are getting better and better. This level is enough to participate in cooking competitions. After the busy work, Su Chinjo hurriedly served 2 bowls of rice and put them on the table. The moment he saw the rice, Suemo Ran exclaimed, "This rice is so beautiful, it's sparkling, just like a bowl of gems." After the Qiankuan Ichi rice was cooked, it broke into pieces the size of pebbles. These pieces are still crystal clear, and because they are broken into pieces, the reflective effect of the cross-section is more significant, making this bowl of Qiankuan Ichi rice seem to be glowing. Su Chinjo doesn't care about the appearance of the food, what he really cares about is the taste and effect of Qiankuan Ichi rice. Unlike Longya rice, Qiankuan Ichi rice is extremely chewy and has a very unique taste. When chewing it, it will produce a sweet aftertaste, which makes people's appetite open. This sweetness is not like a feedback from the taste, but more like a pleasure from the soul. Silently practicing the basic bodybuilding skills of the Star Domain Alliance, Su Chinjo can feel that the Qiankuan Ichi rice in his stomach has been completely digested into the vitality of heaven and earth, and integrated into his limbs and bones, just like a spring breeze and rain to enhance his physical fitness. The nourishing method of Qiankuan Ichi rice is like a spring breeze and rain, more like a medicinal diet, which is strengthening his foundation. Su Chinjo secretly estimated that if an ordinary person who has never practiced martial arts at all, as long as he eats Qiankuan Ichi rice for a long time, he will be able to have the physical conditions of an advanced martial artist in 5 to 6 years. This is quite amazing. You should know that Su Chinjo has been practicing martial arts since he was a child, consuming a lot of natural materials and treasures, and then he became a martial artist before the age of 18, and he was regarded as a peerless genius. Of course, this is also because his performance is too amazing. He directly beat a long-established first-level peak martial artist to death with 3 punches. But even without this halo blessing, being able to become a martial artist before the age of 18 can be regarded as a little genius in Tiancheng City. If he develops Qiankuan Ichi rice into a new product, it is estimated that more than 50% of the martial arts food companies on Sholangsing will go bankrupt directly, and the remaining 50% will have to survive under his feet. However, Su Chinjo will not do this in the short term. The interests involved in Qiankuan Ichi rice are too huge. If you don't have enough strength to take out this kind of thing rashly, it will be a death wish. Thinking of this, Su Chinjo secretly felt lucky that he was cautious enough when he went to the genetic laboratory to solve the breeding problem of Qiankuan Ichi rice last time. He not only watched the whole process, but also invited computer experts to help destroy all the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals dead data / phoneme recorded at that time. Otherwise, once the laboratory keeps the genetic map, there may be some problems later. Under the effect of Qiankuan Ichi rice, Su Chinjo's appetite increased greatly, and even the little bun who usually never eats more than 1 bowl of rice made an exception and ate 2 more bowls. "Brother, this rice you bought seems to have something. It's delicious, fragrant, and sweet. After I finished eating it, my whole body was hot and comfortable, just like taking a sauna. If you like it, I'll buy more." In the future, our family will not eat ordinary rice, but this one.
Suchinjo looked at his sister's thin body and felt a little distressed. Suemo Ran was a premature baby, weighing only 2 pounds when she was born.
When she was young, Su's father took her to practice martial arts, but the little girl was too weak to even do the most basic training. Suchinjo had been thinking about whether to let his sister try the cultivation path of other worlds. But he is also a novice now, and he doesn't understand it himself, so he doesn't dare to let the little girl practice casually. Otherwise, with her fragile body, if there is a problem with her practice, it will be difficult for the gods to save her. Now that I have Chin Kuanichi rice to strengthen my foundation, I believe I can slowly make up for my sister's physical deficiencies. With a healthy body, Suchinjo believes that he will definitely find a suitable way to practice for the little girl. There are 2 more chapters, it's late, go out for dinner. In the blink of an eye, Suchinjo has been in the chat group for a month.
Tomorrow is the deadline for Suchinjo to obtain the Star-Level Warrior certificate.
For ordinary people, at such a critical moment, they must be actively preparing and dare not relax at all. But Suchinjo was lying on the sofa leisurely, chatting in the chat group with great interest.
Hong Yi posted a video in the group. Hong Yi Dakian scholar, Junbao, look, I have also cultivated to the realm of possession.
You wait, I will soon surpass you. In the video, Hong Yi drove 2 flying swords in the air at the same time. To drive 2 flying swords at the same time, you can only do it after entering the realm of possession and the soul is separated. Zhang Junbao entered the realm of possession first a few days ago, and then posted a video in the group to show off Hong Yi. This made Hong Yi hold his breath all the time. It is obviously the cultivation system of my own world. Why am I not as good as someone from another world? Where is the promised son of the era? Could it be a gift from PDD? Hong Yi was almost doubting his life after being surpassed by Zhang Junbao in Taoism many times. So in the past few days, Hong Yi devoted all his attention to the cultivation of Taoism, and finally broke through the bottleneck and reached the realm of possession. But this did not make Hong Yi satisfied. He secretly held his breath, waiting for the arrival of spring. As long as the spring thunder sounded, he would be the first to break through to the ghost fairy realm and completely surpass Zhang Junbao. If the Taoist masters in the Yangshan world knew that the cultivation speed of these 2 people was so terrifying, and Hong Yi was a little dissatisfied with his own cultivation speed, I am afraid they would all want to chop these 2 people with a knife. Except for those inhuman beings of the ancient schools of thought. Normal people who want to cultivate to the realm of possession need 10 to 20 years of hard work even if they are very talented. As a result, these 2 people cultivated to the realm of possession in just 1 month. How inhuman. Suchinjo group leader, by the way, how is Hong Yi's practice of the Tathagata Sutra going now? Hong Yi Dakian scholar, not bad, I have made some progress. Suchinjo group leader, don't keep me in suspense, just tell me how many acupoints you have developed. Hong Yi Dakian scholar, not many, only 56. Suchinjo smiled, this kid is still pretending. However, in just a few days, Hong Yi has developed the development method of 56 acupoints. Such an achievement is indeed worthy of pride. Hong Yi Dakian scholar, speaking of which, the relationship between acupoints and human immortal martial arts is really 2 phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals clause close slash phoneme. Every time I find an acupoint, my human immortal martial arts will improve by 1 point. Especially after using the electric light shining body technique to develop an acupoint to 50% of its potential, it will help my martial arts even more. Although Hong Yi did not specifically temper his body during this period. He was really too busy. He had to practice Taoism, measure acupoints, and find the right current size for development. However, his human immortal martial arts is still advancing by leaps and bounds under the impetus of the acupoints. Unknowingly, Hong Yi's spirit turtle breathing art has been cultivated to the great success realm. As long as he goes 1 step further, he can cultivate his internal organs to the limit and break through to the peak of the innate martial arts master. Moreover, this is not Hong Yi's limit. With the help of the perfect method, Hong Yi has already practiced his kung fu to the bone marrow. Hong Yi has a feeling that once he cultivates to the peak of the innate martial arts master, he will be able to break through instantly and achieve the state of the marrow training grandmaster naturally, or even directly achieve the martial arts saint. Suchinjo group leader, speaking of which, you have been staying in Luoyun's manor these days.
Haven't Hong Xuanji and Madame Zhao made any small moves? After leaving the giant whale island, Hong Yi drove the flying sword directly to Luoyun's manor. This is the safest place. After all, Luoyun is the princess personally recognized by Emperor Qianyang Pan. Even Hong Xuanji can't arrest people in Luoyun's manor openly.
After all, he is a great master of Neo-Confucianism. As a minister, going to the princess's house to arrest people is against the etiquette that Hong Xuanji believes in.
Hong Yi Dakian scholar, I have a bad feeling.
These few days have been too quiet.
I didn't even find a surveillance person.
They certainly don't dare to come to Luoyun's manor to arrest people, but they shouldn't have no small moves.
But it doesn't matter. If the enemy comes, the general will block it.
If the water comes, the earth will cover it. Even if Hong Xuanji doesn't come to me, I want to meet him after I become a martial saint.
Suchinjo group leader, you should be careful in everything. If you need help, just say it in the group. Others should also be polite. Just treat the chat group as your own home.
Misaka Makoto, a certain scientific railgun, speaking of needing help, I need help with something. I finally convinced this idiot Toma to practice the bull demon fist with me, but his progress is so slow. I'm afraid that by the time the absolute ability plan is implemented, he hasn't completed the practice of the bull demon fist.
Suchinjo group leader, this is not surprising. The bull demon fist is originally an external training skill.
The most important thing is to slowly temper it over time.
Kamiju Toma can't cheat like us, so naturally he can't practice fast.
How about this, you pass on the original Star Alliance basic bodybuilding skills to him, and then give him half of the Qiankuan Ichi rice, so that his practice progress should be much faster. Only group members can practice the original Star Alliance basic bodybuilding skill, while the original Star Alliance basic bodybuilding skill does not have this requirement at all. The original Star Alliance basic bodybuilding skill also has the effect of accelerating digestion, which can maximize the effect of Kamiju Mahjong Qiankuan Ichi rice. Suchinjo group leader, but if you want to defeat Accelerator, you don't have to rely on Kamiju Toma's power. This version of Accelerator still has many weaknesses. Although he has the ability to operate vectors, his body is just a mortal body. For example, if you can instantly drain all the oxygen around Accelerator and keep him in a vacuum state, then you can easily kill Accelerator. For example, in the past, Accelerator should not be able to deal with the soul art of Amitba. Because he doesn't know the vector formula of the soul art, it is likely that he can't reflect it at all. Or just use the amount of calculation to crush it. The essence of superpowers is the amount of calculation. As long as your soul calculation amount is greater than Accelerator, then you can naturally break his reflection. Accelerator's vector operation is not invincible. Kihara Suta relied on his understanding of Accelerator to retract his strength when he was about to hit Accelerator, so that Accelerator reflected Kihara Suta's fist to himself, thereby hitting Accelerator. If Misaka Makoto's calculation power can crush Accelerator, she can naturally replicate this operation. Sure, how young child in Sure village, group leader. I begged the old village chief for several days and finally got the original true solution from him. I will upload it to the group now. Sure, how uploaded the technique original true solution divine induction the moment he saw the original true solution, Suchinjo's eyes lit up and he was very excited. This original true solution is not simple. It was written by the Corpse Emperor, the source of the dark disaster, before he was infected. It records the use of bone script and runes. If you can fully comprehend the original true solution and practice it to the extreme, you can gain the power to turn decay into magic. Although the technique in front of him is only the divine induction, one of the 3 chapters of the original true solution, and this chapter is not complete and lacks a picture of all spirits, it is still precious. Yangchan Yushu disciple, I also have a new technique here. Yangchan uploaded the technique Yushu refining Chi Ju. Yangchan Yushu disciple, Uncle Yuding refused to accept me as his disciple no matter what, saying that there was no fate between him and me. But he still taught me a fairy technique, which is this Yushu refining Chi Ju. This technique is much stronger than the fairy technique my mother taught me. After I switched to this technique, my cultivation speed improved by leaps and bounds. But unfortunately, he was unwilling to teach me other magical powers, saying that Yushu disciples valued magic power the most, and there was no point in practicing magical powers before becoming an immortal, and it would only be a waste of time.
Suchinjo nodded slightly. Yushu refining chi was of course much stronger than Zhoujinyu refining chi ju. After all, one was a Taoist tradition specially created by Yuqing Saint, and the other was just created by Queen Mother for the female officials of the heavenly court to practice. The difference between the two is like the difference between the bright moon and the bright fire, which cannot be measured by the distance. In addition to the speed of cultivation, the foundation of cultivation, the purity of mana and other different aspects are all completely superior to Yushu Qigong. The most important thing is that although it is only a spell to lay the foundation for disciples, the upper limit of Yushu Qigong is extremely high. The highest level can be cultivated to the level of Daluo Jingxian, and one step away from entering the realm of quasi-sage. It can only be said that he is worthy of being Yuanshi Tianzuan, and the saint is arrogant. Yangchan Yushu disciple, and I found one thing: the skills that Yuding Jinren passed on to my brother are completely different from mine. My brother did not practice Yushu Qigong, but a spell called Baju Xiangong. I feel it is much more powerful than my Yushu Qigong. Unfortunately, I begged Uncle Yuding for a long time, but he was unwilling to teach me. Suchinjo was a little disappointed when he heard this. Baju Xiangong is the direct inheritance of the Chan sect.
Only the legitimate descendants are qualified to practice it.
It is reasonable that Yuding Jinren is unwilling to teach it to young Chan Lu Mingfei Dragon Slayer, group leader. I have a problem too.
I don't know why Chen Wenwen has been getting phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to me lately, and I can't get rid of her. The more I ignore her, the more she likes to talk to me. I just came back from the Monster Hunter world, and the girls I meet all day are tough girls.
My aesthetics have changed a long time ago.
I can't appreciate skinny girls like Chen Wenwen at all.
And now I have to kill dragons next, so I don't have time to fall in love. It's really annoying.
Lu Mingfei's words shocked Suchinjo.
One day it was the turn of the loser to ignore Chen Wenwen.
But this is how the world is. Some quiet girls are easily attracted to maverick gangsters.
Although Lu Mingfei is not a gangster, a hunter temperament cultivated by 10 years of fighting is much cooler than gangsters. In addition, Lu Mingfei is not bad in appearance.
When he went to Japan, he almost became the chief gigolo. Now with the blessing of temperament, his appearance has been fully developed to the peak. The combination of various elements actually allowed Lu Mingfei to successfully capture Chen Wenwen's heart, which was really outrageous. In the mortal world, Han Li, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, showed an uncontrollable smile on his face. As soon as Yang Chan uploaded this spell to the chat group, Han Li couldn't wait to download it directly. After a short practice, Han Li found that the Yushu Qi training technique was of great help to him. Apart from anything else, the practice of Yushu Qi training technique has no requirements for spiritual roots. In other words, mortals without spiritual roots can also embark on the path of cultivating immortals through Yushu Qi training technique. This alone can make the cultivators in the mortal world crazy. In the mortal world, it is a consensus that people without spiritual roots cannot absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to become immortals. But the cultivation system of the prehistoric world takes another path, and naturally does not require spiritual roots. After Han Li tried it, he found that the speed of absorbing spiritual energy when practicing Yushu Qi training technique was more than 50 times his current speed.
And this is because the spiritual energy in the human world is thin.
Han Li knew that if the speed of Changchun Ju's cultivation was 1, it was because Changchun Wan's speed was originally 1. And the speed of Yushu Lianqi Ju's cultivation was 50, because the upper limit of the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth in the human world was only 50.
If it were changed to an environment with abundant spiritual energy, the speed of Yushu Lianqi Ju's cultivation could be greatly improved.
A book of Yushu Lianqi Ju instantly made Han Li from a pseudo-spiritual root of the 4 elements of wood, water, fire and earth to a cultivation genius who surpassed the spiritual root of heaven.
Yanshan World, Hong Xuanji's study.
Sitting on the main seat was a middle-aged man with a tall figure and a heroic temperament. Just sitting there quietly, there was a taste of controlling the heavens.
And next to him stood an old man, who bent over and looked at the man on the main seat with great respect.
Master E has been away from home for more than 10 days.
Do you want me to let my slave go find him?
Hong Xuanji was playing with a string of agate glazed beads in his hand, his face calm.
He did go too far this time.
You arrange for someone to bring him back, abolish his martial arts, and let him study hard in the Hong mansion.
Butler Wu nodded, as ordered. Give me 3 days, and I will definitely bring Master Yi home. The master and servant didn't take Luo Yun seriously at all.
If he went to Luo Yun's villa to ask for someone openly, it would be inconsistent with Hong Xuanji's own philosophy. But if it is brought back after being scrapped, then there is not so much emphasis on it. Just sneak in quietly, then kill the person directly, and finally bring him back to Hong Mansion.
Butler Wu is a martial saint, so he can do this little thing with ease. After Butler Wu left, Hong Xuanji slowly walked to a picture of plum blossoms. He let out a long sigh. It's been 20 years, it's time. This picture was the portrait that the painting sage Wu Daozi gave to Hong Xuanji and Meng Bingyun. It was also the last trace of hope that Meng Bingyun left in Hong Xuanji's heart. He slowly picked up the picture and walked towards the candle in the room. As the fire ignited, this immortal portrait of Saint Wu Daozi was turned into a wisp of ashes in the fire. Hong Xuanji looked at the pile of ashes and felt as if he had let go of his worries, and his whole spirit had undergone a huge change. Bingyun, I promise you will take good care of Hong Yi. When I bring him back this time, I will let him study in Hong Mansion, cultivate his character, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live / phoneme a good life, and be worthy of us. Feelings between.
The next day, Star World, Tianyuan City Martial Arts Association. The blue sky is clear and cloudless, and the rising sun in the sky emits warm light. A fast-moving maglev car slowly stopped at the entrance of the Martial Arts Association. 3 figures stepped off the maglev car. The leader was wearing white clothes and had a big bald head. He was holding a string of pure white wooden beads and spinning them in his hand.
It was Su Chenzhou's heir, Chen Mu.
Behind him were brother and sister Su Chenzhou. Su Chenzhou originally planned to come for today's assessment alone, but these 2 guys clamored to come with him. Su Chenzhou knew that these 2 guys seemed soft and easy to bully, but once they insisted on doing something, it would be difficult to change their minds. So Su Chenzhou had no choice but to take these 2 living treasures to take the Martial Arts Association exam. Seeing Su Chenzhou about to step into the gate of the Martial Arts Association, Chen Mutu took his hand and whispered into his ear. Chenzhou, if you encounter something wrong later, don't hesitate, just give up. Chen Mutu has long known that today's assessment is extremely dangerous, and those who covet the land of Baiha Martial Arts School will never let go of such a good opportunity today. After all, there is a death indicator in the assessment of Star Warriors. If Su Chenzhou dies during the assessment, as long as his hands and feet are clean, no matter who comes, there will be nothing wrong with him. Chen Mut especially came to see Su Chenzhou's assessment today for this reason. After all, he was a disciple of Cin Temple. With him on the scene, some people did not dare to go too far. As long as Su Chenzhou gave up the assessment in time, no one would dare to hurt him. Little Baozi also looked at Su Chenzhou with a worried look, and handed a sachet to Su Chenzhou.
Brother, in this sachet is the amulet I personally prayed for you at Guyue Temple. You must keep it phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause / phoneme to your body. The master in the temple said it can keep you safe. The master of Guyue Temple is said to be a profound immortal cultivator and has a very high status in Tiancheng City. It is said that the amulets of Guyuguan are very efficacious, but they are extremely difficult to obtain. There are only 10 quotas per day. Once you have applied for them, you have to get up early the next day to go again. Therefore, those who want to ask for amulets phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme start queuing up before the sun sets, and wait until the Guyue Temple opens early the next morning, and then have the opportunity to ask for this amulet. Su Chenzhou didn't expect that little Baozi would spend so much energy begging for this amulet for him behind his back. Although this amulet did not have any substantial help to Su Chenzhou, it still moved Su Chenzhou very much. Su Chenzhou nodded to Chen Mutu and then smiled and accepted the sachet handed to him by Xiao Baozi. This feeling of being cared about is really good.
The three of them had just entered the Warriors Association when a figure walked out diagonally across from them. This man was wearing a pure white robe with patterns of auspicious clouds embroidered with gold and silver threads. In his hand was a folding fan carved from dragon blood Bodhi wood. Not only that, Suchinjo also smelled a faint scent of sandalwood from this man's body. The top note of this fragrance is slightly bitter, but if you smell it carefully, you can taste the smell of lindenwood. If Suchinjo guessed correctly, this should be the male perfume Mercy Bodhi from Tianxiangtang. Tianxiangtang is the most famous cosmetics company in Shuilan Star. In addition to ordinary daily cosmetics and skin care products, Tianxiangtang is most famous for their perfumes. A bottle of Mercy Bodhi perfume sells for 500,000 yuan, which is almost as much as the Baiha martial arts school sales in half a month. The moment he saw Suchinjo, the figure opened the folding fan in his hand with a swipe. The folding fan made of dragon blood Bodhi would flap slightly, bringing out a burst of fragrance from the Compassion Bodhi perfume. This person was Li Guanja, the young master of Tianhua Martial Arts School, the man behind the instigation of the coach of Baiha Martial Arts School to drop out of class. A kind smile appeared on Li Guanja's face. I was indeed right. Master Su will choose to take the warrior assessment on the last day before he reaches adulthood. Since our last farewell, I have been looking forward to the day when Master Su will obtain the star-level warrior certificate day and night. I waited day and night for I don't know how long, and finally the wait came. Come in quickly, I'll take you to the assessment venue. Easy to say, brotherly, hurry up and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the way. As soon as Suchinjo saw Li Guanja, he couldn't help but want to beat him up. This man's smile was so disgusting. However, it was really unnecessary to beat up martial artists in front of the Martial Arts Association, so Suchinjo did not fall out with this birdman for the time being. However, Suchinjo really didn't know where the Martial Arts Association's assessment venue was. It was quite good to be able to get a guide for free now. The two walked side by side, and as they walked, Suchinjo followed Li Guanza to a hall. This hall occupies an extremely spacious area, comparable in size to the football field in the former city of Suqingzhou. On the far right side of the hall is the registration office for martial artist qualification certificate examinations. Next to the registration desk, there is a row of about 10 small cubicles. Suchinjo came to the registration desk and directly asked the old man in charge of registration for an application form to fill out. This old man looked to be in his 70s, with a skinny build and a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks. He looked like a giant monkey wearing clothes. After Suchinjo filled out the application form, the old man reached for Suchinjo's application form and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals read slash phoneme it carefully. 18-year-old first-level warrior. Yes, you have a good talent. After reading it, the old man took out a red seal from under the boarding desk and stamped it on the application form. Okay, you have successfully registered. You will take the written test first and then the actual combat. If you pass these two levels, you will be able to get the Star Warrior certificate. After stamping the seal, the old man suddenly bent down and started coughing. Coughing and coughing, Suchinjo saw the old man's fingers light up, become extremely red, and sparks appeared. Suchinjo didn't look much at it. The path of a warrior's cultivation was to transform his body's organs. It was completely normal for him to have minor problems with his body. After successfully registering, Suchinjo walked into a small room next to the hall. There is an ultra-thin LCD computer placed in this small cubicle. The most exciting thing is that there are 180-degree cameras on the top, bottom, left and right of the small cubicle. This camera is used to prevent cheating. No matter what means the examiner uses to cheat, it will be recorded by these 4 blind-angle cameras. After turning on the computer and entering the admission ticket number, the system automatically selected a set of questions from the question bank as Suchinjo's assessment questions. Question 1: Who is the founder of the Martial Arts Alliance? A Civic Terror Rakowski Simon B. War God Joshua C. Holy Light White Elephant Tom Johnson D. Star River Silent Li Zhejian. This is a free point question. The 4 options A, B, C, D are actually the elders of the Martial Arts Alliance, but the 3-year-old children on the Blue Water Star know that the founder of the Martial Arts Alliance is of course Star River Silent Li Zhejian. When the Martial Arts Alliance was first established, the highest level of warriors at that time was the 5th level Martial Saint.
There are many cultivation systems in the star domain world. The human race alone has 10 extraordinary paths. In the Wild Era, the development of each cultivation path was very different. At that time, the 9th level Tianzuan had already appeared among the immortal cultivators, and the 8th level Transcendent had also appeared among the psychics, and the upper limit of the martial arts was the 5th level Martial Saint. In this world where extraordinary people are born, the martial arts that can only be cultivated to the 5th level are simply the most joyful, and are the existence at the bottom of the contempt chain. However, only a few people can become immortal cultivators and psychics. Most people do not have such qualifications and can only practice martial arts that do not require qualifications. For thousands of years, countless warriors have been striving to find a way to break through the 5th level, but these efforts are in vain. The bones of warriors who died on this road of exploration can fill the sea and pile up into mountains. It was not until the appearance of Xinghe's silent Li Zhizhen that this situation changed. He controlled the battle body, went deep into the Earth's core, devoured the star core, and then rushed into space, looking for dangerous environments in the vacuum to temper his body, and survived from death. I don't know how many hardships he experienced, and finally broke the curse that warriors could not break through the 5th level and became a 6th level god and demon warrior. And he united the people and founded the Martial Arts Association to protect the rights and interests of warriors. Since Xinghe's silent Li Zhizhen came out of nowhere and announced the way to break through the 6th level to the public, the martial arts world has been completely launched. In just a few hundred years, countless talents have emerged continuously. Civic Terror Rakowski Simon and Holy Light White Elephant Tom Johnson worked out a breakthrough path for the 7th level Galaxy Warrior. War God Zhao Xuanzi worked out a breakthrough path for the 8th level Heavenly Dao Warrior. These 3 warriors did not keep their own tricks to themselves, but followed the example of Xinghe's silent Li Zhizhen and announced the breakthrough path to the world. In the end, these 4 amazing warriors gathered together, led hundreds of members of the Martial Arts Alliance, spent 1,000 years, and worked out a path to break through the 9th level martial arts peak, which completely established the status of martial arts as one of the 10 extraordinary paths. After finishing the first question, Su Qinzhou started to do the subsequent questions without stopping. Most of the questions extracted by the system were about the history of the Martial Arts Alliance, and a small part was about theoretical knowledge of martial arts. These pediatrics were not difficult for Su Qinzhou at all, and he did them very smoothly. As he was doing it, Su Qinzhou felt a little sleepy and couldn't help yawning. These questions were so boring that Su Qinzhou didn't even need to use his cerebellum, he could answer all of them instinctively. At this moment, the system suddenly pulled out a slightly difficult question. Please briefly explain the martial arts 7-element theory, and answer the effective way to replenish the body after the fire element organ is disordered during the transformation of the heavenly element organ, which drives the water element organ to run wild, and induces abnormal mutation of the wood element organ, causing the 5 elements in the body to be completely chaotic. And there is a human body perspective diagram attached below the question, which describes in detail the changes in the organs of this warrior's body. It was actually a real case, which made Su Qinzhou instantly excited. The martial arts 7-element theory is a set of theories for extraordinary organs developed by warriors in this world. The warriors in this world believe that all extraordinary organs are included in the 7 elements, namely heavenly element, earthly element, gold element, wood element, fire element, water element, and earth element. The heavenly element and earthly element can actually be called yin element and yang element. There are 2 choices in the process of building a combat body. One is to pursue simplicity and only cast organs in one domain. This kind of combat body is extremely powerful, and the casting process is relatively simple. It does not need to consider the changes in multiple domains, and it is easier to break through to the level of a god or demon warrior. However, the disadvantage is that it lacks adaptability, and it will be quite difficult to break through after becoming a god or demon warrior. The other is to pursue complexity and find ways to balance the 7 elements and complement each other. This combat body has greater potential, a stronger foundation, can manipulate multiple forces, and can adapt to battlefield changes. The only disadvantage is that it is extremely easy to go crazy in the early stage of cultivation.
Once the combat body is disordered, the cultivation will stagnate at the least, and it will go crazy at the worst, and it will die directly. Suchinjo observed carefully that the 5 elements in the warrior's body were disordered to the extreme, and the 4 extraordinary organs of gold, wood, water and earth were all disordered, and multiple mutations occurred. If it were not for the fact that the fire element of this warrior was too strong and forcibly suppressed the mutations of the other 4 organs, the grass on the grave of this warrior would probably be 3 feet high now. This disease is extremely complicated, just like a mess. If any combat doctor sees this human body structure diagram, he will probably have a headache and follow up with a set of Bien Case 3 combination. If you can't cure it, wait for death, goodbye. But Suchinjo didn't. He stared at the human body structure diagram in front of him, and became more and more excited. There is a chapter in the Yushu Chi Training Ju uploaded by Yang Chan, which is the content of Yuanchi Tianzuan's preaching recorded by Yudingjinren. This chapter does not contain much content, only 4 articles, namely Yuanchi Tianzuan on the creation of the 5 elements, Yuanchi Tianzuan on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Yuanchi Tianzuan on yin and yang, and Yuanchi Tianzuan on various external demons. These 4 articles are actually special lessons that Yudingjinren specially gave to little Yang Chan. Because of the chance, Yudingjinren did not dare to accept Yang Chan as a disciple. In order to compensate Yang Chan, Yudingjinren put the 4 articles he recorded about Yuanchi Tianzuan into Yushu Refining Chi Ju. These 4 articles talk about the foundation of the entire immortal cultivation. Even if the little Yang Chan who has just started can only understand a little, it can benefit her in the future. Unexpectedly, these 4 articles of Yuanchi Tianzuan's preaching content finally benefited the members of the chat group. Yesterday, after Suchinjo came into contact with these 4 articles, he was fascinated by them. With the blessing of dual enlightenment, he felt that he had understood many truths: the rotation of the 5 elements, mutual conversion, mutual restraint and mutual complementation, as natural as the sky. However, these truths are suspended in the air, and there is no way to find a suitable application scenario. This made Suchinjo excited but also a little disappointed. The human body structure diagram in front of him, with the 5 elements in disorder, was like a mess of garbled code, which was simply the most perfect application scenario, allowing Suchinjo to perfectly display the various principles he had learned last night. These principles were applied to the scene in front of Suchinjo like formulas. With the help of formulas, Suchinjo slowly sorted out the mess. The extraordinary diagram cultivated by this patient was the Tianyuan immovable god and demon body, but at this time, the extraordinary organs in the 4 elements of gold, wood, water and earth in the patient's body were all mutated, and the Tianshui god heart grew a lot of tumors that entangled the 5 internal organs. The Gangjin sword bone released countless sword chi to wreak havoc in the body, and the rock immovable foot was also releasing a lot of earth-attributed power to petrify the patient's whole body. The only thing the patient can control now is his lihua burning heaven lung. A lot of lihua flows from the patient's lungs to the whole body, suppressing the mutation of other extraordinary organs. The cultivation of a warrior is 1 level plus 1 element. A first-level warrior can only cultivate an extraordinary organ of 1 attribute. With each level increase, 1 more extraordinary organ of 1 attribute can be introduced. After reaching the 5th level, the warrior's body will have all 5 elements, and at the same time possess extraordinary organs of the 5 attributes of gold, wood, water, fire and earth. After practicing to this level, you can try to cast extraordinary organs in the Tianyuan into UN fields. Once you can achieve a 7-element balance in your body, you can try to break through the realm of gods and demons. The warrior in the picture has all 5 elements in his body, and it is obvious that he has reached the 5th level warrior's practice. This also caused the extraordinary organs in his body to be in a mess, restraining each other, almost becoming a dead end. In order to break this situation, there is only a glimmer of hope if external forces are introduced to reharmonize the 5 elements. After a long period of thinking, Suchinjo wrote his answer on the test paper. First, cultivate the Tianyuan Wukue kidney in the water element field to break the balance of the 5 elements in the body, and then destroy the left arm bone of the Gangjin sword bone in the body within 5 minutes and 12 seconds, weaken the gold attribute power in the body, so that the gold and water attributes can be balanced. Finally, transplant the Zg Tianyan of the wood attribute, which can restore the balance of the 5 elements in the patient's body.
Moreover, the circulation of the 5 elements can also give rise to the 2 yin and yang energies.
Patients can use these 2 yin and yang energies to simultaneously cultivate organs in the heavenly and earthly realms, thereby achieving a 7-element balance. Su Chinzhou's answer was full of more than 10 steps, fully presenting the solution he had thought of. Of course, Su Chinzhou had no idea whether this answer was reliable or not. After all, he was just talking about it on paper and had never put it into practice. But Su Chinzhou was not worried at all. Generally, such questions and answers appeared in the written test. As long as the content of the answer made some sense, he could generally get a lot of points. Even if he got 0 points for this question, he could still pass the written test steadily with his correct rate for other questions. Su Chinzhou continued to answer, and the old man sitting at the front desk was also bored looking at the computer, correcting the test paper in a casual manner. For multiple choice questions, the system can directly determine the answer. And for short answer questions, he, the examiner, naturally needed to correct them. At his level, correcting the test paper of such an entry-level warrior was simply too simple, and he didn't even need to use his brain. The old man yawned while correcting the papers. Countless stars shone in his open mouth, and from time to time, a few scattered sparks burst out from the corners of his mouth. As he corrected the papers, the old man's eyes lit up. Well, this question was answered well. If I remember correctly, this question should have been posted by Lin Nizi on the Martial Arts Help Board yesterday. I didn't expect this kid to answer it well. In addition to the fixed questions in the question bank, the written test of the Martial Arts Association will also randomly ask a few questions on the Martial Arts Help Board as additional questions. These additional questions do not require candidates to answer correctly. As long as the candidates have something to say, they can get a lot of points. The main reason for this rule is to distinguish between geniuses and ordinary people. Although the martial arts question bank is huge, it has basically been dug up by external training institutions over the years. If someone buys the question bank back and practices questions desperately, there is a chance to get a perfect score. The random addition of these additional questions can expose the true colors of those who only rely on practice to get high scores. Then select the geniuses needed by the Martial Arts Association. And every year, some talents miss points due to carelessness and fail to reach the score required for the assessment. With this additional question strategy, it can also increase some room for error for these talents. The question that the old man just saw was the question that Lin Qingjue, a third-level warrior of the Martial Arts Association, posted on the Martial Arts Help Board yesterday. The old man also thought about this question for a long time before he came up with the answer yesterday, and he was thinking that he would explain it to Lin Qingjue in person after he came to the association. Unexpectedly, Su Chinzhou also gave a very similar answer to him, which shocked the old man. This instantly aroused the old man's interest. He put down his originally crossed legs, sat upright and began to seriously correct Su Chinzhou's test paper. This question is correct, and this question is also correct. I didn't expect this kid to have such a solid foundation. The old man smiled. With his status, he came to the Martial Arts Association in his hometown Tiancheng City to retire. It's just that he can't stay idle and likes to train young people, so he works as an examiner in the place responsible for martial arts assessment, which can be regarded as a way to make use of his remaining energy after retirement. Now seeing such an excellent young man, the old man feels very gratified. Well, this additional question is a question asked by a second-level martial artist. This question is also quite difficult. I didn't expect this kid to answer it correctly. It seems that he can get a perfect score on the test paper with all the additional questions answered correctly this time, which is quite valuable. The old man nodded repeatedly. Most of the questions on the help board of the Martial Arts Association are questions raised by first and second level warriors. This young man can answer the first 2 difficult questions correctly, so the other additional question should not be difficult for him. If he can get all the additional questions right, as long as the next practical test is not too bad, then he can help this young man get a B-level training plan in the Martial Arts Association. For young people born in small cities, this is simply an opportunity to leap over the Dragon Gate. Thinking that he was also because of the warrior test he had excellent performance, got a B-level training plan, and obtained many resources, which enabled him to achieve today's achievements.
Just when the old man was secretly happy for Suchinjo, he suddenly saw the last additional question of this exam. Please briefly explain the theory of the 7 elements of martial arts, and answer the effective way to replenish the fire element organ when the Tianyuan organ is transformed, which drives the water element organ to run wild, and promotes the abnormal mutation of the wood element organ, causing the 5 elements in the body to be completely chaotic. The moment he saw this question, the old man was struck by lightning. Why is it this question? What a pity, it's not good to draw any other question, but this one. It seems that this young man has lost the full score in the additional questions this time. Alas, it's all my fault. I knew that no one in the Tiancheng City Martial Arts Association could solve my problem, but I still posted the question with a glimmer of hope. Now, the problem is not solved, and a young man is harmed. Forget it, anyway, let's take a look at the solution of this young man. The old man blamed himself a little. After all, it was because of him that a talented young man missed a good opportunity. The old man decided that if the young man performed well in the subsequent practical assessment, he would give up his old face and beg those old guys to apply for this B-level training plan. When he just started to look at the answers, the old man didn't care too much, and even thought that Suchinjo started to give up because he couldn't answer. My body is a mess, and this kid asked me to cultivate another Tianyuan Wukue kidney. Isn't this just to make things worse? But as he watched, the old man's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he even became a little fascinated, constantly deducing the feasibility of Suchinjo's method in his mind. The old man was originally just a pure practical warrior, and he was not particularly interested in the theoretical research of martial arts. But since his body had problems, the old man became interested in theory. Long-term illness makes a doctor. After several years of research, the old man can barely be regarded as an expert in this area. The more he phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme, the more he felt that Suchinjo's ideas were really ingenious. It is indeed difficult to deal with the chaos in the body, but if a variable is introduced at this time, everything will be different. With this variable as the basis, the 2 attributes of gold and water can be slowly balanced. After stabilizing the 2 elements of gold and water, the 2 extraordinary organs of earth and wood can be slowly nurtured. In this way, the difficulty of treatment will be greatly reduced. Of course, this idea is extremely risky. The 5 elements organs in the old man's body are conflicting and entangled with each other. At this time, if you want to introduce a variable, this requires the person who proposes the plan to have a deep understanding of the 5 elements rules, and also to have a strong ability to deduce. Otherwise, if there are any mistakes, the balance that he barely maintains in his body will be broken instantly, and then it will be really difficult for the gods to save him. So the old man has seen so many martial arts doctors before, but no one dared to propose such a risky plan. But the old man now has a very deep understanding of the 5 elements. In addition, it is his own body. After years of suppressing the balance of the 5 elements in his body, the old man has a very good understanding of his physical condition. So the more the old man looks at Suchinjo's plan, the more he thinks this plan is very feasible. At least the first few steps proposed by Suchinjo are quite feasible. According to this idea, he can make the extraordinary organs of gold and water in his body tend to balance. At that time, he will spend a few more years to slowly recuperate, and he will definitely be able to completely solve the problems in his body. Although the old man thinks that the parameters and time in Suchinjo's plan need to be adjusted, there is absolutely no problem with this idea. As for the second half of Suchinjo's answer, the old man is not very optimistic. He is a little confused about Suchinjo's subsequent operations. After various adjustments, it can actually rely on the rotation of the 5 elements to give birth to yin and yang in the body, and achieve the balance of 7 elements in one fell swoop. Doesn't this mean that I, the old man, can not only cure the disease, but also ascend to heaven in one step, balance the 7 elements, and directly become a god and demon warrior? This is too ridiculous. The old man has never heard of such a thing in his life. But no matter what, Suchinjo's answer surprised the old man. He originally thought that he would stop at the level of the 5th level martial saint in this life, and there would be a risk of sudden death at any time. Now that he can recover his health, he is already quite satisfied. At this moment, a reminder sounded on his computer.
It turned out that he was too fascinated by it and forgot to give Su Chinjo a score. The assessment of the Warrior Association is scored directly. The old man did not score for a long time, causing Su Chinjo to sit in the assessment room. After sitting for a long time, Su Chinjo finally couldn't wait any longer and urged the examiner to give a score quickly through the computer system. The old man quickly gave Su Chinjo a full score and then submitted the score to the system. The test papers of the Warrior assessment must be kept on file, and any questions can be reviewed later. But the old man was not panicked at all. Based on Su Chinjo's answer, if he couldn't get a full score, who else could get a full score? After receiving the reminder that he had scored full marks, Su Chinjo stretched himself, opened the door and walked out of the examination room. Everything was within his expectations, nothing strange. The questions of the Martial Arts Alliance were too simple, only the question about the 7-element disorder was interesting. It would be strange if he couldn't get full marks in an examination of this level. The moment he walked out of the door, Su Chinjo saw the old man who had just been in charge of registration standing at the door of the examination room with a smile on his face. "Congratulations, young friend, for successfully completing the exam and getting full marks." Su Chinjo looked at the old man in some surprise. "Old man, aren't you the front desk in charge of registration? How do you know my score?" Logically speaking, in such a short time, the only person who could know his score was the examiner in charge of the written examination of the Martial Arts Association. But the old man was obviously a front desk, and the status gap between the front desk and the examiner was huge. Logically speaking, it couldn't be the same person. The old man laughed and said, "My main job is to be a written test examiner. Xiao Zhou, who is in charge of registration at the front desk, is on a business trip today, so I will take his place. Young friend, can you tell me why you want to solve this problem in this way?" As he was talking, the old man took out a notebook from his arms and began to write and draw on it. Su Chinjo naturally would not refuse to discuss this problem with the old man, because his idea of solving this problem came from the preaching records of Yuanchi Tianzuan, so he was also very curious about how people in the star domain world viewed this solution. The two discussed for an hour. During this period, Su Chinjo learned that the old man's name was Zhou Xuani, and that the old man was now a consultant to the Martial Arts Association and occasionally acted as a guest examiner for the written test. Zhou Xuani was very interested in Su Chinjo's ideas. He was full of praise and got a lot of inspiration from it. Zhou Xuani's understanding of the star domain martial arts also opened Su Chinjo's eyes. Both of them felt that they had gained a lot. Just when the two wanted to continue chatting, Su Chinjo suddenly remembered that the purpose of coming to the Martial Arts Association today was to take the test, and he still had a practical test to participate in. So Su Chinjo hurriedly said goodbye to Zhou Xuani and planned to participate in the practical test. But Zhou Xuani walked in front of Su Chinjo with a smile. "Why are you walking? Chinjo, you don't know the way when you come to the Martial Arts Association for the first time. I will show you the way. What about the registration and written test here? If you leave, won't there be no one to take care of this place?" Zhou Xuani laughed, it's okay. I have already found someone to take over." As soon as Zhou Xuani finished speaking, a middle-aged man in a white training robe hurried in. He said to Zhou Xuani very respectfully, "Mr. Zhou, I'm here, you can rest assured to do your thing." The moment he saw this middle-aged man, Su Chinjo recognized his identity. Su Chinjo was too familiar with the appearance of this middle-aged man. He was Li Yulong, the vice president of the Martial Arts Association, in charge of martial arts affairs. There were a total of 108 martial arts halls in Tiancheng City, all under his jurisdiction. As the owner of the White Crane Martial Arts Hall, how could Su Chinjo not know him? Su Chinjo had long known that Zhou Xuani's identity was not simple. It was not until he saw Li Yulong that Su Chinjo realized that Zhou Xuani's identity might be higher than he thought. However, Su Chinjo did not show any strangeness. No matter what Zhou Xuani's identity was, Su Chinjo did not care. Su Chinjo had seen all kinds of scenes. He talked and laughed with the future Han Daozu in the chat group, and the future Emperor Huang Tian called him the group owner brother. No matter how powerful Zhou Xuani was, could he be more powerful than these two? The moment Li Yulong saw Su Chinjo, he also recognized his identity, the young owner of the White Crane Martial Arts Hall.
After all, there are not many people like Su Chinzhou who inherit a martial arts school at such a young age in Tiancheng City, so he still has a good impression of him. Li Yulong saw Su Chinzhou standing next to Zhou Xuanyi, and the two of them were talking happily, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. But he didn't say much, just quietly came to the front desk registration office and took over Zhou Xuanyi's work. Then Zhou Xuanyi took Su Chinzhou to the direction of the actual combat assessment. Chen Mu and Xiao Baozi had been waiting for Su Chinzhou at the registration office, and now they also went to the actual combat assessment venue with them. The venue for the martial arts assessment is larger than a football field and is divided into many areas. Under the leadership of Zhou Xuanyi, the four people finally arrived at the assessment site after many twists and turns. This is a place dedicated to the actual combat assessment of the star-level martial artists. The size of the martial arts field is equivalent to a basketball court. In the center of the martial arts field, an examiner with his hands behind his back was waiting for Su Chinzhou's arrival. The examiner's name was Chun Huyang. He was sturdy, with a full beard and beard. His eyes were golden in color. There was a hint of anger on his face, and he looked around like a lion. Damn it, why hasn't that guy named Su Chinzhou come yet? He has passed the written test, but he is still dragging his feet. Come here and let me kill him. Then I can get 8 million from Tianyuan Martial Arts School and a treasure, Zhouyuan Zizzling Liquid, which is a heavenly material and earthly treasure that helps to break through the third level. 8 million is equivalent to his salary for 10 years. And if you kill an examiner and find out that he is intentionally hurting someone, you only need to fine him half a year's salary. The most precious thing is Zhouyuan Zizzling Liquid. With it, Chen Huyang has a 70% chance of breaking through to the third level. Seeing that the time is getting longer and longer, Su Chinzhou still hasn't appeared, and Chen Huyang's heart is getting more and more anxious. Did this kid get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme and give up the test? Wouldn't that mean that the cooked duck flew away when it was in my hand, and my 8 million and the 9 yuan cleansing spiritual liquid were gone just like that? Just then, a sound of footsteps was heard, and the door of the assessment room was pushed open. Several people filed in, and Chen Mutu was the one walking in front. Chen Mutu was dressed very formally today, wearing a custom-made robe from Xian Temple, with a shining bald head, afraid that others would not recognize him as a disciple of Xian Temple. The moment he saw Chen Mutu, Chen Huyang's face changed, and he was in trouble this time. There were actually disciples of Xian Temple among Su Chinzhou's relatives and friends. If he was caught when he was going to do something dirty, the consequences would be disastrous. However, Chen Huyang did not intend to give up. After all, the 9 yuan cleansing spiritual liquid promised by Tianyuan Martial Arts Hall was really fragrant. The disciple of Xian Temple in front of him looked about 17 or 18 years old. With his cultivation as a second-level warrior, he did not believe that he would be caught. Just when Chen Huyang was secretly thinking about how to make a safe move later, Su Chinzhou and Zhou Xuanyi walked into the door of the actual combat assessment room, talking and laughing. The moment he saw Zhou Xuanyi, Chen Huyang's eyes widened, his pupils almost shrank to the size of a needle tip, his face turned pale, cold sweat kept flowing down his cheeks, and he couldn't even control his strength as a second-level warrior, as if he was greatly frightened. How is it possible? This Su Chinzhou actually has such a good relationship with Mr. Zhou. Damn it! Tianyuan Martial Arts School, Wanja, you are going to kill me. As a staff member of the Martial Arts Alliance, Chen Huyang certainly knew that although Zhou Xuanyi was only a consultant of the martial arts school, his true identity was far more than that. Even the president of the Tiancheng City Martial Arts Alliance Association had to respectfully address Zhou Xuanyi as Mr. Zhou. Su Chinzhou had such a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme relationship with such a big shot. If he really beat Su Chinzhou to death, he would probably be caught in the next second and interrogated in the inspection room of the Martial Arts Association. At that time, his second half of life would be ruined, and he would even have to pay Su Chinzhou's life. Fortunately, Mr. Zhou came with Su Chinzhou today, otherwise if he beat Su Chinzhou to death without knowing it, the consequences would be disastrous. Thinking of this, Chen Huyang's eyes widened with anger, staring at Li Guanzhi sitting next to him, with a murderous intent in his eyes. Li Guanzhi was also in the actual combat assessment room. The actual combat assessment room of the Martial Arts Alliance does not prohibit outsiders from watching. As long as they are relatives of the assessors or martial artists certified by the association, they can enter at will. At this time, Li Guangzhe was sitting leisurely in the audience seat, shaking the dragon blood Bodhi wood fan in his hand back and forth, looking confident. He didn't care whether Su Chenzhou came to participate in the assessment today, nor did he care whether Su Chenzhou died or not. He only wanted the land of Baihe Martial Arts School. In his opinion, if Su Chenzhou retreated before the battle and couldn't get the star-level warrior certificate, then he would naturally lose the land of Baihe Martial Arts School. If Su Chenzhou came to participate in the actual combat assessment, then the end waiting for him would be to be beaten to death by the examiner who had already bribed him. If Su Chenzhou died, only the little sister of the Su family would be left, and the land of Baihe Martial Arts School would be easily captured. On Xuelan Star, those powerful martial arts schools are actually large-scale underworld gangs. Once they play dirty tricks, ordinary people without official backgrounds have no way to compete. To put it bluntly, in a society with extraordinary power, the rights of ordinary people are completely ignored. Therefore, the chairmen of major companies and large enterprises on Xuelan Star are almost all powerful extraordinary people. In Li Guangzhe's opinion, although Su Chenzhou has achieved extraordinary status now, he is only a first-level warrior without the protection of the Martial Arts Alliance and has no ability to protect himself. Tianyuan Martial Arts Hall can easily send out 7 or 8 second-level warriors. What can Su Chenzhou do to fight them? Su Chenzhou is dead in the end. He is dead in the end. In Li Guangzhe's opinion, he has already won this game. Li Guangzhe showed a smug smile. This feeling of holding the pearl of wisdom made him very excited, and he waved the fan more vigorously. At this moment, he suddenly felt a chilling murderous intent. Li Guangzhe turned his head and saw that it was the examiner who was bribed by him a few days ago. This made Li Guangzhe look puzzled. Is this guy a lunatic? When the deal was reached a few days ago, this guy still called him masterly and was as respectful as a dog. But now he suddenly changed his attitude and even showed murderous intent towards him. What was going on? Su Chenzhou naturally saw the small movements of these two people. After practicing the Amitabha Sutra in the past, his soul was extremely powerful and he could see through everything. The subtle changes in the expressions of these two people could not escape Su Chenzhou's observation. With Su Chenzhou's wisdom, he naturally knew what happened between the two people. The assessment will start soon. There are 2 levels in the actual combat assessment of the star-level warriors. The first level is to face the siege of 3 robots and defeat the 3 robots in the siege. This level is to test the warrior's melee ability. These 3 robots are combat robots produced by the mechanic, implanted with assault modules, but not equipped with thermal weapons. 3 shiny robots came out. These 3 robots are bionic structures, and their bone joints are made of special alloys. The golden coating sparkles in the sun. Su Chenzhou looked at the 3 robots and understood why the extraordinary path of the mechanic is only open to the official Blue Water Star. Su Chenzhou didn't know much about the profession of mechanic. The information of this extraordinary profession is strictly controlled on the internet, and it is difficult for ordinary people to understand it in depth. Su Chenzhou's understanding of these things still comes from some small stories that his father told him when he was a child. From the information he has now, the mechanic is also a profession that does not require talent. However, if you want to become a mechanic, you must implant a special root amethyst. The root amethyst is in the hands of the government and is completely monopolized by it. After implanting the root amethyst, the mechanic has the ability to activate the machine. The activated machine will have a weak intelligence and can evolve independently, and have stronger power after growth. The practitioner can choose to activate the firearm, or implant various prostheses to enhance their strength, and then activate the prosthesis. In addition, the root amethyst can also work on the mechanic himself, strengthen the brainwaves of the mechanic, and use brainwaves to micro-manipulate the combat robot. This thing is too destructive to the balance at a low level. The first-level mechanic can control more than 10 combat robots, and can also install a variety of mechanical peripherals to strengthen the body. In a life-and-death battle, if the combat robot of a first-level mechanic is equipped with advanced thermal weapons, this mechanic can cross levels and kill 1 to 3 second-level warriors. However, these three combat robots, first, are not equipped with thermal weapons, and second, there is no mechanic to control them, so they are somewhat rigid, so the threat is greatly reduced.
Even ordinary first-level warriors can barely deal with them, and for Tsuchinjo, of course, it is not a problem.
The cooperation of these three robots is quite good.
Although there is no mechanic to perform microcontrol, they have combat AI. Under the action of the central main control computer, the three robots seem to share the same brain and cooperate very well. A robot's steel fist hit Tsuchinjo's head, and the other two robots double-teamed him from left to right, attacking Tsuchinjo's lower body from left and right, blocking all his dodging space.
But Tsuchinjo never thought of dodging. Tsuchinjo's spine lit up one by one, and the cerebrospinal fluid like magma surged wildly in his spine.
The golden light was dazzling through the flesh, and even through the white martial arts uniform, one could see a golden dragon circling behind Tsuchinjo. 9 yang golden pills floated up and down in the spinal fluid, and the surging 9 yang chi poured into Tsuchinjo's arms like a tsunami. As Tsuchinjo exerted his strength, the meridians on his forearms also lit up like the spine, as if his forearms were covered with a layer of golden armor.
Raising fire to burn the sky, Tsuchinjo punched hard and hit the steel chest of the combat robot.
The 9 yang chi and the flame demon godbone worked together to generate endless heat, which was conducted into the body of the combat robot through Tsuchinjo's fist. Zizizizi, a red fist mark appeared on the chest of the combat robot, and drops of molten iron kept flowing down the chest of the combat robot, dripping on the floor of the assessment room, making a heart-pounding sound. Then the parts of the combat robot that were not hit also turned red. Under the huge heat conduction, the circuit board inside the combat robot made a sizzling sound, and countless electric sparks lit up on the combat robot.
This combat robot was actually short-circuited by Tsuchinjo's punch.
At the same time, the attacks of the other two combat robots had already hit Tsuchinjo. Li Guanja, who was watching the battle on the side, showed excitement in his eyes. Well, he dared to be so arrogant and take the attack of the combat robot head-on. He was simply ignorant of life and death. The output of this combat robot was set at 20,000 pounds, and a first-level extraordinary warrior would never be able to take this attack head-on. Therefore, the warriors who participated in the actual combat assessment almost all used body movements to dodge, and then looked for opportunities to counterattack.
Few people chose to fight head-on with the combat robot.
But what no one expected was that the mechanical leg with a shining metallic luster kicked Tsuchinjo's calf, and it actually made a crisp sound of metal collision. It seemed that not only the robot's legs were made of metal, but Tsuchinjo's legs were also made of metal. Not only that, after the collision, the combat robot's calves also turned red, and then countless electric sparks emerged, and it also fell into a short circuit. Tsuchinjo was not surprised at all by this result. With the blessing of the perfect method, after integrating the Stone Village bone script into the Flame Demon God bone, his strength had already reached 70,000 Jin, and his body became as hard as steel. It would be strange if the two robots' 20,000 Jin strength could hurt him. If these three robots were equipped with top-notch thermal weapons, they might be able to fight him with long-range kites. But if it was a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme combat, Tsuchinjo could only say that there was really no pressure at all.
Tsuchinjo's performance shocked the onlookers.
You know, this kind of combat robot used for assessment is not so easy to be destroyed. After all, no matter how rich the Martial Arts Association is, it is impossible to scrap 3 combat robots in one battle. In fact, each robot has a built-in force sensor, and once the force it receives reaches the specified value, it will automatically shut down. Other warriors who participate in the assessment pass by beating the robot until it shuts down. As for directly beating the combat robot to scrap. If you have this level, go to participate in the Haoyue level warrior assessment. Why come to the Fanqing level to bully the weak? As a result, no one expected that Tsuchinjo was so powerful. He destroyed 3 combat robots in one round. This level of combat power has definitely reached the level of a second-level extraordinary warrior. Zhou Xuani, who was standing aside, also had a strange look in his eyes. He stood up suddenly and stared at Tsuchinjo. He muttered to himself, with the strength of the first level, he showed the combat power of the second-level martial artist. Could it be that Shinjo is a super-limited martial artist? But looking at the martial arts he practiced, it is obviously just the widely circulated Burning Flame Demon Fist.
It doesn't make sense.
Yes, Shinjo has such a thorough understanding of the seven-element theory of extraordinary organs. It is obvious that he is a genius in martial arts theory.
Could it be that he improved the Burning Flame Demon Fist himself?
This time, the old man, really picked up a treasure. Li Guanzhi watched this scene and began to doubt his life. He is 23 years old this year and has cultivated to the peak of the first-level martial artist. He thinks that he is definitely one of the top talents in Tiancheng City. But even he dare not say that he can do this.
Doesn't this mean that if he confronts Su Qinzhou head-on now, he is no longer Su Qinzhou's opponent? This dealt a devastating blow to Li Guanzhi's confidence. However, Li Guanzhi did not give up.
He still had a trump card, which was Chen Huyang.
As a member of the martial arts system, Li Guanzhi did not know Zhou Xuani's true identity. Although Chen Huyang stared at him with murderous intent just now, Li Guanzhi did not believe that Chen Huyang would let Su Qinzhou go.
You must know that Chen Huyang is almost 70 years old this year. He has been trapped at the peak of the second level for 40 years and has not made any progress. With the 9 yuan Zizenling liquid, Chen Huyang has the opportunity to break through the bottleneck that has trapped him for 40 years. Li Guanzhi thinks that Chen Huyang will not miss this opportunity. Su Qinzhou defeated 3 martial arts robots, and the next step is the second level of the actual combat assessment. This level requires the assessee to support 5 minutes without defeat under the examiner. This level is actually quite difficult, because the examiners of the actual combat assessment are generally first-level peak warriors with rich actual combat experience. If you want to support 3 minutes without defeat under such a warrior, then the assessor must be proficient in the fighting style of the first-level warrior and have the ability to respond to the battle. Those who can only practice but not fight are unlikely to pass the second level of the actual combat assessment. However, this assessment is even more special, because the examiner in charge of this assessment has reached the second level, and is also a martial artist at the peak of the second level. This scene was achieved by Li Guanzhi's great efforts. He smoothed the relationship and sent all the martial artists in charge of the actual combat assessment in the Martial Arts Association to work on official business for various reasons, and then used his connections to let Chen Huyang come to take over temporarily. Generally speaking, when this kind of second-level martial artist takes over the assessment for the first-level martial artist, he will control his combat power to the peak of the first level.
Li Guanzhi is quite confident that as long as Chen Huyang goes all out, Su Qinzhou will definitely not be his opponent. The gap in strength between the first-level martial artist and the second-level martial artist is as big as the difference between heaven and earth. No matter how strong the combat power Su Qinzhou showed just now, he can't be the opponent of Chen Huyang at the peak of the second level. Everyone in the field also stared at the training ground with a serious expression, looking at the two people confronting each other with a cautious face. But no one expected that Su Qinzhou would stand on the training ground with his hands behind his waist, looking like he was strolling leisurely. Chen Huyang, who was standing opposite him, was quite nervous at this time. It was just an ordinary test, but Chen Huyang was already sweating profusely.
The martial arts secret book that Chen Huyang practiced was called Tianyuan Nuclear Magnetic Immortal Body. The extraordinary organ he forged, Xuanxi Shinshin, could control suction and repulsion. As a second-level martial artist, he could generate a mountain-like suction force with a casual suction, causing a tsunami, and could shake the earth and cause a small earthquake with a palm. But even though he had such a powerful power, he did not dare to make any small movements in front of Su Qinzhou, for fear that Zhou Xuani would find something wrong. Chen Huyang controlled his whole body's power to the peak of the first level, and every move was very cautious. The movements of fighting were more gentle than those when he accompanied his wife to practice martial arts, for fear of accidentally hurting Su Qinzhou.
Su Qinzhou looked at Chen Huyang's current performance, and remembered Chen Huyang's murderous eyes when he just entered the assessment room, and couldn't help but want to laugh.
I still prefer your unruly look. Su Qinzhou did not intend to let Chen Huyang go. He knew that the man in front of him was not a good bird.
If Zhou Xuani was not present, Chen Huyang would not let him go.
Su Qinzhou did not hold back at all. The flame demon god bone behind him lit up again. The magma-like spinal fluid in the red gold spine bone seemed to boil, rushing to every meridian in Su Qinzhou's body. Gradually, golden silk threads lit up in Su Chinzhou's tendons all over his body. It was the flame demon god blood that kept rushing in his body. Not only that, Su Chinzhou's bones also slowly lit up, and the bones also lost the texture of bones and turned into a red jade-like material. He seemed to have turned into a little golden man. Su Chinzhou's nine yang qi, which was as vast as mountains and seas, was fully activated, mixed with the flame demon's firepower, and rushed towards Chen Huyang in front of him. Waves of amazing heat emanated from Su Chinzhou's feet. For a moment, the training room became extremely hot, as if it had come to the crater of a volcano. Chen Huyang was completely overwhelmed. With only the strength of a peak first-level warrior, he was no match for Su Chinzhou. He couldn't understand it all. The man in front of him was obviously a first-level warrior. How could he have such terrible strange power? Even with the help of nuclear magnetic force, he couldn't resist the physical strength of the person in front of him. What's more, there was a terrifying firepower in the body of this freak in front of him. After taking a few punches from Su Chinzhou, Chen Huyang felt that his internal organs were burned by a strong heat, and a taste of rust came out of his mouth. Obviously, these punches had injured him internally, and his internal organs, except for the Xuanxi Shinshin, were constantly bleeding. Su Chinzhou, I have held back. Besides, I didn't offend you, so don't be so aggressive. Su Chinzhou just smiled. Didn't offend me? Do you dare to say that you haven't taken money from Tianyuan martial arts school? I took the money, but I didn't plan to really attack you. There's no need. Su Chinzhou didn't bother to listen to him. No matter what he said, the murderous intent in Chen Huyang's eyes when he just entered the door could not be faked. If he hadn't obtained the chat group, he would definitely die in this man's hands today. Stop talking nonsense. I want to kill you today. Chen Huyang knew that if he held back, he would probably be beaten to death by Su Chinzhou today. Su Chinzhou's aggressive performance made Chen Huyang angry. Damn it, I have given up the plan to kill you, but you are still so stubborn. Are you really tired of living? How can a second-level warrior like me bear this? You know, Zhou Xuani, you are amazing. Do you think an honest man like me deserves to be bullied? Besides, this is also a good opportunity. I have been beaten to internal bleeding. Even if I use all my strength, no one can hold me responsible. Thinking of this, Chen Huyang's eyes changed, and the nuclear magnetic heart in his body began to beat non-stop, making a sound of thump thump thump. As the nuclear magnetic heart in Chen Huyang's body beat, all the objects in the entire training room vibrated continuously. Zhou Xuani, who was standing on the sidelines, watched the scene in the training ground with a thoughtful expression in his eyes, but did not go out to stop it. Li Guanjia, who was watching from the sidelines, was greatly encouraged by this scene. Originally, he saw Chen Huyang working but not putting in any effort, and thought something had really happened. Now, seeing Chen Huyang using all his strength to operate the Xuanxi Divine Heart, Li Guanjia was relieved. He walked to the edge of the training ground and shouted to Su Chinzhou, Master Su, come on. I believe you can definitely pass the star-level warrior certificate. It's just 5 minutes of support, which is a piece of cake for you. But don't worry if you get killed by accident, I will take good care of your Baiha martial arts school and your sister. Zhou Xuani glanced at Li Guanjia with strange eyes, and still did not speak, but just stared at the battle on the field with full concentration. Between his naturally drooping hands, sparks of stars emerged. And the little bun sitting next to him also stared at the situation on the field very seriously, with his eyes fixed on it. In her fleshy little hands, she tightly held a jade sword carved from jadeite, and because she was too nervous, her palms were slightly wet. After Chen Huyang used all his strength, his might was indeed extraordinary. Chen Huyang had created 3 extraordinary organs at this time, the Xuanxi Divine Heart, the 9-element magnetic bones, and the titanium white gilded lungs. The Xuanxi Divine Heart controlled the suction and repulsion. Under Chen Huyang's full exertion, suction was generated in the void. Chen Huyang applied all the suction to Su Chinzhou, and Su Chinzhou's body movements became extremely slow. He had to resist this force to stabilize his body. In this case, his speed was naturally greatly affected. And Chen Huyang, under the blessing of repulsion, approached Su Chinzhou like a cannonball. He raised his fist as big as a casserole and hit Su Chinzhou fiercely. There was a magnetic field on his arm that kept flowing like a vortex, and the dust in the air drew a dust vortex with this magnetic field.
This is his 9-element magnetic bone.
This extraordinary organ can form a deflection magnetic field on the surface of his body. No matter what attack passes through this deflection magnetic field, it will rotate and dissipate force. Not only that, when attacking, this deflection magnetic field can also deflect the opponent's skin and flesh, twisting it directly into a bloody rag. Even if the combat robot just now was hit by this punch, its body made of steel would be twisted into a pile of scrap iron. Tsuchinjo could take this punch head on. After all, his strength is now phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to 70,000 pounds, and his body strength is much harder than his steel. If ordinary swords and knives are cut on it, only the swords and knives will be injured, not Tsuchinjo. But he didn't need to take it head on. Tsuchinjo no longer used brute force to withstand Chen Huyan's gravity. As soon as he relaxed his body, he rushed forward with the help of Chen Huyan's gravity. With the blessing of this gravity, Tsuchinjo's speed became extremely fast, and he dodged Chen Huyan's fatal blow in an instant. Chen Huyan punched the earth, and the power of the rotating magnetic field punched a huge vortex-shaped hole in the earth. Seeing this scene, Tsuchinjo secretly took a breath of cold air. If this punch hit him, even with his physical fitness, he would probably suffer some skin injuries. It was really terrible. With the blessing of gravity and repulsion, Chen Huyan's body movements became very strange, like a ghost. High-speed emergency stops, 90-degree turns, and various actions that require pressing Newton's coffin lid emerge in an endless stream. But no matter how fancy his body movements are, they are meaningless in front of Tsuchinjo. Tsuchinjo's skills are so profound that it is incredible. 9 Yang golden pills swallow and spit out a huge amount of 9 Yang true Qi. The void is full of Tsuchinjo's fist power. No matter how much Chen Huyan dodges, he can't dodge at all. Occasionally, Chen Huyan can hit Tsuchinjo with a punch with his ghostly body movements, but it is meaningless. Chen Huyan's invincible deflection magnetic field hit Tsuchinjo's body, but it only scratched Tsuchinjo's skin a little, and even no blood could be seen. And Chen Huyan hit Tsuchinjo, which meant that he would also be hit by Tsuchinjo. Tsuchinjo's punch had a force of 70,000 pounds, plus the 2 energies of the flame demon firepower and the 9 Yang true Qi. Chen Huyan couldn't bear such a force. Chen Huyan secretly groaned in his heart. Damn, what kind of monster is this kid? It's okay that he has a thick skin, but he is also so strong and has such a terrifying fire attribute power. How can I fight this fight, or I will admit defeat? He has been in the Martial Arts Association of Tiancheng City for so many years, and he has never heard of any examiner who was beaten by the examinee and gave up directly. What's more, he is a peak second-level martial artist. If he admits defeat, he will simply lose face. But if he doesn't admit defeat now, I'm afraid he will be beaten to death by Tsuchinjo. I admit defeat, stop fighting, I declare you passed the test. Chen Huyan half knelt on the ground, spitting blood, and kept begging for mercy. This scene can be said to be the most shocking scene in the Martial Arts Association in recent years. A first-level warrior actually beat a second-level peak examiner to spit blood and kneel down to beg for mercy in the actual combat test. Zhou Xuanyi looked at Tsuchinjo, and couldn't hide the admiration in his eyes. He was also a smart person, and naturally knew why Chen Huyan, a second-level warrior, appeared in the star-level warrior test. Even if Tsuchinjo didn't take action, after he left, Zhou Xuanyi would personally take action to deal with Chen Huyan, the black sheep. Tsuchinjo slowly retracted his fist, not even looking at Chen Huyan, who was kneeling on the ground. In his eyes, this person was already a dead man. Originally, Tsuchinjo wanted to beat Chen Huyan to death, but unfortunately this person was too spineless. A dignified second-level warrior actually admitted defeat directly, but Tsuchinjo still had a way. He was not only good at martial arts. Just when he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy, Tsuchinjo had already attached an idea to Chen Huyan. After Chen Huyan left, he only needed to trigger this idea to detonate the 9 Yang Qi in Chen Huyan's body, and he could kill him directly. And after killing him in this way, Tsuchinjo didn't have to take responsibility, it was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Suemo Ran was very happy to see that her brother won the practical test. She stuffed the jade sword in her pocket and rushed to Suchinjo's side. Without caring that Suchinjo was covered in mud, he hugged him. Chen Mutu on the other side also showed a relieved smile. But there was still a trace of doubt in his smile. He was also a cultivator, so he naturally knew how shocking Suchinjo's performance was today. When did his good friend become so strong? But then Chen Mutu shook his head, and he didn't care why he became so strong. It's good to be happy for his brother to become stronger. And Li Guanza on the side had a very complicated look in his eyes. 3 points of disbelief, 2 points of shock, and 5 points of fear. The cultivation of a first-level warrior defeated a second-level peak martial artist. This performance must be the legendary Super Limit Warrior, and even among the Super Limit Warriors, it is considered a leader. After his series of operations, Baiha Martial Arts Hall and Tianyuan Martial Arts Hall have long become mortal enemies. Li Guanzha secretly blamed Suchinjo in his heart. You are a super limit warrior. Can't you show it earlier? You have to hide it. If I knew you were so awesome, I would have been beaten to the head by a cannon to provoke you. But it's too late to apologize now. If Suchinjo is allowed to continue to grow, he will definitely become a big problem for Tianyuan Martial Arts School. If Suchinjo cannot be eliminated, I'm afraid he will not be able to sleep well next time. Suchinjo walked straight to Li Guanzha, without saying a word, just looking at him quietly. His eyes were like a pond of deep spring water, deep and cold, which made Li Guanzha shudder. Suchinjo, don't be too proud too early. There is nothing great about being a super limited warrior. In front of my Tianyuan Martial Arts Hall, it is not worth mentioning. Li Guanzha said fiercely. He was already a little afraid. The strongest fighting force in Tianyuan Martial Arts Hall was his father, a peak martial arts master of the 3rd level of supernormal martial arts. This fighting force can definitely walk sideways in Tiancheng City. You should know that several vice presidents of the Martial Arts Association are the 4th level martial arts kings of supernormal martial arts. Apart from these presidents, his father is the top fighting force in Tiancheng City. But no matter how powerful his father is, he is nothing in front of a super limited warrior. With the style of the Martial Arts Association, once they encounter such talents, they will immediately give the top training contract. Once Suchinjo breaks through to the 2nd or even 3rd level with the help of the Martial Arts Association, the catastrophe of Tianyuan Martial Arts Hall will come. Mr. Li, I'm just standing in front of you. How can you tell that I'm so proud? Suchinjo said lightly, but his eyes were still staring at Li Guanzha. He didn't like the feeling of being threatened by others. Li Guanzha opened the dragon blood Bodhi fan in his hand with a swish to cover up the panic in his heart. Even if you have the protection of the Martial Arts Association, my Li family has a lot of trump cards. After saying that, Li Guanzha flicked his sleeves and left the actual combat assessment room directly. After seeing Li Guanzha leave, Zhou Xuanyi drove Chen Huyang away and walked in front of Suchinjo. Chinjo, if I'm not mistaken, the man just now should be Li Guanzha from the Li family of Tianyuan Martial Arts Hall. What's wrong? Do you have a grudge with him? Zhou Xuanyi basically doesn't care about things in the Martial Arts Association, so he doesn't know much about the grudges between these martial arts halls. Suchinjo did not hide anything and told the truth about the grudge between him and Tianyuan Martial Arts School. After listening to Suchinjo's explanation, Zhou Xuanyi was thoughtful. For the venue in the city center, you don't want you to get the warrior certificate? No wonder the person in charge of the assessment today is Chen Huyang, who is at the peak of the 2nd level. Indeed, if you don't have the protection of the Martial Arts Association, with the relationship of Tianyuan Martial Arts School, the inspection of the industrial and commercial water, electricity, tax and fire departments alone will be enough for you to drink a pot. And as long as Tianyuan Martial Arts School spreads the word, few people dare to rent your land. Add to that the liquidated damages paid to those students after the martial arts school went bankrupt, and it is estimated that the final result is really that you can only grit your teeth and sell the land to them. Now that you have obtained the star-level warrior certificate, all these calculations have come to nothing. Zhou Xuanyi paused and continued. But Chen Zhou, you still can't take it lightly. Just before that kid left, he said that the Li family still had a trump card, which is true. There is a cultivator behind the Li family. If this cultivator really takes action, it will be difficult for the Martial Arts Association to protect you. When this sentence came out, Chen Mu, who was standing aside, was stunned.
There is actually a cultivator behind the Li family. On the Blue Water Star, there are 4 kinds of extraordinary inheritances: cultivators, psychics, mechanics, and extraordinary warriors.
Among them, the extraordinary warriors are the most widely spread, and everyone can practice martial arts. And among these 4 professions, the most transcendent status must be the cultivator. For ordinary people, the cultivator is simply an illusory legend. Only those who have the qualifications to cultivate immortals are qualified to become cultivators. This kind of cultivation qualifications can only be produced in 1 out of 100,000 people. For every 100 cultivators, there can be a 6th level true immortal. Even if you can't become a true immortal, you can steadily achieve the 5th level ascending realm. You know, the success rate of a 6th level god and demon warrior is 1 in 10 million.
The success rate of psychics is far lower than that of immortal cultivators. Only 1 6th level god can be born among 100,000 psychics.
Not only that, low-level immortal cultivators have the combat power to crush other cultivation systems. Even a super-limited warrior can hardly fight against an immortal cultivator of the same level. All these have established the supreme and transcendent status of immortal cultivators. If this immortal cultivator really kills Su Chenzhou, the Martial Arts Association has no way to make this immortal cultivator pay with his life.
The status between the two is not equal.
Each immortal cultivator means a 6th level true immortal reserve. Although the super limited warrior is strong in combat, it is far less than the immortal cultivator in terms of potential.
Moreover, the Immortal Cultivation Alliance is stronger than the Martial Arts Association.
The final punishment is probably that the immortal cultivator will be confined for 100 years, plus a huge fine, and the matter will be over. Zhou Xuanyi paused and continued.
But don't worry too much. The immortal cultivator of the Li family won't do anything for such a trivial matter.
The status of immortal cultivators is respected, but before achieving the 5th stage of the realm, they are not allowed to arbitrarily interfere in external affairs. And killing a talented warrior at will is also a big deal for immortal cultivators, which will greatly affect their future.
Besides, even if he is an immortal cultivator, so what?
If he really dares to bully the weak, the Martial Arts Association is afraid of them, but I, Zhou Xuanyi, am not afraid.
When saying this, a fascinating divine light appeared on Zhou Xuanyi's old face.
Su Chenzhou didn't take the fact that there was an immortal cultivator behind the Li family too seriously.
Isn't he just a cultivator? It makes everyone the same.
If he didn't have the energy to devote himself to cultivation for the time being,
he could have become a cultivator now.
And he was practicing the orthodox cultivation method of Yuanshi Tianzuan. Su Chenzhou couldn't judge which one was better between the cultivation methods of the star domain world and the primordial world. But if he compared the cultivation methods of the cultivator who emerged from a corner of the Blue Water Star with the orthodox cultivation methods of Yuanshi Tianzuan, Su Chenzhou would know which one was stronger without thinking. Su Moyan, who was standing aside, didn't show any fear on her face after hearing that there was a cultivator behind the Li family. She reached out and touched the jade sword in her sleeve, and a hint of murderous intent flashed across her round face like a bun. After talking about the Tianyuan Martial Arts Hall, Zhou Xuanyi left. Before leaving, he held Su Chenzhou's hand and gave him sincere instructions. After you get the star-level warrior certificate, no matter what force comes to you to sign a training agreement, you must not agree.
Based on your performance, I can get you a top-level training plan in the Martial Arts Alliance.
But it will take some time, so don't be impatient. After passing the assessment, it became very simple to apply for the certificate, especially with Zhou Xuanyi's greeting. It was a green light all the way, and it didn't take long for Su Chenzhou to get the star-level warrior certificate. As soon as Su Chenzhou got the certificate, several middle-aged men who had been waiting here for a long time surrounded him.
They were smiling and looked very attentive. These men are talent consultants from several large companies, such as Tianxiangtang, Yeshutang, and United Research Institute.
To put it bluntly, they are a bit like scouts in Su Chenzhou's previous life.
Their job is to recruit talents for the company.
Their purpose of coming to Su Chenzhou is to sign a training contract with Su Chenzhou. The content of these contracts is very generous. These companies will provide a lot of resources in exchange for these warriors to serve them for a certain period of time. And these large companies will also select sufficiently excellent elites from these warriors to cultivate their own direct forces. To be honest, if it is for those warriors who have no inheritance, the contracts of these companies are indeed a good choice. But for Tsuchinjo, these contracts have no meaning. Even without Zhou Xuani's promise, he would not sign these contracts. Faced with the enthusiastic invitations of several talent consultants, Tsuchinjo rejected them without hesitation. But these talent consultants did not give up, because Tsuchinjo was too young. He looks like he is only 17 or 18 years old. He is definitely a genius seed to be able to obtain the star-level warrior certificate at such a young age. If such a person can be signed to his own company, it would be a great achievement. After being rejected by Tsuchinjo, the faces of two talent consultants became cold, and they turned around and left directly, no longer entangled with Tsuchinjo. The faces of the three talent consultants from Tianxian Hall, Yusho Hall, and the Joint Research Institute did not show any annoyance, but became more enthusiastic. Brother Su, it doesn't matter if you don't want to sign a contract with me. This is my business card. If you need help, you can call me at any time. And this is my VIP membership card of Yusho Hall. You can get 20% off all the products of Yusho Hall by using this card. I have entered your information into this card, please accept it. Don't hit a smiling person. The three talent consultants have been smiling at Tsuchinjo, so Tsuchinjo did not refuse their kindness and put their business cards and membership cards in his pocket. On the other side, Zhou Xuani and Tsuchinjo separated and returned to the office. He stared at the answer on Tsuchinjo's test paper, thinking deeply about how feasible this plan was. With his knowledge of martial arts, he could see that there was absolutely no problem with the first 5 steps Tsuchinjo gave him, but he didn't understand the steps after that. He thought for a moment, waved his hand gently, and the bracelet on his hand naturally lit up. This is the Tianji 7, a smart wearable device produced by the Joint Research Institute. It is made of special materials, fireproof, waterproof and impact resistant. As long as the battle is not too intense, this bracelet will not be damaged. Not only that, the Tianji 7 is quite advanced. It can directly project the screen on the user's retina. No matter where the user's hand is placed or how it moves, it will not affect the projection effect. Zhou Xuani used the Tianji 7 to make a call. Old Lu, are you free tonight? I recently got a bottle of good wine and I want to find you to taste it together. A young voice came from the other end of the phone. Come on, I don't know you, old Joe. Tiancheng and Luoanqing are so far apart, you came all the way here, you must have something to do. If you have something to say it quickly, if you have something to say it quickly. Zhou Xuani shook his head, his old friend was still so straightforward, and he hadn't changed at all. This matter can't be explained in a few words. Since you said so, I assume that you are free. Wait for me at the Research Institute at 6 o'clock tonight, and see you there. Zhou Xuani is an impatient person, and he will do anything he thinks of immediately. After making an appointment with Lao Lu, Zhou Xuani immediately booked a ticket and rushed to Luoanqing. Coincidentally, the headquarters of the Blue Water Star Martial Arts Association is also in Luoanqing. He wanted to help Tsuchinjo apply for an SS-level training contract, so he also needed to go to Luoanqing. The fastest means of transportation on Blue Water Star is the Skytrack. The Skytrack is actually an acceleration channel fixed by a formation. When traveling on the Skytrack, the spacecraft can reach 10 times the speed of sound. There is only one means of transportation that can be faster than the Skytrack, and that is a cultivator with a very high level of cultivation. Although the distance between Luoan City and Tiancheng City is thousands of miles away, it is as easy as visiting each other in front of the Skytrack. After a while, Zhou Xuani stood at the door of the Luoan City branch of the Joint Research Institute with a bottle of 50-year-old rice flower fragrance. The gate of the Joint Research Institute is a 3-meter thick fine steel gate. He stretched out his hand and knocked, and his skinny body contained a huge force. The gate made of special alloys seemed to sway like a delicate flower in front of him. It makes people worry that the gate will be broken by Zhou Xuani in the next second.
With the knocking sound of dong dong dong, the researchers in the entire Joint Research Institute were shocked.
Some young people who had just arrived jumped up from their chairs and looked for weapons everywhere. And those older researchers were calm and ordered the young people to sit down quickly. After all, there is no one else who would come to the institute to knock on the door like this, except Zhou Xuanyi, the Tianyan Wuxing. Their director was a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme friend of Tianyan Wuxing Zhou Xuanyi, and they had a very good personal relationship. In the past, the gate of the institute would be destroyed like this every now and then. Fortunately, their research institute is mainly engaged in the research of martial arts theory, and does not need to do experiments, otherwise who can bear it if someone knocks on the door every day? In a research room deep in the Joint Research Institute, a man who looks very young, wearing a white scientific research robe, sits on the table and calculates frantically. There are pieces of draft paper scattered around him, with complicated and indescribable patterns drawn on them. If Su Qinzhou were here, he would be surprised to find that the patterns on these pieces of draft paper are all deducing the 5 elements changes in the body of the case in the written test. Hearing the knock on the door, the young man looked up and showed a nostalgic smile on his face. It's been a long time since I saw Lao Zhou so energetic. Since he was injured, he has been like a wilted eggplant. Could it be that he knows that my research has made a huge breakthrough and his condition may be cured, so he is so excited? But it doesn't make sense. In order to give him a surprise, no one except my deputy Ningyi knows this news. Could it be that Ningyi secretly told Lao Zhou about this matter? Well, it's not impossible. After all, Lao Zhou used to treat Ningyi as his own nephew. His relationship with Lao Zhou is better than that with me, so it's not surprising that he told him secretly. The young man carefully took out 3 sheets of paper from a pile of draft papers on the table, then gently put them in his arms and walked leisurely towards the door of the laboratory. The young man walked to the gate of the Joint Research Institute. When he saw Zhou Xuanyi, a trace of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. He walked up and hit Zhou Xuanyi's shoulder hard. Good old Zhou, you haven't come to Luowan City for 2 years, and you don't even know to come and see me. Zhou Xuanyi raised the 50-year-old rice flower fragrance in his hand and shook it at the young man. Lu Shenyan, Director Lu, I'm here to see you, look at what I have in my hand. Lu Shenyan looks young, but in fact she is from the same era as Zhou Xuanyi. The reason why the two have such a big difference in appearance is that Zhou Xuanyi's cultivation went wrong, causing his body to be unable to maintain its peak period. Seeing the wine in Zhou Xuanyi's hand, Lu Xuanyan's eyes lit up. This wine is not ordinary, 50-year-old rice flower fragrance wine. Even with their status, it is difficult to drink it normally. The moment he saw this wine, Lu Xuanyan's wine bug in his stomach began to growl. As a senior-old wine lover, seeing such a good wine, Lu Shenyan couldn't bear it for even a second. He pulled Zhou Xuanyi onto the maglev car nearby. Come on, don't dawdle, eating is important. In the number 1 private room on the 7th floor of Yeyang Pavilion, the two of them rubbed their bulging bellies and collapsed on the chairs. The table was a mess, and the bottle of 50-year-old rice wine had long been drunk by the two of them. Lu Shenyan looked at Zhou Xuanyi, took out 3 pieces of paper from his arms, and raised his hand. 3 extremely soft draft papers spun quickly in the air, making the sound of iron sheets breaking through the air, and flew towards Zhou Xuanyi. Zhou Shenyan stretched out his old and withered palm and clamped it, taking the 3 pieces of paper that could break gold and stone in his hand. Old Zhou, you are here for this thing, right? Ningyi is really a talker. I just had some ideas and I called you here. Take a look and see if this treatment plan can help you. Zhou Xuanyi looked down and saw that there were complicated patterns drawn on the 3 draft papers, but with his martial arts knowledge, he could naturally see that these patterns were deducing the changes of the 5 elements in his body. Zhou Xuanyi looked up at Lu Shenyan. He knew that this old guy probably misunderstood something. But who cares, let's see what Lu Shenyan has researched. Zhou Xuanyi squinted his eyes and looked at the changes of the 5 elements deduced by Lu Shenyan. The more he looked, the more he felt it was eye-catching. In fact, if he had seen these 3 draft papers before he had seen Su Qinzhou's test paper, Zhou Xuanyi would have been ecstatic. Because the changes of the 5 elements on these 3 draft papers do have the hope of solving the conflict of the 5 elements in his body. However, compared with the perfect and exquisite solution given by Su Chenzhou, Lu Xuanyan's solution is like a child's graffiti, full of fantasy and immaturity. If Zhou Xuanyi follows the treatment plan given by Lu Xuanyan, he will only have a 10% chance of resolving the conflict of the 5 elements in his body, and there is a 90% chance that he will explode into pieces of meat.
Zhou Xuanyi raised his head and looked at Lu Xuanyan.
Director Lu, I always thought you were a top talent in the theoretical research of martial arts on Shuelan Star.
I didn't expect you to be at this level. I am really disappointed.
Lu Xuanyan was holding a cup at this time, tasting the remaining rice flour wine in the cup, and looking forward to Zhou Xuanyi's admiration and thanks.
It took him a lot of effort to come up with this solution.
Although it is not perfect now, Lu Xuanyan is confident that he only needs to give him a certain amount of time to increase the chance of success to more than 40%.
For warriors like them, a 40% chance of being able to gamble is completely enough.
Otherwise, with Zhou Xuanyi's current physical condition, he would not be able to hold on for a few years and would die. Unexpectedly, he did not receive Zhou Xuanyi's praise and admiration, but was mocked by his old friend.
This made Lu Xuanyan completely unable to hold back. Old Zhou, you can't understand these pictures, right?
I dare say that except for the gods and demons, no one in the entire Blue Water Star can come up with a better treatment method than mine.
If someone can really do better than you, what will you do?
If someone can come up with a better treatment method than me, I will jump off the Yayang Pavilion now. Zhou Xuanyi smiled and took out a piece of paper from his arms, on which was the answer given by Su Chenzhou.
Old Lu, don't be so sure, come and see, what do you think of this idea?
Lu Xuanyan took the paper from Zhou Xuanyi's hand and began to phoneme alphabet equals IPA pitch equals red slash phoneme it attentively.
As he watched, Lu Xuanyan began to dance with joy.
He pushed hard and pushed the bowls and plates on the table together, and even the remaining rice flour fragrance wine in the cup spilled on the table without caring. He took out a pile of thick draft paper from the backpack beside him, and then began to calculate frantically.
While calculating, Lu Xuanyan kept exclaiming in admiration. This idea is too brilliant. How can there be such an angle?
The 5 elements are mutually generated and restrained, and there are countless changes. I, a mortal, still have too little understanding of the 5 elements.
Wonderful, 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 it's really wonderful. I would rather die in the evening if I hear the truth in the morning. Su Chenzhou's answer of just a few hundred words, Lu Xuanyan used hundreds of draft papers and still couldn't figure it out.
But the more Lu Xuanyan calculated, the more he felt that Su Chenzhou's answer was really wonderful. More than 2 hours passed before Lu Xuanyan finally raised his head and looked at Zhou Xuanyi.
Old Zhou, which master tailored this treatment plan for me?
Even the gods and demons in the headquarters would never be able to reach such a level.
Which master has such a level?
Old Zhou, you must take me to see him.
Zhou Xuanyi did not answer Lu Xuanyan's question directly. So, old Lu, this treatment plan is really feasible, right? Lu Xuanyan nodded.
Although I haven't calculated it clearly, according to this treatment plan, you have at least a 90% chance of solving the problem in your body.
Old Lu, you are really lucky this time.
Let me calculate it carefully and make some adjustments.
I'm afraid you will become a god and demon warrior in one step this time.
Lu Xuanyan's words also scared Zhou Xuanyi.
Become a god and demon warrior? How is it possible? Are the last few steps of this treatment plan really feasible? Lu Xuanyan nodded. You have received such a wonderful treatment plan from the master, and you are still asking me this? The treatment method of this whole plan is simply like a wild imagination, exquisite and ingenious. I guarantee as the director of the Joint Research Institute that this plan is absolutely feasible. Zhou Xuanyi was a little unbelievable.
The rest of the martial arts knowledge level can only understand the first 7 or 8 steps, and he is confused about the rest. So Zhou Xuanyi has never thought that the last few steps of Su Chenzhou's answer are really feasible. As a result, Lu Xuanyan actually told him that there is no problem with this plan from beginning to end. This made Zhou Xuanyi stunned. You know, he saw Su Chenzhou come up with this treatment plan in a few minutes. If there were only the first few steps, Zhou Xuanyi could still understand it. After all, he also knew that there are really geniuses in this world. Sometimes geniuses can come up with ideas that ordinary people can't think of.
But if this whole treatment plan is feasible, then the meaning is completely different.
This means that Tsuchinjo is a genius far beyond his imagination. In the history of the entire Star Domain Alliance, he can be called a shining star. In the world of Yangshan, Hong Yi was sitting in front of the stone table in Luo Yun's mansion, enjoying a cup of tea leisurely and enjoying the breeze and the bright moon. After these days of diligent practice, he finally mastered the spirit turtle breath to great perfection. And just as he expected, at the moment when he reached the peak of his cultivation as an innate martial artist, the energy and blood in his body surged, and he successfully broke through to the realm of the Grand Master of Marrow Training. Moreover, he is still a Grand Master of the highest level of training, and he is only one layer away from being able to break through to the realm of Martial Saint. As expected, the blood-moving realm of the perfect method can also play the role of the Marrow Training method, and the effect far exceeds all the Marrow Training methods in the Yangshan world. Hong Yi felt the qi and blood rushing through his body, like phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals lead lead slash phoneme or mercury. The viscosity of the qi and blood far exceeded that of ordinary Marrow masters recorded in classics. His current Marrow training skills are not inferior to those of humans and immortals. After the breakthrough, Hong Yi quickly opened the chat group and shared the good news with his group friends. The group friends were also very happy after learning the news about Hong Yi's breakthrough. Hanli Kixwinman disciple, today is such a good day. Not only did the leader of the group get the Star Warrior certificate, but you, Hong Yi, also made a breakthrough. Sure, how child of Shurtsuan, brother Hanli, I have also made a breakthrough. After these days of practice, I have reached the late stage of the blood-moving realm, and my arms can move 70,000 kilograms. The words of the little milk baby made everyone in the group feel ashamed. They were all teenagers, and their sheer strength was not as big as that of other people's milk babies. Zhang Junbao Young Sword Immortal, and me. After so many days of hard thinking, I finally figured out how ordinary people can condense the golden elixir of martial arts. This martial arts is no longer an advancement exclusive to me. Road. Ever since the last time he faced an army of 100,000 Meng Yuan alone with his sword, Zhang Junbao had fallen into deep thought. He found that there was a huge gap between his current martial arts skills and those of ordinary martial artists. Especially after condensing the golden elixir of martial arts, he and ordinary people in the world are like people from two different worlds. Zhang Junbao does not want to become an immortal above the world alone. Moreover, if he tried to drive away the Tartars by himself, he would be exhausted to death. What the Meng Yuan people are best at is small team plundering in cavalry attacks. If he were to suppress the Meng Yuan cavalry by himself, he probably wouldn't have time to practice or travel with Miss Gua. Besides, Zhang Junbao could feel that with his current martial arts skills, he would have no problem living for 300 to 500 years. But if his martial arts skills cannot be promoted, what will the people around him do? Thinking of how boring it would be for him to phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals live live slash phoneme alone in the world 100 years later, with neither Miss Gua nor Master Zhu Yuan around him. So Zhang Junbao began to think about whether this method of advancing the golden elixir of martial arts could be spread to other people. After so many days of continuous experiments, Zhang Junbao finally developed a martial arts golden elixir method that could be popularized. Zhang Junbao named it Jinwu Condensation Alchemy Method. Everyone in the group chat's lively, and everyone has made great progress during the time they have been in the group chat. Seeing this scene, Tsuchinjo smiled with relief. This was exactly the tone he had set for the group chat early on, and it was also what he wanted to see most in the group chat, helping each other and making progress together. At this moment, Hong Yi sent a message in the group chat. Hong Yi de Qian Shotsai, my soul detected that a mysterious person quietly entered Luoyun's house. The person headed by him had blood and smoke rising straight into the sky like pillars, as hot and dazzling as the sun. Tsuchinjo group leader, oh, with such strong blood, this person who sneaked in must be a martial saint. An existence of the level of martial saint would really be worthless if left in a few years. But at this point in time, gold is very valuable. Hong Yi nodded, I can think of only one martial saint who will appear here at this time. Tsuchinjo group leader, indeed, at this point in time, except for the Wuwenho mansion, no one else can come up with a martial saint. It seems that you left Hong Mansion forcefully this time and angered Hong Xuanji.
The visitor should be Butler Wu, an old dog.
He probably doesn't know your cultivation level, so he doesn't bother to hide his chi and blood. Otherwise, your soul wouldn't be able to detect him at such a distance.
Zhang Junbao Young Sword Immortal, he is actually a martial saint, so isn't Hong Yi a bit dangerous this time? Hong Yi De Qian Scholar, that's not the case.
Although Wu Laogo is a martial saint, he is far behind Hong Xuanji.
Wu Laogo came well and came well.
I haven't had any actual combat since my breakthrough, so I just used him to sharpen my boxing skills. Hong Yi directly opened the group phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast, then temporarily closed the group chat and looked in the direction Wu Laogo came from.
Without any sound, Butler Wu appeared in front of Hong Yi.
After Butler Wu appeared, he happened to meet Hong Yi's eyes looking at him.
This glance put a surprised expression on Butler Wu's face. Master Yi is indeed very capable, and he was able to discover the old slave's traces.
It seems that Master Yi, in addition to martial arts, you also practiced some Taoism. As expected, he is the son of Lord Marquis and Miss Bingyun. No wonder Master Yi dared to practice martial arts secretly behind the Marquis' back, and also used Princess Luoyun's influence to leave the Marquis mansion. After practicing Taoism, people's hearts become wild. It seems that the Marquis is right. A childlike young Master Yi should cultivate himself in the mansion. If he runs out to play around, he will get into big trouble and his life will be in danger.
Hong Yi laughed coldly. If I go back to the mansion with you to cultivate myself, I am afraid that you will not abolish my martial arts and then keep me in the Hong mansion by Hong Xuanji.
Hearing Hong Yi's words, Wu Guanzha's walnut-like face moved and showed an ugly smile. Young Master Yi, you are the son of the Marquis, how can you call the Marquis by his name? It seems that your heart is really wild. I originally thought that it was not easy for young Master Yi to practice martial arts, and I was thinking of taking you back and admitting my mistakes to the Marquis. In this way, maybe you can keep your martial arts. Now it seems that your martial arts are really not worth keeping.
Hong Yi suddenly stood up again and stared at Wu Guanzha. Let me ask you one more question. Was my mother's death caused by that bitch Madame Zhao? Does Hong Xuanji know about it?
The walnut skin on Wu Guanzha's face twitched again. Miss Meng died of coughing up blood when you were 7 years old. When Hong Yi heard this explanation, he shouted, "Shut up, my mother is a saint of the Supreme Tao, and it is ridiculous to die of coughing up blood."
Wu Guanzha sighed. Since you know it, why bother asking?
Hong Yi laughed loudly. Of course I have to ask. If I don't ask clearly, how can I beat you to death with peace of mind, and then beat Hong Xuanji, the treacherous villain? After Hong Yi finished laughing, his figure flashed, and he suddenly appeared next to Wu Guanzha, raising his hand and hammering. When the hammer hit, the blood in Hong Yi's forearm kept boiling and flowing, and countless bone characters shone with fascinating divine light, as if he was a god and unstoppable. Well, before I knew it, this book has been written for 200,000 words, and it is time to put it on the shelves.
To be honest, because I am a novice, there are many problems with this book. I made a small revision in the middle and deleted some plots.
Of course, the deleted plots do not affect the main plot.
It is indeed my fault that I did not think it through.
I would like to apologize to all the book friends here.
During the serialization process, some book friends said that it was watery, and some book friends said that it was short.
It is not that I wanted it to be so short, but the new book period must be recommended, especially for a novice like me. Recommendation is more important. There is no way but to write 4,000 words a day. In fact, I sometimes write more, and some chapters have been written to 3,000 words.
With less updates, it naturally seems a bit watery.
After all, it is uncomfortable for me to write a plot for 4 or 5 days. But if the pace is fast, I am afraid that the plot is not full, and the writing is not strong enough to leave logical bugs. In short, the shortness is still the main problem. But now it is different. It will be on the shelves tomorrow. I will update as much as I want at that time. In short, the update volume after the release of the book, I can only say that it will definitely satisfy the readers.
I won't set a certain number of orders for additional updates here. Let's just say that there is no need for additional updates to motivate.
As an author, I don't even have the idea of updating with all my strength, and I still have to rely on the promise of additional updates to keep me going.
Isn't it a bit bad? You can just look at the update volume.
I don't have any manuscript saved, and I update manually to let everyone see my limit. However, the first order and follow-up orders are still required. After all, for new authors, these phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme are really too important. If the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme looks good, even the typing speed will become much faster.
Thank you for your strong support.
This book was published directly, and it was not until 60,000 words that my editor Peng Lai picked it up.
I would like to thank Peng Lai here.
Then, I can persist to 60,000 words without signing a contract.
Everyone can fully believe in my persistence in writing books. I will definitely write this book well. Please support me.
Faced with Hong Yi's godlike strike, Butler Wu didn't take it too seriously. He lightly stretched out his left hand and flicked it toward Hong Yi's fist like dust. Butler Wu's walnut-like face moved, and he said softly, "Master Yi, don't be too angry." Sure enough, after practicing martial arts, desire has arisen in my heart. With your three-legged cat's kung fu, you dare to ask me? I really don't know how high the sky is when I take action. But before Butler Wu finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed. The moment his skinny right hand touched Hong Yi's fist, he felt a huge force. Even if he tried his best to resist this huge force, it would be difficult for him to resist it. What's more, he had contempt for it before taking action, so he didn't even use 10% of his strength. At the moment of contact, the flesh on the back of his left hand was torn apart by Hong Yi's punch, revealing the dense white bones. Butler Wu's figure was like a ghost, suddenly split into 8 parts in front of Hong Yi. It was just a glimpse of Butler Wu's unique skill in Qinggong. But this had no effect at all. Hong Yi's punch still followed him like a shadow, hitting Butler Wu on the shoulder.
He was beaten and flew away.
Butler Wu stood up. The expression on his skinny old face had not changed at all since he saw Hong Yi. It had always been kind, like a fake smile. It was only then that the uncontrollable shock finally appeared on Butler Wu's old face. This power could be the master of marrow training. How is it possible, Master Yi? You have been living under the eyes of the Marquis and the old slave. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even if I, the old slave, am mistaken, it is impossible for Mr. Ho to be mistaken. Young master, the last time you saw Mr. Ho was 6 months ago. At that time, you obviously had not started practicing. Is it possible that in just 6 months, you can become a master of marrow training? Butler Wu looked at Hong Yi with eyes wide open and a look of disbelief on his face. Hong Yi's cultivation speed completely exceeded his imagination. This cultivation speed made him shudder, and even a lot of cold sweat broke out on his back.
Hong Yi was dressed in green clothes, walking under the moonlight, unhurried and graceful.
Is there anything impossible? Let me tell you, slave, I did not start practicing 6 months ago. Not only that, I didn't start practicing 5 months ago, 4 months ago, or even 2 months ago.
Butler Wu couldn't understand what Hong Yi was saying at all. Master Yi, do you mean that it only took a month to become a marrow refining master?
Hong Yi smiled and nodded. He had no intention of letting this old dog go today, so it didn't matter if he told him this. I understand, Master Yi, if you are able to practice so quickly, you must have come into contact with the Dream God machine. I originally thought that Meng Shenji had cultivated the supreme way and had reached the state of being too supreme to forget his feelings. Unexpectedly, a person of his level would be trapped by family ties and would actually help his sister's son. Butler Wu's face showed an expression of sudden realization. If Meng Shenji, the best person in the world, took action, it would not be impossible for Hong Yi to be able to practice so quickly. After all, Meng Shenji is a stronger being than the creator. Even if he creates a martial saint in a single thought, it is a reasonable thing. After figuring this out, Butler Wu showed an expression of relief on his face. A mere master of marrow training was not noticed by the martial saint like him. Master Yi, you have gone astray. Relying on the means of Meng Shenji to uproot the seedlings and encourage you, the master of marrow training, has a weak foundation. Without the help of Meng Shenji, you may not be able to achieve the realm of martial saint in the rest of your life. You should obediently follow the old slave back to the Marquis mansion and kneel down to apologize to the Marquis. When the time comes, the Marquis will think about the relationship between father and son, and maybe he will take action to correct your foundation and give you a chance to step into the realm of the martial saint. Hong Yi did not defend himself, smiled softly, and said with a hint of contempt, "Ha? Meng Shenji? Forget it, you can think whatever you want." His uncle wasn't a good person. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme, and he didn't have any affection for Hong Yi or Meng Bingyun. To put it bluntly, Meng Shenji and Hong Xuanji are actually more like the same kind of people, they are all the same. In this case, Master Yi, you have to be careful, I'm going to be serious this time. Butler Wu no longer had any intention of holding back. He knew that Hong Yi and Hong Xuanji had become estranged from each other. Now that Hong Yi had the cultivation of a great marrow master, he already had the ability to threaten the Ho Mansion. As Hong Xuanji's most loyal servant, he would naturally not sit back and watch this threat exist. Butler Wu has made up his mind that this time he must abolish Hong Yi's martial arts and bring him back to the Ho Mansion. Butler Wu let out a loud roar, and the sound waves spread out, causing ripples in the water in the courtyard. The small pavilion with carved railings in the distance suddenly collapsed with the roar. A fist that rotates through the heavens and controls the gods spurts out from Butler Wu's body. In an instant, the sky was filled with the shadow of Butler Wu's palm. This set of martial arts is Hong Xuanji's self-created wheel of life and death. At this time, the energy and blood around Butler Wu's body was like a great sun, capable of melting all demons and monsters. Under the rotation of the palm shadow, the ground was covered with Butler Wu's fist. The flowers and plants in the entire courtyard seemed to have been ravaged by a passing typhoon, leaving only the broken flowers and willows on the ground. The heavens rotate, life and death are impermanent, I am the God King, controlling all the gods. Before Wu Guanjia finished speaking, these fist intentions attacked Hong Yi at full speed. In an instant, Hong Yi seemed to be wrapped in an airtight copper furnace, and countless gods surrounded the furnace to perform magical powers to refine him. This is the fist intention that only a martial saint can practice. Under the influence of this fist intention, Hong Yi's body became weak, his spirit was sluggish, and he could hardly make any effective counterattack. This is the absolute suppression of the martial saint level masters on ordinary martial artists. But Hong Yi is not an ordinary person. In his mind, he visualized the past under Amitabha Buddha, and in an instant, his originally sluggish spirit instantly recovered his spirit. Facing the palm shadows all over the sky, Hong Yi had no fear at all. Come on. Let me see what the mystery of Hong Xuanji's heavenly life and death wheel is. After speaking, the hands behind Hong Yi also turned into endless shadows, and constantly collided with Wu Guanjia in the void. There were banging sounds in the air, like a huge bronze bell being struck, and the terrifying sound waves could be heard even more than 10 miles away. During the moment of fighting with Hong Yi, Butler Wu felt more and more frightened. Although Hong Yi was not yet a martial saint, his soul was extremely tenacious. Even if Butler Wu had exerted his fist intent with all his strength, his fist intent could not have any effect on Hong Yi. Not only that, Hong Yi's great power made Butler Wu feel extremely frightened. If it weren't for the fact that the Wheel of Life and Death was a peerless martial art created by Hong Xuanji by combining the martial arts secrets of various major sects, and it had an extremely exquisite twisting and releasing force technique, I'm afraid his hand would have been broken by Hong Yi's huge force. Butler Wu had only seen this kind of powerful boxing in the hands of one person, and that was Hong Xuanji. In Butler Wu's eyes, the figure of Hong Yi in front of him gradually overlapped with the Hong Xuanji in his memory. In the fight with Hong Yi, Butler Wu gradually fell into a disadvantage. This made Wu Guanjia feel unbelievable. He was 100% sure that Hong Yi's martial arts had not yet reached the level of martial saint, and he had not condensed the fist intention. But this extraordinary strength was really too foul. Wu Guanjia could feel that as the two continued to fight, his skin and flesh, which had been tempered to be indestructible, were being torn piece by piece, and his internal organs were gradually damaged under the continuous force, and a trace of blood flowed into his mouth. Master Yi, you forced me to use this trick. I have to say that you, Master Yi, are the most outstanding son of the Marquis. After Wu Guanjia finished speaking, his body suddenly swelled up, and muscles bulged from his thin body, and even his neck became as thick as a bucket. Then, Wu Guanjia roared fiercely, and this roar was far more powerful than before.
In this roar, Hong Yi seemed to hear the Taoist six-character mantra, the Buddha's teachings, and the names of all the saints at the same time. His soul was still in his body, but he almost got yelled out of his body when he heard this roar. Life and death in the heavens flow in the heart. Master Yi, if you can take 3 more punches from me, I will admit defeat.
After saying this, Butler Wu rushed towards Hong Yi. The skill he used at this time was obtained by Hong Xuanji from a small sect, called the heart method of cutting gold and breaking jade. After pointing out this skill, all the blood in the body can be burned instantly, muscles can be strengthened, and strength can be increased. In an instant, more than twice the strength can be burst out. This skill was originally used to fight desperately. After using it, the golden body is broken, the jade bones are turned into powder, and the heart is exhausted, so it is called the heart method of cutting gold and breaking jade. However, after Hong Xuanji's transformation, this technique was renamed Reversal War Pill, which reduced the side effects of this technique a lot. After using it, you will not die directly. After a long period of recuperation, you can recover. In addition, the power of this technique has been greatly improved, and the power that bursts out in an instant has also increased by more than 3 times. It must be said that Hong Xuanji is indeed a martial arts genius. The fact that Wu Guanjia used this technique shows that he has the heart to fight for his life. After a long fight with Hong Yi, he gradually overturned his original view. No matter how powerful Meng Xinji is, he can't create a monster like Hong Yi. The young Master Yi in front of him must have another adventure, but if he can't be brought back to the Hou Mansion, he will definitely become a big worry for the Hou Mansion in the future. Looking at Wu Guanjia, who burst out with all his strength, Hong Yi just smiled lightly. Isn't it just a secret method of bursting out? It makes no one have it. Hong Yi touched the long strip of paper talisman on his waist, which was the same color as white jade. There were mysterious patterns on the paper talisman, which made people feel drowsy at first sight. This paper talisman came from the divine power talisman of the prehistoric world. Just wearing it can increase the power of the carrier by 30%. Once it is activated by magic power, it can increase the power by 5 times within 2 hours, and the strongest thing is that there is no sequelae at all. This thing was sent to the group by Yang Chan a few days ago, and everyone has a share. According to her, this thing is not worth much at all, and it can only work on people who have not become immortals. The second brother has a lot of them, so she took some and sent them to the group. This made Hong Yi sigh that there are really differences between the worlds. However, there is no need to activate such a good treasure to deal with a mere housekeeper Wu. In the original timeline, Hong Yi used various illusions, sneak attacks, and many thoughts to defeat Wu Guanjia with the cultivation of ghost immortals. But now Hong Yi doesn't want to do this. He is holding back a rage in his heart, and this rage cannot be vented. It must be face to face, with fists hitting the flesh, to vent it. If you want to fight, then fight. I want to see what's so great about Hong Xuanji's trick. Facing Wu Guanjia's full strength burst, Hong Yi seemed very calm, not even as serious as before. Wu Guanjia moved in front of Hong Yi like a ghost, his hands raised high, like the God King in the sky holding up the jade seal that controls everything. This seal can determine the life and death of countless ants in the 3 realms. A supreme temperament that controls the world emerges from Wu Guanjia. But Hong Yi just stretched out his hand and flicked it lightly, as if he was casually brushing away the dust on his clothes, and flicked towards Wu Guanjia's big hand. This was the method that Wu Guanjia used to deal with him before, and now Hong Yi returned it exactly as it was. The innate martial artist has a strength of more than 10,000 jin, while the strength of the martial saint is almost 20,000 jin. The real strength of the martial saint is not in the physical strength, but in his fist intention. A truly powerful martial saint can subdue thousands of troops with a casual punch and fist intention. But unfortunately, Wu Guanjia's fist intention has no effect on Hong Yi. Because he has the Amitabha Sutra of the past, no matter how much damage the soul in his body has suffered, as long as he visualizes the Amitabha statue in the past in his mind, he can instantly recover the damage. In other words, Wu Guanjia, with his martial saint cultivation, can only exert physical strength in front of him. A mere 20,000 jin of strength, even if it is tripled, what's the problem? Isn't it just 60,000 jin of strength? It's the same as who doesn't have it. As a peak Marrow training grandmaster, and a Marrow training grandmaster who has achieved the perfect world blood-moving realm, his martial arts cultivation alone has brought him 25,000 kilograms of strength. In addition, his perfect magic cultivation has also reached the peak of the middle stage of the blood-moving realm, which can also provide him with 40,000 kilograms of strength. A total of 65,000 kilograms of strength, plus the blessing of the divine power talisman. His normal strength is directly phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals clause close slash phoneme to the astonishing 90,000 kilograms. If he hadn't wanted to see Hong Xuanji's life and death will just now, he could have killed Wu Guanzhou within 3 moves. With a flick of his giant hand, which contained 90,000 kilograms of strength, Butler Wu's posture, like that of the King of Gods, was directly deflected. In order to relieve the force, Butler Wu spun on the spot at high speed like a top. Hong Yi won the power and refused to let anyone go. He didn't give Butler Wu a chance to react, and he struck like lightning. With 4 consecutive cracking sounds, Butler Wu's limbs were removed by Hong Yi, and the bones connected at the joints were directly crushed into pieces by Hong Yi's huge force. Even with Wu Guanzhou Wu Sheng's physique, it would be impossible to recover from such a serious injury. Wu Laogo, how come you only have this little ability? You really disappoint me. After suffering such a serious injury suddenly, an ordinary person would have been lying on the ground wailing non-stop. But Butler Wu didn't. He endured the severe pain, with cold sweat streaming down his cheeks, but said nothing and stared at Hong Yi. Master Yi, what kind of kung fu are you doing? You have obviously not become a martial saint, but you can have such strange power that is comparable to that of a human being. Hong Yi sneered, you don't care what kind of kung fu I practice, do you think you still have a chance to go back alive and pass the news to Hong Xuanji? Don't be too naive. Since you are here today, don't even think about leaving alive. Butler Wu gave a long sigh, Master Yi, your achievements have far surpassed that of Master Shi and Master Kong. You are definitely the most outstanding son of the Marquis. It's a pity that you are such a deviant person, how sad it would be if Master Ho knew. Today, you can kill if you want, and chop if you want. Since I lost to Master Yi, I am willing to admit defeat. But I have one last wish, I hope that Master Yi will kill him. After marrying the old slave, don't target the Ho mansion, and don't target your other brothers and sisters, otherwise even if Master Yi has such strength, he will not be the match of the Marquis. The old slave is a domestic slave of the Hong family, sincerely I hope every Hong family member can be safe. Hong Yi laughed, I'm not Hong Xuanji's opponent? Why do I rely on the 360 acupoints that Hong Xuanji obtained from the Supreme Alchemy Scripture and the Creation Scripture? Or do I rely on the 360 acupoints that my mother left for me? The 2 scriptures of the universe that were secretly taken away, or the future lifeless scripture in the hands of the emperor. What is Hong Xuanji? All my life in martial arts I have relied on stealing and cheating, and I bullied my mother, a weak woman, without any respect for martial arts. Oh, by the way, Hong Xuanji is not only a liar and thief, but also a robber who has stolen the secret books of countless sects in the world. Otherwise, with his talent, he can create the wheel of life and death that can cultivate 306 acupoints? Hearing these words, Butler Wu's eyes widened, how can you say that about your father? No matter what, he is your biological father, who gave birth to you and raised you. And who told you this? These? Meng Shenji, no, even Meng Shenji shouldn't know that the emperor has obtained the future immortality sutra? At this moment, countless speculations flashed through Butler Wu's mind, and he couldn't even figure out why Hong Yi knew so many secrets. Okay, you are about to die. There is no need to have so many questions. Just tell me exactly what Hong Xuanji taught you about the wheel of life and death. I can still give you a good time. Otherwise, you will regret it. Why is Wu Sheng's vitality so powerful? After hearing Hong Yi's words, Butler Wu just shook his head, Master Yi, don't try to get any martial arts secrets from this old slave. I am the slave of the Marquis. I will not give his secrets without the order of the Marquis. I'm telling you. If you have any means, just use it to Lao Nu. Although my fist will have no effect on you, you won't be frightened by Master Yi's methods. Wu Laogo's words were what Hong Yi wanted. He didn't have the slightest fondness for the people in the Hong family, so naturally he wouldn't be merciful.
But no matter how Hong Yi tortured him, Wu Laogo didn't waver at all. He just closed his eyes tightly and allowed Hong Yi to torture him. Everyone in the chat group had been watching the group phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme broadcast. When they saw this scene, everyone sighed. Although Butler Wu was really an old dog, there is really nothing to criticize about his loyalty to Hong Xuanji. Zhang Junbao, young sword immortal, although this old slave doesn't distinguish between right and wrong, he is indeed a tough guy. If he had followed the right master, he would never have ended up in such a humble end. To die here, it's a pity, to be honest. Hanli Kixwenman disciple, it is indeed a pity. Seeing that this old slave's physical fitness is much better than Zhang Tai's, if the chat group can teleport living people, I want Hong Yi to teleport this person to me. Come on, if you can train him into an iron slave, I'm afraid even the immortal cultivators in the foundation building stage won't be his match. Seeing what Han Li said, Su Chenzhou rubbed his head. It was indeed Han Li's temperament to make the best use of everything. Even after joining the chat group, Han Li had not changed at all in this regard. Su Chenzhou group leader, in the original timeline, Hong Yi also controlled Hong Xuanji's other son Hong Kong. For Hong Kang's life safety, Wu Laogo easily obtained the secret book of the Wheel of Life and Death. It was handed over to Hong Yi, and even the acupuncture points he practiced were handed over to Hong Yi. Now that Wu Laogo was alone in Hong Yi's hands, I didn't expect that his mouth would become so hard. Hong Yi de Qianxiuzai, no matter how tough Wu Laogo's mouth is, it will be of no use. I have already mastered his weaknesses, and it is easy to get him to speak. After posting the message in the group, Hong Yi threw away the dagger in his hand. Wu Laogo was half kneeling in front of Hong Yi at this time. His body was bloody and covered with wounds. But even with such a serious injury, the flesh on his body was still squirming, and flesh worms kept growing out of the wounds, and he was trying his best to recover. Wu Laogo raised his head and looked at Hong Yi. Master Yi, you have finally given up. I will not speak, old slave. I advise you, Master Yi, not to have your own way, otherwise everything will be over when Master Ho is furious. It's too late, you can never imagine how powerful Mr. Ho's martial arts is now. Even with Master Yi's current strength, you will never be a match for Mr. Ho. Hong Yi sat down, ignoring the blood on his sleeves, picked up a cup of tea and drank it slowly. Oh, listening to what you said, Hong Xuanji should have burned the painting in the study and entered immortality by now. As expected, he is a heartless and unrighteous person. He harmed my mother like this, and yet he was able to overcome the hurdle in his heart. Wu Laogo sighed. Master Yi, you really surprise me time and time again. You actually know such secret things. But even if you know, what can you do? Mr. Ho has been at the peak of martial saint for 2 years. In 10 years, the accumulation is beyond everyone's imagination. Now that you have entered the realm of human immortals, it means that Master Ho has ascended to the sky like a trapped dragon. No matter how talented you are, you will never be able to catch up with Master Ho's cultivation. 4. So what? Hong Yi waved his hand gently, and 1,000 blood yuan spirit sword flew under him. Hong Yi stepped on the 1,000 blood yuan spirit sword and suspended it in mid-air. No matter how powerful Hong Xuanji is, he can't fly when he first enters the immortal realm. If you want to kill me, that is simply a fantasy. It is actually very difficult for ascetics in the world of Yanshan to obtain the ability to fly. Many ascetics in the realm of possession are unable to fly. But Hong Yi has the 1,000 blood yuan spirit steel from the Star World, and with this flying sword, even if Hong Xuanji is a human immortal, there is nothing he can do against him. Wu Laogo, listen, after you die, the only person left in the entire Wuwenho mansion who can compete with me is Hong Xuanji. And if I want to kill someone, Hong Xuanji can't be protected. I know that Hong Xuanji has 17 or 8 children, all of whom are my brothers and sisters. There are some people who are nice to me, so naturally I won't touch them. But there are still some people who are no different from haters to me. I will not be merciless in killing those evil creatures that bitch Zhao gave birth to Hong Xuanji, as well as those useless snacks from the third room. Think about it carefully, I'll give you 10 minutes. If you don't tell me, then not only will you die, but those losers will also die together. Hearing Hong Yi's words, Wu Laogo's eyes that had been tightly closed flickered open, full of horror. He knew that these words meant that Hong Yi no longer had any affection for the Ho Mansion. The relationship between the two was more like enemies than enemies. But Butler Wu must pay attention to this threat. Because he knew that Hong Yi could really do it if he said it. If he wants to kill someone, no one in the world can stop him. Butler Wu let out a long sigh and buried his head deeply in his arms. Master Yi, please don't fight against each other. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. After finishing speaking, Butler Wu told all the secrets of the Wheel of Life and Death. After getting the secret book on the Wheels of Life and Death and the cultivation method of Shinjing 8 divine acupoints, Hong Yi raised his hand and twisted Wu Laogo's head directly. There is a long spine attached to the back of Wu Laogo's neck, floating in the air like a dancing white snake. Hong Yi opened the Zhutian Cubs chat group and directly uploaded Hong Xuanji's Zhutian Wheel of Life and Death. Group member Hong Yi uploaded the Wheel of Life and Death Incomplete Su Chinjo group leader. The fists of this Wheel of Life and Death are indeed good. He controls the heavens and sits in it like a god king. If Hong Yi had not been born in the Yangshan world, I am afraid that Hong Xuanji could really have achieved this step. Zhang Junbao Young Sword Immortal, Butler Wu is so loyal to Hong Xuanji. I didn't expect Hong Xuanji to be so stingy. I think this book of the Wheel of Life and Death seems to be an abridged version. There are many places that are not fully understood. And there are a total of 300 out of 60 acupoints. Butler Wu actually only knows 8, which is really outrageous. Zhang Junbao is extremely talented, and he can see at a glance that many of the principles of boxing in this book of the Wheel of Life and Death are reserved. Zhang Junbao can also understand why Hong Xuanji is so stingy. After all, the Shaolin temple where he was born is the same as Hong Xuanji. But after being exposed to the atmosphere of mutual help and sharing in the Zhutian Cubs chat group, Zhang Junbao was very contemptuous of this idea of self-preservation. Hanli, disciple of Kixuanman, Hong Xuanji seems to be a just man, and appears to be selfless on the surface, but in fact, he is extremely selfish at his core. He can sacrifice everything for his own ideas, so this kind of person is so it's normal to be stingy. Hong Yi de Qianxiucai, not only that, I think Butler Wu should also have reservations, and he has concealed some key points, but it doesn't matter, I have no interest in the Wheel of Life and Death, but he defrauded Tei Shengdao's martial arts from my mother. If I can't obtain the Wheel of Life and Death from her, I won't be able to understand my thoughts. Su Chinjo group leader, Hong Yi, what are you going to do next? After killing Wu Guanjia, you and Hong Xuanji have become incompatible. With the death of such an old dog, Hong Xuanji will probably never hold back on you again. Even Luo Yun's mansion is no longer safe now. Hong Yi Dakian scholar, the principles I learned from reading tell me that as a gentleman, you should be courteous. Since he sent someone to abolish my martial arts, even if Hong Xuanji doesn't come to me, I plan to go to him, otherwise how can I make my thoughts clear? Su Chinjo group leader, okay, it seems that Hong Yi has thought it through, fearless, cloak phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme cut waves. Su Chinjo's face showed a smile, as expected of a peerless fierce man who can achieve EZ, it is really scary when he is reckless. But now is indeed a good time. On the one hand, Hong Xuanji has just achieved the human immortal, and it takes time to dig deep into the power of this realm. The current Hong Xuanji's strength is far less terrifying than the future. On the other hand, Hong Yi had just killed Wu Guanjia at this time. His thoughts were clear and his momentum was like a rainbow. Taking advantage of this momentum, he rushed to Hong Mansion and faced Hong Xuanji directly, which would definitely make his Taoist cultivation a terrifying improvement. After dealing with Wu Laogo, Hong Yi comforted the many maids in Luoyun Mansion, and then put Wu Guanjia's head beside him and closed his eyes to rest. The bloody smell of Wu Guanjia's head did not affect Hong Yi at all, but made him feel peaceful. He could feel that after he killed Wu Guanjia and his thoughts were clear, his soul grew rapidly. In an instant, his soul split into more than a dozen thoughts. Not only that, Hong Yi's speed of absorbing incense from the statue also increased by leaps and bounds. In just one night, Hong Yi felt that he had touched the threshold of ghost immortals. If a thunderclap sounded in the sky now, Hong Yi would be sure to achieve ghost immortals directly with the thunderclap. But unfortunately, it is still winter, and thunder in winter is even rarer than gold. But these accumulations are also meaningful. He continued to increase his foundation. When the thunder sounded, he could directly achieve the third and fourth tribulation ghost immortal. When the sun gradually rose to the middle of the sky the next day, Hong Yi walked out of Luoyan's mansion with the head of Wu Guanjia in one hand and slowly walked towards the Hong mansion. Walking on the streets of Yujing City, pedestrians looked at Hong Yi holding the head in his hand, and all of them showed horrified expressions on their faces. However, under the shock of Hong Yi's momentum, although no pedestrian had the idea of reporting to the police, they let Hong Yi walk all the way to the front of Hong mansion. At this time, the scorching sun was hanging in the sky. Even in winter, Hong Yi, who was walking in Yujing City, felt a warm feeling in his body. The thoughts in his soul became extremely lively and kept jumping. Hong Yi also felt a great sense of relief and freedom in his heart. Ever since he knew the truth about his mother's death and learned from Su Chenzhou what kind of people his father and uncle were, Hong Yi seemed to be holding back a lot of energy every day. The ruthlessness of his father Hong Xuanji and the forgetfulness of his uncle Meng Xinji were like a dark cloud pressing on Hong Yi's chest. It was not until today when he brought the head of housekeeper Wu to the Hong mansion that Hong Yi felt that he had completely torn off the dark cloud floating in his chest. At this time, Hong Yi was only 100 steps away from the gate of the Hong mansion, but he walked very slowly in these 100 steps. At the first step, Hong Yi's aura was still like that of an ordinary scholar, a scholar who was powerless. By the second step, Hong Yi had become a martial artist who had just learned martial arts. With every step, Hong Yi's aura became stronger. When he walked to the 99th step, Hong Yi's aura burst out. The secret books, cultivation paths, and epic stories obtained in the chat group during this time emerged in Hong Yi's mind. The characters from the heavens and the worlds appeared in front of Hong Yi as if they were lifelike. In a moment, Hong Yi's temperament changed a lot. He seemed like the God King who ruled the heavens, like the exiled immortal hanging high above the 9 heavens, like the immortal emperor who ruled the world for eternity, and like the martial ancestor who opened up the martial arts with one punch. All kinds of artistic conceptions flowed in Hong Yi's mind until the 100th step, when Hong Yi took a step forward, and a fist intention was born from Hong Yi's heart like a furnace. With this step, Hong Yi stepped from the Grand Master of Marrow training to the martial saint realm. The gate of Hong Mansion was still tall, the vermilion gate was more than 3 meters high, and the 2 brass lion handles on it looked at the people in front of the gate with majestic eyes. But in Hong Yi's heart, this Hong Mansion was no longer majestic. Hong Yi stretched out his hand, and the seemingly light knock made the gate of Hong Mansion sway constantly, making loud noises, shaking most of Yujing City. Hong Yi is here, Hong Xuanji, do you dare to come out and fight? There are still a few chapters, you can go to sleep first in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme when you get up. Just as Hong Yi said this, a reminder sounded in Su Chenzhou's ears. Su Chenzhou knew immediately that the group owner's exclusive cub protection task must have been activated again. But this time, he had no intention of intervening in the battle between Hong Yi and Hong Xuanji. Why would an outsider like him intervene in such a critical father-son situation? Just watch the show. However, although Su Chenzhou did not intend to intervene, it did not mean that Su Chenzhou would not accept the task. Why should he miss the free reward? He still opened the group task panel and checked the task information. Group Leader's exclusive Cub Protection Mission Group member Hong Yi is facing the first major turning point in his life. After this turning point, Hong Yi's life will enter a new stage. As a group leader, it is your obligation to accompany group members to overcome difficulties and protect the cubs to successfully break out of the cocoon and become butterflies. Please ask if you accept the mission. If you accept the mission, you can go to the world where the group members are for 7 days. After Hong Yi successfully passes this turning point, the group leader will receive an exclusive reward. Sure enough, the chat group did not force Su Chenzhou to take action. As long as he accepted the mission, he would be able to get the corresponding reward. So why hesitate? Su Chenzhou directly accepted the mission. Like last time, a light gate appeared beside him. Su Chenzhou knew that he only needed to step through this light gate to come to the Yangshan world. But this time Su Chenzhou did not step into it. Anyway, he just planned to watch the show this time, so there was no need to go to the Yangshan world to join in the fun. Having just obtained the Fanqing Star Warrior certificate, Su Chenzhou still had a lot of affairs to deal with. In addition to the threat of Tianyuan Martial Arts Hall, Su Chenzhou could not spare time to travel to the Yangshan world for the time being.
Moreover, the feeling of watching the group phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast is definitely not worse than the experience of being there in person. If Hong Yi is really in danger, he will be able to rescue him through the portal in time. After closing the task panel, Suchinjo's attention returned to Hong Yi's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast. As Hong Yi kept knocking on the door, the Hong mansion was in chaos. After a while, the door of the Hong mansion was suddenly opened, and a group of people filed out of the inner hall of the Hong mansion, led by Mrs. Zhao. Mrs. Zhao's voice came before she arrived. "Little beast, you actually know to come back. It's okay to come back, but you dare to call the master's name directly. It seems that you have forgotten how strict the family rules of the Hong mansion are." Another sarcastic voice came from her side. The person who spoke was Mrs. Roan. "It's the son of that bitch Meng Bingyun. He was born without any education. It's a pity that the Marquis was so kind to raise him in the mansion for more than 10 years, but he actually raised such an ungrateful person." The two ladies took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme, walking with a faint breeze and a haughty look. Behind them were hundreds of servants, each of whom was dressed in neat armor and looked well trained. Such a well-trained army could cause a bloody storm on the battlefield. Hong Yi didn't even bother to look at them. He put one hand behind his back and held the head of Wu Guanjia with the other hand, looking up at the sky. "I don't bother to talk nonsense with you. You two bitches dared to call my mother's name directly. You deserve to be beaten to death. Where's Hong Xuanji? Call him out quickly." When Mrs. Zhao heard Hong Yi call her a bitch, she was so angry that she was like a Buddha born and two souls ascended to heaven. "You are such a waste, and you dare to speak so arrogantly here. I want to see what you have eaten wrong." Mrs. Zhao saw the head of Wu Guanjia in Hong Yi's hand before she finished speaking. This was a very serious sight. Mrs. Zhao, who was originally arrogant, was frightened and lost half her soul in an instant. Her face was pale, cold sweat ran down her head, and even her chest, which was originally high, became a little hunched. "The one in your hand is Wu Guanjia." Mrs. Zhao had not finished speaking when another sharp and sarcastic voice came from Mrs. Rong beside him. "Hong Yi, you are really a wolf and a dog. You even killed Wu Guanjia. Butler Wu watched you grow up and held you when you were young. You are really cold-blooded and a whore." Mrs. Rong had not finished speaking when she was tightly covered by Mrs. Zhao beside her. Mrs. Rong was only the third wife, so she didn't know the strength of Wu Guanjia. But she was the mistress of the Hong mansion. How could she not know how strong the second person in the Hong mansion, Wu Guanjia, was? This was a martial saint. If he entered the court as an official, he would instantly become a first-rank official. If he joined the army, he would directly become a general guarding a place. If he founded a school, he would be a master of a lineage. Now this peerless master who could have a prominent position no matter where he was placed, was only left with a head, and was held in Hong Yi's hand. The meaning behind this made Mrs. Zhao sweat and even her words were a little unclear. Mrs. Zhao pulled Mrs. Rong back and kept retreating until they retreated into the protection of hundreds of servants, and then she breathed a sigh of relief. She stretched out her hand and the maid beside her ran into the Hong mansion. Hong Yi knew that the maid was going to call Hong Xuanji, but Hong Yi did not stop her. The purpose of his coming to the Hong mansion today was to meet Hong Xuanji. After a while, a man wearing a purple gold crown and a purple gold robe slowly walked out of the Hong mansion. Hong Xuanji looks like he is in his 30s or 40s, with a white face and no beard, and his skin is as bright as white jade. At first glance, he looks like a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme scholar. But if you look closely, Hong Xuanji is dressed in brocade and iron, with dragon-like steps and tiger-like steps. His eyes are shining, and he flashes with the majesty of ruling the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Under his appearance of a great scholar, there is a supreme god who rules the heavens. Suchinjo, who was watching this scene through the group phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast, felt that Hong Xuanji in front of him was inexplicably familiar. After thinking for a while, Suchinjo remembered that the appearance of Hong Xuanji in front of him was actually 5 points similar to Zhu Wuxi, the iron-hearted god Marquis in the world's #1. The moment he saw Hong Xuanji, Hong Yi's originally calm expression became stern. He stared at Hong Xuanji with his eyes extremely deep.
Hong, Xian, Ji.
These 3 words, spoken from Hong Yi's mouth, were colder and harder than the other words. It was just 3 words, but everyone present heard endless hatred and anger from them. Hong Xuanji looked at Hong Yi and the head in Hong Yi's hand with indifferent eyes without any emotion.
Hong Yi, you are so brave. It seems that I can't keep you today.
Hong Yi's tone was cold, and Hong Xuanji's tone was colder than his. Hong Yi's tone was hard, and Hong Xuanji's tone was harder than his. Obviously, the 2 were father and son connected by blood, but now the atmosphere between them was as cold as ice and iron, and there was no trace of father-son affection.
I'm so brave? Hong Xuanji, Hong Xuanji.
In that case, your courage is several times greater than mine. Hong Xuanji's face was as hard as iron. Hong Yi, I have supported you to study for so many years, and you have learned so many principles for so many years.
Have you even forgotten the most basic 3 bonds and 5 constant virtues? I am your father, and you dare to call me by my name.
Hong Yi stretched out his hand and threw the head of Wu Guanjia forward, and it rolled to Hong Xuanji's feet.
You are a husband, but you harm your wife. As a father, you don't know how to educate.
As a minister, you cholera the government.
People like you are not qualified to talk about the 3 bonds and 5 constant virtues, ethics and morality?
After saying this, Hong Yi's soul turned, and he sensed that many people who were watching the fun gradually appeared around the Hofu. Although no one dared to walk under the sun and watch the joke of the Hofu directly, there were many people hiding in the dark who were paying phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme attention to the development of the Hofu. Hong Xuanji raised his eyebrows, and his face became as hard as iron. In his heart, everything he did was right. If he were in another place, he would definitely be able to debate with Hong Yi without changing his expression.
But where is this? This is the center of Yujing City, at the gate of Wu Wenho Mansion, under the eyes of countless people.
It is so difficult to stop the gossip of the people. Moreover, Hong Yi was so arrogant that he threw the head of his loyal servant at his feet. Even with Hong Xuanji's qi cultivation skills, he was so angry that one soul left his body and the other soul ascended to heaven. This was undoubtedly rubbing his face on the ground. Even if he was Wu Wenho, the current prime minister, he was not sure that what happened in front of the mansion today would not be spread. You little brat, you are still spreading rumors and making trouble here. All these things are just your nonsense.
You are courting death, you bastard.
After saying this, Hong Xuanji was about to kill Hong Yi, but at this time, Hong Yi suddenly showed a narrow smile on his face. No way, you are the current Grand Master, the Grand Master of Neo-Confucianism, and you have to fight when you can't win the argument.
No way, is there really someone so useless, who actually fights when he can't win the argument?
Hearing this and seeing Hong Yi's mean expression, Hong Xuanji's forehead was bulging with veins, beating like a caterpillar. In his life, he has never heard such a mean tone and seen such a mean person.
Okay. If you want to argue, you little beast, then I will argue with you.
Seeing that Hong Xuanji was a little bit broken and looked anxious, Hong Yi couldn't help but want to laugh. The quarreling method of the group bishops is really useful. Even a bloody hero like Hong Xuanji can't help breaking his defense. However, Hong Yi also understood that the reason why he could achieve such an effect was mainly because he chose a good place. This is the center of Yujing City, which means that everything they do is exposed to the eyes of the world. As the current Grand Master and the Master of Neo-Confucianism, Hong Xuanji will be attacked by the crowd in an instant if he reveals a flaw in front of the world, and he will no longer be able to maintain his current status.
I'm asking you, when my mother met you, she was just a commoner with a low status.
But my mother is the saint of the Supreme Tao. You got the Supreme Alchemy Sutra from her, and then you were able to leap over the Dragon Gate and have the cultivation and status you have today.
But when the slut Zhao poisoned her, you pretended to be ignorant even though you knew about it. Is that true?
I was bullied in the mansion, with no clothes in winter and no food in summer. You forbade me to practice martial arts. You obviously started with martial arts, but once I practiced martial arts, you beat me into a cripple. You even forbade me to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the books in the mansion. I was able to pass the exam for a scholar, and every book I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red / phoneme was borrowed from outside and copied by myself. From childhood to adulthood, I have met you no more than 20 times. But you taught other children martial arts by hand.
Is that true?
I'm asking you, when I stayed at Princess Luoyun's house for a few days, you sent your subordinate butler Wu to sneak into the princess's house. Regardless of the rules of the monarch and ministers, you relied on the power of the Grand Master to bully the royal relatives, and caused a big fuss in the princess's house, trying to take me away. His martial arts skills were abolished and he was taken back to the Marquis's mansion.
Is there anything going on? Hong Xuanji's eyebrows twitched.
It was obvious that all these things were done by him.
Until now, Hong Xuanji didn't feel that he had made any mistakes.
But for some reason, being exposed by Hong Yi in the eyes of the world made Hong Xuanji feel
boundless anger.
Your mother is just a concubine with a humble status. She lurked beside me just because she wanted to rely on me to bring trouble to Chao Gang.
What's wrong with my wife killing her? It's reasonable and legal. You were born from a concubine. Although you are my son, your status is still low. What's wrong with me not allowing you to practice martial arts?
As for what Butler Wu did, he was just a lowly slave who broke into the princess's house on his own initiative.
If you kill him, you will kill him. It has nothing to do with me. After saying these 3 sentences, Hong Xuanji refuted what Hong Yi said one by one, each citing scriptures based on Neo-Confucianism. But while Hong Xuanji was talking, he kept hearing whispers from the onlookers.
I didn't expect that the Grand Master Hong Xuanji would be such a person. Yes, the treachery, ungratefulness, and incorruptibility are really eye-opening. It turns out that being a person who doesn't recognize his relatives is the goal of Neo-Confucianism. It seems like it's okay if you don't learn Neo-Confucianism. These comments were like poisonous snakes burrowing into Hong Xuanji's heart. Although he has invincible boxing spirit and unparalleled self-confidence, everything he does is absolutely correct in his heart. But at this time, the people all over the world were talking about it, but it made him extremely irritable. The principles of heaven and earth, monarch, minister, father and son, this is the eternal truth.
Hong Yi, don't stir up trouble here and make trouble. Come back to Hong Mansion with me, so that I can save your life. Hearing Hong Xuanji's words, Hong Yi laughed. I spread rumors and caused trouble? How did I spread rumors and cause trouble?
Oh, I just recounted what you, Hong Xuanji, did. It turns out that stating the facts is called spreading rumors to stir up trouble. It seems that what you have done, Hong Xuanji, is very shameful.
Bull.
He is indeed a great master of Neo-Confucianism.
This mouth really opened my eyes.
Maybe it's because you're afraid of me if you don't let me learn martial arts. I am afraid that after I learn martial arts, I will avenge my mother. The majestic Marquis Wu Wen is actually afraid of a child.
It is really embarrassing.
After being influenced by the modern nonsense of Su Qinzhou and Lu Mingfei, how could Hong Xuanji be able to speak better than Hong Yi in terms of words alone?
Hong Xuanji roared, unable to hold back any longer. He rushed towards Hong Yi.
The moment Hong Xuanji really decided to take action, his thoughts enveloped the void, and a fist force circulated in the void. This fist force, let alone Hong Yi, even everyone hiding in the darkness watching all this a few hundred meters away felt as if they were trapped in a dead void, and their thoughts were completely distorted, completely unable to move.
Even Hong Yi relied on constantly visualizing Amitabha Buddha in the past to keep thinking in Hong Xuanji's fist.
After using his spiritual cultivation from the past Amitabha Sutra to neutralize Hong Xuanji's punch, Hong Yi did not dodge, summoned all his strength, and punched out fiercely, confronting Hong Xuanji head-on. I don't know how to describe the scene of 2 fists colliding. It was obviously still noon, but in everyone's eyes, the world between heaven and earth became dark. Where the 2 fists met, a black hole seemed to be created, sucking all the sunlight into it. A muffled sound came, like a thunder in the sky, or like an earth dragon turning over. Where the 2 of them were standing, the floor tiles at their feet were turning up piece by piece, extending into the distance like ocean waves. After receiving the punch, Hong Yi took 3 steps back. He raised his head and looked at Hong Xuanji in surprise. Such a powerful martial arts.
Is this the legendary immortal? He is actually stronger than me.
Hong Yi was surprised to find that even if he used his past training in the Amitabha Sutra to neutralize Hong Xuanji's fist, and then tried his best to use nearly 90,000 kilograms of force, his physical strength was still not as good as Hong Xuanji's. But Hong Yi didn't know that Hong Xuanji in front of him was even more surprised than him. In fact, Hong Xuanji, who had just become an immortal, was not as powerful as Hong Yi at this time. Hong Xuanji's body strength at this time was about 66,000 kilograms, which was about the same as Hong Yi, who did not have the increase of divine power talisman. It's just that Hong Xuanji's martial arts and boxing skills are too high. When he strikes, he contains boxing principles that can conquer 50% of the strength. Coupled with various tricks of transforming strength, this allows him to comprehensively suppress Hong Yi in a head-on confrontation. You are such a traitor. If you can develop such great strength, I know how Wu Wenwei died at your hands. Not only that, your soul is so tenacious. Although you can ignore my wheel of life and death fist intent, I am afraid you also have another amazing inheritance. Sure enough, you, like your mother, are evil demons with ulterior motives and practice all kinds of evil tricks, with the purpose of defeating cholera and subverting my great power. The more Hong Xuanji talked, the more frightened he became, and he secretly decided in his heart that Hong Yisheng must be suppressed and killed here today, otherwise he will become a big trouble in the future. Although Hong Yi did not have the upper hand in the head-on fight, he was not depressed at all but gradually showed joy. If Hong Xuanji only had this ability, then today he might really be able to keep him here forever. Hong Yi knew that Hong Xuanji was the son of Daqian. According to common sense, no matter what difficulties he encountered, he could turn danger into safety. So before coming to Hong Mansion today, Hong Yi did not actually want to kill Hong Xuanji today, because he knew that this was not realistic. However, if Hong Xuanji only had this ability, then he was not without any chance. After all, he was the son of the era at a higher level than Hong Xuanji. Others could not kill Hong Xuanji, but Hong Yi was not necessarily. Thinking of this, Hong Yi pulled off the white jade paper talisman hanging around his waist without hesitation, and his soul turned into a thought and slammed into the paper talisman fiercely, stimulating the effect of the divine power talisman. Although the chat group is a bit tricky in terms of skills, it requires chat group points to be localized and adapted. However, the chat group was surprisingly generous with items. No matter what the item was, as long as it was sent using the chat group's red envelope, it could be adapted for free without losing any effect. In an instant, Hong Yi's strength soared fivefold, from 65,000 Jin to a terrifying value of 325,000 Jin. Under the blessing of the divine power talisman, Hong Yi's figure did not change at all, but the power contained in his body had undergone earth-shaking changes. What is the concept of 320,000 Jin of strength? Hong Yi stomped his feet lightly, and a huge spider web-like crack appeared on the ground of the entire long street. Under the impact of this huge force, Hong Yi's body suddenly appeared beside Hong Xuanji as if it had broken the void. He pinched the Buddha seal with his hand and punched out. A phantom of the present Tathagata Buddha as tall as a mountain appeared behind Hong Yi. At this time, Hong Yi's temperament was like the Buddha coming to the world, unmoved. Let Hong Xuanji's fist control the life and death cycle of the heavens, still unable to shake this Tathagata Buddha entrenched in the present. This is the Tathagata fist, meaning that Hong Yi comprehended from the present Tathagata Sutra. Although he has not yet obtained the general outline of the present Tathagata Sutra, Hong Yi can still glimpse some of the essence of this boxing from the 108 acupoints of the Great Zen Temple. Feeling this fist intent, Hong Xuanji exclaimed, "This is the fist intent of the martial saint. You actually cultivated it to become a martial saint." For Hong Xuanji, the surprise that Hong Yi could cultivate to become a martial saint was greater than Hong Yi's great strength. Although Hong Yi's strength was amazing, Hong Xuanji could still barely understand it. He had also seen many similar examples in ancient books. There are always lucky people who eat some exotic flowers and fruits by chance, or encounter various opportunities, and thus gain terrifying physical strength. However, the fist intent of the martial saint is cultivated in a real way, and can only rely on oneself. Even if the legendary existence exhausts its energy, it is difficult to become a martial saint in a short time. The two fought back and forth several times in a row. In a trance, everyone seemed to see a life and death wheel that covered the sky and the sun. There were countless gods around the life and death wheel constantly pushing it, as if this life and death wheel was the supreme existence that controlled the gods above the heavens. On the opposite side of the wheel of life and death, there is a huge Buddha sitting cross-legged, with a mysterious smile on his round face and the Tathagata seal in his hands, grasping the present, unmoved. In addition to these artistic confrontations, the bodies of the two in reality have made the streets of the entire Yujing city a mess. From the place where the two fought, huge shockwaves spread to the distance. There were no stone slabs on the ground for a long time, and all the stone slabs were shattered into powder under the huge force of the two. The houses in the distance also collapsed under the aftermath of the fight between the two. Fortunately, the residents in the houses had already run out, and no casualties were caused. After this period of fighting, Hong Yi found that although Hong Xuanji's strength was not as terrifying as his, but compared with the previous fight, Hong Xuanji's strength has actually improved significantly. Facing his huge force of 320,000 pounds, Hong Xuanji actually still has room to fight back. Hong Xuanji was also surprised at this time, and his trump card was this reversal battle pill. He is now a human immortal, and has condensed 360 acupoints. With the help of these acupoints, he can use the reversal war pill with all his strength to increase his strength by 4 times. Moreover, as a human immortal, he has extremely strong physical fitness and can burst out continuously increasing his strength for an hour. But even so, his strength is far inferior to that of the rebellious son in front of him. If it weren't for his profound martial arts training, he would be able to use one strength as 2. I'm afraid he is not the opponent of the rebellious son in front of him. For a while, the two of them fell into a stalemate. Hong Xuanji's strength is not as good as Hong Yi, and Hong Yi's boxing intention is not as good as Hong Xuanji. This fight is a tug of war for both of them, physically and mentally. Whoever can't hold on will lose. The two kept fighting, and while fighting, Hong Yi suddenly looked up to the sky and roared. I just talked to you so much, but only one thing is the most important. It turns out that my mother really died at the hands of Mrs. Zhao, the bitch. Why don't we make a bet? Your first wife could kill my mother in front of you. Then can your son kill your first wife in front of you today? Hearing this, Hong Xuanji's face turned pale, and he shouted, Rebellious son, how dare you, she is your mother. According to the Neo-Confucianism that Hong Xuanji advocates, Mrs. Zhao, the first wife, can be regarded as Hong Yi's real mother, and Meng Bingyun, the biological mother, is more distant. Hearing that Hong Yi wanted to kill his mother at this time, Hong Xuanji's anger surged in his heart, and he could hardly suppress his emotions. Even his boxing skills were no longer as calm as before, and the cycle of life and death in the heavens also showed a little sluggishness. Hong Yi smiled coldly. Only according to your Neo-Confucianism can that bitch be related to me. But the books I have phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red /phoneme and the principles I have learned all tell me that my body and hair are from my parents, and whoever gave birth to me is my biological mother. This is the principle left by the saints of various schools of thought, which is much stronger than your so-called Neo-Confucianism. According to Article 105 of the Dacian Law, if there is no hatred, if a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause /phoneme relative dies at the hands of others, the children can take revenge if they have solid evidence. As long as it is confirmed afterwards that it is true, the children can be exempted from punishment. You just admitted in person that it was that bitch who killed my mother. The current Tai sure said it in person, so it is naturally conclusive evidence. In broad daylight, there will be countless people to confirm what you said for me. Besides, even if we follow the Confucian doctrine you advocate, the hatred for killing one's mother is still irreconcilable, and if one cannot take revenge, one is unworthy of being a son. It is reasonable and in accordance with the law for me to take revenge for my mother. After saying that, Hong Yi threw several punches, each of which he used all his strength to hit Hong Xuanji fiercely. Under such a series of powerful punches from Hong Yi, Hong Xuanji gradually couldn't hold on and was hit in the chest by Hong Yi's punch. He retreated 10 steps violently. After beating Hong Xuanji back, Hong Yi didn't want to fight at all. He directly abandoned Hong Xuanji and rushed towards Madame Zhao. Hearing what Hong Yi said, Madame Zhao was already scared to death. Now she didn't dare to regard Hong Yi as a waste. The man in front of her was a peerless villain who could compete with her master. Hearing such a peerless villain say he wanted to kill him, how could Madame Zhao not be afraid even if she had some martial arts skills? Among the servants, Madame Zhao hurriedly fled to the Hong mansion. These many of the servants were deadly warriors, and they did not flinch even when facing a peerless villain like Hong Yi. Hong Yi naturally had no mercy on those who were blocking his way. He pushed gently, and a huge force of 320,000 pounds burst out. The servants in iron armor were like a piece of paper in front of Hong Yi. They were directly hit and their bones were broken, lying on the ground, and their lives were unknown. Under the obstruction of these servants, Mrs. Zhao successfully escaped back to the Hong mansion. The majestic gate of the Hong mansion was also closed. Looking at the closed gate of the Hong mansion in front of him, Hong Yi smiled lightly. This Hong mansion has trapped him for more than 10 years, but it can no longer trap him today. Fists are power. With fists in hand, no matter what high-ranking family he is, they are all shit. Hong Yi did not hold back at all, and punched forward with all his strength. With one punch, a shadow of a Buddha from the past emerged and also punched forward. This punch hit the heavy door of the Hong mansion that was painted red, and suddenly there was a terrifying loud noise. The 4-meter-thick phoenix wood door was smashed to pieces by this punch, and countless wood powder flew in the air. Not only that, a whole high wall connected to the wooden door also collapsed at this moment. After the wall collapsed, the mysterious and majestic Hong mansion was exposed to the eyes of the people of Yujing City like a little girl stripped naked, and anyone could explore it. Behind the door, Madame Zhao ran inside in a panic under the protection of the servants. But no matter how fast they were, how could they be as fast as Hong Yi? Hong Yi's figure was like lightning, and he stomped his feet suddenly, and then he crossed 100 steps in the void and came in front of Madame Zhao. At this moment, the man who was beaten back by Hong Yi, Hong Xuanji, finally arrived. He stretched out his hands, and the shadows of his palms fluttered in the air, drawing circles one after another, forming a series of wheels of varying sizes. Standing in the middle of countless wheels, Hong Xuanji really looked like a god who controlled everything in the world. In front of Hong Xuanji, the wheel of life and death of Wu Guanjia seemed like a joke. But Hong Yi didn't care at all. With the current Tathagata fist and the restoration of the soul by the Amitabha Sutra in the past, he could completely resist Hong Xuanji's fist. Seeing that Hong Yi was about to touch his first wife, Hong Xuanji was completely crazy at this time. But no matter how crazy Hong Xuanji was at this time, the power gap between him and Hong Yi was real. The power gap of 65,000 kilograms made it impossible for him to block Hong Yi's way. Passing Hong Xuanji's heavy palm shadows, Hong Yi suddenly grabbed Madame Zhao in his hand, just like holding a chick. Mrs. Zhao, who was in a high position and had great power, was so frightened that she lost her mind and no longer had the arrogant look she had before. She was caught in the air by Hong Yi and was even frightened to the point of incontinence. Drops of smelly liquid dripped down the hem of Mrs. Zhao's noble dress of the first-class Haoming lady to the ground. Looking at Mrs. Zhao's miserable appearance, Hong Yi had no sympathy in his heart, but was even more pleased. It was this woman in front of him who turned his mother from a peerless fairy into a sick ghost lying on the bed coughing up blood. Hong Yi still remembers that his mother was obviously in pain at that time, but in order not to make him worry, she pretended to be fine in front of him. After his mother died, Hong Yi found countless deep scratches on her mother's bed, and there were bloodstains next to the scratches. These were the marks that his mother secretly scratched in the quilt in order to endure the pain and not let him find out. All of this was caused by this woman in front of him. Hong Yi grabbed Madame Zhao's neck with one hand, hung her in the air, and then turned his head to look at Hong Xuanji. Hong Xuanji, if you want to save this woman, it's not impossible. I can give you a chance. Seeing Madame Zhao fall into Hong Yi's hands, Hong Xuanji, who was already phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to madness, gradually calmed down. He was an extremely rational person. Since his wife had fallen into Hong Yi's hands, no matter how crazy he was, he couldn't stop Hong Yi, so he instantly regained his composure. Hong Yi, what conspiracy are you thinking about again? Hong Yi smiled and shook his head. I'm not thinking about any conspiracy. I just want you to pay me back everything you owe me. I know my mother is worried that I will be bullied in the future, so she secretly hid the 2 sutras of the universe of the Supreme Tao under my quilt. It's just that I was young and ignorant at the time and didn't find it, so these 2 supreme scriptures were secretly taken away by you. Today, as long as you return the 2nd scripture of the universe to me, I will temporarily spare your wife's life.
Do you want to make this deal or not?
Hearing this, the frightened Mrs. Zhao's face suddenly showed a desire for life. She kept blinking her eyes and looked at Hong Xuanji with a pleading face.
Hearing Hong Yi's request, Hong Xuanji's originally sullen face became even more sullen.
His eyebrows were raised high and his hands were shaking.
Hong Xuanji never hesitated when doing things, and he was always very decisive.
But at this time, he hesitated for the first time. What was placed on the two ends of Hong Xuanji's scale was not his wife's life and the second scripture of the universe. For Hong Xuanji, a mere Mrs. Zhao was naturally not as important as the second scripture of the universe. But at this time, after all, in the world in front of everyone, if he gave up his first wife, it would be equivalent to completely confirming his image of being unfeeling and ungrateful.
This is the real source of Hong Xuanji's hesitation.
On both ends of this choice scale are actually Hong Xuanji's image in the eyes of the world and the Universe Sutra. But giving the Universe Sutra to Hong Yi is something that Hong Xuanji cannot accept at all. Without the Universe Sutra, this little beast in front of him can practice such terrible kung fu. If he has the Universe Sutra, Hong Xuanji has no confidence that he can subdue this little beast in the future. After hesitating for a while, Hong Xuanji looked up suddenly.
What Universe Sutra? I don't know, I have never seen it. Your mother didn't leave you this thing, so naturally there is no way to trade with you. Hearing Hong Xuanji's answer, Mrs. Zhao's face, which was originally full of hope, turned extremely pale. She was strangled by Hong Yi's throat and could not speak. She could only look at Hong Xuanji with hatred, and the resentment in her eyes was just like a ghost. Seeing Hong Xuanji's reaction, Hong Yi's face did not fluctuate at all. Wonderful, it's really wonderful. I hope that from now on, Hong Xuanji, you will never use the skills of the two sutras of the universe in your life. Otherwise, you will be confirmed as a hypocrite who is unfeeling, full of lies, and doesn't even care about the life and death of his wife. After saying this, Hong Yi twisted it hard, just like he broke the head of Wu Guanjia, and broke Mrs. Zhao's head. Then Hong Yi threw Mrs. Zhao's head to the feet of Hong Xuanji. After the head fell to the ground, it kept spinning on the ground, and the white brain spilled out and sprayed on Hong Xuanji's boots. Hong Yi's action completely concealed Hong Xuanji's anger. It was simply rubbing his dignity on the ground. Hong Xuanji rushed forward, holding the wheel of life and death in the heavens, and fought with Hong Yi again. This time, Hong Xuanji was completely crazy and no longer cared about where he was. The Marquis Mansion just wanted to kill Hong Yi here. The battle between the two became more and more intense. The Wuhan Marquis Mansion, which was originally as beautiful as a fairy palace with carved railings and painted buildings, became a ruin under the battle between the two. As the fight went on, Hong Yi's soul suddenly felt that there was something wrong with the ground under his feet, as if there was a space deep underground. Could it be Hong Xuanji's secret room? A flash of inspiration flashed through Hong Yi's mind. He had been to Hong Xuanji's study, and most of the books placed in it were books before the martial saint realm. However, with Hong Xuanji's achievements over the years, he had destroyed countless sects and temples. It is impossible that his collection only has these ordinary skills. The truly precious skills should have been hidden by Hong Xuanji. Now it seems that these skills should be it was hidden in the secret room under his feet. Thinking of this, Hong Yi showed an excited expression on his face. I didn't expect that there would be an unexpected gain today. Taking the opportunity of fighting with Hong Xuanji, Hong Yi kept exerting force on his feet. Under his huge force, the ground began to crack. It is unknown what material this secret room is made of. It has not collapsed under such violent vibrations. Hong Yi saw a deep crack under his feet leading directly to the secret room. He was delighted and jumped directly in. After jumping into the secret room, Hong Yi found that there were hundreds of secret books of different materials in the secret room. In addition, on the desk in the center, there was a book with more than a dozen white jades strung together. On the cover of the book, it was neatly written. There were 4 big characters written on it, Taishang Danjing. Seeing these things, Hong Yi was not soft-hearted. He waved his hand and packed all the books, and directly gave these secret books to Su Qinzhou as red envelopes. Seeing Hong Yi jump into the secret room through the crack, Hong Xuanji secretly said in his heart that it was not good. The precious secret books in it were like the sand of the Ganges River. If Hong Yi got them, Hong Xuanji could not imagine what level Hong Yi's martial arts background could reach.
He hurriedly jumped in with Hong Yi, but what Hong Xuanji did not expect was that in just a blink of an eye, the books in the room disappeared. Hong Xuanji shouted, "Storage magic weapon, you actually have a space magic weapon, could it be the human fairy cloth bag of the Great Zen Temple?" After taking these secret books, Hong Yi felt that there were 4 more spirits like wolf smoke around the Hong mansion.
Behind these 4 spirits like wolf smoke, there were hundreds of equally abundant blood and energy. Hong Yi knew that it should be the support of the Dacian dynasty that had arrived.
This also made Hong Yi understand that it was impossible to solve Hong Xuanji once and for all today. With the help of 4 martial saints and hundreds of innate martial artists, there was only one outcome waiting for him to stay, that is, his spirit would be refined by Hong Xuanji's fist. In fact, at the beginning, Hong Yi did not intend to kill Hong Xuanji, but after carefully studying the information Su Chenzhou told him, Hong Yi realized that Hong Xuanji must be killed. If he was not killed, this person would always be able to make a comeback. As the son of Dacian, he could easily have a chance to defy the heavens. The ever-changing cultivation was abolished, and in a blink of an eye, he could achieve a higher realm of shattering the vacuum, which was simply terrible.
Moreover, Hong Xuanji was extremely stubborn and could not change his mind at all.
Keeping him would cause endless harm to the world.
For such a person, killing him was the best choice.
Since he could not kill Hong Xuanji, Hong Yi was not in love with the battle.
Today's gains had far exceeded his imagination.
Hong Yi waved his hand and took out a 1,000 blood spirit sword from the red envelopes. With a thought, he flew into the air on the flying sword. "Since your helper is here, we'll see each other next time. I hope you'll be satisfied with the gift I brought you today.
The next time we meet should be during the spring examination. See you then."
Hong Xuanji looked at Hong Yi flying in the air on the flying sword, his eyes full of disbelief. This rebellious son not only became a martial saint, but his Taoist skills were about to reach the level of a ghost fairy. Fortunately, he didn't give him the 2 scriptures of the universe just now, otherwise it would really phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme to irreversible consequences. Rebellious son, you are a rebellious son who has no king or father and killed your mother in public.
You actually want to participate in the spring boudoir. This is simply a fantasy.
I will report to the emperor and issue a nationwide wanted order to make you have nowhere to stay.
Hong Yi smiled, "Then I advise you not to do this. I didn't violate the Dacian law.
Wu Guanjia broke into the princess's palace without permission. I killed him, and not only did I not do anything wrong, but I also made a contribution. As for that bitch, it is natural and legal for me to avenge my mother. The most important thing is, if Dacian doesn't want me, then I am still a scholar of Dacian, and naturally a minister of the emperor.
But if I become a wanted criminal, are you sure that Dacian can really deal with me now?"
There are some things that I advise you to think clearly before you say them, so as not to cause big trouble at that time.
No more. See you in the spring examination.
After that, Hong Yi stepped on the 1,000 blood Yuanling sword and flew into the Qingming in full view of everyone. Although only 4 chapters have been updated, each chapter has quite a lot of words, and I have finished writing this plot in one go. I will continue writing after I get up from my sleep.
Please support me.
After leaving Wu Wenho mansion on his sword, Hong Yi flew northward. After making a big fuss in Yujing City, he knew that he was no longer suitable to stay in Luo Yun's mansion.
With his current identity, he would only bring trouble to Luo Yun. Moreover, Hong Yi felt that his current strength was fully qualified to go to the wilderness to seize the immortal bag. The human bag contained the general outline of the Tathagata Sutra. After obtaining the immortal bag, it would have unimaginable benefits for his martial arts cultivation. This time, Hong Yi gained a lot from making a big fuss in Yujing City. Killing Mrs. Zhao in front of Hong Xuanji made his thoughts extremely clear, and his soul grew rapidly. Hong Yi felt that his current foundation was enough to survive the second Thunder Tribulation. And in the chat group, it was as lively as the new year at this time. After Hong Yi took back the red envelope from Su Chenzhou, he immediately sent all of Hong Xuanji's collection to the cultivation space of the chat group. Many of the books hidden in the cultivation room by Hong Xuanji were the martial arts of other sections. Almost every book is eligible to be uploaded to the chat group's practice space. However, the chat group has its own operating rules.
Hong Yi uploaded so many secret books in one go, and many of the principles in the books are common to each other, so the chat group sorted out those highly similar secret books together.
In the end, the books presented in the practice space became Hongfu Wuzong 1 to 20 volumes, and a Taishang Danjing.
After completing this upload, the number of books from the Yangshan world in the group's practice space is unique, more than the practice of other worlds combined. In the past, the Amitabha Sutra, now the Tathagata Sutra incomplete, the Bull Demon's Great Strength Fist, the Tiger Demon's Bone Training Fist, the Spirit Turtle Breathing Method, the Taishang Danjing, Hongfu Wuzong 1 to 20 volumes, and the Wheel of Life and Death, densely packed, occupying most of the layout. Su Chenzhou couldn't help but sigh that Hong Yi is indeed a master of sharing practice, and the contribution of one person is almost equal to that of a group of people. As the group owner, Su Chenzhou has the authority to make fine adjustments to some group functions. Under Su Chenzhou's adjustment, all the techniques in the technique space were classified according to the different worlds. The Yang God world belongs to the Yang God world, and the Honghuang world belongs to the Honghuang world, which looks much more beautiful.
After adjusting the group function, Su Chenzhou remembered one more thing.
He had not received the reward for the cub growth task this time.
Su Chenzhou directly clicked to receive the reward.
The reward this time was inferior to the last time. There were still 3 things, namely Hong Yi's understanding, 10 years of Zhutian life and death will cultivation, and ancient dragon tooth rice seeds.
First of all, understanding.
The reward Su Chenzhou received last time was the understanding of Zhang Sanfeng at the peak, but this time he lacked the word peak, and only received Hong Yi's understanding as a reward. There is actually a big difference between the two words peak and peak. Peak Hong Yi is the last son of the legendary philosophers and a figure at the half step to the other shore level. If he could get the understanding of peak Hong Yi, Su Chenzhou dared not imagine what it would be like. Hong Yi's understanding should refer to Hong Yi's understanding now, which is much less helpful to Su Chenzhou. After all, Hong Yi is still very immature now, and his experience and vision are far less than his peak period. However, Su Chenzhou was not disappointed with this reward. After all, Zhang Juanbao's situation is completely different from that of everyone in the group.
Lao Zhang's debut was at the peak.
After surviving the Shaolin disaster, his life has been smooth sailing since then, and there have been no more disasters. Therefore, Zhang Juanbao's cub growth task is both his first cub growth task and his last cub growth task. The reward is naturally more generous.
The other members in the group are completely different.
Everyone's life can be described by the 4 words disasters. It seems that the reward has become a little worse, but considering the comprehensive number of tasks, the income from being a nanny for other group members is definitely far better than Zhang Juanbao's one-time deal. As for why the reward of 10 years of cultivation is the Wheel of Life and Death, Su Chenzhou is actually quite curious. Logically speaking, it should be the Amitabha Sutra in the past. He has never practiced the Wheel of Life and Death. But to be honest, the Wheel of Life and Death is also very good.
It is considered a first-class skill in the Yangshan world.
It is worth learning it. And the 10 years of practicing the Wheel of Life and Death is also of great help to Su Chenzhou. The human immortal martial arts in the Yangshan world are far less effective in training the body in the pre-human immortal stage than the extraordinary martial arts system in the Star Domain world. But the human immortal martial arts also has a huge advantage, that is, the fist intention. Almost every martial saint can master the powerful fist intention, which is something that the extraordinary martial arts system cannot do. The focus of the practice of the extraordinary martial arts system is to shape extraordinary organs, and they don't care much about the illusory things such as moves and fist intention. Therefore, in the Star Domain world, even many gods and demons have not mastered the mysterious things such as fist intention. With these 10 years of practicing the Wheel of Life and Death, Su Chenzhou has completely mastered the fist intention of the Wheel of Life and Death. As for the last reward, the ancient dragon tooth rice, Su Chenzhou was also very surprised.
The ancient dragon tooth rice is the food of the ancient dragons.
If a warrior can eat the ancient dragon tooth rice every day, then his body will be pure, his strength will increase, and he can easily become a human immortal.
Compared to the ancient dragon tooth rice, the Chenkuan Ichi rice that Hong Yi obtained in the previous transaction is simply garbage. Su Chenzhou was very interested in the ancient dragon rice before. Now he can get the seeds of the ancient dragon rice through the chat group, and Suchinjo feels very satisfied. However, the ancient dragon rice also has a disadvantage, that is, it is difficult to mass produce. The cultivation of the ancient dragon rice is much more complicated than that of the Chienkuan-ichi rice, because the ancient dragon rice is very picky about the land. The land must contain a large amount of thunder spirit energy for the ancient dragon rice to grow normally. At present, there is no problem in small-scale planting to meet the needs of group members. However, if you want to plant a large number of them in a short period of time through the small green bottle like the Chienkuan-ichi rice, there are still several technical barriers to overcome. After taking inventory of the goods, Suchinjo felt a little regretful. Suchinjo group leader, it seems that the universe scripture and the creation scripture should be in the hands of Emperor Qian Yangpan now. What a pity! If these two secret books can be obtained together this time, it means that Hong Xuanji's background has been completely emptied. Hong E. Dakian scholar, there is no way. It is fate. It is very lucky to get the supreme alchemy scripture this time. It can only be said that Hong Xuanji is really loyal to Yang Pan and has no secrets. But it doesn't matter. No matter who Hong Xuanji puts the universe scripture on, it is something my mother left me. I will definitely take it back in person. Zhang Junbao, young swordsman, this supreme alchemy scripture is really helpful to me. I have just phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red phoneme it for a while and I have a lot of insights. Zhang Junbao kept flipping through the supreme alchemy scripture. He didn't care about the method of condensing and measuring the acupoints in the supreme alchemy scripture. Instead, he focused on the general outline of the supreme alchemy scripture. Every word and sentence in it is the result of the hard work of the successive generations of the Tai Shangdao, and contains the cultivation philosophy of the Tai Shangdao sect. The more Zhang Junbao phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red phoneme, the more inspiration surged in his mind. Many cultivation concepts of the Tai Shangdao coincided with his own Jinwu Ningdan method. As he phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red phoneme, Zhang Junbao fell into a wonderful state. His mind was sometimes clear and sometimes chaotic, and thousands of ideas came out of thin air in his mind. In this state, Zhang Junbao found that many cultivation concepts of the Tai Shangdan Jing were even more profound. Although it seems that the content and the Jinwu Ningdan method are completely different things, Zhang Junbao can always draw inferences and suddenly see the light. Zhang Junbao uploaded Jinwu Ningdan method. Zhang Junbao, young sword immortal, I understand, I finally understand it. This is the martial arts golden elixir method I want to create. In fact, Zhang Junbao had already understood the Jinwu Ningdan method a few days ago, but Zhang Junbao felt that the Jinwu Ningdan method at that time still had many flaws and was not a mature cultivation method. It was not until today that after reading the supreme alchemy scripture, Zhang Junbao finally deduced a mature martial arts golden elixir method after his sudden enlightenment. Lu Mingfei Dragon Slayer, no way, it's only been a few days, and you, old Zhang, have opened up a new path in the Yatian martial arts. This is a bit outrageous. Seeing Zhang Junbao's inhuman performance, Lu Mingfei couldn't help but smack his lips. In fact, Lu Mingfei had long known that Zhang Junbao would become a top figure who could establish a school in the future, but he did not have an intuitive understanding of Zhang Sanfeng's comprehension. It was not until this time that Lu Mingfei knew what kind of monster Zhang Junbao was. But what Xiaolu didn't know was that Zhang Junbao was not the only monster with top comprehension in this group. Whether it was Hong Yi or Xiao Shihao, their current comprehension was definitely not inferior to Zhang Junbao. Moreover, their comprehension at their peak was far higher than that of Zhang Sanfeng at his peak. After all, the cultivation was here. Sometimes comprehension and cultivation were actually linked. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the brain power, and the stronger the comprehension. But now they have all joined the chat group, and even Suchinjo dare not make a final conclusion about who will have a higher level of comprehension in the future. In addition to these three perverts, the comprehension and brain power of other group members should not be underestimated. Misaka Makoto can use a public telephone booth to invade the humanoid supercomputer of the Research Institute, and Yang Chan can become a disciple of Nuwa. Needless to say, her comprehension qualifications are naturally not much to say. Although Han Li's comprehension is a little worse, he eventually became a Taoist master. If he was really stupid, how could he have such an achievement? So to be honest, the person with the worst comprehension in the group should be our poor boy Lu Mingfei. Of course, Lu Mingfei is not really stupid.
If we only talk about the talent of playing StarCraft, I am afraid that there are few people in the world who can be compared with Lu Mingfei, so it is reasonable to infer that Xiaolu's talent is all in playing StarCraft.
Honi Dakian scholar, Junbao, Yerjanwu Lingdan method is really good. Even I feel that I have gained a lot of inspiration after reading it.
If it weren't for the fact that my Taoist skills have been able to survive the Second Thunder Tribulation, I would definitely have to change to Yerjanwu Lingdan method. The chat interface of the chat group is basically the same as other communication software we usually use. Except for sending with thoughts, there is no difference in other usage methods. So in addition to text messages, voice messages can also be sent in the chat group.
Hong Yi's sentence sent a voice message, and he also emphasized the 4 words Second Thunder Tribulation. Hong Yi did this on purpose.
He finally surpassed Zhang Junbao in Taoist skills, so he naturally wanted to show off. Hong Yi's words aroused Zhang Junbao's competitive spirit. Zhang Junbao, young sword immortal. After creating the Jinwu Dan condensation technique, I also feel that my thoughts are clear and my soul has grown a lot.
I am only 1 step away from the Second Thunder Tribulation.
Brother Hong, please be careful, otherwise I will be ahead again accidentally. At this time, Misaka Makoto, who was meditating on Amitabha Buddha in the past, looked at the speeches of these 2 perverts and couldn't help but hug the Gutai doll tightly with a frustrated expression on her face.
It's simply too bullying.
She has practiced the Amitabha Sutra for so many days, and her cultivation level has only reached the realm of manifestation, and there is still a huge gap between the realm of possession and possession. Unexpectedly, these 2 group friends have already cultivated to the level of Thunder Tribulation ghosts and immortals.
Misaka Makoto Railgun, you 2 are so powerful.
Gutai worship. JPG, I wish I could practice as fast as you.
Su Chinjo naturally knew Misaka Makoto's current progress.
It was normal for her to practice slowly. After all, visualization, meditation, and out-of-body experiences were indeed difficult to understand for a foreign girl who had lived in a scientific society for a long time.
Misaka Makoto spent a lot of time just to understand the various technical terms used in the Amitabha Sutra in the past.
However, in fact, Misaka Makoto's combat effectiveness has also been greatly improved during this period.
After practicing the Amitabha Sutra to the realm of manifestation, Misaka Makoto's computing power has increased by 2 times.
Although there is still a huge gap in Misaka Makoto's computing power compared to the current Accelerator, this improvement has given Misaka Makoto hope to defeat Accelerator.
Suchinjo Group Leader, Makoto, you have practiced very quickly.
By the time you enter the realm of possession and can distract your mind, your computing power will probably be enough to compete head-on with Accelerator.
After comforting Misaka Makoto, Suchinjo looked at Lu Mingfei again.
This kid hadn't been doing much lately, so he didn't know what he was doing secretly.
Suchinjo Group Leader, speaking of which, Mingfei, how is your relationship with Chen Wenwen going recently? Didn't you say that she is always pestering you now?
She is your Bai Yue Guang after all, and you really are not moved at all.
Lu Mingfei Dragon Slaying Master, don't be kidding me.
Now I'm totally not interested in a woman like Chen Wenwen who has no ability to restrain a chicken.
Well, it's better to choose Chen Wenwen than the little goddess. At least the little goddess looks better than him. Much prettier. Suchinjo Group Leader, hey, now I can see that the little goddess is more beautiful than Chen Wenwen. That's not what you said when you first liked Chen Wenwen. Suchinjo's words made Lu Mingfei blush.
At that time, he liked Chen Wenwen wholeheartedly, and he was completely fascinated by the artistic girl. Beauty is in the eye of a lover, so naturally he would find Chen Wenwen pleasing to his eyes.
But now Lu Mingfei's aesthetics has been completely changed after being reshaped by the Monster Hunter world. In the world of monster hunting, Lu Mingfei's life is extremely exciting.
After experiencing the taste of a female hunter in the world of monster hunting, Lu Mingfei can no longer find her former self. Lu Mingfei Dragon Slayer, it's a different time now.
I'm not in the mood for love right now. To be honest, I'm used to being wild in the world of Monster Hunter. It's boring to go back to school.
I feel itchy from time to time and want to find a dragon to chop.
Suchinjo group leader, if you want to chop a dragon, it's not a big deal. Whether it's Odin or Fenrir, I know the location of their Nibelungen.
I guarantee you can chop whoever you want. After Suchinjo finished speaking, Lu Mingfei looked at his empty palms, and the scene of himself standing in front of the Dragon King with bare hands and being torn to pieces by them emerged in his mind. Lu Mingfei shook his head violently, shaking out such a terrible scene from his mind. Lu Mingfei Dragon Slayer, no, this dungeon is too difficult.
I'd better practice for a few more days. Unless someone can return my equipment in Monster Hunter World to me, I will go buy a ticket right away. I can't do it. JPG Lu Mingfei couldn't tell how strong the Dragon King in Dragon World was, but he thought it shouldn't be worse than the Black Dragon in Monster Hunter World. He didn't have the equipment to kill a dragon of this level. He hadn't lived long enough and didn't want to die so early. Lu Mingfei Dragon Slayer, although school life is boring, I have found some fun recently. I found someone who has been following me secretly. If I am not mistaken, she should be Gyodam mentioned in the group leader's intelligence.
Suchinjo group leader, given your brother Lu Ming's obsession with you, it would be abnormal for him not to find Gyodam to monitor you after seeing such a huge change in you.
This woman appears in your life. It seems that Mingfei, you will soon be able to get rid of the boring school life. Given this woman's personality, I think it is normal even if she gets 2 Deadpools to test your changes.
And I think Gyodam is more in line with your current aesthetics than Chen Wenwen and Xiao Taiyan. She has big breasts, long legs, a perky butt, and is also very good at fighting.
Suchinjo's words made Lu Mingfei blush again.
Big breasts, long legs, a perky butt, plus being very good at fighting, are indeed his guide to choosing a partner in the Monster Hunter world, but he has never thought about anything happening with Gyodam. At least before he saw Gyodam's true face, Lu Mingfei did not have any special ideas. After finishing the chat in the group, Suchinjo was surprised to find that the chat group actually gave him another group member's lottery quota. Could it be that every time he completed the cub growth task, he could get a lottery quota? However, Suchinjo could not be sure. After all, Suchinjo had not yet fully understood the operating rules of the chat group. But no matter what the reason for getting the lottery quota, it was right to draw.
Suchinjo was still quite confident in his luck.
After all, the results of his previous draws were quite good, which made him very satisfied. Suchinjo clicked the draw button without hesitation, and the familiar interface appeared again, and the world kept rotating. This time, another pair of brothers and sisters appeared in front of Suchinjo. The younger sister was just over 3 years old, wearing a ragged patched clothes. Although her face was covered with dust, she looked very cute. Although the elder brother is only 8 or 9 years old, he is a very extraordinary young genius with a heroic figure and bright eyes. In the picture, the boy puts a bronze ring on the little girl's hand, and the little girl holds the boy's legs and keeps crying. Beside them stood soldiers, each of whom was wearing golden armor and holding a spear shining with fairy light. Surrounded by soldiers, the boy had no choice but to say goodbye to the little girl. The little girl who left the boy sat on the ground and cried loudly, and her crystal-clear tears were like strings of pearls falling continuously. Suchinjo saw this scene and the bronze mask held tightly in the boy's hand, and he also had some guesses about the identity of the little girl in the picture. It seems that he has won the jackpot again this time. And if it is this time point, it is not impossible to reverse the tragic future. As time passed, the girl's name information gradually emerged under her body. The Ruthless Emperor, Nan 3 years old world, the heavens seeing the girl's identity information, Suchinjo nodded. As expected, this time he drew the Ruthless Emperor, who was known as the most beautiful emperor in the history of the heavens.
This is also a good sign.
Although in the original timeline, the final achievements of the Ruthless Emperor were not as good as Yifan and Sure Hao. But that happened in the future that was unknown how long ago, and after joining the chat group, the Ruthless Emperor knew in advance that her achievements might not be inferior to Yifan.
Let's talk about the Ruthless Emperor himself.
He practiced the heaven-devouring demon art with his mortal body, devoured countless special physiques, and finally achieved the chaos body, which overwhelmed the entire universe. Not only that, the Ruthless Emperor also created many ancient scriptures and supreme immortal methods with his own understanding. The Great Tao Aquarius, the heaven-devouring demon art, the Wanhua Saint art, the Yinyan Hua Kaijun Tianxia, the Feixian art,
and other ancient and modern unique skills were all created by the ruthless emperor himself. However, Su Chinjo was still a little surprised that he had drawn the ruthless emperor. After all, he had long known that the perfect world and the heaven-shaking world were actually different timelines of the same world. Would Shirhao and the ruthless emperor joining the chat group at the same time create a time paradox? Or do these two people actually come from different worlds, but these two worlds belong to two similar flowers? Su Chinjo couldn't guess how the chat group did it, but existence is reasonable. Since the ruthless emperor has successfully joined the chat group, Su Chinjo is too lazy to think so much. Anyway, as his cultivation strength continues to improve, he will eventually be able to touch the real secret of the chat group one day. Su Chinjo clicked the invitation button without hesitation. There are too many treasures worth digging in the world of covering the sky, which is not inferior to the perfect world. With the addition of new members, the chat group, which had been quiet for a long time, became lively again. Misaka Makoto, Lu Mingfei, Xiao Shihao, and Yang Chan were even more excited. This was the first time that a new person joined the chat group after they joined. The four expressed a warm welcome to the new member Xiao Nannan, but this scared Xiao Nannan. Xiao Nannan, a wandering little girl, what is this thing? How could it suddenly appear in my mind? Xiao Nannan burst into tears while typing in the chat group. After all, the young ruthless emperor was only a 3-year-old child. On one hand, he was facing the sadness of parting with his brother, and on the other hand, there was a strange thing in his mind. This made the young ruthless emperor completely confused, and he didn't know what to do. Su Chinjo was very soft-hearted about this young ruthless man who had just lost his brother, and did not routinely let Xiao Nannan phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red slash phoneme the content of the group announcement. Instead, he slowly explained to Xiao Nannan word by word in the group chat what the Zutian Cubs chat group was. With Su Chinjo's explanation, Xiao Nannan slowly understood what the Zutian Cubs chat group was. After having a certain understanding of the chat group, Xiao Nannan became very excited. Xiao Nannan, wandering little girl, that's great, group leader brother, according to what you said, after I get the skills from the chat group, I can practice, so that I can go find my brother. Seeing the message Xiao Nannan sent in the group, Su Chinjo felt a little heavy. Unlike Xiao Shihao, when facing Xiao Nannan, Su Chinjo must tell her exactly what she will face in the future. The reason why Su Chinjo concealed something from Shihao was that the information he told Shihao was enough to give him enough motivation to practice. In this case, Su Chinjo naturally wanted to leave Shihao a beautiful childhood and didn't want him to bear the darkness too early. But Xiao Nannan was different. She didn't have time. Although at this point in time, Xiao Nannan had just separated from his brother. But Su Chinjo was not sure when Xiao Nannan's brother would die. Maybe there were still 3 or 4 years, or maybe only 1 or 2 years. And Xiao Nannan wanted to save her brother, but the opponent she had to face was the powerful Yuhua divine dynasty. Even with the existence of a chat group, it was really difficult to practice from a mortal body to the point where she could cross the void and go to the solar system to save her brother in 1 or 2 years. But such a future was really a darkness that a 3-year-old girl could not bear. Su Chinjo had no choice but to choose to believe in the young ruthless emperor. Su Chinjo group leader, Xiao Nannan, you are right. After practicing, you can indeed find your brother, but the difficulty may be much greater than you think. Xiao Nannan in the dilapidated temple tilted her head, and the tears on her round little face had not dried yet. She tilted her head and looked at Su Chinjo's message in confusion. The uncles of Yuhua divine dynasty were unwilling to take me away because I am a mortal body that cannot practice. If I can practice, then I can let those uncles take me to find my brother. Why did the group leader say that this is a difficult thing? Su Chinjo continued without pause, what I will say next may be cruel, but Xiao Nannan, don't be afraid. Since you have joined the chat group, everything is possible. Even if the future is really dark, you must believe that with the help of group friends, we will be able to break through the darkness and successfully see the light you want to see. Su Chinjo's solemn tone gave Xiao Nannan a bad premonition. Su Chinjo group leader, in your world, a powerful person who dominated the entire universe appeared thousands of years ago. His name was Emperor Zun. Emperor Zun left a cauldron of immortality in a place called Inghua. Yuhua divine dynasty discovered this cauldron, but now the cauldron of immortality is broken. In order to repair it, monks must offer sacrifices.
Monks with special physiques offer better sacrifices.
And your brother's physique is the ancient holy body, which is the strongest special physique in the entire universe. Before Suchinjo finished speaking, Xiao Nanan's tears had already flowed into her eyes again.
Although she was very young, Xiao Nannan had already known the darkness of human hearts because of the suffering she had suffered over the years. Before Suchinjo finished speaking, she had already guessed how dark the future her brother was facing. Xiao Nannan raised her hand to wipe away her tears, her eyes full of ferocity and determination.
Xiao Nannan, wandering little girl, brother group leader, do you know how long my brother has left?
Suchinjo group leader, I'm sorry, I can't be sure about this, but it should be a year or two at least. With the help of the chat group, 1 or 2 years is enough for you to have considerable power.
I will upload a copy later.
The information in the chat group contains some information about your future. However, because the time period you are in is far away from the storyline of Zhetian, the content in this information should not be relevant to you now.
Very helpful. In addition, due to your special situation, I temporarily give you permission to download the exercises in the group exercise space at will.
If you exceed the quota of exercises, you can upload the exercises in the future to make up for it. After saying that, Suchinjo returned to the practice quiet room and gave his little girl a lot of daily necessities. In addition, there is also a large box of Shirquan body training cream. He has become a first-level warrior, and he has no use keeping these Shirquan body training ointments, so he simply gave them all to the little girl. Sure, how Shirtsuan cub, my little girl is so pitiful. Although my parents are no longer with me, I still have the old village chief with me. Seeing what happened to little Nan Nan, Xiao Shihao couldn't help but feel some sympathy in his heart. Staring at his short legs, he ran into his house and took out a small earthenware jar from the deepest part of the house. The earthen jar is filled with white liquid, which exudes a sweet smell. Looking at the earthen jar, Xiao Shihao had a look of extreme reluctance in his eyes, but remembering what happened to his little girl, Shihao gritted his teeth and sent the earthen jar as a red envelope to his little girl. Shihao Shirtsuan cub, Nanny, I'll give this to you. It contains my favorite animal milk. Every time I'm in a bad mood, just drinking a little animal milk makes me feel a lot happier.
Oh, right.
I also have a lot of precious medicine and precious blood here that are helpful for cultivation, which should be very helpful to you. I will go to the old village chief to get some, please wait for me. After saying that, Shihao stared at his short legs and ran towards the old village chief's house. The village chief had nothing to do with this little baby. He could only watch helplessly as Shihao dug out many precious medicinal materials from his house, as well as a jar of precious monster blood. Regarding these things, there was no trace of reluctance on Xiao Shihao's face, as if these precious cultivation materials were not important at all. He walked to a secluded corner and neatly distributed all these cultivation resources to the little girl. In addition to Xiao Shihao, other group members also provided help to Xiao Nannan to the best of their ability. Misaka Makoto ran to the supermarket in Academy City and frantically purchased many snacks that little girls loved, as well as many daily necessities and toys that little girls could use. Yang Chan sneaked into the house of Master Yuding, secretly took out a fruit as red as blood from the small jade box collected by Master Yuding, and then ran to her second brother's bedside and pulled out a stack of talismans. Lu Mingfei reluctantly took out his pocket money from under his pillow and bought a lot of things to give to his little girl. Although Lu Xiaozi now has an astonishing physical strength, he has not had time to make money with this strength. What he has under the pillow is already his entire pocket money. Even Han Li, who has always been relatively indifferent, stuffed 2 centuries-old medicinal herbs into the red envelope. The red envelopes from the group members hit the little girl like snow. Suchinjo group leader, Nanny, remember, don't be in a hurry to receive these red envelopes. You can see the detailed introduction of the contents of the red envelope by clicking on the exclamation mark next to it.
Wait until you really need it before you receive it.
The care of the group members warmed the little girl's heart that had become cold. When she heard that her brother had been deceived into working as a coolie and that he would be sacrificed to the immortal cauldron at any time, an impulse to destroy everything emerged in her heart. However, under the care of the group members, this impulse slowly disappeared.
Calm down.
The tearful little girl looked at the series of red envelopes in the group and her tears kept flowing.
She murmured to the chat group, "Thank you everyone."
Yang-chan, disciple of Yushu Palace, little girl, my sister gave you this fruit. You can find a place where no one is around to eat it later.
I secretly got this fruit from Uncle Yuding.
Listen to Yuding. The uncle said that this fruit is called Zhou Yuan Xianling fruit. After eating it, mortals can improve their qualifications and return to their innate body, which should be helpful to you. In fact, Yang Chan also had a sense of proportion in his heart. Although the Zhoushuan Yuanling fruit was quite precious to mortals, it was nothing to an immortal of the level of Master Yuding. But this time he was definitely going to get a beating. Thinking of this, Yang Chan touched her butt.
Uncle Yuding's ruler would be quite painful.
However, Xiao Yang Chan has no regrets at all, because she knows that the Zhoushuan Yuanling fruit can be of great help to the little girl who has a mortal body, so although the beating will be painful, it is worth it.
After reading Yang Chan's message, the little girl immediately took out the Zhoushuan Yuanling fruit from the red envelope.
The ruined temple where she is now is very secluded.
It is the home of little Nan Nan and her brother. Due to the extremely remote location of the ruined temple, almost no one comes here.
In addition, the soldiers of the Yuhua divine dynasty had already left long ago, and they would definitely not return here because of her mortal body. As soon as the little girl took out the fruit, an amazing fragrance filled the air from the fruit. As the fragrance spread, emerald green appeared deep in the cracks of the originally dark floor tiles, and weeds emerged from the depths of the floor tiles. Where the fragrance is diffused, there are lush vegetation. In the blink of an eye, the originally dark ruined temple turned green. When the little girl saw this situation, she knew that she had underestimated the fruits that her group of friends had given her. She was too reckless this time. It seemed that she could no longer stay in this ruined temple in the future. A dead ruined temple suddenly became green, and many people would definitely come to find out what happened. She should find a more secluded place to take the fruit. This made the little girl secretly make up her mind to be more cautious from now on, because now she is not just living for herself. Only by living well can she save her brother from the devil's cave of the Yuhua dynasty. The little girl no longer hesitated and swallowed the 9 yuan Xianling fruit into her mouth. She understood that to be able to have such an impact, this 9 yuan Xianling fruit was absolutely extraordinary. Now that it has been taken out, the longer it is kept in the hand, the more unsafe it will be and the more variables will arise. So the best choice is to eat the fruit quickly and leave the ruined temple quickly. The moment the flesh of the 9 yuan Xianling fruit entered her mouth, it turned into streams of fresh air and flowed into her belly. The little girl could feel 9 streams of fresh air coming out of her belly. These fresh air were floating in her body. Some flowed into the sea of consciousness, some flowed into the dantian, and some continued to circulate through the meridians throughout her body. It feels like a full body massage, very comfortable. As the fresh air slowly integrated into the little girl's body, the transformation was slowly completed. Originally, the little girl looked very cute, and her skin was breakable, just like a little apple. And now after the transformation, little Nanan's appearance has improved dramatically. From a distance, little Nanan's whole body seems to be glowing, her skin is as white as gelatin, and she looks like a fairy descending to earth, with fairy energy floating all over her body. With the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme. Not only that, after the transformation was completed, little Nan Nan felt that she could easily sense the energy existing between heaven and earth. Little Nan felt that now she could easily absorb this energy into her body if she wanted to, and run it as directed by her arm. This is a novel experience that a mortal girl has never experienced before. After the renovation was completed, the little girl left the ruined temple without stopping for a moment. After leaving the ruined temple, the little girl pinched a handful of mud from the ground and smeared it all over her body, completely covering up the transformed skin. She didn't dare to show the slightest sign of abnormality, otherwise she would be discovered by the people of the Yuhua divine dynasty, and she would be easily outed. Little Nan Nan, a homeless girl, Sister Yang Chan, I have eaten the fruit you gave me. It is very helpful to me. I feel that I can now easily mobilize the energy in the air, and my physical fitness is also stronger. A lot of. Seeing the news about his little girl, Su Chenzhou nodded. The 9 yuan Shenling fruit is indeed of great help to young ruthless people.
The time that little Nan Nan has is very limited.
She must have strong enough fighting power in the shortest time to hope to rescue her brother. Although the ruthless emperor used his mortal body to create his own heaven-swallowing demonic skill, he embarked on the road of devouring thousands of ways, and finally achieved the acquired chaotic body. Being able to step by step from such a low starting point to the position of supreme emperor in the entire universe, the only ruthless emperor in the entire Zhetian universe has always been the only one. But in this process, how much hardship the little girl endured and how many detours she took are absolutely unimaginable to others. You must know that the ruthless emperor is immortal, and even practicing and feeling the spiritual energy is very difficult. Not to mention anything else, just taking the first step into spiritual practice from scratch, the little girl must have suffered countless hardships. Now that he has the 9 yuan Shenling fruit, the starting point of the ruthless emperor who has improved his qualifications is much higher than the original timeline. Suchinjo group leader, little girl, have you thought about the next step? There are still quite a lot of exercises in the group exercise space, so don't be picky. Xiao Nan Nan wandering little girl, brother, I have made up my mind. I plan to try the perfect method and the primordial method first. After I gain a certain amount of power through practicing these two systems, I will try to seize the cultivation methods of this world, and then try the 3 cultivation systems together. Suchinjo approved of Xiao Nanan's plan. As expected, she is the ruthless emperor. Although she is only 3 years old, she has an almost terrifying intuition about cultivation. Her choice is indeed the best solution at present. The perfect method and the heaven-shaking method are from the same big world. In a sense, as long as the heaven-shaking world has no restrictions on the perfect method, the ruthless emperor can even use the perfect method as her main cultivation method. Because the perfect method and the heaven-shaking method are essentially different paths to the same destination, after entering the red dust fairyland, there is no barrier between the two methods. So practicing the perfect method in the heaven-shaking world is definitely the best choice for Xiao Nan Nan to increase her strength in the early stage. As for the Honghuang method, Xiao Nan Nan had just eaten the immortal fruit of the Honghuang world, and she had obtained the innate body. She would definitely be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort in cultivation. In addition, the Honghuang method has a characteristic, that is, the practitioners are extremely long-lived. They do not need to cultivate to become true immortals, and they can have a long life of hundreds of thousands of years. Moreover, the longevity logic of the Honghuang method is different from that of the Zhetian method. There is no need for any longevity particles at all. As long as there is enough energy, they can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme long. For the Zhetian world without longevity particles, this is like a dimensionality reduction attack. With the Honghuang method, living another life is simply a joke. Suchinjo group leader, by the way, Xiao Nan Nan, did you have any fruit core left after eating the fruit? If so, can you give it to me? Xiao Nan Nan wandering little girl, yes, if you want it, I will send it to you now. After Suchinjo got the fruit core, he fell into deep thought. Suchinjo was very greedy for the Zhou Yuan Xianling fruit. The effect of improving qualifications and returning to the innate body was also quite attractive to him. Not only that, he also has a little bun at home. Suchinjo is not the kind of person who forgets his relatives after getting benefits. Little Bun's martial arts aptitude is very poor. Even if he has Qiankuan Ichi rice and Taigulongya rice, it only gives Little Bun hope of becoming an extraordinary warrior. In this case, why do we still practice martial arts? Why not practice immortality directly? Martial arts are tiring and hard, and it is difficult for Little Bun to achieve great achievements with his talent. Suchinjo is reluctant to let his sister suffer this kind of pain. However, Suchinjo knows that the Zhou Yuan Xianling fruit should be extremely precious to Xiao Yangchan, otherwise according to Xiao Yangchan's temperament, she would have given one to each group member long ago. So if you still want to get the Zhou Yuan Xianling fruit, you must find a way yourself. He asked Xiao Nan Nan for this fruit core, and his main purpose was to use the Cantillon creation liquid to cultivate the Zhou Yuan Xianling fruit again. Suchinjo group leader, Hanli, if I give you this fruit core, are you sure you can cultivate the 9 yuan mysterious spiritual fruit? Suchinjo still had some hesitations. If Hanli was in the fairy world now, then Suchinjo would have no worries.
But Hanli is in the mortal world now. With the spiritual power level of the mortal world, is there really a way to cultivate this top-level spiritual fruit from the prehistoric world? Hanli, disciple of the Seven Profound sect, I feel it's very uncertain.
The difference in the concentration of spiritual energy between the prehistoric world and the mortal world is too big. There is an 80% chance that nothing can be cultivated, and there is a 20% chance that a degraded version can be cultivated. However, it is a bit of a waste to cultivate this spiritual fruit created by heaven and earth into a degraded version. Hanli actually has a lot of ideas about the 9 yuan mysterious spiritual fruit. Not only can it improve qualifications, but it can also restore the innate body. This is too tempting for those who take drugs all the way to cultivate immortals. He really can't accept the possibility that he will kill the 9 yuan mysterious spiritual fruit or degenerate it. Yanchan, disciple of Yushu Palace, how about this, brother Hanli, you give me the Cantillon creation liquid and let me plant it. It's very big on Yuchuan Mountain, I'll go to the back mountain to find a safe place to plant the kernel. Hanli, disciple of Chishuan sect, isn't this a bit bad? Didn't the group leader say that there are several perverted beings called saints in the prehistoric world? Will they notice you bringing the Cantillon creation liquid to the prehistoric world? If you fall into their sight, there may be terrible consequences. Yangchan, disciple of Yushu Palace, don't worry, I was also worried about this when I took things from the red envelope before, but the chat group assured me that with its protection, no one could detect my abnormality. Suchinjo group leader, it is indeed the case. The ability of the chat group is still trustworthy. Hanli's world, Xiaonanen's world, Shihao's world, and Yangchan's world all have extremely terrifying existences. Those existences can wander between the past and the future. If the chat group cannot block their perception, I am afraid that you will be discovered by them the first second you enter the group. Suchinjo is still quite confident about the chat group. After all, if he is not good enough, he dare not pull Shihao, the ruthless emperor, and Han Laoamo into the chat group. Yangchan, disciple of Yushu Palace, in this case, then we have a deal. I will cultivate the 9 yuan mysterious spirit fruit. There are 18 fruits on a branch of 9 yuan mysterious spiritual fruit. I have already eaten the fruit, so eating more won't help me much. So I only need 1 fruit to return to Uncle Yuding, and the other 17 will be divided equally between brother Hanli and brother group leader. Suchinjo, I don't need that many, just leave 3 for me, and give the other 5 to other group members. Suchinjo calculated it just right. He got 1 fruit, his sister got 1 fruit, and he kept 1 fruit in his hand for emergency use. The remaining 5 were distributed to the group members. There happened to be 5 group members who didn't have the 9 yuan mysterious spirit fruit, so 1 fruit was just right for each person. And the remaining 9 were all left to Hanli. After all, the Cantillon creation liquid for cultivating the 9 yuan mysterious spirit fruit came from Hanli's small green bottle, and no one would object if he took a little more. Star Domain World, Tianyuan Martial Arts Hall, the owner's training room. At this time, the training room was very quiet, the air was filled with a solemn atmosphere, the light was dim, and the flickering candlelight printed 2 long shadows on the ground. The owner Li Xuanqi was wearing a martial arts uniform, and his burly figure stood there like a mountain. The style of his martial arts uniform was very strange, without sleeves, and a golden dragon was embroidered on the back. This golden dragon embroidery passed through his shoulders and a ferocious dragon head was exposed on his chest, looking extremely arrogant. Li Xuanqi's 2 thick arms were exposed in the air, and the lumpy muscles looked like rocks. In front of him, there was a man kneeling. This man knelt on the ground carefully, not even daring to breathe, without any movement, just like a stone statue. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of his abdomen, he would probably be mistaken for a dead person. The man kneeling on the ground was Li Guanza, the young master of Tianyuan Martial Arts Hall. At this time, Li Guanza had long lost the arrogant confidence in front of Suchinjo, and turned into a trembling quail. He also took off the extremely conspicuous golden silk clothes on his body, and hid the dragon blood bodhifan tightly around his waist, and changed into a simple martial arts outfit. Tell me, where did you go wrong? Li Xuanqi's voice was very cold, as if he was chewing a piece of cold iron in his mouth. Every word made people feel a chill in their backs, and the chill enveloped the whole body. I shouldn't have provoked Baiha martial arts school for the sake of merit before I understood the situation. If I had been more careful in advance and knew earlier that Suchinjo was a limit-breaking warrior, I could have avoided this conflict and would not have provoked such a great enemy for the martial arts school. Li Xuanqi was silent for a while, and a trace of disappointment flashed in his lowered eyes, and then he sighed faintly. Wrong, very wrong. I'm not angry about you provoking a limit-breaking warrior, but about you being indecisive, which is not like my son, Li Xuanqi, at all. Since we have set our sights on the land of Baiha martial arts school, it doesn't matter who the enemy is in front of us. Once we do something, we must do it thoroughly. The Martial Arts Association does protect every martial arts school in Tiancheng City, and we have no way to do it openly. Your initial approach was correct. You used the withdrawal of classes to create financial pressure and force Baiha Martial Arts School to sell the land to us. But your plan was broken by Suchinjo's strength, and we also had a grudge against him. In this case, you have to do it thoroughly. If you can't do it openly, then you can hire someone to kill someone on the black market. Didn't I give you enough funds for the operation? The sooner we know his strength, the less threat Suchinjo poses to us. We had to wait until the martial arts assessment to give him a stage to show his strength. Now, Suchinjo's identity as a martial artist who broke the limit has been known by the Martial Arts Association. Now even if I want to eliminate this threat, I have to pay a huge price. This is where you really did something wrong. After saying that, Li Xuanqi took a few steps forward and slapped Li Guanza hard in the face. Li Guanza, who was slapped, looked extremely miserable. There was a red palm print on his hand, half of his face was swollen, and even one of his front teeth was knocked out. But after being beaten like this, Li Guanza didn't even dare to make a sound, and still knelt quietly on the ground without moving. Very good, this is like my son, Li Xuanqi. Who told me that I am your father? I will help you clean up the trouble you caused. But you must remember that in the future, no matter whether you are a person or a person, you must do it thoroughly as long as you do it. Hearing this, Li Guanzha raised his head suddenly, with an anxious look on his face. Father, you must not do this. You can certainly kill Suchinjo by yourself now, but he is now a limit-breaking warrior. If the Martial Arts Association knows about this, you may have to serve in the border. Li Xuanqi looked at his son kneeling on the ground and sighed again. After I leave, Tianyuan Martial Arts School will be handed over to you. If you are still so indecisive, I will be worried. Since you know what a super limit warrior means, and you also know that we have a deadly feud with Suchinjo, why do you still have a fluke? Yes, if Suchinjo really kills you and me, even if he is a super limit warrior, he will still have to serve in the border. But with Suchinjo's talent, even if he serves in the border, he will be treated at the most elite level. It won't take a few years for him to return to Tiancheng City with merit. For him, serving in the border is not a punishment, but a kind of practice. If you don't strike first, are you waiting for him to kill us? After saying that, Li Xuanqi took out 2 iron gloves from the safe behind him. The 2 gloves were dark black, with a cold light flashing on the surface. There were colorful strips inlaid on the finger bones of the gloves, which looked quite strange. After putting on the gloves, Li Xuanqi's aura became more ferocious, like a beast that chooses its prey. He was ready to fight Suchinjo tonight in the dark. Just when Li Xuanqi was about to take action, a long sigh sounded. This sigh was ethereal, as if it came from the left, right, front, and back, and there was no fixed direction, as if it came from the sky. Hearing this ghostly sigh, Li Xuanqi was not surprised but happy. He turned around and looked at the young man in Taoist robes standing behind him. Xin Gang, it's you, why are you back? The young man wearing a Taoist robe flicked his sleeves, and the black and white Taoist robe suddenly rose and fell. I can go home naturally because I have already graduated. Get out! Hearing these words, Li Xuanqi's heart was wrapped in a big surprise. Of course he knew what it meant for a cultivator to become a disciple. As long as you have the qualifications to cultivate an immortal, no matter how poor your abilities are, you can still become a 5th-level immortal cultivator. Therefore, almost every sect of cultivating immortals regards the 5th level as the watershed of whether a cultivator can become a master. Before becoming a disciple, the Immortal Cultivators Association strictly prohibited the immortal cultivators from participating in secular affairs.
After graduation, there is no such restriction.
This is because before this rule existed, there were many low-level immortal cultivators who had conflicts with people for various reasons and ended up in the end of life and death.
Moreover, among these immortal cultivators there are some amazingly talented cultivators.
Later, Tianxian Xianzuan, the president of the Third Immortal Cultivator Association, suddenly realized that since their immortal cultivators can cultivate to the 5th level regardless of their qualifications, why should they fight to the death with cultivators of other cultivation systems?
Woolen cloth?
Even if he wants to fight, he has to wait until he reaches the 5th level of cultivation and ascends to immortality, otherwise it will be a big loss. People from other cultivation systems may die as mediocre people if they lose, but if they die as immortal cultivators, they will lose the seat of a true immortal.
Whoever likes to do this kind of loss-making business can do it, but he doesn't do it anyway. After reacting, Tianxian Immortal Lord immediately issued an order.
All immortal cultivators in the Immortal Cultivator Association who have not reached the 5th level ascending realm are not allowed to get involved in world affairs. Later, other immortal cultivating sects also realized the mystery of this order and followed suit, and finally it became an established rule among immortal cultivators. Li Xuanqi couldn't help but reveal a smile when he looked at the young man in Taoist robes. Xian Gang, you are indeed the strongest genius in our Li family. It really surprises me. Obviously you only broke through to the 4th level 2 years ago. I originally thought it will take at least 7 or 8 years for you to break through to the 5th level, but I didn't expect that Kung Fu Chi would reach the 5th level in such a short time. Li Xuangong's face showed a hint of pride. According to the normal trajectory, it will indeed take me 7 or 8 years to reach the 5th level. But some time ago, the Taishang Creation sect accepted a new talent. For this disciple, they opened the secret realm of Qiankuan, and I was lucky enough to get an opportunity in the secret realm of Qiankuan, so I was able to practice so quickly. The Supreme Creation sect is the overlord of the immortal cultivation world on Aqua Blue Star. Even the branch of the Immortal Cultivation Association on Aqua Blue Star has to shun the Supreme Creation sect. In the secret realm opened by such a sect, there are countless precious opportunities. Li Shengang paused and then continued, Brother, I heard everything you just said. You have Jiuyo Liuguang gloves on your hands. My father once left a family motto, if Jiuyo Liuguang doesn't take action, it will be done. Once he does, he will be sure. If you want to see blood, are you going to kill someone? Li Xuanqi nodded and shook his head. I originally planned to kill people, but now that you are back, in this case, it is okay not to kill people. With Li Shengang, a 5th level immortal cultivator here, even if Su Qinzhou becomes a 5th level extraordinary warrior, Li Xuanqi is no longer afraid of him, so there is no need to strike first. As for the possibility that Su Qinzhou could become a 6th level god and demon warrior, Li Xuanqi had never even thought about it. The probability of a 6th level god and demon warrior appearing among warriors was too low. Hearing Li Xuanqi's words, Li Shengang just shook his head. Brother, have you forgotten what you just said to Guanjia? You must root out the roots and do things absolutely. Since hatred has been left, then naturally it cannot be left behind. Li Xuanqi was a little hesitant. He was so decisive just now because he had foreseen that if he couldn't kill Su Qinzhou in advance, then Su Qinzhou would beat him to death. But now that he has a way out, he naturally doesn't want to go to the border to serve. After all, that place is famous for its flesh and blood winches. Except for geniuses who receive special preferential treatment, other ordinary people are simply looking for death when they go there. Li Xuangong's voice came slowly, Brother, don't worry, with me behind you, you can take action boldly. Believe me, I have the bottom line. As long as there are no 6th level beings to take action, the Su Qinzhou will be dead if he dies. It won't make any waves. Li Shengang was very confident that if he personally killed Su Qinzhou, the impact would be huge. But if his family killed Su Qinzhou and he was just protecting his family, then even the Immortal Cultivation Association would not punish him for this behavior. Therefore, with his strength at the 5th level, coupled with his relationship with his teacher, he can completely go sideways in Tiancheng City, and keeping Li Xuanqi is a piece of cake. Hearing these words, Li Xuanqi looked back at his brother. I saw Li Shengang wearing a black and white Taoist robe, with a pair of yin and yang fish engraved on his chest. His eyes were lowered, and he was extremely indifferent, as if he was an immortal descending from the sky, as if nothing in this world could move him. Indeed, if he had the support of a fifth-level immortal cultivator behind him, then even the Martial Arts Association would be powerless against him.
Okay, then I will listen to you. I will kill Suchinjo now.
After saying that, Li Xuanqi planned to leave the practice quiet room in a big stride. But Li Xuanqi, who was about to leave, was left behind by Li Xiangang. Give me 3 days, I'll go and talk to my friends, and when everything is done, you can kill him, I promise there will be no trouble. In the luxurious presidential box of the spaceship on the Skytrack from Luan City to Tiancheng City, Zhou Xuanyi was touching things here and there with a curious look on his face. As expected of the head of the Joint Research Institute, this is a grand show. I, an old man, have never sat in a presidential box in my life. This is incredible. The leather of this sofa is actually made of the leather of the 5th-level thunder rhinoceros beast. And this desk, wow, it is actually made of the 6th-level 1,000-year-old blood-sucking tree as the raw material. This is really luxurious, rich dog. Lu Shenyan shook his head speechlessly. The spacecraft is operated by a subsidiary of the United Research Institute. As a senior executive of the United Research Institute, I can naturally upgrade my cabin for free. Besides, Zhou Xuanyi, can't you sit in the presidential box? It's just that you are too lazy. The United Research Institute has already awarded you the status of a lifetime honorary professor-level researcher, but you are too lazy to even accept the nameplate. Zhou Xuanyi patted his thigh. I call this a people-friendly phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals rut/phoneme. You don't know a thing. You are already old, half buried in the ground, and you don't enjoy your normal life. The two of them joked for a few more words. This pair of bad friends haven't seen each other for many years, and they have endless things to talk about. As they chatted, the topic of the two turned back to the treatment plan. It's incredible. I've studied it for 2 days, and the plan is so perfect. He clearly calculated every step to the 2nd level, but there was no omission. I used a supercomputer to review it 100 times, and every treatment was successful.
Do you know what this means?
This means that as long as the treatment goes smoothly, you will definitely become a 6th-level god and demon warrior.
Become a true martial arts legend.
On the Blue Water Star, few martial arts doctors can plan the time of the treatment plan to the 2nd level. Because being able to do this means that this martial arts doctor knows all the changes that may occur in the patient's body. What's more, Zhou Xuanyi's case is so special that all martial arts doctors on the Blue Water Star are helpless with Zhou Xuanyi's condition. As a result, this master can not only come up with a solution for this difficult patient, but also give such a detailed treatment plan. This makes Lu Xianyan feel extremely adoring of this mysterious master. Lu Xianyan suddenly stared at Zhou Xuanyi seriously. Old Zhou, why don't you want to tell me the identity of that master? I really want to know. My research on the theory of the change of the 5 elements has reached a bottleneck in recent years. It was not until I saw the treatment plan you gave me that I had a new idea. If I can learn from the master in person, it won't take long for me to truly implement my research. Zhou Xuanyi didn't want to answer, pretending not to hear and looking to the other side, whistling while looking. As a fun person, he naturally wouldn't easily meet Lu Xuanyan's request. Although he brought Suchinjo back to Tiancheng City because he wanted to introduce him to Lu Xianyan. But Zhou Xuanyi didn't say it, leaving Lu Xianyan hanging. Lu Xianyan was still begging, Old Zhou, I have been trapped here for many years. I want to make progress so much. Just tell me. Zhou Xuanyi waved his hand. Okay, seeing that you are so sincere, I will ask the master if he is free to have dinner with me tonight. If you want to come, then come with me. But if you come, remember that you will pay for today's bill. Zhou Xuanyi said while laughing in his heart. He was already looking forward to how explosive the expression on Lu Xuanyan's face would be when he saw Suchinjo's true body. Suchinjo, who obtained the star-level warrior certificate, did not rest, but became even busier. First of all, there are many affairs that need to be handled by him at the martial arts hall, such as personnel adjustments, changes in business licenses, etc. So far, Baiha Martial Arts Hall is still his only way to make money, so Suchinjo did not give up, and patiently handled all the affairs of the martial arts hall. In addition, he also wanted to buy some more advanced materials to make psychic weapons. Although Su Chinzhou's Taoist skills are not as good as the two perverts in the group who can enter the ghost fairy realm at any time, he has also practiced to the possession realm. In order to exert the full power of the possession realm, you must obtain a powerful psychic weapon. The main purpose of Thousand Blood Yuan Ling Steel is not to make psychic weapons, but to make statues of gods. It is said that statues made of Thousand Blood Yuan Ling Steel will produce various supernatural powers after being worshipped by believers for a long time, which is of great benefit to the practice of psychics. In terms of weapons, Thousand Blood Yuan Ling Steel is not outstanding. Whether it is speed or spiritual power conductivity, Thousand Blood Yuan Ling Steel is very average. If you want to buy psychic materials, the most reliable place near Tiancheng Temple is naturally Xian Temple. Because every time he asks Chen Mu to buy something, he is unwilling to accept money. Even if Su Chinzhou transfers money, Chen Mu will transfer the money back, and then send a message to Su Chinzhou, "We are all brothers, why are you polite?" Although Su Chinzhou didn't mind getting some benefits from his brothers, his principle of doing things was reciprocity. If he got benefits from Chen Mutu, he would naturally return the benefits in the future. But after all, he had troubled Chen Mu for 3 or 4 times, and this time he asked Chen Mu to pay. He was afraid that this kid's small treasury would burst, so this time Su Chinzhou planned to go to Xian Temple in person to take a look. Su Chinzhou had just arrived at the foot of Shuoyu Mountain when he saw a shiny bald head. Knowing that Su Chinzhou was coming, Chen Mu came to the foot of the mountain early to wait for him. "You kid! You have to come in person to buy some psychic materials. Do you think your brother Chen is an outsider?" Seeing Chen Mu's expression and posture very similar to the way a husky points at people, Su Chinzhou couldn't hold it in and couldn't help laughing out loud. "How dare I think of you, brother Chen, as an outsider? Don't I want to come and see in person what materials suit my eyes? If you don't dare, why are you laughing so weirdly? No, let's get going quickly and go up the mountain." Su Chinzhou's laughter made Chen Mu a little confused. He scratched his bald head and was a little puzzled. The two walked together towards Shuoyu Mountain. To be honest, the scenery of Shuoyu Mountain is really beautiful.